Chapter 1. Blades of Flame. Inferno rising on the western sea. At Seagull Island, a brutal contest for the surgical fruit unfolds. Corazon, reveal to me the whereabouts of Law. Or else on the pristine white snow. Doflamingo toyed with the heart-shaped fruit in his hand, laughing maniacally. He then extended a finger skyward. The entire populace of this island shall perish because of you. Countless sharp, resilient white threads, emanating from Doflamingo, rooted themselves across the island. As the white threads cascaded from above, those ensnared by them found their bodies no longer under their own control, raising fists or blades to commence their mutual slaughter. The fortunate few who remained untouched attempted to breach the birdcage, only to be severed by the razor-sharp threads, transforming the island into a veritable slaughterhouse. Blood stained the pure white ground, crystallizing into patches of crimson ice. Birdcage. Corazon, witnessing this horrific scene, felt his pupils constrict. As a naval undercover agent, he was acutely aware of Doflamingo's ruthlessness. He was indeed capable of such atrocities. Even if he divulged the truth, he suspected Doflamingo would simply renege. Yet the justice that burned within him could not allow him to forsake his convictions. Is there truly no alternative? Corazon lay helplessly on the ground, his body riddled with bullets, clinging desperately to the last vestige of hope. But what good was it? Law. The light in Corazon's eyes dimmed above. An unnamed inferno surged skyward, radiating an intense heat, erupting from the western side of the island. In that instant, the snow ceased to fall. The wind stilled. It was as if the entire island was consumed by that ascending flame. What is happening? Doflamingo suddenly sensed a terrifying force swiftly approaching, silent yet potent. As the Joker of the underground world, years of combat had honed his instincts, compelling him to unleash his conqueror's haki in defense, yet simultaneously, boom! The seemingly unbreakable birdcage was effortlessly shattered by the flame. As if it were mere paper, then the searing fire erupted in the air, unleashing a torrent of heavenly flames that cascaded downwards, instantaneously engulfing the entire island. In a heartbeat, the island was transformed as the relentless flames melted the thick layers of ice and snow, creating a scene of apocalyptic beauty. Moreover, the fruit in Doflamingo's grasp was swept away by the sudden onslaught of fire. As he beheld this spectacle, veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. Damn it! My fruit! What manner of formidable being could unleash such a force? Curse it! Though victory had seemed assured, his fruit was now claimed by that terrifying blaze, and the birdcage lay in ruins. The Marines, led by the elusive figure, were about to set foot on the island. All these factors combined ignited a fury within Doflamingo, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Upon reflection, despite the myriad of emotions churning within Doflamingo, he promptly addressed the other members of Don Quixote, exclaiming, "Retreat!" The navy on the high seas, captivated by the astonishing blaze, diverted their attention. I never anticipated Doflamingo's actions would be so swift. The plan has changed. We must swiftly land on the island. Exercise caution, for there may be other forces at play within. Vice Admiral Tsuru, witnessing the terrifying might, felt a heavy weight in her heart. Yet the significance of the no me was unparalleled. At that moment, in a seldom trodden part of the island, Roa, who had just traversed into the pirate world, sheathed his sword, flowing blade like fire, while simultaneously catching the no me, swept in by the flames, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Is this the reward for signing in? Indeed, it is formidable. Ding. The system guarantees excellence. This is the supreme sign-in system. Reward for signing in at Swan Island. Flowing blade like fire. The most potent and ancient he-type Zampiket possesses spiritual pressure upon its initial release that rivals the Conqueror's Haki. Ding. Check-in at renowned locales grants additional rewards. Note: successful check-in requires being within a certain vicinity. Upon hearing the system's words, Roa felt an increasing anticipation for the rewards related to famous landmarks. At that moment, a figure entered Roa's line of sight. As a traveler from another world, Roa instinctively recognized the child before him. Trafalgar Law, one of the future Shichibukai. He was astonished to encounter him here. At that moment, Law cautiously observed Roa, having narrowly escaped to this location under Corazon's protection, only to witness Roa shatter the birdcage with a single strike. This man before him possessed such overwhelming strength. Surely he must have the means to save Corazon. Though a flicker of fear loomed in Law's heart, the thought of Corazon's peril steeled his resolve, and he bravely approached Roa. Please help me. Save Corazon." Initially, Law's voice was barely a whisper, but as he thought of Corazon, he summoned his courage and shouted at Roa. Yet Roa merely brushed past him, seemingly oblivious to his presence, unwilling to relent. Law sprinted to Roa's side once more, pleading, "I beg you, save Corazon. He is a good person, someone incredibly important to me. As long as you can rescue Corazon, I will do anything you ask. I can give you everything, please help me. I cannot bear to lose him." At that moment, the Ope no Mi, which Roa had tossed, gently struck Law's head before falling to the ground gazing at the heart-shaped fruit before him. Law's eyes sparkled with hope as he extended his trembling hands to cradle it. Then, Roa's voice wafted from a distance. "Use your own strength to save the one most dear to you." Upon hearing Roa's words, Law fervently wiped away the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. He then vowed within his heart to follow this man from that moment forth. For without him, he would lose the most important person in his life. Corazon bestowed upon Law the hope of life through the powers of the Ope no Mi, while Law, in turn, granted Corazon the miracle of existence. Upon reflection, this notion seems rather splendid at this moment. Law had already departed from the island, as if he had never been there at all. Chapter 2. The Miraculous Surgery and the Bounty. Shortly after Law's departure, Admiral Tsuru arrived with a substantial naval force, effectively surrounding the island, leaving only Corazon, who had just been revived by Law. "Awake, Corazon! Where are the medical personnel? Hurry and conduct a thorough examination. We must ensure Corazon's survival." Admiral Tsuru anxiously observed Corazon, having just learned of his existence from Sengoku, an old friend. Not only was he a spy for the Navy, but he was also Sengoku's adopted son. His preservation was imperative. Tsuru quickly summoned the medical team to assess Corazon's condition, while she utilized this time to investigate various clues on the island. Approaching a nearby building, Tsuru gently traced her fingers over the scorch marks that marred its surface. The marks were numerous and striking, and recalling the towering flames from earlier, Tsuru felt a tremor of awe. What tremendous power this is! Just as Tsuru expressed her sentiments, the medical team completed their examination and promptly reported back to her. "Admiral, we have finished examining Corazon." The leader of the medical team bore an unusual expression as he continued. "However, it is quite strange. Although Corazon's body was in a state of near-fatal injuries, he shows no signs of life-threatening danger. His blood circulation appears normal, as if he has undergone a miraculous surgery." Upon hearing the medical officer's words, Tsuru's gaze darkened, and she murmured, "A miraculous surgery, you say? It seems the Ope no Mi has been consumed by someone." With this thought, she approached Corazon's side, on the ground. Corazon noticed Tsuru's arrival and attempted to rise, but she gently restrained him. "Corazon, I have a few questions for you." Although Corazon was no longer in immediate danger, his breath was still weak, and his voice scarcely above a whisper. "Do you know the identity of the powerful individual who suddenly appeared on the island?" Corazon shook his head. "Have you seen his face?" Again, Corazon shook his head. "And the Ope no Mi? Do you know where it is?" Corazon shook his head once more. He understood that Law was the one who saved him, but he could not reveal to the Navy that Law had consumed the fruit. This was a form of protection for Law. He merely hoped that he would grow stronger upon the seas and find his own place in the world. Who gazed into Corazon's eyes, but could discern nothing. After a lengthy silence, she sighed. "Bring Corazon back to the ship. Let him rest properly." Subsequently, Admiral Tsuru produced her den mushi and dialed Sengoku in the office of Sengoku, located in Marineford. He was standing by the window when the den mushi rang, and he promptly answered. "Sengoku, Corazon is unharmed." Upon hearing Admiral Tsuru's words, Sengoku felt a weight lift from his heart. "That is good. Very good. And what the Ope no Mi and Don Quixote Doflamingo?" Admiral Tsuru wore a pained smile as she responded to Sengoku's inquiry. "The Ope no Mi, if nothing unforeseen has occurred, should have been taken by the mysterious powerful figure on the Islandas for Doflamingo. He likely fled the moment this enigmatic individual made their move." Admiral Tsuru recounted everything she had witnessed to Sengoku. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, especially when he recalled the devastating flames that consumed the snow and shattered the birdcage, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. "I understand. Conduct another thorough search of the island. If nothing is found, return." After ending the call, Sengoku relayed the intelligence to Steelbone, who subsequently made his way to the holy land of Mariewa, the residence of the Gorosei. "Steelbone, I hope you bring good news." Well, the Gorosei, sword in hand, addressed Steelbone unperturbed by their words. Steelbone stood before the Gorosei and solemnly stated, "The Ope no Mi has been stolen." As Steelbone's words hung in the air, the elder who had been polishing his beloved sword halted his actions, a menacing aura emanating from him towards Steelbone. "What did you say?" With great resolve against the oppressive atmosphere, Steelbone reiterated, "On Hyank Island, the very island where we conducted our transaction, a mysterious, powerful figure appeared and seized the Ope no Mi." With this confirmation, The Gorosei fell into a profound silence, the tension in the room thickening after an indeterminate period. One of the bald Gorosei spoke to Steelbone. Issue a bounty, offer 20 billion berries. We must locate this individual. I will ensure that all intelligence agencies collaborate to investigate the identity of this mysterious person. The Nomi must remain in our possession. Steelbone nodded gravely and then departed from the holy land of Mariahut. A navy acted swiftly before long. A bounty notice entirely devoid of details appeared upon the ocean. Every island under Navy control was plastered with this bounty, and they even collaborated with the information mobile Morgans, dispatching countless messenger birds to ensure the bounty reached every individual on the Moby Dick, the colossal ship belonging to Whitebeard. Marco was perusing the latest bounty when he paused, visibly taken aback by the sight of the blank notice. Father, the Navy has issued a bounty that is completely blank, only indicating the ability to wield the devastating flames, with no additional information, and a reward of 20 billion berries. Marco's voice captured the attention of the other crew members. What? 2 billion berries. And it's from some mysterious individual about whom we know nothing. What manner of person could provoke such fury in the decayed ranks of the Navy? A person like that. I truly wish to have him as my son. The hearty laughter echoed aboard the Moby Dick, as the crew, witnessing Whitebeard's exuberance, could not help but join in the mirth. Marco, standing nearby, quipped, "Old man, here you go again." On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin, who was preparing for the inaugural tea party, also came across the newspaper 2 billion berries. This pack of mad dogs in the Navy is capable of anything. Katakuri, beside Charlotte Linlin, remarked, "Mother, for the Navy to lose their senses and make such a decision, this individual must have done something that threatens their interests first. Let us successfully host the first teapot gathering if this person dares to come. I shall make his soul into a delicacy. It should taste exquisite." "Understood, Mother." On a small island, Law gazed at the blank bounty notice in his hand, feeling a warmth in his heart as the nearly invincible figure filled his mind. "Once I grow strong, I shall pursue you." Law's voice resonated across the island. At that moment, the subject of the blank bounty notice discovered a woman adrift upon the sea. Chapter 3. Arrival at the island. Mastery of binding techniques. Ding. Sign and mission initiated. O'Hara reward. Mastery of 99 binding techniques. Time limit 3 days. The system's notification echoed in Law's mind. Unbeknownst to him, he had been issued a bounty of 2 billion berries. He was currently racing towards O'Hara as he pondered this. His gaze fell upon the distant sea, where he spotted a beautiful woman lying on a plank, drifting without a second thought. Law promptly rescued her. Olivia slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Law clad in a cloak, felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Olivia." As her words fell, Olivia noticed that the ship was heading towards O'Hara immediately. She turned to Law and said, "Are you heading to O'Hara? It is extremely dangerous there now." Upon hearing Robin's mother, Olivia's words, Law replied nonchalantly, "It's fine, we both need to go, so let's not waste time." 2 mornings later, a fleet of warships, adorned with the world government insignia, slowly anchored not far from O'Hara. Standing on the deck, Spandam gazed upon the island shrouded in thick fog. A sinister smile creeping across his face, the chilling grin sent shivers down the spine. "We have finally arrived at the infamous island of O'Hara. I wonder if that woman who jumped into the sea to escape is still alive. Not having killed her with my own hands is truly a regret." As Spandam's words resonated in the air, he descended directly from the deck, leading his companions towards O'Hara. Upon setting foot on the land of O'Hara, Spandam held his head high, as though he regarded everything about this island with disdain. "This island is utterly barren. I cannot fathom how the inhabitants manage to survive here. It would be far better for me to simply eradicate all the people on this island." His subordinates, upon hearing Spandam's remarks, felt a slight sheen of cold sweat bead on their foreheads. They recalled Spandam's past deeds and truly believed he was capable of such an atrocity. "Esteemed one, let us first venture to the central all-knowing tree of the island to investigate any remnants left by Alvia that may pose a threat to our governance." Before the subordinate could finish, Spandam drew his firearm from his waist and aimed it at the speaker, promptly pulling the trigger. Bang! Spandam observed as the subordinate slumped to the ground, coldly remarking, "Do I require your guidance to accomplish my tasks?" With that, Spandam proceeded toward the all-knowing tree. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have successfully signed in and acquired Mastery of Binding Techniques. Binding techniques are a form of sorcery in the realm of the Shinigami, primarily focused on defensive confinement. Advanced binding techniques can even immobilize thousands of individuals in an instant, just as the electronic voice of the system echoed in Roa's mind. The sudden gunfire shattered the serene atmosphere of O'Hara. The corners of Roya's mouth curled slightly upward as she whispered, "It seems we have arrived at just the right moment, sparing me too much of my time." In stark contrast to Roya's composure, Alvia felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the gunfire. Her eyes reflected her urgency as she immediately sprinted towards the Tree of Knowledge. Roya gazed at the receding figure of Alvia, gradually ambling towards the Tree of Omniscience. Meanwhile, Spandane had arrived at the Tree of Omniscience. Upon his arrival, he noticed a young girl sprinting towards the tree. Observing this, Spandane waved his hand and commanded, "Special Intelligence Department of the World Government, execute a special mission. Anyone unrelated who approaches without permission shall be shot on sight." Hearing Spandane's orders, one of his subordinates furrowed his brow and replied, "But, sir, she is merely a little girl." Smack! Before the subordinate could finish his sentence, Spandane delivered a heavy slap across the face of the one who spoke. "Do you wish to reunite with the insolent fool who just challenged me?" "And no, I do not." The subordinate hastily shook his head, clearly valuing his life far more than that of the girl. "If you wish to live, then fire. Shoot together. We must show no mercy to the people of O'Hara." As Spandane uttered these words, a cruel smile spread across his face. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the spectacle of bloodshed. Without hesitation, the subordinates raised their firearms, aiming towards the distant young girl. The scholars at the Tree of Omniscience were so engrossed in their studies that they remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. Kind-hearted Robin, intending to warn them, was unprepared for the impending tragedy. Robin gazed at the ominous gun barrels before her, her heart quivering with trepidation. Was her life truly at its end? Her small fist clenched tightly as thoughts of her mother flooded her mind. How long had it been since she last saw her? Perhaps she would never see her again. Robin! Suddenly, Alvia's voice pierced through the air, strained and desperate, as she rushed towards her daughter with renewed speed. She enveloped Robin in her embrace, shielding her from the lethal guns aimed at them. As Alvia's words faded, Spandane's subordinates squeezed the triggers. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted across the island. Flames belching from the gun muzzles, smoke swirling ominously as bullets surged towards Alvia and Robin. Time seemed to freeze in that harrowing moment, and Robin felt the warmth of her mother's embrace. Tears streamed down her cheeks as panic seized her heart. No. At that critical juncture, Roya extended a hand. Murmuring softly, binding path of the 64th reflection, a translucent disc materialized before the two women, effortlessly intercepting the incoming bullets while simultaneously retaliating. The projectile sped back with greater velocity than before. Witnessing this spectacle, Spandane's pupils constricted in disbelief. Instinctively, he grabbed one of his subordinates, using him as a shield against Roya's reflected bullets. The anticipated pain never came. Slowly, Alvia and Robin opened their eyes, staring in astonishment at Roya, unable to comprehend the strength of the man who had just saved them. Chapter 4. The Order of Demon Slaying emerges. The birth of the tree realm, the sound of bullets slicing through the air had vanished. Spandane cautiously peeked from behind, discovering that the subordinate he had pulled into harm's way was lifeless. By employing such a despicable tactic, he had managed to survive. With widened eyes, Spandane stared in disbelief as Roya approached him, his once arrogant demeanor now pale and shaken. What manner of ability is this? Who are you? How could someone like you possibly exist in the West Sea? Spandane shouted hoarsely, his eyes filled with dread. The adage rings true: the strong bow in submission before the powerful, while the weak strike with ferocity. Such was the nature of Spandane. Roya slowly approached Spandane, each step echoing like a heavy thud upon his heart. At this moment, she had arrived near the Tree of Omniscience. Ding! Congratulations, host, for checking in at the Tree of Omniscience. You have obtained what release, Birth of the Tree Realm. As the electronic voice of the system faded, Roya stood before Spandane, who, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground. Why you? Don't come any closer. If you do, I swear I'll press this. In his trembling hands, he revealed a golden snail. Upon seeing the golden snail, Alvia's heart jolted. Roya, that is the button for the demon slaughter order. Once it is activated, O'Hara will be reduced to ruins. Hearing Alvia's words, Spandane regained a semblance of confidence and threatened Roya. Indeed, what this woman says is true. Kneel and apologize to me now, or I will press this demon slaughter order, and in mere moments, this entire island will vanish from the charts. This represents the formidable offensive power of the Navy. Beneath the shadow of his hood, Roya's expression was unnervingly serene. He extended his hand, invoking the binding spell of the 4 gray strands. A rope-like beam of light materialized before him, a technique utilized in his world of soul reapers to ensnare and capture adversaries, a method previously employed by both Ryūjin Jakka and Izanrinji. Yet now, taking advantage of Spandine's momentary lapse in reaction, Luo Ya effortlessly seized the golden transponder snail into his grasp. As he felt the weight in his hand diminish, the golden transponder snail appeared before him, and Spandine's confidence evaporated in an instant, shattering like glass plummeting into an abyss. His soul trump card had been so easily snatched away by Luo Ya, plunging him into a state of utter panic. Observing this scene, Luo Ya, holding Robin, sighed in relief. However, her pupils dilated sharply as she exclaimed, "Luo Ya, have you lost your mind? You actually pressed the Demon Slayer order." The events unfolded with such rapidity that even Spandine struggled to comprehend them. Yet, upon witnessing Luo Ya press the golden transponder snail, despair morphed into hope, igniting a maniacal laughter within him. "You pressed it. You truly wish for O'Hara's annihilation. Ha! How foolish can you be? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Navy's most formidable assault." Spandine did not anticipate such a swift turnaround. He felt rejuvenated. Most importantly, he deemed Luo Ya's actions to be utterly foolish. How could such a Na'vi individual possibly be his rival? With this thought, his heart swelled with arrogance. For this was the Demon Slayer order. Luo Ya's expression turned gravely serious. At that moment, thousands of soldiers aboard 10 warships, dozens of colonels, and 5 vice admirals received the message from the golden transponder snail and set sail towards O'Hara. The cannons roared, unleashing a barrage of strikes, including assaults from 2 vice admirals, Meteor Volcano, Ice Age. Upon receiving the Demon Slayer order, the 2 commanders held nothing back and unleashed their most formidable powers. The skies were filled with terrifying assaults. Luo Ya and Robin closed their eyes, realizing that what had seemed like an assured victory moments ago had taken an unexpected turn. They could already envision the devastation that awaited the island. Spandine, still cackling, reveled in their fate. "This is the consequence of provoking me. Now go to hell and relish in the cruelty of death." Amidst Spandine's maniacal laughter, a subtle smile graced Luo Ya's lips. Though concealed beneath his cloak, it remained unseen. He slowly extended his hand and struck the ground with force. Wood release, birth of the tree realm. As Luo Ya's voice faded, the surging vitality embedded within the wood release surged forth into the all-knowing tree. The roots and stems of the all-knowing tree emerged from the ground, entwining themselves to form a colossal root defense wall. This immense barrier stretched for miles across the island, effortlessly repelling all attacks from the Demon Slayer order. Boom! Countless bullets, shells, slashes, and even the full-force strikes from Akiji and Akainu failed to breach the root defense wall of the all-knowing tree. Any assault that landed upon it was swiftly neutralized and restored by the overwhelming vitality of the wood release. As the smoke from the first wave of the Demon Slayer order's attack dissipated, Spandam, who had previously exuded confidence, instinctively swallowed hard at the astonishing scene before him. He had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. His lips trembled, and he finally uttered a few words. How is this possible? The all-knowing tree. It has come to life. Not just Spandam, but even Akiji and Akainu outside the island gazed in shock at the spectacle, their brows furrowed. The strike they had just unleashed was considered their most formidable skill. Yet, such immense power was effortlessly halted by this root-like defense wall. What manner of existence was this barrier? Regardless of its nature, anything that obstructed us on this island must be eradicated as evil. Akainu's arm radiated with molten lava, exclaiming, "And yet this is merely a tree. I refuse to believe my magma cannot incinerate it." With a fierce punch, torrents of lava scorched the air, the intense heat rendering the atmosphere nearly illusory. A resounding boom echoed. Akainu's magma fist struck heavily against the defense wall formed by the all-knowing tree. Chapter 5, The Demise of the Demon Slayer Order, the Blame Report Boom. The deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Yet the fiery marks left behind were swiftly mended by the vitality, refusing to ignite. What a terrifying ability to restore. This thought flickered in Akainu's mind. But he had no better course of action. Meanwhile, Spandam, standing before Luo Ya, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had witnessed Akainu's attack, even more clearly than the others. The moment the assault landed, it did not even quiver. It was restored in the blink of an eye. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a palpable sense of dread. How could Luo Ya be considered foolish? This is a testament to his unwavering confidence in his own abilities. With this thought in mind, Spandam instinctively began to retreat. only to suddenly spring up from the ground and dash toward the seaside. He had to flee. This terrifying monster was certainly beyond his capacity to withstand. Observing Spanden's desperate escape, a flicker of disdain glimmered in Luo Ya's eyes. Escape? Where could he possibly flee to? With a swift motion, Luo Ya unsheathed his sword, the blade of flowing flame, its song resonating softly in the air, heralding the inevitable transformation of all into ashes. As Luo Ya's words resonated, both Alvia and Robin felt their eyes ignite with flickering flames. In the next instant, a colossal inferno erupted into the sky. Intertwined with an overwhelming spiritual pressure that was 100-fold, 1,000-fold more formidable than before. To those present, this spiritual pressure materialized into a palpable aura of dominance. As Luo Ya stepped forward, the ground fissured beneath him, each crack sharp as a blade, emanating an overwhelming spiritual pressure that sliced through the air. The friction produced a thunderous sound, and with a graceful arc, he executed the flowing blade, like fire's first style. The brilliance of his sword flickered, and the spiritual energy surged forth, unleashing a cataclysmic inferno that roared into existence. A colossal slash manifested before the eyes of Akiji and Akainu, causing their pupils to constrict sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, they summoned their most potent techniques to counter Luo Ya's impending strike, determined to at least deflect this devastating blow, lest the 10 warships behind them be reduced to mere debris. Ice Age. Meteor Volcano. Not only they, but the remaining 3 vice admirals also exerted their utmost efforts to assist Akiji and Akainu. Yet, despite the collective might of the vice admirals, as their attacks collided with Luo Ya's fiery slash, they were wholly consumed, feeding the flames and causing them to swell even further. A resounding boom echoed as the slash swept past Spandam, who had barely escaped, crashing heavily into Akiji, Akainu, and the other vice admirals. Even Akainu, empowered by the magma fruit, could not withstand the searing heat carried by Luo Ya's strike. They were all sent flying by this tremendous attack. Under Luo Ya's exceptional control, the fiery slash barreled straight towards the warships beyond the island. In an instant, the vessels shattered, the flames engulfing tons of seawater, which were thrust into the sky, transforming into torrential rain. As the seawater cascaded onto the island, it washed away the remnants of chaos, restoring tranquility and clarity to the once tumultuous landscape. Alvia's lips trembled as she, one of the few from Ohara who had ventured beyond the island, felt an overwhelming sense of awe. She found Luo Ya to be the most formidable individual she had ever encountered. So powerful, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she perceived Luo Ya in this moment, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Upon the ocean, the repercussions of Luo Ya's attacks stirred the waters into a churning tempest, with countless fragments of warships adrift upon the surface. Spandam, gritting his teeth against the pain, awkwardly dragged Akiji and Akainu onto a piece of floating timber. Akiji, Akainu, you two are nothing but burdens. Unable to defeat even a single opponent or breach a defense, how can you claim to be future admirals? Truly useless, Spandam cursed vehemently. Yet he continued to strain himself to carry the injured Akiji and Akainu. Fortunately, Luo Ya's slash had targeted them, and due to Akiji's quick reflexes, the flames merely grazed his back, resulting in severe burns. Unlike the likes of Akiji and Akainu, who lie wounded and in shock, their powers seemingly sealed within the depths of the ocean, Spandam understands that neglecting the plight of these two could very well cost him his own head. After arduous efforts, he finally relayed the details of this operation to the 5 elders. As a member of the Special Intelligence Department, Spandam possesses the authority to communicate directly with the elders. In an attempt to mitigate his own responsibilities, he exaggerated the capabilities of Luffy to the utmost, simultaneously shifting the blame onto the Navy, reporting them unfavorably. Esteemed elders, the demon-slaying order has failed. My subordinates, due to their fierce resistance, have all been slain. The Tree of Knowledge in Ohara has unexpectedly revived, and the demon-slaying order was vanquished in a single strike by a fire-wielding individual. Even Admiral Akainu, who consumed the magma fruit, was injured by this fire. Furthermore, the Navy is utterly incompetent. Each individual seems more cowardly than the last. Their lack of strategy in battle led to utter chaos, with ships shattered and countless injuries inflicted. The Navy dispatched such a feeble force, showing a complete disregard for the importance of this demon-slaying order, which is nothing short of disrespectful to you. The implication within Spandam's words was clear. The enemy was formidable, that they had resisted valiantly. However, the Navy had faltered, and he implored the 5 elders for leniency. Listening to Spandam's account through the transponder snail, the 5 elders furrowed their brows, skeptical of his claims. If the situation were truly as dire as he described, he would unlikely remain alive. What truly unsettled them were the references to the suddenly revived Tree of Knowledge and the overwhelming flames. Approximately 3 days prior, on Hyoko Island, similar towering flames had erupted, seizing the surgery fruit. Both instances, marked by an unyielding despair, were executed with a singular strike, suggesting they were the work of the same individual. Who could this person be? What were their intentions? Faced with an unknown identity, a formidable power, and a relentless adversary, fury ignited within them. Yet, without knowledge of their opponent's identity, how could they take action? With a thunderous crash, a bald-headed elder, in a fit of rage, smashed the table before him into splinters. I believe we must deploy greater forces to investigate the whereabouts of this individual. Our current information is alarmingly scant. We cannot even ascertain their appearance or abilities, let alone their true objectives. As for O'Hara, we can only suppress the news of the demon-slaying order's failure. The failure of this order undoubtedly emboldens the arrogance on the seas. It must be contained and absolutely must not be allowed to spread. The bald figure among the 5 elders proclaimed, "Increase the bounty to 3 billion berries. Anyone who provides information shall be rewarded with 1 billion berries. Let the informants scattered across the seas gather intelligence on this individual while fulfilling their own missions. I refuse to believe he can escape the intricate web of our world government. As for O'Hara, let us set that aside for now. If any O'Hara citizens are found beyond the island, ensure their complete annihilation and thoroughly investigate the nature of the Tree of Knowledge, how it could have suddenly revived. It's also time for a refreshing change within the Navy." After deliberating on an effective strategy, the 5 elders promptly set their plans into motion. Meanwhile, following the failure of the Navy's demon-slaying order, a mysterious powerhouse made another move, and the revival of the Tree of Knowledge in O'Hara swiftly spread across the seas. Chapter 6. The Escape of Shiki. Carp takes to battle above the vast ocean. The news bird soared freely through the sky. Shortly after the demon-slaying order concluded, Morgans, the owner of the world's largest newspaper, immediately printed the news upon receiving the information. He held no regard for the Navy's authority. His only concern was whether there was significant news to report. With the addition of this latest scoop about Luo Ya, he now possessed 2 stories capable of sending the ocean into a frenzy. At that moment, the seas were already engulfed in tumult. The first story was about Luo Ya, who single-handedly obliterated the demon-slaying order, with a bounty that had skyrocketed to a staggering 3 billion berries. It is worth noting that this was only the second bounty issued. However, compared to the previous one, Luo Ya's strength had undeniably captured the attention of the formidable figures in the world. After all, annihilating the demon-slaying order with a single sword strike is not something just anyone can achieve. The second piece of news involved the Golden Lion Shiki, who had managed to escape from Impel Down, a facility renowned for its impenetrability. He shattered a decades-long record of no successful escapes. These 2 incidents undoubtedly left the Navy and the world government utterly humiliated. It was a true slap in the face, one that compelled both the Navy and the world government to urgently seek to restore their dignity. In an instant, the chaos in the seas intensified, particularly in the West Sea, within O'Hara, and around the Tree of Knowledge. Luo Ya had been here for a day, cradling the diminutive Robin as he perused the newspaper. Upon encountering the news of the Golden Lion, a digital chime resonated in his mind. Ding! A task has been issued. Vermio. Reward: a random charm from the 12 zodiac signs. Time limit: 5 days. As the system's electronic voice faded within Luo Ya's consciousness, his eyes narrowed slightly. If his memory served him correctly, the notorious Golden Lion, Shiki, had arrived at this location after his escape from the Impel Down prison. Intent on using the IQ plants capable of inciting fury in animals to reclaim dominion over the world. Robin sensed a shift in the atmosphere surrounding Luo Ya and promptly inquired, "Brother Luo Ya, what is the matter?" Upon hearing Robin's words, a subtle smile graced Luo Ya's lips as he replied, "Robin, I have a minor issue that requires me to temporarily depart from O'Hara." Olivia, standing nearby, also caught wind of Luo Ya's statement. "Luo Ya, where do you intend to go? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Gently extricating Robin from his embrace, Luo Ya addressed Olivia. "Olivia, are you familiar with Vermio?" "Vermio," Olivia echoed softly, her eyes suddenly alight with recognition. "I know of that place. During my investigation of historical texts, I once visited that island. Although I did not leave a permanent marker, I am aware of how to get there. Moreover, the villagers of Vermio are exceptionally hospitable." After sharing this, Olivia added, "Luo Ya, Please wait here for a moment while I draft a rudimentary nautical chart for you. I hope it proves useful." Robin gazed at her mother as she dashed towards the adjacent table, her eyes then turning towards Luo Ya. Although she could not discern the features concealed beneath the cloak, Robin felt an overwhelming reluctance to see Luo Ya depart, reminiscent of her mother's earlier absence. "Brother Luo Ya, will you return again? When will you come back?" Robin clutched onto Luo Ya's cloak, tears welling in his eyes as if they were poised to spill over at any moment. "I will return to see Robin after I step out for a while. If you promise me, Robin, to diligently cultivate your fruit abilities, then when you come of age, you may set sail to find me, and together we shall explore the allure of the ocean. Brother Luo Ya, you must remember this promise. You cannot deceive me." "I would never deceive you." "Then let us seal our vow." Robin extended his finger. Luo Ya extended her finger, intertwining her little finger with Robin's. Subsequently, their thumbs ascended, pressing against one another in a pact, after which Robin declared, "For a century, may it remain unchanged. Indeed, it shall not alter." Upon the completion of this solemn promise between Luo Ya and Robin, Alvia, at that moment, presented Luo Ya with the nautical chart she had just finished illustrating. "Luo Ya, O'Hara shall forever welcome you." Indeed, Luo Ya received the nautical chart, murmuring softly in acknowledgement, and then departed from the tree of omniscience. As he made his way away from the tree and towards the island's edge, he was unaware that a considerable number of individuals had gathered behind him. They had come to bid farewell to Luo Ya, for it was his presence that ensured the survival of this island. He was, indeed, the island's savior. Luo Ya gazed upon the people, a stirring sensation arising within him. Upon reaching the periphery of the island, he slowly turned around. His departure was fraught with certain risks. Although he was aware that the Navy would not strike against O'Hara in the immediate future, it was prudent to exercise caution. With this thought in mind, Luo Ya swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the wood release, birth of the tree world. As his hand struck the ground, an immense surge of vitality emanated from the wood release, permeating the earth below. The roots of the all-knowing tree surged forth once more, growing even more robust, intertwining to encircle the entirety of O'Hara. Luo Ya had left only a few entrances and exits, transforming O'Hara into a bastion that was both easily defended and difficult to assail. After completing these preparations, Luo Ya returned to his vessel, setting sail towards the island of Ryūjin. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, during which a doghead warship and 2 ordinary ships sailed swiftly across the ocean. On the deck of the doghead warship stood a tall, broad-chested elder, his muscular physique commanding attention. His gaze seemed to pierce the vast expanse of the sea, catching sight of the golden lion Shiki fleeing in disarray. He spoke gravely. "I never anticipated that the golden lion Shiki would resort to breaking his own legs to escape from impelled down. It appears he had plans in place all along. According to the intelligence provided by the world government, it seems that Shiki is heading towards an island named Ryūjin," a colonel reported to Admiral Karp. "Ryūjin, you say? It appears our course is correct. Continue at full speed. We must recapture the golden lion to prevent future calamities," Karp commanded. Just as Karp issued his orders, a sailor approached him, stating, "Admiral Karp, we've spotted a vessel ahead. It flies no pirate flag, but there is a figure in a cloak standing on the deck." Karp furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He was aware of a mysterious figure in a cloak who had recently appeared on the seas, consistently opposing the Navy. With this thought in mind, Karp resolved to investigate further. If it were indeed that enigmatic individual, he could conveniently fulfill another mission. Chapter 7. The Firewall of the Burning Sea, Rivers of Blood. With Karp's command, the 3 ships sailing at full speed swiftly advanced towards Luo Ya. Luo Ya was evidently aware of the Navy's presence, particularly the dog-headed warship among the 3 vessels, which he recognized as belonging to Karp. "Vessels ahead. Please halt immediately and cooperate with the investigation," the 3 warships commanded through their loudspeakers. Upon hearing their words, Luo Ya adjusted his cloak. This was not the time for games. With only 2 days remaining until the sign-in at Valmayu, he surmised that the Golden Lion had likely already arrived and might have even activated his devil fruit powers to elevate the island into the skies. He had no intention of allowing the Navy to squander his time, not even Karp. With this thought, Luo Ya's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing the flowing blade of fire. "All things shall turn to ash, flowing blade of fire." As his words resonated, the ancient blade ignited with a fierce flame, the air around it shimmering with heat. Accompanied by a surge of spiritual pressure, an aura akin to Conqueror's haki erupted forth. All Navy soldiers who felt this overwhelming force were rendered unconscious. A tempest arose, and the waves roared. The sky darkened with ominous clouds. Even Karp's pupils constricted sharply. This fellow's conqueror's haki was astonishingly powerful. Just as Carp finished his thought, Ryūjin slashed the air from left to right with the flowing blade of fire. Flames erupted, crashing down upon the sea with the weight of 10,000 tons, stirring up countless waves. The tumultuous waters propelled Ryūjin's vessel forward with greater speed while significantly hindering the progress of the 3 Navy warships. Simultaneously, a wall of flames appeared between Ryūjin and the Navy ships. This fiery barrier blazed fiercely across the ocean, stretching for miles. A brilliant spectacle of fire that effectively obstructed any pursuit by Carp. "That guy, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll make sure to give you a thorough beating," Carp shouted at Ryūjin, clenching his massive fist. However, Ryūjin had already ridden the waves, oblivious to Carp's words. Carp furrowed his brow, in comparison to the flames. He noted that Ryūjin was heading directly towards the Golden Lion's location. Realizing this, Carp promptly retrieved a transponder snail to report to Admiral Sengoku. "Sengoku, I've encountered that mysterious individual." "Mysterious individual. Have you captured him? Did you see what he looks like?" Sengoku inquired. "Kapu, there is nothing we can do. We are obstructed by the fiery barrier he conjured. Most importantly, the direction he departed in is unmistakably towards the Golden Lion. I fear that this time, the Golden Lion's escape may be linked to this individual. Should these two unite, a formidable force will emerge upon these seas." Upon hearing Kapu's words, Zhangguo's heart sank. "I understand now. I shall personally lead a contingent to your aid. No matter what, you must delay them at all costs." Kapu grinned widely and replied, "Zhangguo, leave it to me, but you must arrive promptly." After ending the call, Kapu gazed in the direction Luo Ya had taken and laughed heartily. "No matter who you are, this time, you shall find no escape." Luo Ya remained oblivious to the movements within the Navy. He was engrossed in examining the rudimentary nautical chart he had sketched for himself, persistently adjusting his course while navigating the vast ocean. As time progressed, he found himself growing increasingly unperturbed. With merely 1 day remaining until the final signing deadline, he finally beheld the island of Ryūjin. However, before Luo Ya could set foot on the island to complete his registration, he was assailed by the pervasive stench of blood wafting through the air. This odor was so intense that it compelled him to wrinkle his brow in discomfort. One could only ponder how many lives must have been taken to produce such a formidable scent. The vessel anchored beside the island, and as Luo Ya stepped onto its shores, an electronic chime resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have acquired the 12 Zodiac Charm of the Rooster. This charm grants its bearer the ability to levitate and manipulate objects, akin to the capabilities of the Gold Lion's float fruit." Ryūjin retrieved the chicken talisman from the realm of the system. Gazing at the talisman in his hand, he clasped it tightly and contemplated the sensation of levitation. Suddenly, a shimmering blue aura enveloped Ryūjin, flickering momentarily before he began to ascend gracefully into the air. Is this the essence of floating? Ryūjin swiftly mastered the art of the chicken talisman, gracefully floating through the skies. As he ascended to a considerable height, he finally discerned the source of the overwhelming stench of blood. It emanated from the village of Vermeil, nestled within the jungle, where corpses lay strewn about and blood flowed like a river, creating a scene reminiscent of hellish horror. Exercising control over his body, Ryūjin ventured into the village of Vermeil. He did not tread upon the ground, which was saturated with blood. Instead, only sword marks marred the earth. These slashes extended into the rainforest, where a bearded man with flowing golden hair wielded dual swords, relentlessly slaughtering his foes. The air was rife with the ferocity of his sword energy, each strike claiming vibrant lives. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle. Those devoid of power are mere prey, destined for slaughter. I have set my sights on this island, and thus you shall vanish from its shores." The eyes of the Golden Lion Shiki glowed with a crimson hue, a hint of madness flickering within. Recently escaped from Impel Down, he had lost his legs, yet he had equipped himself with the renowned swords Sakura 10 and Moku K, affixed to his limbs to facilitate movement. However, being newly fitted, they were not yet second nature to him, which made Vermeil's inhabitants the perfect practice for honing his skills. He aimed to refine his technique with their blood, hastening the restoration of his strength. Simultaneously, he coveted this island, particularly its unique IQ plants. His plan was to annihilate the entire population and claim the island as his own, using it as a stronghold to gather other pirates. The Golden Lion could already envision a future where his name would once again resound across the seas. Just then, he abruptly turned his gaze towards the nearby jungle. Chapter 8. The clam and the heron, the fisherman benefits. The golden lion's eyes were fixated on the distant thicket, a wave of unprecedented tension surging within his heart. Who goes there? As soon as he uttered these words, his right leg lashed out like a whip, mercilessly unleashing a slashing strike towards the jungle. In the blink of an eye, the attack soared towards the foliage with a fierce howl. Luo Ya harnessed the power of the chicken talisman, effortlessly ascending into the air to evade the formidable strike of the golden lion. The slash, as it traveled, grew increasingly larger, cleaving the jungle asunder and subsequently bisecting the nearby houses, reducing them to mere halves under the sheer force of the golden lion's attack. I assert that I was merely passing through. Do you believe me? Luo Ya adjusted his cloak and addressed the golden lion with a calm demeanor. The golden lion, gazing at the figure floating before him, felt a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He smirked slightly and said to Luo Ya, "If you reveal the nature of your fruit's power, I shall believe your words." As he observed this enigmatic individual suspended in the air, the golden lion sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from him. He could not discern whether this was a manifestation of Luo Ya's peculiar aura or an instinctive apprehension. In any case, the golden lion found this feeling utterly distasteful. After all, he was the golden lion, a once mighty sky pirate. How could he possibly feel a sense of trepidation before this mysterious figure? Luo Ya's eyes, concealed beneath his cloak, gazed at the golden lion with a calm demeanor before he uttered nonchalantly, "My ability is quite simple. I can levitate and manipulate objects in the air." As his words resonated, the fury within the golden lion was ignited. "Ha ha ha. You must be jesting. How could your powers possibly compare to mine? I am the wielder of the float fruit, and it is well known that no two of the same fruit exist upon these seas." With a fierce roar, the golden lion, Shiki, slammed his hands against the ground, harnessing the powers of his fruit to upheave the earth, transforming it into multiple lion-head-shaped clumps that surged towards Luo Ya. "You claim your abilities mirror mine? Let us see whose power reigns supreme." 5 lion-headed clods, propelled by a gust of wind, charged at Luo Ya. In the face of such a formidable assault, Luo Ya merely tightened his grip on his cloak, while with his other hand, he mimicked Shiki's gesture, pressing it against the ground. A flash of blue ethereal light surged forth as the power of the chicken talisman was activated. Before Luo Ya, the ground began to levitate, swiftly shaping into a dragon's head. The dragon's visage was strikingly realistic, surpassing the detail of the lion heads crafted by the golden lion. The golden lion's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively exclaimed, "This is impossible." Boom, boom, boom. The dragon's head roared forth, colliding with the first 4 lion heads and obliterating them, meeting the final lion head in a cataclysmic clash. As the 2 attacks shattered, a cloud of dust enveloped the air. The golden lion could not fathom accepting such a result. Faced with an opponent whose abilities were nearly identical to his own, he would not let this transgression go unpunished. "You have truly roused my ire. Prepare to face the consequences." Before he could finish his sentence, the distant sound of cannon fire reached their ears. Following the source of the noise, they beheld ominous black cannonballs descending upon the island of Vermal. As the shells exploded, numerous small craters emerged. The golden lion, spotting 10 naval vessels not far off, felt a cold sweat break upon his brow. Cursed navy! They dared to dispatch 10 ships to capture me. To his dismay, he also recognized the familiar figures of Sengoku and Garp among them. Beside the golden lion, Luo Ya, upon hearing those words, immediately retorted, "You think too highly of yourself. These 10 warships are not solely due to your efforts. I dare say I bear half the credit." "Half the credit? Pray tell. Did you accomplish some grand feat before my escape?" "Merely trivial matters, really. I snatched away the very treasures the Navy holds dear and single-handedly obliterated the Demon Slayer Order." "Single-handedly obliterated the Demon Slayer Order? Ha ha ha." The golden lion laughed heartily. "You, my friend, possess a rather grandiose demeanor. To accomplish such a feat is beyond even my capabilities." After a pause, he continued, "However, your audacity suggests you possess some strength. Would you consider joining my flying pirate crew? I could appoint you as my first mate. With our combined might, we could effortlessly elude these wretched Navy forces. And with the IQ plants on this island, we shall undoubtedly reign supreme, achieving what Joel D. Roger himself could not." Upon hearing the golden lion's proposal, Luo Ya expressed his disinterest. "I must decline. I am merely passing through, and besides, your strength is lacking. Those who depend on the power of others are ultimately weak." With that, Luo Ya turned to leave. He had merely come to sign in and had no desire to become embroiled in conflict. Yet, his words struck the golden lion like a sword, piercing deep into his heart. This infuriated the freshly escaped Golden Lion, who was aware of his reputation as the formidable pirate Shiki, the admiral of the flying pirate crew. To be labeled as weak was utterly intolerable. You dare to call me weak? If that is the case, allow me to witness just how formidable your strength truly is. With that, he unleashed his attack. The Golden Lion, utilizing his feet, summoned a colossal wave of sword energy. This surge of energy was at least 10 times greater than the previous one. The air was saturated with this lethal force. Even the Navy ships rapidly approaching Ryūjin were momentarily taken aback. Sengoku aboard one of the vessels turned to Carp and inquired, "Carp, what conflict has arisen between them? Why are they fighting?" Carp scratched his head, equally perplexed. Initially, he had feared that Luo Ya and the Golden Lion would join forces. But from this perspective, it appeared they had misjudged the situation. Observing this spectacle, Sengoku remarked, "When the clam and the heron quarrel, it is the fisherman who benefits. Prepare for an attack. We must capture both of them this time." Chapter 9. A mere passage as Kizaru and Admiral Sengoku led a multitude of naval soldiers to assault the island of Vermal. The Golden Lion had completely abandoned all else. His gaze was fixated solely on Luo Ya, reminiscent of his solitary rampage at Marineford. He could not find solace in not vanquishing Luo Ya. His heart brimmed with discontent. A torrent of sword energy surged towards Luo Ya. Activating his chicken talisman, Luo Ya gracefully evaded the lethal strike, his body gliding aside with effortless ease. The sword energy struck the ground, producing a chilling sound as a horrifying chasm erupted before Luo Ya's eyes. The Golden Lion's aura erupted violently, his golden mane billowing in the wind, and his kimono rustling ominously. "Are you not the one who deemed me weak? Why do you persist in dodging? Dare you confront me head-on?" With these words, the Golden Lion's bloodshot eyes widened, resembling the eyes of a frenzied beast. Lion's Thousand Cuts. This was an upgraded version of the Wave Slash, possessing even greater lethality. In an instant, the Golden Lion unleashed a series of slashes capable of cleaving mountains asunder. The myriad of strikes radiated outward from the Golden Lion, wreaking havoc in all directions, affecting even the Navy. "Kapu Akiji," Sengoku called to the two nearby. "That mysterious figure seems to be attempting a retreat. Now that he is momentarily detained by the Golden Lion, let us swiftly encircle them. We must capture both the Golden Lion and this enigmatic individual." "Understood, Admiral." Akiji and Carp responded promptly, their forms flickering as they utilized the shave technique. Advancing towards the positions of Luo Ya and the Golden Lion, Sengoku observed the fierce battle unfolding before him, silently praying for success. He realized that if Luo Ya were to escape, tracking him down again would prove exceedingly troublesome. Ice Block, Two-Pronged Spear. For ice spears materialized beside Akiji, intercepting the Golden Lion's slashes with formidable force. Iron Fist. Carp, embodying brute strength, concentrated his haki into his fists, shattering the oncoming slashes with each powerful swing. Great Buddha form, Shockwave. In the face of a tempestuous assault, Sengoku swiftly transformed into his animal form, the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Buddha. He unleashed a shockwave from his palm, obliterating the slashing sword energy of the Golden Lion wherever it spread. Sengoku stood like an imposing wall, safeguarding the naval soldiers behind him. Only Law managed to evade in the air, utilizing the power of his chicken talisman. The Golden Lion cast a cold glance at Sengoku and his companions, acutely aware that he could not afford to prolong the battle. "Ha ha ha. If that is the case, let my grand return to the world stage be marked here. Whether you, that detestable fellow, or the Navy, shall perish." The Golden Lion Shiki felt as if he had returned to his former glory, wreaking havoc alone in Marineford. His aura surging once more. Dark clouds slowly enveloped the sky, a chilling wind sweeping through the hearts of all present. Sengoku furrowed his brow, showing no hesitation as he commanded, "Attack." With Sengoku's command, the Golden Lion sprang into action. Harnessing the abilities of the float fruit, he exerted control over the clouds above, which began to coalesce, revealing flickering arcs of electricity and thick bolts of lightning, as robust as ancient trees. Under the Golden Lion's influence, the storm clouds morphed into the shape of a lion's head. Lioness Might, Imperial Heavenly Roll. The Golden Lion raised his hand high and brought it crashing down. The lion's head, forged from the dense thunderclouds, surged menacingly toward Law. Akiji, Garp, and Sengoku, confronted with such an onslaught, found themselves reluctantly retreating. The shocked Sengoku exclaimed instinctively, "I never expected the Golden Lion's fruit ability had awakened." Garp smirked slightly, remarking, "That guy doesn't know if he can withstand it. Regardless of his resilience, it bodes well for us." At that moment, Akiji interjected, "The golden lion is no match for him." He recalled having faced Law before. The terrifying onslaught leaving a profound impression upon him. As if to validate Akiji's words, just as he finished speaking, Law's figure ascended. The fierce wind billowed his cloak. Ryūjin extended a hand to grasp the brim of his hat, shielding himself from the relentless gust of wind, his tone remaining unperturbed. "I merely passed through. Why must matters be made so complicated?" A sharp, resounding note of a sword echoed in the ears of the onlookers. The majestic lion, might of the golden lion, could hardly suppress the crisp sound of the sword's song. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura surged from Ryūjin, soaring towards the heavens. To their perception, the dense spiritual pressure radiated an extraordinary conqueror's will. When the golden lion sensed this transformation, his face was etched with disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Ryūjin slowly drew the blade, flowing blade like fire, its edge glimmering with an ominous brilliance. Hell of flames. With Ryūjin's declaration, dozens of towering pillars of fire erupted around him, surging towards his direction. The trio from the warring states found themselves compelled to evade, using their swift techniques to dodge. This was the first time Sengoku faced Ryūjin head-on. Overwhelmed by the ferocious inferno, he was rendered speechless in shock. Meanwhile, Akiji gazed at Ryūjin with even greater astonishment, for he could sense that the might of this strike far exceeded that of the sword drawn at Ohara. Flames swirled around Ryūjin's flowing blade like fire, and with a sudden, fierce slash in midair, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The surrounding space warped under the heat waves, as the flames intertwined with the cut, creating a formidable force. The sword energy howled while the fire blazed. As Ryūjin's hell of flames clashed with the golden lion's lion might of the heavenly royal, the world seemed to fall into a sudden silence. Their vision was consumed by blinding light. Sengoku squinted, striving to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the strike effortlessly shatter the golden lion's lion might of the heavenly royal, which had been conjured amidst dark clouds and thunder. The ominous clouds vaporized under the intense heat, while the lightning was swiftly devoured by the flames. With unparalleled force, it surged towards the golden lion like an unstoppable tide. As the 10th chapter of The Heart of the Strong unfolded, the formidable Shiki met his defeat. The blinding light dissipated, and only then did the terrifying sound of the explosion resonate in the ears of all present. Boom, boom, boom. The searing sword energy unleashed by Ryūjin gradually became distinct and magnified in the gaze of the golden lion. At this moment, he was utterly exposed. Boom. Another resounding explosion echoed. This was the sound of the sword energy striking the golden lion. The multitude of naval soldiers, witnessing this scene, felt a tremor within their hearts. In their memories, the formidable golden lion was, astonishingly, vanquished by this enigmatic figure with a single stroke, and it was executed with such swiftness and decisiveness. How could this be possible? This was the golden lion, the airborne pirate, defeated in one blow by this mysterious individual. They could vaguely discern the outline of the golden lion, distorted by the billowing flames. There were no cries of anguish, only the relentless crackling of the fire. The onlookers could hardly fathom the immense agony the golden lion must be enduring amidst such scorching flames. If it were they would likely be screaming in torment. Obliterated in an instant, when the flames finally subsided, the charred form of the golden lion came into view. His once golden mane lay in ruins, his entire being cloaked in darkness, exuding the scent of charred flesh. Yet, in this dismal state, the golden lion, propelled by his indomitable will, slowly extended his hand. Those who witnessed this were left in a state of shock. Could it be? The golden lion still possessed the strength to retaliate. After all this, could he still wield any power? What formidable tenacity he possessed. Observing this, Ryūjin recognized that the golden lion was now diminished, though he could not deny the warrior's heart within him. Thus, in a whisper only the golden lion could hear, Ryūjin said, "I retract my previous statement. I acknowledge you as a strong adversary." Having uttered these words, Ryūjin turned and invoked his teleportation spell, vanishing from sight in an instant, departing with grace. The golden lion, gritting his teeth, was reminded of the words he once spoke to Joel D. Roger after hearing Ryūjin's proclamation, "One day, I shall defeat you." With that thought, he could no longer sustain himself. He closed his eyes and plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. It was only at this moment that Sengoku and the others regained their composure from their astonishment. He gazed intently in the direction of Ryūjin's departure, his form in the Buddha state, hands clenched in frustration. This fellow had escaped once more. Sengoku seethed. Simultaneously dispelling the Buddha form, and commanding those around him to immediately restrain the golden lion with sea stone and return him to the 6th level of Impelled Down's infinite prison. After assigning the subsequent tasks, Sengoku cast a glance at the carefree carp beside him and remarked, "The mission is only half complete, yet you still manage to smile. Pray tell, what are your thoughts?" It is truly astonishing that this enigmatic individual possesses not only unparalleled flame and swordsmanship, but also abilities akin to those of the golden lion. Moreover, the surgery fruit must surely be in his possession. I am genuinely curious about how he has achieved this. Upon finishing his statement, Carp gradually retracted his smile, but it was evident that chaos was looming over the seas. Sengoku, upon hearing Carp's words, could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, chaos is imminent. The emergence of this mysterious figure has thwarted our plans time and again, that wretched individual. This time, with a single sword strike, he has defeated the golden lion, who had just escaped from prison. Although the golden lion emerged in a weakened state, with his legs shattered and his peak swordmaster prowess diminished, his fruit abilities were significantly augmented. Even so, he was vanquished by Luo Ya's blade, reduced to mere charcoal. This undoubtedly redefines Luo Ya's strength in Sengoku's eyes. At this moment, Luo Ya was swiftly making his way to the Holy Land of Mariewa, as the system had announced the next sign-in mission. Ding! Sign-in mission released. Holy Land Mariewa. Reward: random top-tier fruit with no side effects. Duration: 3 days. Roya harnessed the power of the chicken talisman, swiftly gliding through the air. However, relying solely on this method of movement proved to be rather cumbersome. He resolved to adopt the technique employed by the golden lion. After soaring through the sky for the better part of a day, Roya finally spotted an island amidst the vast ocean. Without a moment's hesitation, he descended upon this island. Channeling the full force of the chicken talisman, a shimmering azure light enveloped the island in an instant. Under Roya's command, the island began to gradually ascend into the sky. Countless waves surged in agitation as the island departed, creating tumultuous waters. Once the island had been transformed into a floating haven, Roya set his course towards the Holy Land. Mariewa. Nestled between the first and second halves of the Grand Line, Mariewa crowns the Red Line. It serves as the residence of the Celestial Dragons, housing an abundance of elite combatants and an intricate intelligence network, rendering any attempt to establish oneself there a perilous endeavor. Nonetheless, Roya had already devised a plan in his mind. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and as the final day of his time limit approached, he remained resolute. Roya arrived at the lofty heights above Mariewa with an unhurried demeanor. At this moment, the night was shrouded in thick clouds, obscuring the stars and the moon. This was precisely the intention of Roya, as he had deliberately chosen to come here under the cover of night. The floating island beneath Roya appeared to merge seamlessly with the inky night sky, rendering it nearly invisible and drawing little attention from passers-by. Standing at the very edge of the floating isle, Roya gazed down upon the holy land of Mariewa, where flames soared into the heavens. Roya could discern the faint turmoil below. Roya extended his hand to press against the brim of his hat. If his memory served him correctly, a tumult had once transpired in Mariewa. It was the fabled Fisher Tiger, a former servant, who had ascended the heights of Mariewa with his bare hands, liberating countless slaves in the process. This upheaval presented an opportune moment for Roya to navigate the chaos and stealthily infiltrate Mariewa undetected. Leaning forward, he leapt from the floating island. The cold night breeze tousled Roya's hair as he descended swiftly toward Mariewa. The pandemonium on the ground became increasingly vivid in his sight. As he plummeted from the sky, he even caught sight of Marineford in the distance, where warships were being dispatched to this very location. Truly, it was a breathtaking spectacle. Roya murmured softly, subsequently concealing his form as he ascended to the sacred land of Mariewa. Chapter 11. The Initial Turmoil of Mariewa. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. You have obtained the top-tier Paramecia fruit, the illusion fruit, which possesses no side effects. This fruit enables the creation of phantoms, endowed with a certain degree of strength, suitable for disguise, combat, and group battles, proving useful in various aspects. The mechanical voice of the system reverberated within Roya's mind as he set foot upon the sacred ground of Mariewa. The capabilities of this fruit resonated profoundly with Roya's intentions. However, he had no intention of consuming it just yet. As he leisurely wandered through Mariewa, Roya sought to discover any significant locations worthy of his presence. Yet, what met his gaze was an unrelenting scene of flames and conflict. Some slaves, in a desperate bid for survival, betrayed their comrades. striving merely for a few extra moments to flee. Others, shackled by the explosive collars around their necks, could not bear to witness others escape, leading them to unleash a violent rampage. In a bloodthirsty frenzy, upon spotting Ryūjin Jakka, cloaked in his mantle, they charged at him recklessly, only to be swiftly dispatched by a sword. Such occurrences were far too frequent, extinguishing any desire Ryūjin Jakka harbored to continue his leisurely stroll in Ryūjin. Just as Ryūjin Jakka contemplated departing, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from behind, lacking any attempt at concealment. Slowly turning around, illuminated by the flickering flames, he beheld a red fishman, adorned with thick, curly hair and a wide mouth, hastening towards him. Ryūjin Jakka's eyes narrowed slightly. He could discern that the merman not far away was gravely injured, his body riddled with wounds of varying sizes, each oozing blood. Were it not for his aquatic nature, Ryūjin Jakka believed he would have already succumbed to his injuries. The merman, visibly aware of Ryūjin Jakka's presence, remained uncertain of his identity, although Ryūjin Jakka's attire appeared rather peculiar. It sufficed that he did not don a white cloak and a mask. With a fierce determination, Fisher Tiger stifled the excruciating pain coursing through him, took a deep breath, and shouted at Ryūjin Jakka, "Hey, you there! Hurry and run. There are masked individuals pursuing from behind." The masked figures were undoubtedly members of CP0. Without a doubt, the man before him was the notorious instigator of the recent turmoil, Fisher Tiger himself. In an instant, Ryūjin Jakka deduced Tiger's identity. However, Fisher Tiger, upon seeing Ryūjin Jakka, remained undeterred, his heart racing with urgency. "Did you not hear me? Run now," he urgently reiterated, but as he spoke, blood spewed forth from his mouth. Already burdened by severe injuries, his frantic escape had only exacerbated his condition with each shout. Yet, despite his suffering, he continued to implore Ryūjin Jakka, a testament to Fisher Tiger's indomitable spirit. At that moment, 5 figures cloaked in white and masked emerged behind Fisher Tiger. Anyone who dared to disrupt the sanctity of Ryūjin was doomed to face dire consequences. Hearing this, Fisher Tiger's heart sank to the depths of despair. He had not anticipated the swift arrival of CP0. Gritting his teeth, he positioned himself protectively in front of Ryūjin Jakka, swiftly turning to shield him. "I fear I am nearing my limit. I will hold them off. You must escape, now." The final plea escaped his lips, propelled by every ounce of strength he could muster. Ryūjin Jakka gazed at the imposing Fisher Tiger, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. "You are indeed quite domineering, yet I have no habit of hiding behind others." As his words faded, Fisher felt an inexplicable gust of wind behind him. In an instant, Ryūjin Jakka surged forward, leaving Fisher in astonishment. His pupils constricted sharply at the sight. He yearned to warn Ryūjin Jakka of the formidable fight before them. Yet, his throat was constricted by blood, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound, save for a more pronounced cough that spilled forth more blood. Fisher, overwhelmed by despair, could hardly bear to witness the unfolding scene. Defeating such powerful adversaries alone seemed utterly impossible. However, in the next moment, a dazzling fire ignited within Fisher's eyes. It was the most extravagant display of swordsmanship he had ever beheld. A torrent of searing flames erupted from the man's blade. With a single strike, he vanquished the 5 who had previously inflicted grievous wounds upon him. Fisher, in disbelief, stared at the spectacle before him, his heart racing with shock. How is this possible? Who is this man? How can he be so extraordinarily powerful? Just as Fisher was grappling with his astonishment, Ryūjin Jakka sheathed his sword and approached him with a serene demeanor, as if the entire encounter had been effortless. To Ryūjin Jakka, those 5 formidable beings appeared as trifling as mere cannon fodder. Regaining his composure, Fisher swallowed the blood that filled his mouth and murmured to Ryūjin Jakka, "Tich, thank you." "There's no need for thanks. I merely passed by," Ryūjin Jakka replied, bending down to hoist Fisher onto his shoulder. "Put me down. I am merely a burden." As he spoke, Fisher's voice dwindled to a whisper. "Do not speak. I shall take you to stop the bleeding." Ryūjin Jakka carried Fisher Tiger towards a nearby mansion, which had yet to be engulfed in flames. Ryūjin Jakka forcefully kicked open the door and entered the room. He then carefully laid Fisher Tiger down on the floor and fashioned a makeshift bandage for him using the materials available in the room. "Rest here for a while. You will be safe with me." Upon hearing Ryūjin Jakka's words, Fisher Tiger felt a warmth spread through his heart. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Ryūjin Jakka, a sudden cacophony erupted from below the room, causing Fisher Tiger to become instantly alert. Ryūjin Jakka glanced at Fisher Tiger, signaling him that all was well, before making her way alone to the entrance of the basement. The corridor leading to the basement was shrouded in darkness. Ryūjin Jakka gently pressed the thumb against the sword's hilt, and tendrils of flame erupted from the scabbard, illuminating the corridor for him. As he ventured further, The noise grew increasingly distinct, resembling the voice of a young girl. Chapter 12. The Phoenix's Rebirth, the Empress Resurrected. Luo Ya, utilizing the powers of the chicken talisman, floated silently downward, making not a single sound. At last, upon reaching the basement, he was greeted by a vast expanse. The chamber was relatively spacious, illuminated by flickering candlelight, and dozens of slender iron pillars stood resolutely, forming prison-like cages. Within one of these enclosures was a young girl, relentlessly striking the chains binding two captives with her small fists. Her hands were already stained with blood, yet her eyes shone with unwavering determination. "Sister, please escape quickly. As long as you can get away, we will be overjoyed." "Yes, sister. Being your younger sister is the greatest fortune of our lives. Please, don't worry about us. Just flee." Upon hearing her sister's desperate pleas, the girl tightened her small fists even more. "I will never abandon you. Even if it costs me my life, I will rescue you. I swear by the name of Boa Hancock." It was a tradition of Nine Snake Island that once one swore by their name, they must fulfill that promise. Failure to do so would invoke the curse of the island. Whether this was true or not, Luo Ya was uncertain. Yet it solidified his understanding of the identities of the trio before him. Clearing his throat, a sudden sound echoed in the basement, startling the three sisters. Hancock spun around, adopting a fighting stance, her posture alert as she scrutinized Luo Ya. However, it was evident that her stance lacked training, rendering it somewhat comical. "Who are you?" Hancock demanded, her heart racing as she regarded the cloaked figure before her, instinctively sensing the danger he posed. Luo Ya did not respond to their words. Instead, she slowly approached Hancock and the others. With each step, the sound of her footsteps echoed through the underground prison, as if treading upon the very strings of Boa Hancock's heart. Cold sweat unconsciously trickled down her forehead. Hancock furrowed her delicate brows and said to Luo Ya, "Do not come any closer, or I shall not hold back." However, Hancock's current demeanor failed to intimidate Luo Ya, who found her rather endearing. Upon reaching Hancock, Luo Ya looked down at her from a position of superiority. The other two sisters, bound by chains, observed the scene with mounting anxiety and urgently implored Hancock, "Sister, you must escape. Do not worry about us. As long as you can get away, that is all that matters. Sister, we do not need your help. Please leave this place at once. Whatever may come, let it be directed at us." Just as they were expressing their sisterly bond, Luo Ya's aura suddenly surged forth, a terrifying spiritual pressure akin to the Conqueror's haki. Even a mere hint of it rendered the two sisters speechless. Hancock's heart was shaken. What kind of presence is this, so overwhelmingly powerful? As she gazed at Hancock, Luo Ya's voice drifted into the ears of the three sisters. "Surely you must know that the holy land of Mariewa is in utter chaos. Why not seize this opportunity to escape, even if it means abandoning your sisters? As long as you survive, isn't that all that matters?" This was the brutal reality that Luo Ya had witnessed throughout her journey. Had it not been for Fisher Tiger's willingness to sacrifice himself to protect her, Luo Ya would not have saved his life. It is indeed true that good deeds beget good fortune. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Hancock's brows knitted in earnestness as she replied, "Because they are my sisters. We were captured together. If we are to escape, we must do so as one. I will never abandon my sisters to the depths of hell." "In your eyes, is this place truly a hell?" Luo Ya's gaze, shrouded by the darkness of his cloak, rendered Hancock unable to discern his expression. The atmosphere grew tense and stagnant. In that moment, Luo Ya slowly unsheathed the blade known as Luan Ruohuo, its song resonating throughout the prison. Hancock's pupils dilated in alarm. "What do you intend to do?" "I will never allow you to harm my sister." Yet, Hancock's movements were too sluggish. Without a glance, Luo Ya struck decisively with his sword. "No." Hancock's scream echoed through the basement. With a resounding thud, the chain forged from sea prism stone shattered under Luo Ya's blow, splitting into two segments. Hancock stood transfixed, tears welling in her eyes. She had been terrified, fearing that Luo Ya aimed too. Fortunately, he had merely severed the sea prism stone chains. In an instant, the two were liberated and rushed to Hancock's side. However, at that moment, the vigilance of the three sisters had lessened somewhat. Luo Ya then crouched down, using an undeniable force to lift Hancock's garments. What are you doing?" Hancock stammered, overwhelmed with anxiety as she felt something she detested against her back. Luo Ya concealed beneath his cloak, his eyes glimmered with a shade of gray, deepening his disdain for the celestial dragons. Gently caressing the scar on Hancock's back, he spoke with heartfelt sympathy. "It must hurt immensely, doesn't it?" Luo Ya's voice was remarkably gentle, so tender that it warmed Hancock's heart, akin to a soothing stream flowing within her. "It no longer hurts. Please, don't look. At that moment, Hancock turned her back to Roya, her small fists clenched tightly, reflecting the turmoil within her soul. The design on her back was one she despised most. If it were possible, she wished to conceal this secret forever within her heart. Yet, this very secret was now laid bare before Roya's gaze, leaving her profoundly embarrassed. Would you like to change the design? What? Hancock was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning behind Roya's words. This pattern does not suit your essence. It is rather unsightly. Allow me to replace it for you. What design would you prefer? Rest assured, it won't hurt. Hancock was momentarily stunned, unsure of the emotions swirling within her. It felt as though a timid fawn was racing about in her heart. For the first time, she perceived the man before her as exceedingly gentle. I don't know. In that case, let me cover this brand with a phoenix. It is one of the totems of my homeland, symbolizing strength, pride, and purity, with the connotation of rebirth through the flames. Upon hearing Roya's words, Hancock nodded vigorously. If it were feasible, she would wish to consume the design on her back with another pattern, with flames spitting forth like flowing blades, under Roya's deft control. A phoenix rising from the ashes was swiftly sketched into existence, floating ethereally in midair, as Roya meticulously adjusted the temperature. The design promptly enveloped the dragon's claw on Hancock's back, transforming it into a unique emblem crafted specifically for her. Hancock's sisters, witnessing the scene, instinctively gasped in admiration. How beautiful! Chapter 13. The Arrival of Kizaru. A heavenly gift. Hancock felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, she was enveloped in a comforting warmth at her back. This warmth was a sensation she had never experienced before. Soon, the image of the phoenix rising from the ashes manifested upon Hancock's back. Now, this is far more pleasing to the eye. These words flowed like a warm current, piercing the softest part of Hancock's heart. Tears that had been brimming in her eyes finally slipped down her cheeks. In a moment of vulnerability, Hancock's petite frame collapsed into Roya's embrace. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Ever since we were captured near Nine Snake Island, no one has treated us this kindly. Gently patting Hancock's back, Roya took on the role of a caring elder brother, speaking softly. All right, now let me create a new design for your two sisters. At this juncture, Roya turned his gaze towards Hancock's two younger sisters and remarked, upon hearing that you hail from Amazon Lily, I shall adorn both of you with a design of the 9 serpents. What do you think? Indeed. Swiftly, Roya enveloped the feet of the two sisters with the intricate 9 serpent motif. Thank you, said one. I am Boa Hancock, but you may simply call me Hancock. The other introduced herself. I am Boa Sandersonia. The third added, I am Boa Marigold. Roya gazed at the somewhat bashful Hancock before him, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upwards. Upon hearing the name Roy, Hancock felt a deeper flush spread across her cheeks. Sister, are you unwell? Why is your face so flushed? At her words, Hancock, momentarily taken aback by her own shyness, quickly responded, We must flee at once. Otherwise, we shall have no opportunity left. With that, Hancock turned her gaze towards Roya. Roya spoke in a calm tone, I will lead you to safety. Yes. The women nodded in agreement. Although their time together had been brief, Hancock and the others had placed immense trust in Roya, particularly for Hancock. Her eyes were now filled with visions of Roya. Emerging from the basement, Roya addressed Fisher Tiger. Do you feel any better? Much improved. Fisher Tiger replied as he rose from the ground. As a merman, his wounds had ceased to bleed in that short span. Then let us depart from Mariewa, Roya declared, taking the lead. Following closely were Hancock and her companions, with Fisher Tiger bringing up the rear to ensure their safety. As they drew nearer to the shoreline, the eyes of Hancock and her friends sparkled with anticipation, for it represented freedom and the vast sea, places they had long yearned for. This is wonderful. We are about to escape. Just as Hancock's words faded, a brilliant light appeared before them, accompanied by an audacious remark, Escape? That is utterly impossible. As the light dissipated, a tall, slender man with black hair, clad in a yellow and white striped suit, sporting a circle of facial hair and sunglasses, materialized before them. Fisher Tiger, in disbelief, stared at the figure, exclaiming, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, Yellow Ape, as one of the 3 great monsters of the Navy. Fisher Tiger had indeed heard tales of the infamous Yellow Ape. The moment he laid eyes on him, despair enveloped him. From a lofty position, Yellow Ape surveyed Roya and the others, speaking in a humorous tone and leisurely pace. How frightening. I never expected Fisher Tiger to be acquainted with this mysterious individual. However, after I defeat you, my salary shall see a considerable increase. This proclamation was audacious, yet Yellow Ape possessed the prowess to back it up. As the wielder of the Pika Pika no Mi, he enjoyed remarkable mobility and formidable penetrating attacks, far surpassing many other Logia-type fruits. It could be said that it was among the pinnacle of natural-type fruits. Yellow Ape then directed his attention to Luo Ya, asking, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" As the words of the yellow monkey faded, his form transformed into a radiant yellow light, charging towards Roa with astonishing speed. The light-speed kick was so swift that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, Roa regarded it with utter indifference. Before him appeared 6 luminous strands, ensnaring the yellow monkey and binding him within. Only then did Roa slowly declare, 6 rods prison of light. The entire sequence unfolded effortlessly, resembling the seamless flow of a gentle stream, appearing remarkably effortless. Trapped within the 6 rods prison of light, the yellow monkey gazed in disbelief at the situation before him. How could this be possible? Not only did he struggle to comprehend how he could be so easily restrained by Roa, but even Fisher Tiger stood frozen in astonishment. In just a single move, the yellow monkey's assault had been thwarted. Fisher Tiger was rendered speechless by the sheer shock. He had never anticipated that the once arrogant yellow monkey, who sought to bolster their salaries, could be subdued by Roa in a mere instant. Hancock gently tugged at Roa's cloak, her eyes, like shimmering waters, filled with admiration for him. She could not help but marvel at Roa's formidable prowess, hoping that the Navy would reimburse his medical expenses. As Roa's voice echoed, he deftly turned the hilt of his sword, grasping the blade that burned like fire, and softly uttered, "Ignite." Boom. Flames erupted. A swirling wall of fire enveloped the yellow monkey entirely. The searing heat relentlessly scorched his body. The yellow monkey attempted to evade, striving to elementalize his form, but ensnared within the 6 rods prison of light, he found himself utterly incapable of movement. Let us depart. After Luo Ya gracefully sheathed the blade, which glimmered like fire, he departed from the sacred land of Mary Geos, accompanied by the crowd. Luo Ya directly boarded a warship, navigating it towards the distant horizon. On the deck of the vessel, Luo Ya allowed the sea breeze to tousle his cloak, with one hand gently caressing Hancock's exquisite hair. Luo Ya inquired, "Do you detest this place?" Hancock nodded emphatically, her sentiments towards it encompassing nothing but anguish and an intense loathing. In light of this, allow me to present them with a grand gift. Luo Ya slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Hancock glanced around in confusion, perceiving no change in her surroundings. Suddenly, Fisher Tiger pointed to the sky, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Look at the sky, quickly." Hearing Fisher Tiger's exclamation, everyone turned their gaze upwards and beheld a colossal island hovering above Mariewa, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from the shackles of darkness. As it descended relentlessly, the flames of Mariewa reflected upon the island. A sharp wind howled, brushing against the hearts of the onlookers. What is that? Why is the island falling from the sky? Despair permeated the atmosphere as a sense of dread spread. Everyone watched the immense island plummeting from the heavens, yearning to flee for safety, yet uncertain of where to escape. For the entirety of Mariewa lay within the island's descent range. Having finally extricated himself from the 6 rods light prison, Kizaru appeared quite disheveled. His body bore numerous burn marks, and he had not anticipated Luo Ya's formidable strength, nor that the ability known as the 6 rods light prison could impede his elemental transformation. However, as he gazed at the island descending from the sky, his usual demeanor faded. Damn it, is this the work of that guy? Once the enchantment was lifted, the floating island began its descent, creating fierce friction with the air. As its speed increased, the island transformed into a massive fireball. I must halt the island's descent. Otherwise, my salary this month will undoubtedly be forfeited. Determined to protect his wages, Kizaru took a deep breath, crossing his arms and pinching his fingers together. 8 Sun Jewel. At that moment, beams of light flickered from his fingertips, shooting countless dazzling energy orbs towards the descending island. Each orb that struck the island erupted with tremendous explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage of explosions caused the island to fragment, sending debris of various sizes scattering. Yet, these blasts were trivial in comparison to the colossal floating island. His solitary strength was wholly insufficient. Just then, a figure clad in a military cap approached Kizaru. Meteor Volcano. It was none other than Akainu. His fists, imbued with molten lava, unleashed a torrent of massive magma punches aimed at the airborne island. However, with their current strength, they ultimately find it challenging to resist the vastness of this island. On the warship, Luo Ya gazed at the unfolding scene, silently contemplating. It seems time to take action. As if to affirm Roya's thoughts, at the deepest part of Mariewa, in a place known as the Flower Between, a piercing sword energy surged forth, cleaving the air. This strike, vast enough to obscure the sun, spanned thousands of meters. Wherever the sword energy passed, it howled with an unimaginable terror. Before the onlookers, this unparalleled sword energy descended upon the island overhead. Suddenly, it split into 2, then 4, then 8, continuously transforming. In the blink of an eye, it divided into thousands upon thousands of sword strikes, akin to a ferocious tempest, enveloping the island. In the face of this sword energy storm, the island crumbled like parchment, relentlessly torn asunder. In mere moments, the once mighty island was reduced to a cloud of dust, scattering in the wind. The yellow monkey and Akainu of Mariewa stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend how the island they had struggled so hard to destroy had turned to mere ashes. On the ship, Roya observed the scene with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He reached out, caressing Hancock's hair, and remarked to her, "It seems our gift has not been delivered today, but I promise you, one day, I shall present them with an even grander offering." Roya then said, "Allow me to escort you back to Nine Snake Island first." As his words fell, an electronic voice echoed in his mind, signaling the system's notification. Ding. Task issued. Sign in at Nine Snake Island. Reward, Mastery of Armament Hockey. Duration, 3 days. It had already been a day since departing from the Holy Land, Mariewa. At this moment, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. Coupled with the high maneuverability of the warship, it could be said that this was Roya's most leisurely journey yet. Leaning against the ship's railing, allowing the sea breeze to dance with his cloak, Roya spoke. "Are you preparing to leave?" Standing behind Roya, Fisher Tiger replied, "I plan to visit Fishman Island. Stay safe." Knowing that Fisher Tiger had his own intentions, Roya did not insist on his stay, merely offering a gentle reminder. Fisher Tiger added, "If you come to Fishman Island, make sure to find me." Nodding, Roya felt a sense of camaraderie in Fisher Tiger's bold tone, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly beneath his cloak. Watching as Fisher Tiger leaped into the sea and swiftly departed, Roya returned to his quarters. Night fell, with the moon shining brightly amidst the sparse stars. At this point, the warship had reached the doldrums. The so-called doldrums are perilous for vessels reliant on sails due to the absence of wind. Moreover, this area is teeming with sea kings. These colossal creatures are typically assessed in strength based on their size and length. 1,000 meters is considered average, easily defeated by a mid-ranking admiral with some effort. 3,000 meters is already formidable, requiring multiple mid-ranking admirals or a general to subdue. However, those measuring 5,000 meters or more are nearly impossible to kill without special means. Due to their size, penetrating the defenses of a sea king is exceedingly challenging. Such beings are a considerable challenge even for admirals. Roya emerged from the room and beheld Hancock standing alone on the deck, gazing into the distant, nebulous twilight. Roya approached her side. "Do you miss home?" "HM." Hancock looked up at Roya and asked, "Roya, don't you ever long for home?" For some reason, as she uttered Roya's name, Hancock felt a blush creep over her cheeks. Fortunately, with the night falling, Hancock believed that Roya could not perceive the crimson hue of her face. To think or not to think? Why? Because there was nothing worth clinging to. Upon hearing Roya's words, Hancock felt a sharp pang in her heart. She raised her hand, gently grasping Roya's, and said, "Roya, let me." Before Hancock could finish her sentence, a flicker of caution flashed in Roya's eyes. The spell was activated, and they were lifted into the sky aboard the warship. The dark, tumultuous sea began to churn violently. Chapter 15. Scorching Sky and Boiling Sea, the Sea King's Minion. A shadow, illuminated by the moonlight, surged from the depths of the ocean, seemingly intent on swallowing the warship whole. Countless droplets of seawater cascaded from the shadow, crashing onto the surface and sending up enormous splashes. Fortunately, with the power of the spell, Roya elevated the warship into the air, simultaneously securing Hancock in her embrace. At that moment, the two women aboard the warship also emerged. "Sister, what is happening?" They were in a state of panic, but upon seeing Hancock nestled in Roya's arms, they instantly felt a wave of relief wash over them. The moonlight illuminated the shadow, allowing Roya and the others to discern its true form. It was a sea king, colossal enough that even a mere glimpse of its head suggested a length exceeding 1,000 meters. Its total length, without a doubt, could easily surpass 5,000 meters, a creature that would give even the admirals a headache. Hancock, in Roya's embrace, felt her pupils constrict sharply. She urgently grasped Roya, and exclaimed, "Luo Ya, this is the deep-sea serpent from the legends of Amazon Lily. It is said that upon reaching maturity, such serpents can attain a length of at least 5,000 meters." Hearing Hancock's words, Luo Ya became even more intrigued by the legendary deep-sea serpent. She had not anticipated such a creature lurking within the ocean's depths. The serpent had captivated Luo Ya's attention immensely. Upon reaching a sufficient altitude, Luo Ya released Hancock and said, "Since it is a creature of legend, I wish to witness its power." With that, Luo Ya leaped from the warship, leaving Hancock and her two sisters behind. The night was splendid, with the moon shining brightly. As Luo Ya leapt from the warship, the fierce wind swirled around him, causing his cloak to billow dramatically. For a being of his maritime nature, no greeting was necessary. In the air, Luo Ya unsheathed the blazing sword. Lurin Ruohuo, flames erupted from the blade, leaving a dazzling trail of fire in the sky. This radiant blaze, amidst the night, was strikingly brilliant, immediately attracting the attention of the colossal serpent-like sea kings. Measuring 5,000 meters in length, the sea surged tumultuously, waves crashing mightily. The water continuously ascended, and the sea king's tail suddenly broke the surface, propelling toward Luo Ya from the depths of the ocean. Though it appeared languid, both its speed and strength were astonishingly formidable. Concerned for Luo Ya, Hancock leaned over the ship's edge, witnessing the unfolding scene. Her heart raced with trepidation. "Luo Ya, be careful." As if he had heard Hancock's voice, Luo Ya too sensed the sea king's movements. If it were anyone else, they might find themselves in dire straits. But who could forget that they were facing me? All things shall turn to ashes. Lurin Ruohuo. With Luo Ya's declaration, Lurin Ruohuo erupted in a resplendent blaze. The searing inferno ascended skyward. Gripping Lurin Ruohuo, Luo Ya's eyes were ablaze with fervor. After achieving his final release, the sword's temperature could reach 10 million degrees Celsius, the very core temperature of the sun. Although Luo Ya had yet to attain such mastery, even in its initial release, it sufficed. At a temperature equivalent to that of the sun's surface, a staggering 6,000 degrees Celsius, he had fully unleashed his restraints. This was the first occasion since arriving in the pirate world that Luo Ya unleashed the full might of his initial release. Before Luo Ya could approach the Sea King, the surrounding ocean had already begun to boil, roaring. It seemed the 5,000-meter Sea King had sensed the intense heat, becoming even more ferocious. The speed of its tail strike appeared to quicken, hurtling toward him in the blink of an eye. Luo Ya paid no heed to the assault from the Sea King. The power of the talisman activated, causing his descent to accelerate several-fold. At that moment, the blade of flowing fire erupted into an unparalleled blaze, transforming into a luminous, glass-like sort of flames. Simultaneously, 6 immense pillars of fire surged from the ocean, conjuring a tempest that soared to the heavens. As a monstrous infernal red lotus unfurled across the sea, spanning thousands of feet, millions of acres of seawater surged upward, coalescing into colossal waves towering over 1,000 feet. Echoing with the thunderous roars akin to thousands of dragons unleashed, burn the heavens and boil the seas. As Luo Ya's voice resonated, the blade of flowing fire pierced directly into the eye of the nearly 5,000-meter-tall Sea King. The fiery slash erupted forth, cleaving a nearly 1,000-meter arc from its head. Due to wielding the sword with both hands, the fierce winds unfurled Luo Ya's cloak. The Sea King opened its mouth, attempting to roar, only to realize its body had been severed into 2 halves. Blood mingled with flames, staining vast swathes of the ocean red. On board the warship, Hancock gazed down at the ocean, now transformed into a sea of fire. The sky was illuminated in a fiery crimson hue, and through the flames, she could distinctly see the ocean boiling beneath her. Incredible! How magnificent! Hancock's eyes sparkled with wonder. In her heart, Luo Ya was the strongest. No one could compare to him. However, when she turned her gaze towards Luo Ya, she was momentarily taken aback, for she beheld him removing his cloak. The scene of flames and the ocean, even from a great distance, was vividly visible. On Nine Snake Island, the reigning empress of Amazon Lily and captain of the Nine Snake Pirates also perceived this spectacle. From the palace, she beheld the towering inferno in the calm belt, her heart sinking. What immense strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? Most significantly, this power manifested in the calm belt, suggesting that this individual's target might very well be Nine Snake Island. With this thought, she promptly ordered preparations for battle. The majority of the inhabitants of Nine Snake Island were adept in hockey, both armament and observation, making them formidable warriors. Upon receiving the Empress's command, they swiftly armed themselves, concealing in the jungle facing the flames, ready to ambush. Meanwhile, not far from the Sea of Fire, a small vessel slowly navigated the waters. On board stood an elderly woman, notably shorter than most, with white waves of hair adorned with a flower. Clutching a cherished snake coiled into a staff, she gazed intently at the unfolding scene, her expression frozen in disbelief. Could this flame truly belong to that individual? The elderly woman murmured softly, extending her hand to touch the seawater. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, followed by an astonished exclamation. The water is scalding hot from such a distance. How terrifying. With that, she settled herself onto the wooden planks of the small boat. Mere moments later, she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Hot, hot, hot." Should any onlookers have witnessed this scene, they would have surely found it quite amusing. Chapter 16. Arrival at the island. Welcoming ceremony. After thoroughly subduing the sea creature, Luo Ya gradually sheathed his blade. Flowing blade of fire. He ran his fingers through his hair, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ah, it seems Hancock and the others must have witnessed that. Pausing for a moment, Luo Ya cast his gaze towards the warship in the sky, activating his talisman abilities. As he returned to the ship, he mused, well, if they saw it, they saw it. After all, there are no other outsiders, are there? Upon stepping back onto the warship, Luo Ya was greeted by a small figure launching herself into his embrace. Hancock clung tightly to him, tilting her head upwards. Her sparkling eyes brimmed with admiration for Luo Ya. "Luo Ya, you are so impressive." After uttering these words, a faint blush crept across Hancock's cheeks, the cause uncertain, whether from shyness or the glow of the flames. She continued, "And you're so handsome. You look so gentle." Luo Ya's lips curled into a gentle smile as he affectionately ran his fingers through Hancock's elegant hair, saying, "All right, let us continue our journey towards Nine Snake Island." After uttering these words, Luo Ya adjusted his cloak once more. Throughout this exchange, Hancock's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Luo Ya. One might ask, which young maiden does not harbor romantic feelings? In the confines of the prison, Luo Ya orchestrated their liberation, wielding her formidable powers to vanquish the yellow ape. Even the colossal Sea King, towering at 5,000 meters, paled in her presence. Most significantly, the emblem of the phoenix's rebirth, which adorned her back, was meticulously crafted by Luo Ya herself. Having gazed upon this design in her chamber, she found herself utterly enamored by it. Oh, how it made her blush. "Sister, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Your face appears quite flushed." Mary Galad and Sandasonia exchanged bewildered glances at their sister's demeanor. At this moment, Luo Ya couldn't help but feel that Hancock might be a tad too excitable. Just then, he caught sight of a hazy shadow in the distance. As they drew closer, the outline of an island gradually came into view. The island itself was dominated by towering peaks, and in its midst, 9 serpent heads could be discerned, each gazing towards the horizon from various angles. As he maneuvered the warship to descend gently from the skies, Luo Ya turned to Hancock and remarked, "Hancock, it appears we have arrived at Nine Snake Island." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Hancock snapped back to reality, momentarily escaping her shyness and anxiety. She gazed at Luo Ya, as if peering through his cloak to catch a glimpse of the eyes that lay hidden beneath. "Luo Ya, will we meet again in the future?" Her eyes brimmed with a lingering attachment to him, a sentiment that did not escape Luo Ya's notice. Luo Ya knelt down, gazing earnestly at Hancock, and said, "Hancock, we shall meet again." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Hancock nodded solemnly. Her sisters, noticing Hancock's reluctance, approached her side. "I am fine." Hancock took a deep breath, steadying her emotions, and then addressed Luo Ya, saying, "Luo Ya, let us depart." Indeed, Luo Ya, harnessing the power of talismans, levitated herself and the 3 women, arriving at the fabled 9 Serpent Island. As she set foot upon the island, the electronic voice of the system resonated in her mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have received the pinnacle of armament hockey." Armament hockey is the passport of the powerful across the seas, and attaining its zenith is a strength sought after by countless individuals yet remains elusive. Luo Ya felt as though a warm current coursed through his body, a tumultuous force gestating within him. However, this power would require considerable practice to master completely. Just as the system's electronic voice faded away, dozens of arrows suddenly erupted from the jungle, soaring forth like bolts from a bowstring, each imbued with the essence of conqueror's hockey. In the depths of the night, they were nearly imperceptible. The arrows whistled through the air, tearing it apart. In their wake, one could even witness the waves of air they stirred, a testament to their incredible speed and formidable might. Luo Ya did not anticipate such a fervent welcoming ceremony upon their arrival on the island. Hancock, regaining her composure, delicately brushed her fingertips against her cherry lips, conjuring a fist-sized, pink heart-shaped entity. Drawing it back like a bow, she released hundreds of diminutive arrows. This was the first ability she had developed under Ryūjin Jakka's guidance over the past few days. The multitude of tiny arrows struck the armed arrows, resulting in a slight petrification. Although the effect was minimal, it destabilized those arrows, causing them to plummet to the ground near Ryūjin Jakka, creating small craters. At that moment, Hancock exuded a nascent regal aura. Standing before Ryūjin Jakka, she proclaimed to the dense foliage, "I am Boa Hancock. I will not permit you to harm Ryūjin Jakka." The island of Amazon Lily was not vast, and everyone within its confines was familiar with each other's names. Thus, upon hearing Boa Hancock's name, the inhabitants emerged from the thicket. As Hancock beheld the familiar faces from her memories reappear before her, she felt not a surge of emotion, but rather a profound ire. "Why did you ambush us?" The current Empress of Amazon Lily cast a glance at Hancock, then turned her gaze to Ryūjin Jakka, declaring, "Because there are suspicious individuals among us." Hearing her words, Ryūjin Jakka replied calmly, "I am merely escorting them back to Nine Snake Island." Before he could finish his statement, the current Emperor of Nine Snake Island, upon hearing Ryūjin Jakka's voice, swiftly drew his bow and, without a trace of mercy, exclaimed, "You are a man, since you dare to set foot on the land of Nine Snake Island. Prepare to meet your demise. Men are forbidden from entering Nine Snake Island. Those who trespass shall be slain without mercy." At the Emperor's command, the gathered archers readied their bows and aimed their arrows at Ryūjin Jakka. Ryūjin Jakka sighed, having gained a rough understanding of the situation. Initially intending to escort Hancock and the others to the island, he departed from Nine Snake Island, only to be confronted with unforeseen circumstances. It must be said that the spirit of Nine Snake Island is indeed fierce, with every individual prepared for battle. As yet another volley of arrows was loosed. Hancock attempted to shield Ryūjin Jakka, but he restrained her by placing a hand on her shoulder. "Hancock, allow me to handle this." With that, Ryūjin Jakka extended his hand and gently pointed in the air, invoking a barrier. Before him, a defensive wall seemingly composed of air materialized. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows, imbued with haki, struck the barrier, producing a cacophony of sound without inflicting even the slightest damage. Just as the Emperor of Nine Snake Island prepared to launch another assault, a voice rang out from a distance. "Stop." A shadow swiftly approached, interposing itself between Ryūjin Jakka and the current Emperor of Nine Snake Island. "Grandmother Gloriosa?" The Emperor gazed in disbelief at the figure before him. Gloriosa, the former ruler of Amazon Lily, despite having abdicated, wielded an influence that far surpassed that of the current Emperor. Only the future Hancock could possibly rival Gloriosa's stature. The latter fixed her gaze upon the Emperor of Nine Snake Island and declared, "You must not lay a hand on this person." Ryūjin Jakka observed the scene before him, his hidden eyes narrowing slightly beneath his cloak. He remained silent, taking in everything around him. The current Emperor of Amazon Lily exclaimed, "But Granny Gloriosa, this individual is a man. Men are strictly forbidden from setting foot on this land." Gloriosa retorted, "It is he who has saved the people of Amazon Lily." The Emperor insisted, "Nevertheless, according to our ancestral decree, a man must not live to leave this place." Upon hearing the Emperor's resolute declaration, Hancock anxiously tugged at Ryūjin Jakka's sleeve. At that moment, Gloriosa continued, "What if I told you that this man has slain the legendary sea serpent of Amazon Lily? According to tradition, anyone who defeats the sea serpent must be treated with utmost respect and honored as a guest, regardless of gender." As Gloriosa's words resonated, a wave of shock swept through the gathered warriors of Amazon Lily, including the Emperor. How could it be possible that this fearsome sea king had been vanquished by the man before them? Such a feat seemed utterly implausible. For that creature was a colossal sea king, measuring thousands of meters. What a triumph! At last, the vengeance of our ancestors has been fulfilled. The warriors of Amazon Lily were awestruck, yet upon receiving this news, their spirits lifted with joy. The Emperor turned to Gloriosa for confirmation. "Is it true that this man has indeed slain the sea serpent?" The sea serpent had long been the nightmare of every Emperor of Amazon Lily. Since its inception, the island had been a haven for pirates, necessitating voyages for resources. However, venturing into the sea came with inherent risks, the greatest of which was the presence of the sea serpent. Many a ruler had vanished, never to return, due to the terror of this creature. Its lifespan was exceedingly long, leaving them helpless as its power and size continued to grow. Thus, the sixth Emperor of Amazon Lily established a decree. Anyone who slays the sea serpent shall be treated with honor and respect, a tradition that has been passed down through generations, becoming a cherished tenet of their heritage. Upon hearing Guloli Osa's words, Royo Ya turned to Hancock beside her and remarked, Hancock, could it be that you are only aware of the deep-sea sea serpent, a creature of the legends of Nine Snake Island, yet remain oblivious to this ancestral teaching? Blushing at Roya's words, Hancock shyly nodded. Had she been aware, she would have revealed it at the first opportunity, thereby preventing the recent events from unfolding. After receiving confirmation from Guloli Osa, the current Empress of Nine Snake Island approached Royo Ya and stated, I apologize for our abruptness. Please join us for a banquet at our palace. In response, Royo Ya shook her head and replied nonchalantly, as I mentioned earlier, I merely returned them to this island. If you wish to express your gratitude, treat them well. At that moment, Guloli Osa took over the conversation, assuring, rest assured. We shall devote the full resources of the island to nurture them. In Nine Snake Island, strength is revered above all. Guloli Osa had just witnessed Hancock's abilities. And with proper training, she believed Hancock could become the most formidable empress since the island's inception. What particularly captured Guloli Osa's attention was the relationship between Hancock and Royo Ya. Having traversed the seas, she had recently heard numerous tales surrounding this enigmatic man, prompting her to investigate his background. However, as her inquiries deepened, Guloli Osa found Royo Ya to be as if he had emerged from thin air, his origins shrouded in mystery. Thus, she assured Royo Ya of the island's total resources to assist Hancock in her quest for strength. Royo Ya was quite pleased with Guloli Osa's response. Hancock, even if I am no longer present, you must diligently train your abilities. Do you understand? Hancock nodded vigorously and then turned to Royo Ya, declaring, Royo Ya, if I become empress, I shall ensure you become my queen. Seeing Hancock's serious demeanor, Royo Ya burst into laughter. This was the first time he had laughed so heartily since arriving in this world. You should be the queen, he exclaimed. Momentarily taken aback by his own words, realizing he had implied he wished to make Hancock his queen. Recovering from his surprise, he playfully flicked Hancock's forehead. You truly are mischievous, Royo Ya added. Hancock, let us meet again upon the seas in the future. Royo Ya turned away, making her way towards the warship. The night breeze gently caressed her, while the jungle whispered in rustling tones. The moon hung high and the stars were sparse, casting a shimmering light upon the sea's surface. Hancock gazed at Royo Ya's receding silhouette, tears cascading uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Royo Ya, in the future, may I come to find you? Upon hearing Hancock's words, Royo Ya halted her steps and softly replied, yes, of course. Though her voice was barely a whisper, it resonated within Hancock's heart with an immense weight. Royo Ya, you must promise to wait for me, to await the day I come to find you. As Hancock uttered these words, a quiver of emotion tinged her voice with a hint of tears. Royo Ya ceased his speech, merely waving his hand as his magical abilities activated, transporting him back to the warship. He was acutely aware that lingering any longer would only deepen Hancock's reluctance to part ways. As Hancock watched Royo Ya depart from her sight, she resolutely vowed within her heart to diligently hone her powers, striving to achieve the awakened state of the fruit that Royo Ya had spoken of as soon as possible. It had already been a day since their departure from Amazon Lily. Royo Ya has departed from the doldrums. Within the confines of the warship's chamber, he retrieved the previously acquired Mera Mera no Mi from the system space. This fruit possesses the remarkable ability to create illusions, which can hold a certain degree of power, making it suitable for deception, combat, and group battles. It is a fruit that can be of utility in various aspects. Now, Royo Ya has resolved to consume this fruit. Chapter 18. Marie Ford. Attending the grand event, the Paramecia-type Mera Mera no Mi appears exceedingly enigmatic. After toying with the fruit for a moment, Royo Ya promptly ingested it. Whether due to the absence of side effects or not, the fruit bore no discernible taste. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, a minute passed, and Royo Ya felt no peculiar changes within his body. Could it be that there is no effect? Just as this thought took root in Royo Ya's mind, a figure materialized before him. This figure was none other than the manifestation of Royo Ya beneath his cloak. With this sight, Royo Ya understood that the Mera Mera no Mi had indeed taken effect. Royo Ya gazed intently at the apparition before him, a figure bearing his own likeness. He decided to engage with it directly. The phantom felt remarkably tangible, possessing a semblance of reality, owing to a fraction of its latent power. This power would undoubtedly grow more formidable through continual development. With the armament color enveloping his arm, Royo Ya did not hesitate to shatter the illusion before him. Its resilience was commendable. As long as it did not suffer fatal harm, the phantom would likely remain intact. Royo Ya murmured to himself, what if we do it this way? As his words resonated, a multitude of phantoms emerged aboard the warship, numbering in the hundreds. These apparitions were birthed from Roya's imagination, taking on the likenesses of notable figures such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and Shanks, illustrious personalities of the high seas. Should anyone else, particularly the Navy, catch sight of this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be struck with terror, suspecting some nefarious conspiracy at play. Yet, as Roya gazed upon the multitude of phantoms before him, his brow slightly furrowed. These specters appeared exceedingly ethereal, each one emanating a palpable frailty. It seemed likely that this was a consequence of their collective power being evenly distributed. With a casual wave of his hand, Roya effortlessly dispersed the phantoms. Aboard the warship, he tirelessly experimented with an array of abilities. He discovered that the power of the illusion fruit offered only a negligible enhancement to his own combat prowess. However, its auxiliary capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Additionally, it possessed the ability to conjure illusions, effectively disorienting his adversaries. As the system had indicated, this was an exceptionally superior fruit, albeit its strengths lay in supportive functions. It holds true that there are no worthless fruits, only inept users. Luo Ya believes that with his ongoing development, he will undoubtedly harness even more formidable abilities in the near future. The corners of Roya's mouth curled slightly upward, as he fervently delved into the development of his fruit's abilities, bestowing names upon each of his techniques. It was not until the fixed phone bug aboard the warship emitted its ringing sound that he paused. Bro. Roya followed the sound into the ship's bridge. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up the phone bug. Attention all units. Attention all units. The Marineford promotion ceremony has commenced. It is imperative to ensure the safety of the event. Any suspicious sightings of pirates or other anomalies on external vessels, regardless of scale, must be reported immediately. I repeat, Marineford. Roya hung up the phone, only to hear the electronic voice of the system resonating in his mind. Ding. Sign-in task issued. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Reward. Peak Navy 6 styles. Time. 7 days. Given the speed of naval vessels, he could reach it in less than 7 days. However, he certainly could not swagger over to sign in. With the promotion conference taking place, numerous high-ranking combatants would be present. If he were to sign in like that, he would undoubtedly become a target. One misstep could even leave him stranded there. That was not the outcome Roya desired. Nevertheless, he devised a rather clever strategy. Thus, in the following days, he did not immediately sail towards Marineford. Instead, he began hunting down pirates on the high seas, simultaneously honing his abilities. Any pirate that fell under Roya's gaze had a minimum bounty exceeding 100 million berries. In fact, within those few short days, rumors of a mysterious bounty hunter began to circulate across the ocean, rumors referring to none other than Roya himself. The promotion conference was a grand affair marking the Navy's reform and succession, with Admiral Steelbone being promoted to Commander-in-Chief and Sengoku taking over the Admiral position. Numerous vacancies arose among the admirals, prompting many candidates to challenge for the positions, thereby creating an abundance of opportunities. Countless individuals began to sharpen their claws, eager to partake in this momentous event. A small wooden ship sailed across the sea, and as Roya beheld Marineford drawing ever closer, a subtle smile graced his lips. The bright sunlight bathed his face, imparting a gentle aura to him. Indeed, Roya removed his cloak and confidently steered his vessel towards Marineford. Vessels ahead, please halt your progress. Vessels ahead, please halt your progress. Before he could fully approach Marineford, his wooden ship was intercepted by patrolling naval soldiers. Who are you? And why have you come to Marineford? Inquired a naval officer of the rank of colonel as their ship drew near. I heard the Navy is holding a promotion conference, and I wish to participate to gauge my own strength and see what position I might attain, Roya replied. Upon hearing Roya's words, the naval colonel furrowed his brow. The promotion conference is not open to the public. Moreover, do you truly believe your strength is noteworthy enough to discern what position you could occupy? I dare say you would merely serve as cannon fodder. Roya remained unfazed by the colonel's remarks and directly retrieved a sack from behind him. What if I offer this as a registration fee? At that moment, the colonel looked at Roya with a hint of disdain. Do you think I am one to accept bribes? I assure you, that is absolutely out of the question. Before the naval colonel could finish his words, he witnessed Roya produce a burlap sack and pour out a severed head. These were the notorious pirates who had committed heinous acts upon the high seas, each with a bounty of no less than 100 million berries. Do you think I could use this as an entry fee? Roya's tone was remarkably subdued. Yet it stirred a tempest within the heart of the naval colonel. Instinctively, the colonel swallowed hard as he beheld the array of severed heads. Recognizing several familiar visages among them, Scythe Jack, with a bounty of 70 million, Captain Fireworks, boasting a bounty of 320 million, and there, the head of the infamous pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, the formidable devil fruit user, Avery. The naval colonel questioned whether his eyes were deceiving him. How could those notorious pirates, who wreak havoc across the seas, manifest before him in such a manner? At that moment, panic seized the colonel. These were no mere pawns. If Roya were indeed a mere pawn, then what did that make him? Wait a moment. I must report this to my superior at once. The colonel, flustered and overwhelmed, had never encountered such a scene in his modest career. His words stumbled forth, for the events unfolding before him were far too astonishing to comprehend. Chapter 19, Training Grounds. Mandatory sparring. The naval colonel returned to the ship's cockpit, utilizing the transponder snail to relay his report to his superior. Roya stood poised between two warships, seemingly indifferent to the astonished gazes surrounding him. A gentle smile adorned his face, imparting an impression of profound tenderness. Yet, it was precisely this juxtaposition that left onlookers astounded. A figure so serene, capable of effortlessly vanquishing 1 billion pirates, a notion that had never crossed their minds. The Navy acted swiftly. Following a series of reports from a naval colonel, the information soon reached Admiral Sengoku, having just ascended to the position of Fleet Admiral. This event marked his inaugural Grand Assembly, a symbolic display of newfound authority. This initial demonstration aimed to exhibit the Navy's formidable strength to the world. Recently, the seas had been tumultuous due to the emergence of a mysterious figure who had wrested control from both the Navy and the world government, shattering the Demon Slayer decree and wreaking havoc in Ryūjin. Such incidents had cast a shadow over the Navy's reputation, leading many to perceive it as a facade of strength, teetering on the brink of collapse. In a bid to rectify this perception, Sengoku orchestrated a grand event for the Navy, where any formidable individual could ascend to a position of significance, even rising from the ranks of a mere sailor to an admiral. When Sengoku learned that among the bounties was the head of the infamous pirate Avery, he was taken aback. During his tenure as a vice admiral, he had once pursued Avery, well aware of the latter's formidable strength and cunning nature. The thought of slaying Avery without exceptional power or meticulous planning was unfathomable. Hence, Sengoku's interest in Roya began to peak. Consequently, Sengoku permitted Roya to use the bounties as an entry fee for the promotion conference. The Fleet Admiral has approved your participation, declared the naval officer as he emerged from the cockpit, addressing Roya. The transformation in his demeanor was stark. The previous disdain had vanished, replaced by a palpable respect and trepidation. After all, it was Sengoku himself who had reached out to him, underscoring the importance attributed to Roya. Unbeknownst to the naval officer, Roya had never regarded him with any significance. Following the registration of his details, Roya boarded the naval colonel's warship, setting foot on the land of Ryūjin. As he arrived, the system's electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the pinnacle of the 6 forms of the Navy. The 6 forms comprise a series of martial techniques: Saru, Tekai, Kami, Moonwalk, Rankyaku, and Shurgan. The martial arts capable of surpassing human physical limits exude immense power. Upon hearing the electronic voice of the system, a subtle smile graced Roya's lips. This smile immediately stirred the hearts of several female soldiers observing him. Wow, he's incredibly handsome. This face seems so unfamiliar, yet it radiates such gentleness. Ignoring the whispers surrounding him, Roya followed the naval colonel to his temporary abode. My lord, the promotion ceremony officially commences tomorrow, with the competition scheduled for the same day. Therefore, I kindly ask you to make do with this arrangement for the time being. Depending on the position you attain, we shall provide you with a different room thereafter, the naval colonel stated before departing, leaving Roya alone in the room. Approaching the window, Roya gazed at the imposing structure standing in the midst of Marineford, pondering. The office of Sengoku must be quite renowned as well. If the opportunity arises, I shall see if I can check in and acquire some extra rewards. Meanwhile, Sengoku was also investigating information regarding Roya. According to the details filled out by Roya, he was born on the island of Vermal, the very same island that the Golden Lion had ravaged. He was not present on Vermal during the massacre, as he had been traveling abroad. Since then, his disdain for pirates had grown immensely, prompting his desire to join the Navy. Now, the village of Vermal has become a mere shadow of its former self, with no evidence left to contradict Roya's claims. coupled with Roya's prior slaying of numerous pirates. Sengoku harbored no suspicions. He was merely curious about the surprises Roya might bring. As dusk approached, Roya lingered in his room for a while before stepping outside. Walking through Marineford, he sensed an atmosphere distinctly different from that of the sea. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself in the training grounds. This training area appeared unlike the typical ones used by soldiers, as only a handful of individuals were engaged in practice. Among them, the most captivating was a golden-haired woman. Standing over 175 meters tall, she wore glasses and was diligently practicing the 6 styles. At this moment, having achieved the pinnacle of the 6 styles himself, Roya could easily discern the level of her prowess. Roya's gaze evidently captured the attention of the young girl. "You audacious fellow, where's your uniform? Why are you not donning it here in Marineford?" The girl approached Roya slowly, adjusting her glasses as she spoke. Upon hearing the phrase audacious fellow, Roya became increasingly convinced of the girl's identity. Without a doubt, she must be Khalifa, one of the future members of CP9, a woman known for her catchphrase regarding harassment and audacity. "I have come to participate in the promotion conference. I only just arrived in Marineford today." Upon hearing Roya's words, Khalifa raised an eyebrow. "As far as I know, the promotion conference is not open to the public, so you must be deceiving me." With her words, she unleashed a swift kick towards Roya. Observing her heels, which were at least 5 centimeters high, Roya felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He merely recognized her as familiar. How had it escalated to a confrontation? Roya extended his hand, opening his palm, effortlessly grasping Khalifa's ankle, thereby thwarting her advance. Khalifa's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Hey, let me go. This is harassment." Roya shrugged and said, "As you wish." As his words echoed, the 20th chapter unfolded. The 5th transformation of illusions, the girl's collapse. The moment Roya released his grip, he was caught off guard. Khalifa had swiftly maneuvered behind him, her fingers extending mercilessly as she lunged towards him. "Dare to touch me again. Finger gun." Roya let out a sigh, finally realizing just how dreadful the temperament of this young girl truly was. With a slight tilt of his head, he deftly evaded Khalifa's assault. Simultaneously, a phantom identical to Roya emerged behind Khalifa, ensnaring her instantly. Khalifa's pupils constricted sharply as she comprehended the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, "You possess abilities. How foolish to strike without knowledge of your opponent's skills." Upon hearing Roya's words, the fury within Khalifa ignited fiercely. "Then do you know my power? Golden bubbles," she declared. In an instant, a multitude of bubbles surged forth from her hands. Anything that came into contact with these bubbles became extraordinarily smooth. Seizing the opportunity, Khalifa slipped free from the phantom's grasp. As she broke free, Khalifa first shattered the illusion with a swift kick, then propelled herself forward, utilizing the powerful recoil to launch herself behind Roya. "You are far too careless." Finger gun. Her figure flickered as she thrust her index finger forward with tremendous force. This time, the power of her attack surpassed her previous efforts. In that moment, Khalifa had entirely forgotten that this was merely a training ground. She was merely seeking to test her strength. Now, with all her might, she aimed for the back of Roya's head. Thud, as her finger pierced Roya's skull. Clarity dawned upon Khalifa. Her pupils dilated in shock, and the fiery rage within her felt as though it had been doused with cold water. How is this possible? She instinctively withdrew her finger, staring incredulously at the scene before her. She had expected Roya to react, given how swiftly he had responded earlier. Thud. Roya collapsed onto the ground, his form resembling a puddle of soft mud. It seemed to perpetually signify that he had succumbed to the circumstances instigated by Khalifa. As more and more onlookers took notice of this scene, they gradually began to converge. Khalifa hastened to Roya's side and exclaimed, Hey, please get up. Don't frighten me. I truly didn't mean to. Wake up, please." Kneeling beside Roya, tears of the size of pearls streamed down Khalifa's cheeks. What had transpired? It appeared as though Khalifa had committed murder. Murder? Had she inadvertently taken a life in the training arena? It seemed so, yet something felt amiss. What was peculiar? Why did that man, after being struck by a bullet to the back of his head, not shed a single drop of blood? The crowd murmured among themselves, with a few louder voices drifting into Khalifa's ears. This caused her to momentarily freeze amidst her overwhelming sorrow. No, there was no blood. Upon hearing this, Khalifa glanced toward the back of Roya's head. At that moment, the Roya lying on the ground suddenly shattered, much like the illusion Khalifa had just kicked apart. As Roya dissipated into the air, 3 more versions of him appeared beside Khalifa, encircling her and leaving her no opportunity to utilize her powers. Those gathered near the training ground were utterly bewildered. Was this a manifestation of a devil fruit ability? It certainly appeared so. What type of power was this? It seemed extraordinarily formidable. Surely, these three were not the original. Where, then, was the real one? Suddenly, Luo Ya executed a shave and appeared atop a training dummy. Five-fold illusion. This was the name Luo Ya bestowed upon this technique. The term five-fold referred to the number of illusions generated upon activating the ability. Khalifa, seated on the ground, gazed up at Luo Ya, biting her lower lip tightly. With clenched teeth, she questioned, "When did you manifest these illusions?" "From the very beginning of the battle," he replied. "In other words, from the onset, I have merely been a pawn in your game?" Luo Ya smiled silently, merely dispelling the illusion as he addressed Khalifa, advising her not to act so impulsively. "I am here to participate in the promotion conference, and Admiral Sengoku can attest to this." She had previously mentioned that it was her first visit to Marineford. Yet how could she execute the technique known as Soru from the Six Powers? Khalifa astutely noted the skill with which Luo Ya had approached the wooden figure moments ago. "I saw you do it, so I was able to replicate it." As Luo Ya's words resonated, those who heard them were momentarily struck with astonishment. "You learned it just by watching. Such talent is utterly terrifying." After all, this was the Six Powers. Many struggled even to grasp the basics. A number of onlookers regarded Luo Ya as merely boasting, yet he had indeed employed Soru. This indicated that his aptitude was genuinely remarkable. Khalifa gradually rose from the ground, her captivating eyes, hidden behind her glasses, fixed intently on Luo Ya, as if she wished to etch his face into her memory. "I will not let you off easily. I hope you do not fall too quickly tomorrow." With that, Khalifa turned away from the crowd, feeling embarrassed to linger any longer. After all, this confrontation had been instigated by her, and being toyed with by Luo Ya had only deepened her resentment, especially given her status as a woman. Observing Khalifa's retreating figure, Luo Ya did not linger either. He leaped down from the wooden figure, intending to return to rest. Whether Khalifa would amend her habits and soften her temperament was of no concern to him. Just as he was about to navigate through the crowd, a man clad in a deep red suit, draped in a cloak of justice, and adorned with a military cap approached him. Luo Ya recognized him instantly. It was Akainu. "Why are you not in uniform at Marine headquarters?" Akainu inquired sternly, his demeanor grave. "I am here to attend the promotion conference. It is my first time, and Admiral Sengoku should be aware of this." "Ah, so you are the one the Admiral mentioned," Akainu replied. "I witnessed the earlier skirmish. If you believe you can secure victory with just the power of your fruit and the recently learned Six Powers, you are sorely mistaken. I cannot fathom why the Admiral would allow someone as weak as you to participate in this promotion conference." With that, Akainu brushed past Luo Ya without a second glance, warning, "Do not let our paths cross in the first battle, or I shall show you the true meaning of the power of justice." Chapter 21. A mutual bet. Luo Ya steps up. Luo Ya had not taken Akainu's words to heart. After all, Akainu was merely a vanquished foe. If Akainu were to discover that the person he had just looked down upon was the enigmatic individual who had defeated him with a single strike, what thoughts would occupy his mind? Contemplating this, Luo Ya brushed aside his dark, tousled hair and returned to his chamber. Before long, the first day of the promotion conference had arrived. Yesterday, Luo Ya had a relatively good night's sleep. As he emerged from his room, he was greeted by a bustling crowd filling the main training ground. "Hey, don't you know where to stand?" came the voice of Khalifa from behind him. Luo Ya cast a glance at Khalifa, sensing a subtle shift in her demeanor today. Yet, he found himself at a loss to articulate the nature of this transformation. "Well, they have only arranged accommodation for me." Nothing more was conveyed. "Then stand beside me, but do not overthink it. I shall certainly not forget the jest you played on me yesterday. Given the opportunity, I will ensure you recognize my prowess." However, as Khalifa uttered these words, her gaze seemed to wander inexplicably. Following Khalifa to the front of a gathering, Luo Ya soon beheld Sengoku and Garp standing at the pinnacle of Marineford, surveying the assembled navy from their elevated vantage point. After delivering a plethora of insipid remarks, they finally declared the commencement of the promotion ceremony. As Sengoku turned to depart, he cast a fleeting glance at Luo Ya below, who stood out conspicuously in his absence of a navy uniform. Garp, noting Sengoku's gaze, followed it to find Luo Ya beside Khalifa. He jested, "Youth is a fine thing. This lad is quite striking. No wonder he garners such admiration from the ladies." Sengoku, maintaining a stoic expression, replied to Garp, "What level do you believe this fellow can achieve? I witnessed his match with Khalifa yesterday afternoon. although his fruit ability is rather peculiar. It did not significantly enhance his combat prowess. He should, at best, be at the level of a rear admiral. Sengoku nodded, then shook his head, adding, I believe he could attain the rank of admiral. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Garp instinctively repeated them, then exclaimed in astonishment, What? Admiral, you hold him in quite high regard, don't you? Shall we wager? If you lose, you shall never pilfer my senbei again, and you must not slack off. After a moment of contemplation, Garp replied, I accept the wager, but if you lose, your senbei shall henceforth be mine. Agreed. A subtle smile crept across Sengoku's lips upon Garp's acceptance. Unbeknownst to Garp, among those whom Roya had bested, there was Avery, the wielder of the formidable strength fruit ability. This indicated that Roya possessed other exceptionally powerful means. Furthermore, Sengoku had taken note of Roya's potential and, if feasible, wished to recruit him into the Dove faction. The Dove faction, a segment within the Navy, stands in contrast to the Hawk faction led by Akainu and the neutral faction headed by Kizuru, colloquially referred to as the Salty Fish faction. As the name suggests, the Dove faction is characterized by a more tempered approach, eschewing excessively ruthless tactics, with each member holding their own sense of justice. In contrast, the Hawk faction views the Navy as the embodiment of justice and pirates as embodiments of evil, resorting to any means to achieve their objectives. The neutral faction, on the other hand, remains uninvolved in ideological disputes, simply willing to work for a wage. Naturally, there exist individual variances within these factions. Roya received his order to participate in the battles at the main training ground. He was fortunate enough to have a bye, meaning he could advance to the next round without engaging in any combat. Beside him, Khalifa observed the situation and remarked with a smile, What good luck. But this is for the best. The later you are defeated, the stronger it indicates your prowess. After all, if I defeated you previously, it wouldn't appear as unfavorable, would it? Upon hearing Roya effortlessly articulate her innermost thoughts, Khalifa felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. You look so gentle and handsome, yet your words are so sharp. I shall ignore you henceforth. With that, Khalifa turned away, feigning indifference while secretly hoping for consolation. However, Roya chose to disregard her and return to his slumber, which only fueled Khalifa's irritation. In the following days, Roya continued to enjoy a string of buys, leading him to suspect that an unseen hand orchestrated these events. Yet, he remained unperturbed, relishing the ease of his days filled with sleep and watching others compete. Finally, on the 6th day at Marineford, he faced his first opponent, a vice admiral named Smoker. The training ground brimmed with spectators. Many naval soldiers had become aware of Roya's presence. However, numerous individuals had only heard of him and had yet to witness his combat prowess. This occasion drew a significant crowd, creating a dense barrier of onlookers. At that moment, Khalifa appeared out of nowhere and cautioned Roya. Roya, Smoker is a Logia-type user of the smoke fruit and has achieved 6 consecutive victories. He is quite formidable. Roya's lack of gratitude and his nonchalant response left Khalifa feeling somewhat disheartened. If you choose not to believe me, so be it. I shall see how you fare against Smoker. Of course, her words were merely a facade. Unbeknownst to herself, Khalifa found herself increasingly invested in Roya's every action. Surprisingly, even Roya had not anticipated that Smoker would be his first adversary at Marineford. Smoker, with his 6 consecutive victories and the abilities granted by the smoke fruit, had proven to be a dominating force among his peers. Yet, the question lingered, was this truly beneficial for Roya? Roya slowly approached the training ground. He beheld Smoker, who wielded a weapon crafted from sea stone, a cigar clenched between his lips, and his hair slicked back in a striking white. With a calm demeanor, he uttered, Please, be gentle with me. At that moment, the cheers of Smoker's friend, Tina, resonated in the air, her voice encouraging. Tina is cheering for you. Don't you dare lose. Following the sound, Roya turned his gaze toward the pink-haired girl, but just then, Smoker transformed into smoke and charged toward Roya. Losing focus in battle is an unforgivable mistake. As the words left his mouth, Smoker raised the sea stone weapon high, aiming to strike Roya with it. Chapter 22. A single move to defeat. 2 hands prepared observing this. Khalifa shot a fierce glare at Tina and quickly cautioned, Roya, Smoker's weapon is made of sea stone. Do not let it touch you. However, Khalifa's warning came too late. Smoker had already swung his weapon down, delivering a heavy blow to Roya. Bang! As Roya was sent flying by Smoker, his form instantly dissipated into the air. Upon witnessing this scene, Smoker realized he had been deceived. His commendable battle instincts prompted him to thrust his 10 hands backward. Bang! Another illusion was pierced by Smoker. However, before he could exhale in relief, Tina beside him cautioned, "Smoker, above you." Armament Haki engaged. The phantom of Ryūjin descended from the heavens. His fist enveloped in the armor of Haki, striking fiercely at Smoker. This rendered Smoker's elemental transformation utterly ineffective. Although the phantom's Haki had only reached an intermediate level, it was more than sufficient to contend with Smoker. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. Before Smoker could recover from his daze, another phantom emerged behind him, similarly adorned with the formidable Haki, delivering a powerful blow to Smoker's back. The force sent Smoker stumbling forward. Another illusion of Ryūjin materialized before Smoker, as armament Haki enveloped his knee, crashing heavily into Smoker's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Smoker felt a surge of blood rising in his mouth. In an instant, the attack by Ryūjin unfolded, yet barely a second had elapsed. The mirage shattered, revealing Ryūjin's figure. He stood before Smoker, gazing down at the half-kneeling figure with a soft whisper, "You have been defeated." The onlookers in the training ground were rendered speechless, their astonishment far exceeding their wildest imaginations. Smoker, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, had not even been able to unleash his powers before succumbing to defeat. How formidable was this illusion? Its strength was utterly overwhelming, evading detection with such ease that it felt insurmountable. Nearby soldiers exchanged hushed whispers, their incredulity palpable. Tina, witnessing this scene, could hardly believe her eyes. Smoker had lost so effortlessly. How could this be possible? With disbelief etched on her face, she fixed her gaze upon Ryūjin, attempting to etch his image into her memory. Meanwhile, Khalifa erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You see, Ryūjin is truly impressive." As if to flaunt this revelation to Tina, Khalifa raised an eyebrow, her own delight a mystery even to her. It was only at this moment that the surrounding soldiers emerged from their stupor, erupting into thunderous cheers. "Ryūjin! Ryūjin! Ryūjin!" The fervent cries echoed, resonating throughout the entirety of Marineford. In another training ground, Akainu had just vanquished Rear Admiral Dogman. Casting his gaze toward the commotion at Ryūjin's training ground, Akainu, with a stern visage, coldly remarked, "Humph, a mere jester, just a captain. Wait until you encounter me. Let us see if your cheers remain so fervent." In the training ground, Ryūjin extended his hand toward Smoker, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Smoker looked back at Ryūjin, managing a smile. "I'm fine. It's just that I was too weak. Next time, victory will surely be mine. Let us work hard." Ryūjin smiled faintly, a smile that instantly incited cheers from the surrounding soldiers. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Khalifa felt a twinge of sadness at that moment. Why could he exhibit such a warm smile towards others, while remaining so indifferent towards her? Khalifa bit her lip, incessantly pondering this question. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. During these days, Luo Ya employed the powers of the Marimara no Mi to play tricks on his opponents, leading them to be utterly confounded as they could not discern which was his true form. Time and again, they found themselves bewildered and easily defeated by Luo Ya. His immense strength, coupled with that gentle smile, garnered him tremendous popularity, even surpassing that of the 3 renowned admirals of the Navy, who were often referred to as monsters. In the office of Sengoku, Garp sat beside him, continuously munching on sunbae, causing a growing number of frown lines to appear on Sengoku's forehead. "Garp, do you truly relish my sunbae so much?" Sengoku inquired. "Indeed, after all, if I lose, I want to have the chance to enjoy them again. So I must indulge while I can." Garp replied, "But I can't shake the feeling that even if you lost your wager, you would still find a way to eat them." "Ha ha ha, Sengoku, you truly understand me. But do you genuinely intend to arrange a match between Akainu and Luo Ya in the next competition? This is, after all, a contest for the position of admiral." Sengoku said, "Garp, I know what you're thinking, but based on my observations, Luo Ya's character aligns most closely with our faction's ideals. Even if we cannot fully integrate Luo Ya into our ranks, he is still a preferable candidate over Akainu rising to power. The Navy is not a monolith. The factional struggles within are exceptionally intricate." Sengoku currently had contingency plans in place. The first was to extend an olive branch to Luo Ya, a person of extraordinary talent, after he was defeated by Akainu, hoping to absorb him into their faction. The second plan was to reach an agreement for mutual development should Luo Ya triumph over Akainu. All for the sake of peace on the seas. Garp, fully aware of Sengoku's intentions, was nonetheless intrigued as to why Sengoku held such faith that Luo Ya would defeat Akainu. Once the list was finalized, Sengoku ordered his subordinates to release it. Anyone who laid eyes upon this list was met with shock. Hey, have you heard? Akainu is set to face off against Luo Ya. Is that true? Akainu is actually going up against Luo Ya? No doubt about it. It's been made public. I recall Akainu mentioning that if he encountered Luo Ya, he would make him pay. This certainly sounded like something Akainu would say, given his notoriously iron-fisted demeanor. In contrast to the gentle Luo Ya, the iron-fisted Akainu evokes a genuine sense of disdain. Before the list of challengers, Akainu gazes intently at the contents, his fists clenched, exuding an aura of formidable power. Luo Ya, you must not suffer a devastating defeat tomorrow. The Navy does not require the interference of outsiders. Yet, these matters can await the morrow, can they not? Luo Ya stood beside Akainu, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed him. Akainu let out a cold huff before turning away and departing from the list. It was only at this moment that Khalifa grasped Luo Ya's arm and implored him. Luo Ya, you should consider surrendering tomorrow. Surrender? Why would I? Luo Ya cast a glance at Khalifa. After a moment of hesitation, Khalifa responded, I do not wish for you to be harmed. Akainu is merciless, aside from dogmen. Many who have faced him have suffered grievous injuries, some never to rise again. I understand, yet surrender is not my nature. Akainu is no match for me. Khalifa gazed at Luo Ya, her hands clenched tightly. I am merely concerned for your safety. Why will you not heed my advice? I shall no longer concern myself with you. With that, Khalifa turned and strode away from the training ground. Observing her retreating figure, Luo Ya's expression grew somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom why Khalifa was experiencing such emotional turmoil, especially since she had been the one to strike first not long ago. Not lingering on the matter for long, Luo Ya lifted his eyes toward the summit, where Sengoku's office awaited. He was eager to clock in after being promoted to admiral, and he yearned to experience what that esteemed position entailed. Meanwhile, Khalifa arrived at a secluded corner of the training ground, a place rarely frequented by others. Here, she unleashed her pent-up frustrations upon a wooden training dummy. Thud, thud, thud. It seemed she felt no pain as her fists hammered away. These wooden dummies were constructed from exceptionally durable material, so even a common person wielding a hammer would leave no mark. Yet, under Khalifa's relentless assault, the dummy began to show numerous cracks. Katrina wishes to inquire about something. A girl with vibrant pink hair approached Khalifa. Khalifa recognized this peculiar individual, known for her odd mannerisms. What do you need, Tina? Tina replied, I would like to know what Luo Ya enjoys. Why concern yourself with Luo Ya instead of Smoker? Khalifa's demeanor instantly shifted to one of suspicion. Tina's interest in Luo Ya seemed to stem from a desire to pursue him. Pursue Luo Ya. Khalifa's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Tina. Do you realize what you are saying? Luo Ya barely knows you, yet you speak of pursuing him. Tina nodded earnestly. Ever since Luo Ya defeated Smoker, I have been watching him closely. Whenever I see him smile, it brings me great joy. Is this not love? Khalifa's heart swelled with anger upon hearing Tina's words. Why was it that she was so gentle with others while being so cold towards her? However, when contemplating the possibility of Luo Ya being pursued by other women, a profound sense of discomfort welled up within her. It was only at this moment that Khalifa came to realize that, unbeknownst to her, Luo Ya's presence had silently infiltrated her heart over time. With this thought in mind, Khalifa turned to Tina and declared, Tina, I can unequivocally assure you that this is not love. I too harbor feelings for Luo Ya, and you stand no chance against me. Upon hearing Khalifa's words, Tina raised an eyebrow and replied, then let us engage in fair competition. Tina was resolute in her refusal to concede. With that, she spun on her heel and departed. As Khalifa observed Tina's retreating figure, she felt compelled to solidify her own advantages, determined to leave Tina with no opportunity whatsoever. The earlier frustration was swiftly cast aside, forgotten in the recesses of her mind. With this resolve, Khalifa struck the wooden dummy with a fierce blow, shattering it, before making her way towards Luo Ya's quarters. According to the promotion tournament's regulations, after achieving a series of consecutive victories, Luo Ya had attained the rank of Rear Admiral, and thus resided in accommodations befitting that status. Arriving at Luo Ya's room, Khalifa took a deep breath, striving to compose herself before mustering the courage to gently knock on the door. The door was opened by an illusion conjured by Luo Ya, dissipating into the air as it did so. It must be said that the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, from a certain perspective, truly epitomize a technique of convenience, allowing one to let the illusions do the work. Upon entering the room, Khalifa beheld Luo Ya gazing out of the window, lost in thought. For reasons she could not quite comprehend, the sight of Luo Ya in such a contemplative state tugged at her heartstrings. In Marin Fander, it can be said that apart from himself, Roya hardly engages in conversation with anyone. He must feel quite lonely. Before Khalifa could speak, Roya gently remarked, "Please, make yourself comfortable, though I may not have much to offer in terms of hospitality." Upon hearing his words, Khalifa quickly shook her head. "No, it's not necessary. I am not here for that." As she spoke, she lightly bit her lip, a faint blush inexplicably gracing her cheeks. "Is there something in need of assistance?" Roya turned to face Khalifa before him. "I have come to offer my sincerest apologies, Roya. I was excessively impulsive and stubborn before. I truly am sorry. Furthermore, please, do your best tomorrow. I will fervently cheer for you. I believe that you, Roya, will undoubtedly triumph over Akainu." Observing Khalifa, who was now so bashful that she seemed eager to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. The corners of Luo Ya's mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm and pleasant glow throughout the room. Roya approached Khalifa, extending his right hand to gently tuck a few strands of her hair behind her ear. With a faint smile, he reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall not disappoint you. Akainu is no match for me." As Khalifa felt the warmth of Roya's palm, the latter part of his words faded into an indistinct murmur. Her eyes sparkled with the gentle affection reflected in Roya's smile. "At last, you have smiled at me." Khalifa was elated, her tone lifting with excitement. "This is wonderful. You have finally smiled at me." With that, she threw herself into Roya's embrace, nestling comfortably against him, her joy evident. Gazing up at Roya, she declared, "Roya, you shall no longer be alone in Marineford. I will stand by your side." "Indeed," Roya replied, and this time, Khalifa did not mind his cool demeanor. On the contrary, she felt a surge of happiness, for it signified that Roya had accepted her. The following day marked the commencement of the 24th chapter, the match against Akainu. A multitude of soldiers gathered in the training ground, where Sengoku and Garp were present, overseeing the proceedings. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as everyone awaited the contest's initiation. However, as time passed, Roya's figure remained conspicuously absent. Sengoku glanced at his watch. Only 5 minutes remained until the match was officially set to begin. If Roya did not arrive soon, it would be tantamount to forfeiting. Akainu stood in the training ground, arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. The surrounding soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, pondering the situation. Could it be that Roya was too afraid to show up? Surely not. His strength is formidable enough to challenge Akainu. Initially, he appeared quite powerful, yet it was evident that Roya's fruit was more of a supportive type, offering minimal enhancement to his combat capabilities. By your reasoning, it seems Roya truly dares not come, the soldiers murmured among themselves. Hearing their whispers, Akainu's contempt for Roya deepened, merely a clown. Daring to vie for the position of admiral after joining midway, how utterly laughable. Just then, a stir rippled through the crowd. Look, Roya has arrived. Roya is truly here. What a man. Roya and Khalifa navigated through the throng and arrived at the training ground. He did not cast a glance at Akainu, but instead turned his attention to Sengoku. This marked the inaugural meeting between him and Sengoku, with a smile adorning his face. Roya nodded at Sengoku. This left Sengoku feeling that Roya's ability to influence emotions was truly remarkable. Akainu furrowed his brows, turning to Sengoku beside him, and remarked, "Admiral, shall we commence the competition?" As the fame of Roya grew, Akainu found himself increasingly discontented. This burgeoning renown seemed to tarnish the honor of the Navy's justice in his eyes. How could the Navy permit someone like Roya to casually partake in such a grand assembly? This notion was utterly incomprehensible to Akainu. Although he harbored considerable dissatisfaction with Sengoku's decisions, his position within the hierarchy restrained him from voicing his grievances. Consequently, he directed his ire solely towards Roya. Akainu's gaze upon Roya was akin to that of one regarding a corpse. In response to Akainu's palpable hostility, a fleeting shadow of displeasure crossed Sengoku's eyes. But it vanished almost instantaneously, noticed only by Roya. Sengoku turned to Roya and inquired, "Roya, are you prepared?" "I am ready," came the reply. Roya's lips curled into a smile, her eyes narrowing slightly as the sunlight bathed her face. This sight stirred something within Khalifa. With that, let the competition commence. As Sengoku's voice resonated, the entire training ground erupted in a chorus of cheers. Simultaneously, Akainu stepped forward, his right arm ablaze with flowing magma. Hellhound! Akainu's arm surged toward Roya with astonishing speed, its power unparalleled. Upon witnessing this, Roya enveloped his arm with the haki of armament and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, To the astonishment of onlookers, his arm was entirely engulfed by Akainu's hellish hound, only to be forcefully slammed against his chest. The illusion shattered. As Califa beheld this scene, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Akainu, with an unwavering expression, coolly remarked, "Your strength is rather insufficient, I see it." The repetitive transformations lack any semblance of originality. With his words hanging in the air, Akainu abruptly pivoted, unleashing a torrent of molten lava towards the rear. Another illusion was obliterated with a resounding crash. A smirk crept across Akainu's face. There were still 3 illusions remaining, after all. As if in response to his words, 3 illusions suddenly materialized before him, launching an assault. In a fiery onslaught, Akainu transformed his arm into a colossal fist of molten rock, mimicking the explosive force of a volcanic eruption to propel his fist forward, generating enough power to obliterate and vaporize massive icebergs, which dwarfed even the giants. With such a singular strike, he effortlessly shattered Luo Ya's illusions. The 5th iteration of the illusion dissipated entirely. The figure of Luo Ya has now emerged, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered. The events unfolded with such rapidity that they hardly had time to process what was occurring before it was nearly over. Akainu, indeed, is remarkably powerful. It is no surprise he is considered one of the 3 great monsters of the Navy. Such strength can only be matched by Garp, Sengoku, and the other 2 admirals. Ultimately, Luo Ya lacks the prowess of an admiral. It is no wonder Akainu looks down upon him. His abilities simply do not measure up. Upon hearing the surrounding murmurs, Akainu cast a scornful glance at Luo Ya, declaring, "The weak cannot survive upon the seas, nor can they uphold justice. You are far too weak." "Oh, is that so? Is that truly what you believe?" Luo Ya remained unfazed, even as Akainu shattered all 5 of the phantom images. A broad smile lingered on his face. Witnessing Luo Ya's demeanor, a surge of fury ignited within Akainu. Only skilled in verbal jabs. Prepare to meet your end, dog-biting Crimson Lotus. With a powerful punch, his magma-formed arm morphed into a dog's head, scorching the surrounding air. The atmosphere instantly became sweltering, as if all moisture had evaporated in the wake of Akainu's fist. With an unstoppable momentum, he aimed it squarely at Luo Ya. The soldiers nearby instinctively recoiled a few steps, fearful of being ensnared in the impending chaos. Could it be that Luo Ya has been rendered speechless? Why isn't he moving? Surely he isn't truly paralyzed by fear. If that lands, it would surely inflict grave injuries, or perhaps even death. Standing at a distance, Sengoku and Garp sensed something amiss. Garp voiced his concern. "Sengoku, perhaps I should intervene in this contest? After all, I have taken quite a liking to that young lad, and with proper training, given his innate talent, he could eventually reach the rank of admiral. It would be a pity if he were to perish now." Luo Ya neither sustained injuries nor surrendered. All that remained was to observe. Beads of cold sweat had formed on Sengoku's brow, revealing his anxiety for Luo Ya. The colossal dog head made of molten rock loomed larger in Luo Ya's gaze. At that critical moment, Luo Ya smiled. Chapter 25, Susanoo. Ruthlessly assaulting Akainu, Luo Ya's arm was enveloped in a pitch-black hue of haki, intricately patterned like ornate designs upon his skin. Sengoku and Garp's pupils dilated in shock as they instinctively exclaimed, "What is this?" Before they could articulate their astonishment, an explosive sound erupted from the training ground. The thunderous noise resonated directly in their ears, causing them to shudder involuntarily. They beheld Luo Ya's fist meeting the surging lava. Unlike the previous scene, the intense heat failed to penetrate Luo Ya's arm. The molten rock was entirely repelled by the obsidian-like haki that encased him. How is this possible? What kind of formidable haki can withstand my magma? Sengoku and Garp swallowed hard, realizing they were witnessing the pinnacle of haki. Yet, how could this be? How old could Luo Ya possibly be? Yet his mastery of armament haki is so formidable. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they heard Luo Ya speaking calmly to Akainu in the training ground. "Akainu, you claim I am weak, but can you withstand my attack?" As Luo Ya's words echoed, Akainu felt an immediate shift in the atmosphere around them. The oppressive presence, reminiscent of a terrifying beast, bore down upon him. Chafe. Luo Ya appeared behind Akainu, the pinnacle of the 6 styles martial arts manifesting at this moment, leaving Akainu utterly unresponsive. Luo Ya's arms, enveloped in a dense shroud of armament haki, extended gracefully both upward and downward, gently resting against Akainu's back. At that moment, within the training grounds, apart from the gentle breeze, only Luo Ya's faint voice could be heard. The pinnacle of the 6 powers, 6 king spears, revised. A thunderous roar erupted as Roya's hockey-wrapped arms unleashed a terrifying shockwave. With the explosion of the shockwave, Roya's hands erupted with tremendous force, striking directly against Akainu's back. A tempest suddenly swirled around Roya. I could not see. My eyes were filled with sand. What on earth was happening? It appeared as though Akainu had been sent flying by a single punch from Roya. What? Akainu was indeed propelled into the sky by Roya's might. In the air, Akainu felt as though his back had gone numb. He found himself unable to perform any further maneuvers. Waves of pain surged through him, accompanied by the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth, relentlessly impacting his senses. Gritting his teeth, Akainu attempted to regain his composure. But how could Roya possibly grant him that opportunity? Moonwalk. Although Moonwalk lacked the potency of a spell, due to the constraints of his identity, he could only resort to this technique. Fortunately, his mastery of Moonwalk had reached its zenith, ensuring his speed remained formidable. Sunlight cast a radiant glow upon Roya's silhouette. Those who gazed upon him instinctively shielded their eyes from the blinding light. Akainu, did you not previously deem my devil fruit ability as worthless? Well, I have conceived a rather useful application. Let us see if you can withstand it. Phantom, Susanoo. A colossal purple figure enveloped Roya, effectively blocking the sunlight. This allowed many to open their eyes once more. However, when they did, they were confronted with the terrifying manifestation of Roya's devil fruit power. What on earth was this? The purple giant appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Did it possess some extraordinary ability? The Phantom Susanoo was entirely forged from illusions, and as it was an extension of Roya himself, the armament haki could intertwine seamlessly upon it. As for its other capabilities, aside from its fearsome appearance, its primary feature was the absolute intertwining of armament haki. Yet, one should not underestimate this ability. The fact that Susanoo could fully envelop itself in armament haki was nothing short of terrifying. It had the potential to send an adversary to the afterlife with a single blow. Akainu stood transfixed, his gaze fixed upon the overwhelming spectacle before him. He could scarcely fathom the extent of power that Roronoa's fruit could wield. Although he understood that the apparition before him was but an illusion, the amalgamation with Roronoa's haki rendered him unable to grasp the true magnitude of this technique's might. Akainu felt a surge of frustration, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Damn it, Roronoa. Before he could finish his thought, Roronoa delivered a merciless punch. The sound echoed as Akainu soared through the air like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the training ground. The vast expanse of the arena bore witness to the creation of a colossal crater, measuring a staggering 300 meters in diameter. At the center of this abyss lay the dazed Akainu, utterly incapable of resistance. Luo Ya gradually retracted his illusion, descending gently from the sky, untouched by a speck of dust, presenting an appearance of utter tranquility, as if the competition were effortless. The training ground fell into an eerie silence, with onlookers quietly observing the unfolding scene, their hearts filled with profound astonishment. Even the formidable Sengoku and Carp were taken aback by this spectacle. As moments ticked by, time seemed to stand still. Luo Ya glanced at the warring states beside him. My Lord Marshal, is it now time to announce the results? The voice of Luo Ya shattered the silence of the training ground. Instantly, everyone snapped back to reality, their astonished gazes fixed upon Luo Ya, fervently chanting his name. Yet, they prefixed it with two additional words. General Luo Ya? General Luo Ya. General Luo Ya. Sengoku, with an expression devoid of emotion, addressed the nearby medical team, urging them to expedite the treatment for Akainu. He then approached Luo Ya, using a loudspeaker to announce to the assembly, Luo Ya has been promoted to the rank of general. Upon hearing Sengoku's declaration, Califa surged forth from the crowd, leaping into Luo Ya's embrace, exclaiming, Luo Ya, congratulations on your ascension to general. Watching the two, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. Reflecting on the beauty of youth, Luo Ya, you are the first to achieve the rank of general. Once the remaining two generals emerge victorious from the other two contests, we shall proclaim this to the world. No trouble at all, Admiral. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, asserting that it was indeed the presence of individuals like them that would render the seas more peaceful. Filled with immense confidence, Sengoku believed that with Luo Ya's presence, the new generals would become the terrifying nightmares of countless pirates. Chapter 26. Appointment as General, request for leave to set sail. 2 days had passed, and the other two contests had concluded, yielding results identical to Luo Ya's expectations. Following his victory over Akainu, the remaining two promotions went to Akiji and Kizara. Together with Luo Ya, the trio made their way towards Sengoku's office. Along the route, Every soldier who spotted them bowed respectfully in admiration. Kizaru turned to Roya and inquired, "Have you decided on your title yet?" It was customary for newly promoted generals to have their own titles, such as Kizaru or Pudding. However, Roya, the soon-to-be general, had yet to settle on his moniker. "I have indeed," Roya replied. Kizaru, ever smooth in demeanor, immediately responded, "General Roya, since we are both generals now, you may simply call me by my name or title." Akiji chimed in, "Indeed, General Roya, you are the most formidable among us. We were present and witnessed your prowess. It left us feeling quite inadequate. Generals Akiji and Kizaru, please refrain from overly flattering me. I have already chosen my title, White Dove. It symbolizes freedom and peace. Gentle yet powerful, much like myself, and thus it fits perfectly. Then, General White Dove, I look forward to your guidance. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." Akiji and Kizaru addressed Roya in this manner. Akiji, due to the circumstances of the Wano arc, had formed a bond with Roya, while Kizaru believed that Roya was indeed a person worthy of befriending. As a representative of the Sardine Party, or rather, the neutral faction, Kizaru's adeptness in navigating various relationships can be deemed remarkably proficient, as Luo Ya observed the two individuals before him, harmonizing in their interactions. He mused to himself, "Never did I anticipate that one day I would join the Navy and ascend to the rank of Admiral. However, this is undeniably a remarkable experience." He now possessed dual identities upon the vast ocean, one as the enigmatic figure opposing the Navy at every turn, and the other as the illustrious Admiral White Dove, basking in the public's gaze. Regardless of which identity he would need to assume in the future, both would prove exceedingly convenient. Just as Luo Ya pondered these thoughts, an electronic voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have checked into the office of the Warring States and received the pinnacle of the Great Sword Master." As the system's electronic voice faded, Luo Ya felt a warmth envelop his body, with a plethora of insights regarding the way of the sword flooding his consciousness. As he had previously envisioned, the office of the Warring States was indeed a place of considerable renown, having appeared numerous times in the original narrative. After swiftly assimilating these newfound insights, Luo Ya gently pushed open the door to the office. Warring States had been awaiting him for quite some time. There he sat in his marshal's seat, his gaze steady as he regarded the three individuals before him. "Gentlemen, you three have emerged as the strongest through the promotion conference, possessing genuine admiral-level prowess. Particularly you, Luo Ya, you have truly opened my eyes. I believe that with your presence, we shall soon eradicate the pirates plaguing the seas." "Luo Ya, have you decided on your title?" "White Dove." "White Dove, splendid." Warring States nodded approvingly and subsequently assigned the positions of admirals to White Dove, Kizaru, and Akiji. Once again, it was the newspaper magnate Morgans who received the news first. Across the seas, anyone who purchased a newspaper from the newsbird beheld the outcome of this significant transformation within the Navy. Many cast their eyes towards the sudden emergence of Admiral White Dove Luo Ya. Some deemed Luo Ya's strength to be unparalleled, far surpassing that of the other two admirals. After all, his effortless defeat of Akainu spoke volumes. Others posited that Akainu had merely been overly complacent, and the acceptance of an outsider into the Navy, now elevated to admiral, signified the Navy's impending decline. Regardless of their perspectives, all etched the visage and title of White Dove Luo Ya into their memories. As Warring States concluded his remarks and the three prepared to depart, Luo Ya's gaze fell upon a report resting on the table. This document detailed the governance issues concerning the village of Kokoja. Ding. Task issued. Sign in at Kokoja Village. Reward. Arc Noah. Time limit. 7 days. Arc Noah. Roya was well aware that this was the Ship of Vows, which, according to the current timeline, should be quietly resting outside Fishman Island. The mere thought of the Noah's Ark, with its colossal structure, ignited a sense of impatience within him to reach Koko Village. "Roya, do you have any other matters to attend to?" Sengoku inquired, noticing Roya's indecisiveness. Luo Ya turned to look at Sengoku, nodding slightly as he spoke. "Marshal, I must confess a tinge of concern." "Oh, do tell," Sengoku replied. "After all, I have only recently joined your ranks, previously an obscure figure, and I wonder if my presence might cast a shadow over the Navy. Regardless of any potential repercussions, from this moment onward, you are a vice admiral of the Navy." Luo Ya exhibited a contemplative expression, then addressed the commander once more. "Esteemed Marshal, I wish to request a month's leave to thoroughly establish my reputation." "Do you intend to venture forth to hunt down pirates?" "Indeed, there are numerous pirates who engage in plunder and are addicted to murder. In order to mitigate the recurrence of the tragedies that have befallen my homeland, I plan to use this month to deliver them a most severe blow. As Luo Ya's words fell upon Sengoku's ears, Sengoku immediately rose from his seat in delight. Excellent. Luo Ya, your level of awareness brings me immense joy. It confirms that I have not misjudged you. Is there anything you require assistance with? How many soldiers do you need? None of those. Merely a warship will suffice. I see your rapport with Khalifa is quite strong. Perhaps you should appoint her as your deputy. Furthermore, I shall assign you a fleet of an admiral-class warship. My sincere gratitude, Marshal. No need for such formality. It's merely a trifling matter. Exiting Sengoku's office, a broad smile graced Luo Ya's lips. After being confined within Marineford for so long, it was indeed time to venture out. After all, only through continuous endeavors could he grow ever more formidable. To live freely upon these vast seas, one must wield the power to shape their own destiny. As he stepped out of the building, a shadow flickered. Chapter 27. Sovereign of the East Sea. The Grand Line. In an instant, a shadow darted forward, and Khalifa leaped into Luo Ya's embrace. With excitement, she exclaimed, Admiral, I have received Sengoku's directive to serve as your aide. I promise to take good care of you along the way, ensuring your utmost comfort. Luo Ya observed Khalifa's movements, a faint twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Recently, Khalifa seemed to be under some strange influence, frequently coming over to tempt him. All right, Khalifa, prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately. Are we in such haste? Indeed, the pursuit of justice brooks no delay. The impact of the newspaper continued to unfold. In O'Hara, Robin, having just honed her devil fruit abilities, nestled in Alvia's embrace, perused the newspaper in her hands. The 3 admirals of the Navy have officially emerged. The White Dove Roya is declared the mightiest. This was the most prominent headline. As she read further, Robin glimpsed Roya's visage. It was her first encounter with his appearance. Yet inexplicably, she felt instinctively that this person before her was the true Roya. After all, in these vast seas, few would bear the name Roya. Mother. When will Brother Roya return to find us? Robin gazed up at Alvia with her sparkling, expressive eyes, filled with an indescribable anticipation. Do not worry, Robin. Your brother Roya will return to see you very soon, Alvia reassured her. Robin nodded and once again scrutinized the image of Roya in the newspaper, where a casual smile often graced his lips. On Nine Snake Island, Hancock, through the island's unique training methods, had awakened her conqueror's haki. At this moment, she was capable of holding her own against the current emperor, a true prodigy among prodigies. It is worth noting that even in the original narrative, Hancock's strength was sufficient to secure a prominent rank. At that moment, Gyuroliosa approached Hancock's side. After casting a glance at Gyuroliosa, Hancock inquired, Has there been any news about Roya? Indeed, all is contained within this newspaper, Gyuroliosa replied. Upon hearing her words, Hancock's prior aloofness dissipated. Her cheeks flushed a vivid red as she snatched the newspaper from Gyuroliosa's hands. Gazing at Roya's likeness on the paper, Hancock felt a wave of bliss that nearly overwhelmed her. Wonderful. Roya, I have finally seen news of you. Gyuroliosa observed as Hancock repeatedly rubbed her fingers over Roya's face in the newspaper. The wrinkles on her visage, already numerous, seemed to deepen at that moment. Hancock, Roya has now joined the Navy. Even I cannot fathom his intentions. We must exercise caution in our future interactions with him. What of it? Roya must have his reasons. He saved my life, and even if he wishes to reclaim it, I would harbor no resentment. Hancock retorted, her gaze fixed on Gyuroliosa. So you were attempting to sow discord between us? At this juncture, Hancock's demeanor turned frosty as she declared coldly, Anyone who speaks ill of Roya is my enemy. With that, Hancock, her long legs already displaying the burgeoning power of her haki, launched Gyuroliosa into the air with a swift kick. Meanwhile, upon the tumultuous sea, fierce winds lashed against the torrential rain. The waves surged, each crest towering higher than the last. The capricious nature of the Grand Line's weather was on full display. Amidst this tempest, a fleet of over 50 pirate ships navigated the tumultuous waters, but under such conditions, the vessels appeared insignificantly small. Captain Click. The number 34 ship has sustained damage, with a significant influx of seawater. Captain Click, the mast of the number 12 ship has shattered. If we do not relocate the crew, they may perish at sea. Captain Click stood upon the deck, his grip tightening around his golden battle rifle as he listened to the incessant reports, a shadow of gloom cast upon his features, initially brimming with confidence. Having sailed from the East Blue into the Grand Line with ambitions of spreading his renown, he had never anticipated such dire circumstances to confront them upon their entry into the Grand Line. Any ship that encounters a problem should be discarded. But Captain Click, This will significantly diminish our combat strength. Diminish significantly? It is merely 4 or 5 ships, at most 400 or 500 men. Captain Kleek raised his mighty weapon, addressing those around him. Remember, we are a fleet of 5,000. Relinquishing 400 or 500 will hardly affect our combat capability. Yes, I understand, Captain Kleek. As his subordinates retreated, Kleek stood upon the deck, gazing at the tumultuous waves, his spirit unyielding. The Grand Line. A dreamlike passage coveted by countless pirates. Traversing its entirety would earn one the title of Pirate King. Only the title of Pirate King could possibly match my prowess. Is it merely a few hundred men as fighting strength? When the time comes, I shall seek an island and replenish those numbers. In Kleek's eyes, personal strength was but a fraction. The greater factor lay in numbers. As long as the quantity was sufficient, sheer force could overwhelm any foe. Relying on his tactics of numerical superiority, he had ruled the East Sea for quite some time, which explained his overwhelming confidence. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was merely a frog in a well. Storms arise swiftly and recede just as quickly. Approximately half an hour later, the winds and waves finally abated. Captain Kleek, we have lost 672 men and 6 ships. A subordinate beside Kleek added, furthermore, we have spotted a naval vessel approaching rapidly. However, it appears to differ from those we have encountered before, being somewhat larger. A naval vessel? Can we estimate how many crew members it possesses? According to the sailors' reports, approximately 100. Only about 100? A naval vessel. Ha ha. It seems they are delivering ships to us. Kleek burst into laughter, waving his weapon and commanding his crew. All hands, do not fire the cannons. Encircle that naval ship. I want this naval vessel. Captain Kleek is magnificent. Captain Kleek is magnificent. Captain Kleek is magnificent. As Kleek's words echoed, the crew enthusiastically shouted his name. Chapter 28. Infinite Despair. The might of a fist upon the boundless sea. Luo Ya and Khalifa stood upon the deck of a flagship. Behind them, 100 phantoms of Luo Ya operated the ship in perfect order. Khalifa held a bounty notice, addressing Luo Ya. Luo Ya. It has been confirmed that the 50 pirate ships ahead belong to the notorious Kleek pirate crew of the East Sea. Proclaimed as the Admiral and referred to as the Sovereign of the East China Sea, the crew is estimated to number approximately 4,500. According to the current intelligence, they have recently ventured into the Grand Line. Listening to Khalifa's report, the mantle of justice draped over Luo Ya rustled in the sea breeze. He gazed at the distant fleet of 50 ships and softly remarked, with a bounty of 17 million, they aspire to navigate the Grand Line? They might as well reconsider. At that moment, a sly smile crept across Khalifa's lips. Kleek was indeed fortunate. Having just entered the Grand Line, he encountered an admiral. A privilege not afforded to many, an exalted honor. After uttering this, Khalifa stared in astonishment at Kleek's grand fleet not far away. What were they intending? Did they mean to encircle us? As she observed the fleet dispersing and converging toward them, she felt a mix of humor and disbelief. Did they not comprehend what this warship represented? It signified, at the very least, the presence of an admiral's might. What does admiral-level strength signify? It is among the pinnacle of naval power. Do not be surprised. They are merely frogs at the bottom of a well. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Click. Using a transponder snail, called out to Luo Ya, you in the warship ahead, you are about to be surrounded by my grand fleet. Kneel at once, and if you do, I may grant you a complete corpse, ha ha ha. His boisterous laughter caused Luo Ya's brow to furrow slightly. How bothersome. In the next instant, 100 phantoms aboard the warship shattered. Before Kleek and his crew could react, they witnessed Luo Ya soaring above the sea. How did he ascend? How was this possible? Could a human truly fly? Was he perhaps a monster cloaked in human skin? Hearing his subordinates below in disarray, Kleek bellowed, he is merely a user of abilities. Look at how frightened you are. Shadows darkened Kleek's face as he smirked. I have slain ability users before. Before he could finish his sentence, a colossal shadow engulfed them. Sisanu, a terrifying entity as immense as a giant, materialized before their eyes. Luo Ya stood with arms crossed, nestled between the giant's brows, enveloped in a purple-black phantom. The pinnacle of armament hockey coiled around the apparition as Luo Ya's voice resonated in the ears of these pirates, so feeble. You ought to refrain from humiliating yourselves in the Grand Line. As Luo Ya's voice faded, a colossal fist, hundreds of meters in size, descended mercilessly upon them under his command. The immense fist loomed ever larger in their eyes, igniting an overwhelming sense of despair within their hearts. Is this the monstrous power of the Grand Line? Is every individual within the Grand Line endowed with such formidable strength? This is utterly terrifying. Help me. Someone, please save me. Captain, Captain, We beseech you for salvation. But wait, where is the captain? Cleek, who had been standing on the deck, had inexplicably vanished without a trace. The multitude of pirates exchanged glances filled with dread. Wishing to speak, yet it was too late. The fist of Susanoo struck the surface of the sea with a thunderous force. The ocean cracked instantly, resembling the fissures of the land, creating a massive pit. The water, responding to its nature, collided violently, unleashing colossal waves that soared to heights of 100 meters. In an instant, these waves engulfed the pirate ships. Countless pirates plunged into the depths below. Meanwhile, the pit transformed into a swirling vortex, an unrelenting beast that mercilessly reaped the lives of the pirates. On the warship, Khalifa was drenched in cold sweat. She had made her way to the ship's helm, straining to maintain control of the steering wheel, determined to prevent the vessel from being consumed by the monstrous whirlpool. It was futile. The power of that single punch was overwhelmingly immense. In but one blow, nearly 5,000 pirates were obliterated. Countless souls were devoured by the vortex, while the pirate ships were shattered by the crashing waves. The architect of this devastation was a young man in the sky, arms crossed, gazing down with a cold, detached expression. The youngest admiral in history, Pigeon. As he observed the pirates being swallowed by the whirlpool, Luo Ya softly murmured, "At last, it is somewhat tranquil." The illusion of Susanoo dissipated, and Luo Ya descended upon the warship. He then gently declared, "100 transformations." In an instant, 100 phantoms were conjured by Luo Ya, seamlessly taking over the operations of the warship. As Khalifa emerged from the cockpit, her fair forehead glistened with fine beads of perspiration. Luo Ya chuckled softly at Khalifa, saying, "You have worked hard." Originally poised to retort, Khalifa's expression softened upon witnessing Luo Ya's gentle smile, and she promptly replied, "It's nothing. This is what I ought to do." As time elapsed, the surface of the sea gradually calmed. Gazing across the boundless expanse, only Luo Ya's warship navigated the waters. "Khalifa, how long have we been out?" "It has been 5 days." Khalifa adjusted her glasses and glanced at her notebook, informing Luo Ya, "We have successfully vanquished 7 pirate crews, with their combined bounties now exceeding 10 billion. For now, let us survey the nearby islands. We shall replenish our supplies." At that moment, Khalifa resembled a diligent secretary as she stated, "The nearby islands include Kokushia and Magnet Drum Island, but the latter is currently closed due to Walpo's impending ascension to the throne. Only local vessels are permitted to dock." Hearing Khalifa's report, Luo Ya's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured, "Then we shall head to Kokushia village to resupply." After departing from Marineford, Luo Ya did not immediately proceed to Kokushia village. Instead, he engaged in a relentless hunt for pirates, skillfully guiding their course until they approached the vicinity of Kokushia. It could be said that everything lay firmly within Luo Ya's grasp. Chapter 29. Colonel Mouse, the accumulated threat Lord Mouse. There is an enormous warship heading towards Kokushia village. In the room, Colonel Mouse glared at the subordinate before him, scolding, "Do you not know to knock before entering to report?" "I apologize, Lord Mouse, but that warship is truly colossal. Judging by its rank, it appears to be a vice admiral level vessel." Colonel Mouse, taken aback by his subordinate stammering, retorted, "Isn't it just a vice admiral level ship? Why all the fuss?" Realization struck him abruptly, and he sprang to his feet, confirming with his subordinate, "Are you certain it is a vice admiral level ship?" "I am unsure, but the ship is immense. I have never seen one of such size." "Understood. You may leave." Just moments ago, Colonel Mouse had mocked another's speech impediment, yet now he found himself faltering. The room fell silent once more, and a tall, fishman with a long, serrated nose emerged from the shadows. "Mouse, why has that vice admiral level ship suddenly arrived here? You haven't betrayed us, have you?" "Arlong, if you question me, to whom shall I turn? How could I know why those admirals, who ought to remain in Marineford, have returned to the East Blue? Moreover, why would I betray you? What benefit would that yield for me?" The mouse, Shao, spoke to Along with a hint of irritation. "Regardless of your reasons for being here, I have given you the money, and you have accepted it. We are now in the same boat. If I am exposed, you will not fare well either." With that, Along leaped out of the window, his formidable physique allowing him to vanish into the jungle after just a few bounds. To ensure his safety, he resolved to withdraw the other fishmen from the Dragon Park. After all, he was no mere frog at the bottom of a well. He understood the true terror of an admiral. The once peaceful yellow monkey, who had quelled the rebellion at Mary Geos, had since risen to the rank of admiral. Such terrifying power was beyond his imagination. Upon witnessing Along's departure, Shao promptly made his way to the harbor to personally welcome Luo Ya's arrival. The reception was grand, leaving onlookers with the impression that Zhao and this individual shared a close bond. This was part of Zhao's cunning plan, to instill fear in the villagers, compelling them to play their parts in his ruse and refrain from exposing Luo Ya's misdeeds. The warship gradually docked at the harbor, with Luo Ya and Khalifa disembarking. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward obtained. Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark, the vessel of a sacred oath, was said by the original text of Neptune to be a covenant between humanity and the mermaid princess during the blank century, a promise never fulfilled, thus resting in the depths of the sea. This was the new Noah's Arkansas, accepting it equated to embracing the agreement with the mermaid princess under specific conditions. The system would issue special tasks. These special tasks were exceedingly challenging, yet accompanied by extravagant rewards. Please confirm whether you accept the new Noah's Ark. I accept. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Ya readily agreed. If he lacked even this modicum of courage, how could he confront the formidable adversaries that lay ahead? Ding. Acceptance successful. The Ark of Noah has been stored within the system's space, and the host may release it at any time. As Luo Ya approached the mouse commander, the system's electronic voice gradually faded away. The mouse commander saluted Luo Ya, saying, "Welcome, General White Dove, to inspect Cocoa West. I am not here for an inspection. I merely came to replenish supplies." The mouse commander, quick to respond, immediately directed the nearby soldiers. "What are you standing around for? Hurry and bring in the supplies. Do you expect General White Dove to carry them himself?" After speaking, the mouse commander turned to Luo Ya and added, "General White Dove, would you care to sit in my office? It may take them some time to finish." At that moment, Khalifa turned to Luo Ya and suggested, "Since we have already arrived in Cocoa West, let us take a stroll. I have never visited the islands of the Eastern Sea before." "Very well, as you wish." Upon seeing this, the mouse commander bowed and said, "General White Dove, I am well acquainted with Cocoa West Village. Allow me to guide you." Luo Ya nodded, choosing to remain silent. Yet, he found himself somewhat astonished that the mouse, despite his demeanor, would so openly escort him on a tour. Was he truly unperturbed at the prospect of Luo Ya's presence? Or had the mouse skillfully concealed other matters, harboring no fear of his arrival? Contemplating this, Luo Ya mused, intriguing. On the island, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The mouse led the way, introducing Luo Ya and Khalifa to the village of Cocoa West. In his words, Cocoa West seemed akin to a veritable paradise, a realm shielded from the disturbances of any pirate, flourishing under his guardianship. However, as they reached the marketplace of Cocoa West, Khalifa observed that the villagers bore no semblance of joy upon their faces. In fact, upon noticing their presence, the villagers chose to circumvent them. She perceived an unmistakable animosity etched upon each countenance. Listening to the mouse extolling his own achievements, Khalifa interjected, "Is it truly as you claim? For I fail to discern even a flicker of mirth among these villagers." The mouse, upon hearing her words, silently cursed her under his breath, "Damnable woman. Why must you be so inquisitive?" Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Instead, he flashed a warm smile at Khalifa, asserting, "They are just like this. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire directly. Surely, they wouldn't deceive you." As he uttered these words, the mouse shot a fierce glare at the villagers when Luo Ya and Khalifa were momentarily distracted. The villagers, frightened, averted their gazes. In their minds, the mouse and the fishman Arlong were insurmountable mountains. Moreover, observing Luo Ya's impassive expression, they assumed he was of the same ilk as the mouse. How could they dare to expose the mouse in his presence? It could only be said that the mouse had long since established his reign of terror. Yet, those living in the East Blue were utterly unaware of what the uniform adorning Luo Ya signified. At that moment, Khalifa approached an elderly woman selling vegetables and inquired, "Good lady, how do you find the recent order in the village? Have you encountered any discomfort in your daily life?" The elderly woman cast a furtive glance at Mouse Shangxiao, quickly shaking her head and exclaiming, "Everything is splendid here. I live quite well, especially under the care of Mouse Shangxiao. Since arriving in Kikishia village, he has often considered our needs." Chapter 30, The Young Girl's Interruption, A Final Hope. Upon hearing the words of the elderly woman, Khalifa furrowed her brow slightly. This was not the response she sought. Unwilling to accept the situation, Khalifa inquired again of those nearby, yet the answers she received were consistently the same. Puzzled, she wondered if the villagers of Kikishia were simply accustomed to maintaining blank expressions. At that moment, Mouse Shangxiao approached Khalifa, addressing her with deference, "My lady, I assure you I speak no falsehood. The villagers of this island have always been thus." Initially, I was perplexed, believing perhaps I had erred in some way. As he finished speaking, the surrounding villagers chimed in, No, This is simply who we are. Mao Shangxiu is the finest Navy officer I have ever encountered. Without him, we would not be living so happily now. Mao Shangxiu nodded appreciatively, reveling in their words. Inwardly, he contemplated that once that scoundrel, White Dove, departed, he might reduce their payments. A smirk crept across his lips, complemented by the 3 whiskers on either side of his face, giving him a rather unsavory appearance, reminiscent of a petty individual delighting in his small triumphs. Just then, 2 young girls emerged from the crowd. One sported short orange hair, exuding a charming aura, while the other, with short blue hair, appeared quite dashing. They approached Luo Ya and declared, "My lord, he deceives you. He colludes with the evil dragon to extort us relentlessly. If we fail to pay, they threaten to end our lives." It was the same fate that befell Belle Mao. Nami gazed at the gentle Luo Ya, her sparkling eyes filled with fervor. Upon witnessing the 2 girls, Mao Shangxiu was taken aback, cold sweat nearly soaking his garments. "And my lord, do not heed their words. They are merely playing tricks, especially that orange-haired girl named Nami, who has spun countless lies. I have been deceived by her many times." With a grin, Mao Shangxiu approached Nami and said, "Nami, lying is not a commendable habit. Hurry home, and I shall pretend as if nothing has transpired." At this moment, within the bustling market of Kokuasia village, the gaze of all present was fixated on the unfolding scene. Among them, a man sporting a small mustache was particularly astounded. His name was Kinsuk, the village constable, though under the tyrannical reign of the dragon, this title held little significance. He had observed the increasingly sinister expression of the rodent king. Immediately, he approached Nami and Nojiko, addressing the rodent king, "Rodent king, I sincerely apologize for the embarrassment. These 2 have been quite mischievous. I shall take them home at once." With that, Kinsuk turned to Nami and Nojiko, gesturing for them to leave swiftly. "Do you not value your lives? What are you waiting for? Hurry home, or else you may invoke the wrath of the rodent king. And that would not end well for you too." Kinsuk ceased his words, fearing he might lose his composure. However, in response to Kinsuk's admonition, Nami and Nojiko exchanged a knowing smile. "Uncle Kinsuk, you are a good man, but this is our only opportunity." Nami then turned to Luo Ya, pleading, "Please, save us. Save this village. I implore you, General White Dove." While the other villagers may not grasp the true significance of Luo Ya's identity, Nami was acutely aware. Recently, she had rescued an injured messenger pigeon amidst a storm on the beach. In return, the pigeon had bestowed upon her a newspaper, from which she gleaned the current state of affairs at sea and the newly appointed 3 generals. Recognizing Luo Ya's identity, Nami and Nojiko mustered their courage to approach him. The rodent king, witnessing the situation escalate, felt his forced smile harden. "Sir, you cannot truly believe their fabrications." "Fabrications? If anyone is spinning tales, it is you," Nami retorted, her gaze fixed on Luo Ya. "General White Dove, do not be deceived by him. He colludes with the dragon pirates and has even constructed the dragon park along the coastal area of the island. Whether we speak the truth or not, I can take you to see for yourself, General White Dove." Nami's words tumbled out in a rush, tinged with urgency. Seeing her fervor, the rodent king quickly interjected, "Sir, the sun is rather harsh at present. Perhaps we should retire to my office. I can guide you." As Luo Ya interrupted the rodent king's discourse, Nami and Nojiko's excitement surged. "I shall lead you to General White Dove at once. Just call me Luo Ya. White Dove is merely a title." "Understood, Luo Ya." The rodent king was already drenched in cold sweat, stammering, No, it's just a bit warm, quite warm indeed." Although Mao Shangxiu outwardly expressed bravado, he was engulfed by an overwhelming chill of despair. What now? If we truly venture into the Dragon Park and encounter those notorious pirate fishmen, it will spell my doom. Such thoughts plagued Mao Shangxiu's mind. Yet, after much contemplation, he found himself devoid of any viable alternatives, compelled to follow closely behind Luo Ya as they made their way toward Dragon Park. Before long, they arrived at their destination. But it was evident that Nami and Nokigo were too apprehensive to push the door open. Observing their hesitation, Califa gently nudged the door ajar. At that moment, despair overtook Mao Shangxiu, who closed his eyes tightly, already envisioning the dire consequences that awaited him at the hands of General White Dove upon their encounter with the dragon pirates. However, as Califa slowly opened the door, the scene that unfolded before them left everyone astounded. Children frolicked within Dragon Park, while several adults watched over them, creating an atmosphere akin to a paradise, filled with joyous laughter and mirth. Nami and Nokigo stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be? It was impossible. Surely, this was the domain of the dragon pirates. In that moment, Mao Shangxiao chuckled. See, esteemed adults, I was correct all along. These two young girls are incorrigible liars. Do not be deceived by their fabrications. This is merely an ordinary amusement park. How could the dragon pirates possibly reside here? As Mao Shangxiao's words dripped with amusement, Nami and no Kigo felt an unsettling aura of dread enveloping them. Chapter 31. The Mouse and the Dragon. Delivered to your doorstep. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. He must have notified the dragon in advance, orchestrating this entire facade. Luo Ya, you must believe us. He is undoubtedly deceiving you. Tears welled in the corners of Nami's eyes. Beside her, no Kigo gently tugged at Nami's sleeve, feeling a deep sense of injustice. At that moment, no Kigo turned to Luo Ya and implored, Lord Luo Ya, might we visit Mao Shangxiao's office? He must possess the Bailey he collected from us. Enough. Do you truly perceive the esteemed adult as a mere plaything for your amusement? Cease this nonsense. Ryūjin Jakka spoke softly, gradually kneeling before Nami and no Kigo, gently ruffling the hair of the two young girls. Feeling Ryūjin's warm palm upon her head, Nami gazed at him and said, Trust us, we truly are not deceiving you. If even you cannot perceive the disguise of Mao Shangxiao, then Kexia village is indeed. Before Nami could finish her sentence, Mao Shangxiao interjected, Do you really think the adults will believe you again? Two little tricksters. Ignoring Mouse, Ryūjin focused on the two girls and formed a single phrase with his lips, yet it remained unvoiced. Before the girls could react, time lingered in the air. Ryūjin rose and addressed the nearby Kenzo, saying, You must be familiar with these two young ladies. Kindly escort them back and ensure they receive proper guidance. It is unwise for them to indulge in deceit, as it fosters a pernicious habit. I shall take them back at once, Kenzo replied, stepping forward from the crowd and taking Nami and Nojiko by the hands as they made their way towards the village. The two girls pondered the meaning behind Ryūjin's earlier words, glancing curiously at Kenzo. For some reason, they felt a peculiar aura about him, as if something was amiss. Simultaneously, the rodent-like SH observed Kenzo and mused, When did he arrive? How could I have overlooked him? Or perhaps I was simply inattentive. Just then, SH's snail phone began to ring. Upon hearing the report, he turned to Ryūjin and said, Sir, the supplies have been fully replenished. Have they indeed? Then it is time for us to depart, replied Ryūjin. Khalifa nodded in agreement and followed Ryūjin back aboard the warship. As the vessel gradually sailed away, SH erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha! Those two have finally left. They truly terrified me just moments ago. However, recalling the earlier actions of Nami and Nojiko, his chest swelled with fury. He picked up the snail phone to contact Arlong, saying, Arlong, you are quite the swift one. Who would have imagined that such a proud individual like yourself would temporarily retreat with other fishmen and even find a few accomplices to amuse yourselves? Quite remarkable indeed. Yet, it was merely a fortunate coincidence that you left. Arlong would never concede that he feared the might of the Admiral. SH refrained from elaborating further and merely recounted the recent events to Arlong. Upon hearing SH's account, Arlong's rage flared, and he declared, Wait for me there. I shall come to find you, and then I will crush those two girls. On the warship, Khalifa turned to Ryūjin and inquired, Do you truly believe the words of that rodent SH? Something feels distinctly off about Kakochia village. Of course, I harbor doubts, Ryūjin replied. However, if what those two maidens claim is accurate, the dragon pirates should still be lurking here. It is likely that our arrival has frightened them away. Thus we must temporarily withdraw so that they may re-emerge. Ryūjin remarked, otherwise, merely addressing the issue of the mice is but a superficial remedy. He then inquired, Shall we return shortly? Yet, might those two young ladies be in peril? Karifa expressed her concerns, fearing that the mice might exact their wrath upon the girls. Henceforth, Karifa, I entrust this vessel to you. With that, Ryūjin's figure fragmented. As she watched the apparition dissipate, Karifa stood there, momentarily stunned. She then shook her head, realizing that Ryūjin's abilities had become increasingly enigmatic, leaving her utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Nami, holding hands with Kinju, suddenly grasped the significance of Ryūjin's earlier gestures. Oh, you are Ryūjin, aren't you? As she uttered these words, her heart raced with trepidation and anticipation. Upon hearing Nami's declaration, Nokigo turned to Kinju in disbelief before addressing Nami. What are you saying, Nami? This is clearly Uncle Kinju. Yet, she pondered, could he not possess such powers? Nami's bright eyes scrutinized the man holding her hand. To her astonishment, Kinju's lips curled into a slight smile as the illusion dissipated, revealing Ryūjin's true form. Although Nami felt she had not erred in her assumption, the thrill of seeing Ryūjin standing before her was overwhelming. With exhilaration, she leaped into his embrace, resembling an ornament adorning his waist. Her radiant gaze met Roya's as she exclaimed, "Roya, you truly believe in us, don't you?" No Kigo, witnessing Nami's exuberance, quickly interjected, "Nami, you must not be disrespectful to Lord Roya, come down at once." Roya shook his head slightly at no Kigo and then addressed the two women, stating, "My purpose for coming to this island is related to the rat and the evil dragon pirate crew. This implies that, from the very beginning, you had faith in us." Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, what we did not anticipate was that the evil dragon was not present in that evil dragon park. Nami, being astute, turned her gaze to Roya and inquired, "So, is that your doppelganger? To be precise, it is merely an illusion. But let's set that aside for now. We simply need to head to your quarters and await the arrival of our prey." Nami nodded emphatically, her eyes brimming with admiration for Roya. Simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming sense of security, a feeling she had not experienced in quite some time. It must be said that the sensation of safety is indeed addictive. Grasping Roya's fingers tightly, Nami was filled with an indescribable joy. At that moment, the rat and the evil dragon had converged and were swiftly making their way to Nami and Nokigo's residence. Chapter 32. The Rat's Ambush. The evil dragon's rampage upon entering Nami and Nokigo's room, one could describe it as barren, with only a few nautical charts strewn across the floor. "Do you enjoy sailing?" Nami nodded vigorously, "Indeed. My dream is to document all the seas in a hand-drawn chart of my own." Observing Nami, who radiated enthusiasm, Roya reflected, "It seems Nami has already harbored her dreams at this early stage. You must strive diligently for your dreams, but also hone your strength. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, power holds immense significance." "Yes, I will, Roya." While they were engaged in conversation, footsteps echoed from outside. Arlong and the rat surveyed the modest abode before them, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. "Nami, no Kigo, you two are quite bold. Daring to expose me in front of that white dove." The rat's voice rang out before they even entered the room, revealing his palpable fury. Upon hearing the rat's voice, Nami and no Kigo instinctively drew closer to Roya. "It's all right." Roya softly addressed the two women, then casually picked up a pen resting on the table and approached the door. Outside, Alan's voice resounded with menace. "Why waste words? Just kick the door down." No sooner had Alan's words faded than the door was forcefully kicked open, hurtling directly towards Roya. "Is this truly how you announce your presence?" Roya, wielding a drawing pen, wore a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the essence of a grand swordsman reached its zenith, erupting in full force. With a delicate stroke of the pen through the air, a moment later, a terrifyingly exquisite sword aura cleaved forth before him, forming a semicircular arc, striking with unparalleled ferocity. It seemed as though the very air had been rent asunder. The sharp and blinding sword aura sliced the door into two halves, which fell to the ground. Yet its momentum showed no sign of waning. In the blink of an eye, it flew past the faces of Mouse and Along, leaving two crimson streaks upon their cheeks. This sudden occurrence caught both Mouse and Along completely off guard. They could hardly fathom that behind the door stood none other than Roya himself. How could this be possible? Mouse had witnessed Roya departing with his own eyes. Stunned into silence, Mouse and Along stood as if they had plunged into an abyss of despair, a chilling aura enveloping them like a millennia-old ice cellar. Along swallowed hard. His fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging on his hands. "Mouse, have you betrayed me? Did you not say that the white dove had already left?" Along seethed through gritted teeth, directing his ire at Mouse. However, he soon realized that Mouse was staring incredulously at the figure of Roya before them. Mouse felt his body trembling uncontrollably, as if it were no longer under his command. He stammered toward Roya, "Master, you departed from the port of Caucasia, did you not? How could you suddenly appear here? If I had not pretended to leave, how could I have drawn out such a shark as you?" Along now understood that both he and Mouse had been thoroughly outwitted by the Roya standing in front of them. As soon as Luo Ya's voice faded, the Mouse knelt directly before him, pointing at Aaron beside him and exclaimed, "It was him, it was he who compelled me to act thus. At the beginning, I truly intended to be a good person. I am genuinely a good person, my lord." "Is a good person merely one who relentlessly oppresses us and indiscriminately slaughters the innocent?" Upon hearing the Mouse's words, Nami could no longer contain herself and stepped forward from behind. A glint of cunning sparkled in the Mouse's eyes. If he could seize Nami, his safety would be assured. With this thought, the Mouse suddenly propelled himself off the ground, charging swiftly towards Nami, who stood behind Luo Ya. Just as he was about to grasp Nami, he was bewildered to find his body still rooted in place. In the next instant, darkness engulfed him, plunging him into an eternal abyss. Luo Ya had long discerned the thoughts of the mouse. Thus he took his first step with foresight. With a drawing pen in hand, Luo Ya embodied the essence of the pinnacle of swordsmanship, severing his head with a single stroke. Roya turned to the two young girls behind him and quietly asked, "Are you afraid?" "Not afraid." Nami firmly grasped Nojiko's hand, though her bravado was merely a fade, as her heart was filled with trepidation. Yet, she understood that to pursue her dreams in this world, she must endure the challenges that lay before her. Observing Nami and Nojiko's demeanor, Roya nodded in acknowledgement. He then shifted his gaze to Arlong, who stood a short distance away. "I am quite curious, from what I gather. You have recently escaped from the holy land of Ryūjin, a slave, no less. Why have you not allied yourself with Fisher Tiger, but rather come to the East Blue?" Originally contemplating an escape, Arlong's eyes reddened with fury upon hearing Fisher Tiger's name, glaring menacingly at Roya. "Fisher Tiger? I shall never acknowledge him. How dare he propose peaceful coexistence with humans? We, the fishmen, possess a noble lineage, inherently superior to humans. We should subjugate them, not entertain the notion of some absurd peace." "Superior? Can you defeat me?" Roya smiled faintly at Eren. "White Dove, do not presume that your status as a general allows you to act with impunity. Today, I shall surely slay you, and then feast upon the two individuals who stand behind you." With a sudden surge, Eren's calves swelled, muscles taut, and veins protruding. Propelling his entire form towards Roya like a torpedo, he intended to pierce Roya's heart with his serrated nose. After all, even the mightiest general cannot survive without a heart. As Eren's imagination spiraled, he suddenly witnessed Roya's arm enveloped in a cloak of haki. In an instant, like a bolt of lightning, he grasped Eren's jagged nose. In that fleeting moment, the serrations were effortlessly crushed by Roya, who then hurled him skyward. What was ostensibly a battle unfolded with an elegance akin to art. The fluidity of the movements was mesmerizing. A piercing pain surged through Eren's mind, compelling him to cry out in anguish. As the wind howled in his ears, Eren found himself adrift in despair. How could a mere human possess such tremendous strength? Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. Aren't humans merely fond of consuming fruits? Don't they rely on external power to bolster their might? How could they possibly surpass us, the merfolk, in innate strength? This terrifying power seemed beyond even that of Fisher Tiger. Cursed be this reality. Chapter 33, Reciprocity, the 100 Schemes of Crocodile. Roya gazed at the figure of Along with a smile at the corner of his lips, which only served to intensify Along's fury. The disdain of humanity was something he could not possibly endure. With his eyes ablaze, Along lunged toward Roya, determined to unleash his wrath. Shark on gear. Along aimed to shred Roya to pieces with his most formidable teeth. Gently shaking his head, Roya softly remarked, "The games are over." As Luo Ya's voice fell, he thrust forward sharply with the drawing pin in his hand. In an instant, the air spiraled around the tip of the pin, and a devastating strike surged straight towards Along's heart, whistling ominously. At that moment, the pinnacle of sword intent was vividly embodied by Luo Ya. Yet, Along felt no fear. His gaze was solely fixed on Luo Ya. He did not even attempt to evade, as if he wished to perish alongside his adversary. However, the strike swiftly pierced through Along's heart. With a sickening sound, everything transpired too swiftly. Along felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping him, as if he were shrouded in darkness. The fifth transformation of the phantom. Roya's murmurs materialized into 5 ethereal phantoms, which tidied up the scene. At that moment, the village of Kokosha returned to a serene state. The true Kenju, accompanied by the villagers, approached. Having heard the commotion from the marketplace, they came over to investigate. To their astonishment, they were greeted by the spectacle before them. They stood in shock, but soon erupted into cheers. It was the elation of having a mountain of despair lifted from their hearts. Though the duo of the evil dragon and the mouse were relatively weak, mere cannon fodder in the Grand Line, they wielded considerable power in the East Sea. Faced with such formidable opponents, the common folk felt utterly powerless. Yet, it was Roya's appearance that liberated them from their dire predicament. Kinja stepped forward, representing the villagers, and expressed profound gratitude to Roya, saying, "Thank you, truly. We are immensely grateful, my lord. If it were not for you, we shudder to think what our future would hold. You owe your thanks not to me, but to them," Roya replied, gently pushing Nami and Nojiko forward. Kinju understood the implication of Roya's words. Some of the adults lacked even a fraction of the courage exhibited by the two young girls. Had they not stepped up to voice their concerns to General White Dove, they would likely still be enduring their torment. Nami, arms crossed, wore an expression brimming with pride. At that moment, Khalifa returned to Kokosha village, bearing a substantial amount of berries. Dear villagers, I have uncovered evidence of bribery and berries from the mouse's office. You can reclaim the amount that was forcibly taken from you through me. As Khalifa distributed the berries to the citizens, Royo Ya was dragged by Nami and Nojiko into a small courtyard behind the room. This courtyard was filled with orange groves. Suddenly, the electronic voice of the system echoed in Roya's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have checked in at the orange grove and received the nautical encyclopedia. Upon seeing this reward from the system, Roya glanced at Nami beside him. This reward was of no use to him, yet for this girl who yearned for the sea, it must be a priceless treasure. Nami and Nojiko picked plump oranges for Roya, placing them in a basket woven from vines, and handed it to him. Roya, this is our small token of appreciation. Please do not disdain it, Nami said with a wink. Nojiko gently tugged at Nami's side and then addressed Roya, Lord Roya. We do not possess anything of great value to offer you. All we have are these oranges, grown with our utmost effort. We sincerely hope you will accept them. Without disdain, hearing Nami and Nojiko's words, Roya immediately replied, How could I possibly disdain them? I cherish them dearly. As if by magic, Roya produced a nautical encyclopedia from beneath his cloak and handed it to the Nami sisters. I did not bring many fine things on this voyage. This is all I have. I hope you will enjoy it. Upon seeing the maps within the book, Nami's eyes lit up. Of course, I love it. That's wonderful. However, it is getting late, and we must prepare to leave. Roya gazed at the somewhat reluctant Nami and gently remarked, Nami, Noki. Remember my words. If you wish to live freely upon these vast seas, you must strive to strengthen yourselves. After departing from the orange grove, Khalifa attended to matters concerning the villagers of Kokosha. Once reunited, the two set sail aboard their warship, leaving Kokosha behind. Nami and Noki stood at the harbor, watching as Roya and Khalifa gradually receded into the distance. Clutching her navigation book tightly, Nami vowed to herself, I shall become Roya's dedicated navigator. Upon the open sea, Roya and Khalifa basked in the sun on the deck. Spotting a news bird soaring through the sky, Khalifa produced 100 berries and purchased a newspaper. Roya, you've made the headlines again in this issue. Oh, what might it say this time? She teased. What else could it possibly convey but the brilliance of Roya? Khalifa added, casting a flirtatious glance at him. However, Roya paid her no heed, choosing instead to squint his eyes and savor the warm sunlight. At that moment, his exclusive telephone snail began to ring. In a flicker, the telephone snail appeared in Roya's grasp. As he answered, a cacophony of chaos erupted from the device. This is the naval fleet of the G-53 branch, in the waters near West Rob village, requesting immediate assistance. Baki Kuro is slaughtering our navy. Anyone capable of combat, please come to our aid at once. Upon hearing the voice from the telephone snail, Roya instantly recalled Baki Kuro, the self-proclaimed genius who had invented the spoon in the original tale. In a sense, Kuro was indeed quite talented, albeit with a penchant for a leisurely life. Khalifa, let us hasten to their aid. Meanwhile, near the waters of West Rob village, Kuro surveyed the sea strewn with bodies, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He addressed his companion, Zengo, is the hypnosis not yet complete? Monka's willpower is rather unexpected. I estimate it will take around 5 more minutes. I need to administer a deep hypnosis. Hurry, I suspect the Navy's reinforcements will arrive shortly. With that, Kuro plunged his 10 blades cat claw into a nearby Navy soldier attempting to ambush him. Chapter 34. The 3-Year Pact, an unfortunate departure with full power engaged. The warship surged forward. In no time, they reached the vicinity of West Rob village, where 2 smaller warships lay anchored upon the sea. Roya and Khalifa gracefully descended upon the warship, their steps reminiscent of a moonlit dance. Countless naval soldiers lay sprawled amidst pools of blood upon the deck. Among them, one figure captured Roya's attention, a man with a shattered jaw and arms grotesquely transformed into axe-like appendages. This man, known as Monka, would soon ascend to a status akin to that of a formidable adversary. Monka lay ensconced in the sanguine depths, his eyes fixated on the heavens, presenting a rather chilling visage. Yet, Roya discerned that he had likely succumbed to hypnosis. After a brief search of the 2 smaller warships, Khalifa approached Roya and whispered, Aside from this individual, there are no other survivors aboard. Suddenly, a notification chimed, announcing a new mission, sign-in task, Zilabu Village, reward, pinnacle medical skills, time limit, 1 day. A day seemed a brief span. However, given the velocity of an Admiral-class warship, it would suffice. It appeared that Klo had made his escape, most likely heading towards Zilibu village. Luo Ya gazed at Monka, who lay in a pool of his own blood, and softly remarked, "Before we seek out Klo, let us first attend to Monka's wounds, for he remains an exceptionally capable naval soldier." Indeed, Monka was once a promising member of the Navy. But after enduring the hypnotic influence of Zanga, his character underwent a profound transformation, leading to his subsequent volatility. Luo Ya felt a sense of foreboding regarding the future. Yet he pondered, how might we assist him? We lack knowledge of hypnosis. Though I may not possess the skill of hypnosis, I am confident in my ability to unravel any mental affliction. With this resolve, Luo Ya turned his gaze towards Monka's eyes. The power of the fruit was unleashed. Luo Ya conjured an intricate illusion within his mind, directly projecting it into Monka's consciousness through his gaze. This was one of the advanced applications of the mysterious fruit, a skill that Luo Ya had meticulously developed over a prolonged period. However, it could only be employed on individuals with relatively low mental fortitude. Nonetheless, this demonstrated the boundless potential of the mysterious fruit. After approximately 5 minutes, Monka's previously vacant gaze began to regain clarity. He looked at Luo Ya and Khalifa, his eyes filled with profound confusion. Soon after, he beheld the gruesome scene on the warship, where countless soldiers lay lifeless. A pang of anguish gripped Monka's heart. What had transpired? Why had they all perished? Rising from the pool of blood, the shocking sight before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. "It is not your fault. The blame lies solely with Kuro." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Monka suddenly recalled their relentless pursuit of Kuro, only to realize they had fallen into a trap. His memory of the events that followed faded as he caught sight of a white-haired man wearing a hat, causing him to forget everything else entirely. "Khalifa, you and Monka each take a warship and proceed to the nearby naval base to await further instructions. Leave the matter of Kuro to me. Once I have resolved it, I will come to retrieve you." This final statement was directed at Khalifa. "Understood," she replied, possessing unwavering faith in Luo Ya's capabilities. Thus, she and Monka each commandeered a warship, setting sail towards the naval base. Meanwhile, Luo Ya harnessed his fruit's abilities to navigate a Vice Admiral-class warship swiftly towards West Rob village. At that moment, Kuro's Black Cat pirates had arrived at the shores of West Rob village. They lowered their pirate flag, ensuring they attracted no unwanted attention. "Captain, have you truly decided to abandon the seas for good?" Zango inquired, observing Kuro. "I am weary of this life. I yearn to immerse myself in the tranquility of island living," Kuro replied. "After 3 years, I will have seamlessly integrated into island life under my new identity. You may come to find me then, do you understand?" Kuro, known as the master of schemes, possessed extraordinary intellect. When he desired a peaceful existence, he had already meticulously planned for the years to come. Sighing at Kuro's resolute determination, Zango responded, "I understand, Captain. I will seek you out in 3 years." Kuro nodded, then disembarked from the ship, making his way towards the heart of the island. Once Kuro had vanished from their sight, Zango turned to the other pirates and declared, "Let us prepare to set sail. From this day forth, I am the captain of the Black Cat pirates." "I, Captain." However, it was not long after departing from the village of Zilibu that they beheld an exceptionally grand warship emerging into their line of sight. "Captain, ahead. There is a warship, a colossal one." Although Zhang Ao wore spectacles, his prowess was commendable. He clearly discerned the unparalleled enormity of the warship before them. They had encountered numerous vessels in their journey, yet none rivaled the sheer size of this one. Suddenly, Zhang Ao recalled something. Recently, he had read in the newspapers about Admiral Pigeon from the Marineford headquarters, who was making waves across the seas. Any pirate encountered along the way met a swift and merciless demise, while those just setting sail were promptly imprisoned. This could be described as a relentless cycle of destruction. Such a steely resolve instilled fear in many. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ao hesitated not for a moment. He raised his hands high and called out urgently to his fellow crew members, "Hurry! Raise your hands! We surrender!" Zhang Ao felt as though their expedition had met with a fortune. After all his efforts to become the captain of the Black Cat pirates, and having only recently embarked on their voyage, to encounter Admiral Pigeon's warship was truly disheartening. Yet, as long as they could survive, that was all that mattered. Luo Ya stood upon the deck, observing the crew of the Black Cat pirates, all of whom raised their hands high, incessantly shouting for surrender. This scene, even for Luo Ya, elicited a barely restrained amusement. The warship gradually came to a halt, and from his elevated position, Luo Ya gazed down upon the members of the Black Cat pirates. At that moment, the atmosphere in the air was palpably tense. Beads of cold sweat adorned Zhang Ao's forehead. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. If Luo Ya surpasses them in strength, then he shall wield the power to dictate their fates. The hearts of all were suspended in trepidation. From afar, Luo Ya's voice echoed. Chapter 35, The Prophecy of the Great Deity and Zhang Ao's Anger. Upon hearing his name called, Zhang Ao felt his heart leap to his throat. An unprecedented sense of anxiety drained the color from his face. What? How do you know my name, my lord? Upon hearing Zhang Ao's words, Luo Ya mused inwardly. Do you expect me to reveal that I am a traveler from another realm? With this thought, an overwhelming aura emanated from Luo Ya, akin to that of a ferocious beast, pressing down upon their hearts. Terrified, they knelt upon the deck of the ship. The gentleness that once graced Roya's face had vanished, replaced by an impassive demeanor. He turned to Zango and inquired, Where is Baiji Kilo? Faced with the imposing figure of the White Dove General, Zango dared not deceive Roya and promptly revealed Kilo's whereabouts. My lord, he is currently in West Rob village. I am willing to guide you to him, provided you grant us our lives. Roya said little, merely uttering, Lead the way. Soon, he and Zhang Ao arrived at the village of Zilabu. An electronic voice from the system resonated in Roya's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in task. Reward acquired. Peak medical skills. This extraordinary medical expertise enables the host to surpass the ship's doctor, Dr. Kuroka's, of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. As long as there is breath in a person, there exists a significant possibility of saving them. It is the closest one can come to a miracle in medicine. Roya was exceedingly pleased with this reward, for the practicality of peak medical skills was undeniably high. It could be deemed a life-saving marvel. However, while Roya reveled in his fortune, Zhang Ao was engulfed in anxiety. Walking beside Roya, Zhang Ao felt as if an elephant were rampaging within his chest, making it impossible for him to calm down. Do you know the precise location of Kuro? My lord, I do. Previously, I accompanied the captain. No, I mean Kuro there. His aim was the large estate in the center of the island. Lead the way. Yes. Meanwhile, Captain Kuro was masquerading as a lowly crew member who had been cast off the ship for a minor infraction. Covered in dust, he appeared quite pitiful. He deceived Kaya's parents into trusting him, remaining in their household as a butler. As he surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of fervor ignited in Captain Kuro's eyes. 3 years from now, once I have fully integrated into island life, your demise will be at hand. A cruel smile crept onto his lips, only to be swiftly concealed. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow flitting outside the window. The figure approached a tree, effortlessly ascended, and rapped on the second-floor window. The window opened, revealing Kaya. Her adorable brows furrowed in displeasure as she regarded the long-nosed man before her. I told you not to disturb me anymore. I do not enjoy listening to your boasts. Usopp, hearing Kaya's words, quickly waved his hands and insisted, No. Today's matter is truly significant, and I assure you, I am not exaggerating. Do you think I would believe the village's most notorious liar, Usopp? Usopp, feeling the sting of her words, clenched his chest with both hands, reluctantly stating, Kaya. I have contracted a condition where if I do not finish my story, I shall perish. Kaya, with a gentle demeanor, though fully aware that Usopp's pained expression was feigned, nodded and replied, Just this once. All right then, today I shall recount a tale I heard while at sea. Kaya understood that Usopp's notion of going to sea was merely childish play with other little kids. However, her gentle nature prevented her from revealing Usopp's deception. Today, I went to sea and heard of a notorious pirate who seemed weary of life and chose to end his own existence to embark on a new beginning, she said. But Usopp, how could one commence a new life after willingly ending their own? Kaya voiced her skepticism. Usopp's eyes flickered as he suddenly recalled a brilliant justification. It's quite simple, really. Imagine I am a pirate and I have someone hypnotize a Navy officer. Then, I could easily find a substitute to take my place, thus securing my freedom. Kaya remained unconvinced by Usopp's tale, yet her refined upbringing compelled her to listen to his absurd narrative. Unbeknownst to Usopp, Kuro lurked nearby, his cold gaze fixated on him from behind a tree. A chilling breeze swept through, but as Usopp spun his yarn for Kaya, he remained oblivious to the ominous presence. The tale unfolded with a pirate who infiltrated an island, masquerading as a humble crew member to gain the trust of others and ultimately becoming their steward. Little did they know, his true intention was to seize their wealth. Fortunately, a prince uncovered the plot, saving everyone in the end. Upon hearing the conclusion of Usopp's story, Kaya's frustration boiled over. Enough, Usopp. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Do you know that a steward came to my house today? Is that why you concocted this vile story to tell me? Usopp, I shall never grant you another chance. With that, Kaya slammed the window shut, dismissing him entirely. Usopp stood momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. What steward? I was merely boasting. I meant nothing by it. Yet the firmly shut window offered no hope of reopening. With a sigh, Usopp descended from the tree, having only wished to speak with Kaya. Just conversing with her brought him immense joy. What did I say wrong? He lamented, kicking a stone in frustration, only to find a man in a black tailcoat grinning at him. Usopp did not recognize this man. He had never seen him on the island before. Who are you? He inquired. Kuro adjusted his glasses and replied, I had thought I was perfectly concealed. Yet I did not anticipate you would see through my disguise. Therefore, to ensure my plans proceed smoothly, I must request your demise. As the words fell, Kuro had already donned his deadly Shichibukai claws, the glinting blades reflecting ominously in Usopp's eyes. He finally understood the source of the chilling wind that had swept through moments ago. In Chapter 36, The Rampant Kuro, A Sense of Despair. Usopp could scarcely believe that the tale he had so casually spun earlier was now unfolding before him in stark reality. He had to warn Kaya. With this thought, Usopp turned and ran, summoning every ounce of strength to shout Kaya. Yet before he could finish his plea, Kuro's claws thrust brutally through his chest. The blade slick with his own blood. An overwhelming pain surged through his mind, and darkness seemed poised to envelop him at any moment. However, at this juncture, he could not allow himself to falter. His dream was to become a warrior of the sea. After cowering for so long, even a final act of defiance before death would be commendable. Kaya, run. His voice was a heart-wrenching cry, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Without a moment's hesitation, Usopp threw himself backward, allowing Kuro's claws to carve deeper wounds into his flesh. He was determined to buy Kaya and her family more time. Kuro, taken aback by Usopp's audacious choice, stumbled as Usopp collided with him, bringing him to the ground. Yet, Usopp's voice had already reached Kaya and her parents. Kuro withdrew his claws from Usopp's body, blood dripping from the blades. Adjusting his glasses, Kuro muttered to himself, with your identity exposed, it seems I have no choice but to eliminate you all. He gazed coldly at Kaya's parents emerging from the large house, a frigid glint in his eyes. I will not allow you to lay a finger on Kaya. Despite his grievous injuries, Usopp displayed an indomitable spirit. Gritting his teeth against the dizziness, he stretched out his bloodied hand and grasped Kuro's ankle. At that moment, Kaya descended the stairs, her heart sinking as she realized that the seemingly warm person she had just seen had transformed into a ruthless killer. The originally fair-skinned Koya appeared even more pallid at that moment. Kuro raised his foot high and then forcefully brought it down upon Usopp's hand, deforming it under his weight. Kuro, devoid of any emotion, approached Koya and her companions. The claws of the 10 blades dragged along the ground, producing a sound reminiscent of a death knell that incessantly echoed in the ears of Koya and the others. Suddenly, Kuro raised his clawed hand high, and as sunlight glinted off the blade, it shimmered with a chilling light. In an instant, the blade descended, and a crimson bloom erupted from the chests of Koya's parents as they fell to the ground. Koya was paralyzed with fear. She desperately wished to flee, but her legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, refusing to obey her commands. If only that long-nosed fellow had kept his mouth shut, he wouldn't have acted so swiftly. Kuro grinned maliciously and remarked, you and your parents might still have a little more time to live. With that, he raised his arm once more, preparing to strike down upon Koya. Meanwhile, Roya and Zhang were hastily moving towards Koya's direction when suddenly, they heard a desperate cry echo through the air. Roya furrowed his brow, and after confirming the direction, his legs transformed into mere phantoms, swiftly striking the ground beneath him. The immense force of his propulsion propelled his body forward with remarkable speed. In an instant, a fleeting shadow passed by, followed by a cloud of dust swirling into view, alongside the cracked earth at his feet, leaving Zhang utterly astounded. Is this the prowess of General White Dove? Just this speed alone could easily best countless adversaries. Ding! The sharp sound resonated throughout Zilabu village. In a blink, Roya had arrived before Kaya. The pinnacle of armament hockey coiled around his arms, effortlessly deflecting Crow's attack. Crow felt an immediate numbness in his arm as his right-hand claw shattered against Roya's defense, disintegrating into fragments that fell to the ground. The white cloak billowed majestically in the air. Roya shielded Koya behind her. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight of blood strewn across the ground, with Usopp and Koya's parents lying motionless, a sense of dread enveloped the scene. The aura emanating from Roya suddenly erupted. Baiji Kalu, you have successfully ignited my fury. Since entering the world of pirates, Luo Ya has yet to truly experience anger. Coincidentally, a fierce wind arose, and dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky. Above, thunder rumbled ominously, creating a truly fearsome sight. Prepare to pay the price for your actions. As Luo Ya's voice fell, he delivered a swift kick. The speed was so overwhelming that Luo could not react in time. With a resounding thud, Luo was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, soaring at least several hundred meters away. However, Luo Ya utilized the technique of shave to appear directly behind Luo, leaving him no opportunity to respond. With a swift motion, he bent his index finger and, in conjunction with an incredibly rapid strike, thrust it toward Luo's body, subsequently altering the position of the next strike in a flurry of movements. This was Luo Ya, unleashing his pin of fury. To let Luo perish instantly would be far too lenient. Luo Ya sought to make him truly grasp the essence of despair. In an instant, Luo felt as though his back were being mercilessly pierced by a barrage of bullets, an unrelenting assault that left him bleeding profusely upon the ground. Once Luo Ya ceased his onslaught, Luo fell to his knees, incessantly coughing up blood, and with his battered claws, he wiped the crimson from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to maintain his composure, Luo addressed Luo Ya, declaring, "You have forced my hand. Once I unleash this technique, none present shall escape its wrath." With unwavering confidence, Luo revealed his most formidable move, a flurry of high-speed maneuvers paired with his claws, capable of annihilating numerous foes in a heartbeat, so swift that even the wielder would be oblivious to the precise targets of their strikes. It was an indiscriminate assault. Luo began to move with astounding velocity. His claws left marks upon the trees, the ground, and the stones. Ya, sensing Luo's formidable power, promptly warned Luo Ya, "Be cautious." In Luo Ya's eyes, a fierce glint flickered. "With a heavy heart, I chose to forego the spectacle of your spoon-wielding prowess. Now, I bid you farewell." As the words left her lips, Luo Ya advanced directly towards Luo. In her perception, the notion of speed was but child's play. Bang! Luo Ya extended his palm, directly pressing against Kuro's head. Before Kuro could react, he felt his body lift off the ground, only to come crashing down with a heavy thud. Boom! The earth fractured beneath him, cracks spreading for hundreds of meters, shattering every tree within that radius. This scene was witnessed by Zhang, who had hurried over. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. He never anticipated that the captain, who had always been invincible in his memory, would be so easily subdued by Luo Ya after unleashing his most powerful technique, as effortlessly as crushing an ant. How terrifying! Is this the might of a vice admiral? It is overwhelmingly formidable. Zhang felt his worldview completely shattered. However, despite Kuro's demise at Luo Ya's hands, Kaya's parents and Usopp lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Kaya sat on the ground, tears unconsciously streaming from the corners of her eyes. After resolving the situation with Luo Ya swiftly approached Koya's side, assuring her, "Trust me. Everything will be fine." As his words faded, Luo Ya utilized the fifth turn mirage, and the illusion immediately dispersed, heading towards the warship. He was in need of some medicinal supplies, specifically those meant for treating wounds. With Luo Ya's current mastery of medical skills at its zenith, he was confident that as long as there was breath left, he could save them. Koya watched Luo Ya as he skillfully applied bandages and staunched the bleeding for her parents, executing each step seamlessly. Amidst the various techniques and actions that Koya could not comprehend, she observed her parents slowly opening their eyes. Luo Ya beckoned to Kaya, urging her to tend to her parents first. Subsequently, she approached Usopp's side. It must be said that Usopp's injuries were several times more severe than those of Kaya's parents. Yet, even in such a dire state, Usopp exhibited a faint heartbeat, sustained by an indomitable will that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. One must commend Usopp for embodying resilience in the face of despair. Such fortitude is indeed formidable. Usopp, your destiny lies upon the vast ocean. As Luo Ya's words resonated, phantoms re-emerged, operating under her command with clearly defined roles, all thanks to her unparalleled medical expertise. Luo Ya resolutely brought him back from the brink of death. After gently placing them on the bed to rest peacefully, Kaya approached Luo Ya. Suddenly, she recalled a tale from Usopp's stories, where the appearance of a prince turned the tide and saved everyone. In Kaya's eyes, Luo Ya embodied that very prince. It was solely due to Luo Ya's intervention that her parents had escaped peril. Usopp had also awakened, and once they regained their strength, everything would return to its former state. All of this was made possible through the medical skills of the man before her. Instinctively, she threw herself into Luo Ya's embrace. As a young girl, Kaya had truly been frightened moments before. At that moment, she could no longer contain her emotions and wept in Luo Ya's arms. It was unclear how long she cried. She only paused when her eyes began to feel swollen and red. After conversing for a while, Kaya suddenly turned to Ryūjin with a serious expression and said, "Ryūjin, I wish to study medicine. I aspire to become a remarkable person like you. I can no longer bear to helplessly witness my loved ones suffer before my very eyes. Therefore, Ryūjin, may I become your apprentice?" Kaya gazed at Ryūjin, her eyes filled with hope, yearning for him to grant her modest wish. Hearing her words, Ryūjin replied calmly, "You must diligently administer the prescriptions I provided to your parents. They will benefit their health and, with consistent use, may even prolong their lives." "Yes, I understand," she responded. Ryūjin did not respond to the question of whether she would accept her as a disciple. Listening to Roya's words, Koya lowered her head in disappointment. Ryūjin rose slowly from his chair and walked to the door, turning to Kaya as he spoke. "Kaya, when their injuries have sufficiently healed, simply contact me directly via the Din Mushi, and I shall send someone to fetch you." Upon hearing his words, Kaya was overwhelmed with excitement and sprang from her seat, rushing to Roya's side. "Is that truly the case? A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Thank you, Ryūjin. Without you, I would be utterly lost. You are the beacon of my future." With that, Kaya stood on her tiptoes and gently pressed her lips against his. After solidifying their agreement, Ryūjin departed the room, only to find Zhang Yao still waiting for him. "I thought you might have fled," Zhang Yao remarked with a wry smile. "If I had, it would truly be the end. General White Dove, I have made my decision. I shall turn myself in and, after atoning for my sins, join the Navy." "Oh, and what is your reasoning?" "I have come to realize that senseless slaughter is nothing but a sin." "As you wish." With that, Ryūjin exited Westrop village, steering his warship towards the nearby naval base to retrieve Khalifa. Of course, he left behind a phantom. It was only upon confirming their surrender that the illusion dissipated. Nevertheless, this experience left Ryūjin feeling slightly dizzy, for the distance between his true self and the phantom was quite considerable. Although he had confirmed that the phantom was not limited by distance, the increase in separation would significantly amplify the physical toll, easily leading to exhaustion. However, this was an enlightening discovery that deepened Ryūjin's understanding of the Mera Marinomi. After picking up Khalifa from the naval base, the two set sail for Marineford. This journey proved to be immensely rewarding for Ryūjin. Not only had his reputation been firmly established, but he had also acquired the Ark Noah and reached the pinnacle of medical knowledge. It is essential to recognize that, at sea, the most crucial assets are ships, followed closely by medical expertise. While a vessel navigates the waters, the ability to provide effective treatment after injury is paramount. Without timely and adequate care, infections can easily lead to death, and many lives are lost at sea each year for this very reason. As Ryūjin and Khalifa were engaged in cheerful conversation, the Din Mushi rang once more. Khalifa's demeanor transformed instantly into that of an ice-cold beauty. Approaching the Din Mushi, she initially intended to terminate the call but became serious upon seeing that the caller was Admiral Sengoku. "Admiral, this is Khalifa," she responded, her tone now grave. Khalifa promptly informed Ryūjin to prepare for battle and head to the Ranadoran Sea. "Zephyr has sent out a distress signal." "Yes, Marshal," Khalifa replied with unwavering resolve. However, a tempest of unease surged within her. What manner of being could compel the once mighty Zephyr to issue a call for help? Nevertheless, Khalifa did not squander a moment. She swiftly approached Ryūjin and conveyed the urgent news. Without hesitation, Luo Ya promptly commanded the Phantom to swiftly navigate towards the Ranadoran Sea. Ryūjin is aware of who Zephy's adversary is, a fellow of notably low intellect, whose physique is solely comprised of muscle devoid of any semblance of brains. However, it is said that his prowess rivals that of the Whitebeard at the peak of his era. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease subtly grips Ryūjin at this moment. Chapter 38. The Iron-Blooded Man, Black Arm Zephyr. After an entire day of travel, Ryūjin finally arrived at the Ranadoran Sea. During this time, he had received word that Zephyr was still relentlessly fleeing from the pursuit of Whitebeard II, due to severe damage to his warship. Zephyr had taken refuge on an island, but not without suffering considerable losses among his naval trainees. It is worth noting that Zephyr currently held the esteemed position of a lead instructor within the Navy, having nurtured a cadre of exceptionally talented and promising students, who were also the fruits of his labor. One can only imagine the depth of Zephyr's animosity towards Whitebeard II at this juncture. "Khalifa, get in touch with Zephyr." The snail phone took nearly 2 minutes to connect. Through the device, Ryūjin could hear the tumult of wind and rain. The waters not far from him were shrouded in dark clouds, with the tempest raging unabated. "Teacher Zephyr, we are on our way. Please hold on. White Dove, I shall endure until your arrival, even if it is for the sake of these children. With that, Zephyr ended the call. At this moment, he felt a surge of determination. White Dove was nearby. He simply needed to stall Whitebeard II until Ryūjin Jakka arrived, and together they could drive him back. However, glancing at his empty right arm, Zephyr forced a bitter smile, hoping that his aging body could withstand the rigors of battle. Teacher Zephyr, you must not fight. We can continue to escape. Ein, one of Zephyr's most promising students, quickly discerned his intentions. Yet, at this point, Zephyr had already lost his right arm while fending off Whitebeard II's relentless assaults, making combat increasingly untenable. There is no escape now. We are approaching his striking range, which is far more perilous. Rather than that, allow me to distract him, creating more time for you. A smile crept across Zephyr's face as he reassured them. But rest assured, General White Dove is on his way. He is the most righteous commander I have ever encountered. I have complete faith in entrusting you to him. With that, Zephyr charged boldly towards Whitebeard II, declaring loudly, "Leave this to me." Miss Bakken, witnessing Zephyr's audacious solo charge, could not help but smirk derisively. "Weevil, eliminate this man before us. Your father Whitebeard will be exceedingly pleased when he hears of it." "Understood, mother." Whitebeard II, Weibel, was instantly invigorated upon hearing the words of his mother, Miss Bakken. Armed with a massive polearm, he charged towards Zephyr with fervor. With each step he took, shallow depressions marred the surface of the island. Standing nearly 7 meters tall, Weibel resembled a monstrous entity. His upper body was robust, yet his legs appeared slender. His hair cascaded down to his legs, with braids adorning either side of his head. 3 prominent scars adorned his form, testament to his numerous victories. Most indicative of his identity was the crescent-shaped white mustache that curved upward, reminiscent of Whitebeard's, albeit finer and longer. "I shall crush you," Weibel declared, raising his polearm high before aiming a fierce strike at Zephyr. A colossal slash materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Zephyr with a howling force. A feeling of foreboding enveloped Zephyr. Armament Hockey, activate. Black Arm, heavy strike. The arm of the man known as Black Arm Zephyr unleashed its most formidable blow at that moment. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated across the island, followed by a violent whirlwind that uprooted countless plants and stirred the dust around them. Miss Bakken's petite form was nearly swept away by the fierce gust. "Weibel, are you plotting to harm me?" she exclaimed. "I apologize, mother. I shall be more cautious next time." Zephyr, observing the scene, contemplated the opportunity. Shave. Black Arm, heavy fist. He positioned himself behind Weibel and delivered a powerful strike to his back. For an ordinary person, this punch would have obliterated them entirely. Yet, against Weibel, it felt as if he had struck a steel plate, causing minimal damage. His physical prowess is extraordinary, rivaling even that of Whitebeard. Weibel turned to face Zephyr once more, lifting his polearm without hesitation for another strike. This time, he relied solely on brute force rather than a slicing attack. "Crush it for me," he bellowed. Zephyr, undeterred despite having lost a hand, remained resolute in his iron will as a marine admiral. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding crash, a figure was propelled from the swirling dust, crashing heavily to the ground. After shattering dozens of trees that could be embraced by 2 people, it finally came to a halt. Pooh. Zephyr coughed blood. And at that moment, the armament Hockey dissipated. His entire body felt as though it was on the verge of collapse, weighed down by an overwhelming heaviness. A profound sense of powerlessness enveloped him, radiating from his arms and permeating his entire being, accompanied by an agonizing sting. Coughing, Zephyr gazed at Weibel in the distance, astonished that even with sheer strength, Weibel could inflict such grievous injuries upon him. Yet, for the sake of those children, I must persevere. If I can endure just a little longer, the White Dove will arrive. Clenching his teeth tightly, blood oozed from his gums. Enduring the excruciating pain, Zephyr rose from the ground. His right arm was shattered, his left rendered useless, but he still possessed his feet. He was still capable of fighting. Miss Bakken observed Zephyr, so wretched as he struggled to his feet, and immediately mocked him, saying, "Weibel, let him learn the meaning of death." "Understood, mother." Weibel obediently began to approach Zephyr. As that colossal figure loomed larger in his sight, the shadow gradually enveloped him. Zephyr faced Weibel without fear. Armament Hockey, entwine. As the words left his lips, blood spilled from Zephyr's mouth, yet he unleashed a merciless strike toward Weibel. Bang! His left leg was shattered. With Weibel's blow, Zephyr was sent hurtling through the air like a broken kite. He was overwhelmingly powerful. Weibel was indeed formidable. His strength was akin to that of Whitebeard in his youth. Had he been younger, perhaps he could have fought back. However, with age and a shift in mindset, his combat prowess had waned significantly. A shadow of despair flickered in Zephyr's eyes. Perhaps he could not endure much longer, but he would not perish in vain. He would buy precious time for his students. Chapter 39. The Rescue of Zephyr, Arrival of Luo Ya. Though he felt his endurance waning, he resolved not to die without purpose. Striving to secure the final moments for his pupils, Zephyr thought to himself as he pressed his head against the ground, blood seeping from his body. With the last remnants of strength in his legs, he stood once more before Weibel. Miss Bakken regarded the scene with disdain, scoffing softly. Weibel, deliver the final blow. I truly do not understand why you insist on prolonging this. Yes, mother. Upon hearing Miss Bakken's words, Weibel lumbered toward Zephyr, each step resonating like the tolling of a despairing bell upon Zephyr's heart. Slowly lifting his head, the iconic sunglasses perched on his nose were now half broken, teetering precariously as if they might fall at any moment, mirroring Zephyr's own precarious state. Die. Weibel uttered no further words and immediately raised his long-handled sword, bringing it down forcefully upon Zephyr. This strike, given Zephyr's current condition, would almost certainly be fatal if it connected. Yet even so, was it not a commendable choice to strive for a few precious seconds for his students? With a surge of armed hockey, Zephyr concentrated all his might upon his forehead. Utilizing his remaining leg, he slowly bent and charged towards Weibel. Meanwhile, Luo Ya stood transfixed, gazing at the distant island. He had already spotted the naval cadets stationed by the shore, each bearing various injuries, with the most grievously wounded having already lost consciousness. The illusion of 100 transformations. As Luo Ya's voice fell, 100 phantoms suddenly materialized behind him. Each phantom, equipped with medical supplies, gracefully stepped forward, gliding onto the island to administer first aid to the naval trainees. With his unparalleled medical expertise, Luo Ya was confident in his ability to rescue them. Khalifa. Allow those who have received treatment to rest on the warship. Yes, Admiral Pigeon. Under the circumstances, Khalifa was remarkably earnest. The students observed as these phantoms meticulously examined their wounds and provided urgent care. What about Teacher Zephyr? Is he not with you? Luo Ya surveyed the surroundings, but found no sign of Zephyr, and an ominous premonition began to take shape in his heart. At that moment, An approached him, urgency evident in his voice as he implored, General White Dove, Teacher Zephyr has gone to confront Weevil to protect us. Please, conceal your illusions and assist him with your utmost strength. I beg of you. As Ain's words echoed in the air, all the conscious trainees bowed deeply to Luo Ya. However, in light of the current scene, the gesture appeared rather grim. The situation had escalated to such a dire point. Yet making choices for others is an act of profound disrespect. After all, only children make choices, adults must take charge. Before the weight of Ain's words could fully register, Luo Ya launched himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. With the pinnacle technique of 6 forms, he vanished instantaneously, darting through the dense foliage with remarkable speed toward the direction Ain had indicated. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, astonished not only by Luo Ya's rapid movement, but also by the fact that the phantoms he had conjured remained undispersed. General White Dove, is he truly multitasking? How formidable! They murmured in disbelief. Surely, he must be the mightiest of generals. Listening to the discussions among the naval trainees, Ain felt a surge of hope for Teacher Zephyr. If only White Dove could arrive in time, surely he would save him. Suddenly, before Ain could complete his thought, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the island's center. Ain's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. The center of the island was now a scene of devastation, with trees toppled in a massive crater in the ground. There lay Zephyr, gravely injured, his sunglasses shattered and blood staining his once vibrant purple hair, now resembling a near-death state. Coughing, Zephyr expelled a trickle of blood, its color darkening to almost black. His body was battered, and even the simple act of opening his eyes required immense effort. Weevil, you better smash Zephyr into a pulp, Miss Bakken exclaimed from the sidelines, her frustration palpable. Honestly, is it really that difficult to kill just one Zephyr? Weevil scratched his head, recalling his mother's earlier admonition to be cautious and avoid causing her any trouble. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution. However, given Miss Bakken's words, Weibel resolved to hold nothing back. His aura surged with intensity, and coupled with his towering height of nearly 7 meters, he appeared quite fearsome. Zephyr lay in pain, gazing up at the sky filled with ominous clouds. If only he could catch a glimpse of the cerulean sky before departing from this world. Thunder rumbled ominously, and a torrential downpour cascaded from above. Zephyr slowly closed his eyes, realizing that his final wish could not be fulfilled. Nevertheless, he believed that the time he had bought for those individuals should suffice. Weibel approached the edge of the pit, raising his massive blade high once more, preparing to strike down upon Zephyr's head with great force. It seems I have arrived just in time. The corners of Roya's mouth curled slightly upward. In a swift motion, he conjured an illusion once more. The illusion materialized beside Zephyr, lifting him from the pit, while simultaneously maneuvering swiftly towards the warship. Zephyr strained to open his eyes, only to find himself hoisted over Roya's shoulder. Meanwhile, another incarnation of Roya had approached Weevil, his hands enveloped in the armament haki. As he boldly intercepted the blade with his bare hands, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The pit beneath Roya deepened further, the ground riddled with cracks. Yet, not a single injury marred Roya's hands. Witnessing this scene, Zifa realized that the white dove had arrived. Phantom, carrying Zifa, softly spoke, "Teacher Zifa, you truly are relentless. However, fret not, for I shall take care of the remaining matters." With this thought, Zifa completely relaxed, his eyes gently closing once more. Within the depths of the pit, Roya gazed intently at Weibel, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. "Whitebeard 2, let me witness the extent of your formidable power." Chapter 40, Annihilation of Bakine. The rampage begins. Miss Bakine observed in astonishment as the white dove, using her hands, intercepted Weibel's assault. However, she quickly directed a fierce command towards Weibel. "Weibel, eliminate this person before you. If you can kill him, I shall reward you with a hearty meal." Weibel's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm at the mention of a feast. Murmuring hearty meal, his aura surged once more. Seeing this, Miss Bakine swiftly made her escape to the side. She was acutely aware that the clash between these two titans could easily endanger her. Yet, she held firm in her belief that Whitebeard too possessed the strength to vanquish this newly appointed general, the White Dove. After all, Whitebeard too bore the might reminiscent of his illustrious youth. Weibel fixated on Roya, repeatedly chanting, "Hearty meal, hearty meal, hearty meal." How foolish this fellow was, to endure such torment from Miss Bakine while remaining steadfastly by her side. Roya gazed at Weibel before speaking in a calm demeanor. As for the fleeing Miss Bakine, he regarded her with indifference, for she would never escape the confines of the island. Moreover, she was merely a treacherous, ordinary individual. Should she become entangled with those trainees, her fate would be sealed. Thus, Roya's sole objective now was to vanquish the formidable Whitebeard too. "Come forth, Weibel, let me witness the extent of your strength." Upon hearing Roya's words, Weibel immediately swung his massive halberd towards him. Roya's hands, enveloped in a coating of haki, effortlessly absorbed Weibel's assault. With another resounding crash, Roya remained unscathed, steadfast and immovable as a mountain, even in the face of Weibel's towering 7-meter frame and the formidable strength inherited from the Whitebeard lineage. Luo Ya remained unperturbed, firmly rooted in place, undaunted by Weibel's assault. Not even a single step was shifted. Conversely, Weibel felt a tingling sensation in his grip. Was this all there was to his approach, a repetitive maneuver devoid of creativity? In an instant, Luo Ya appeared behind Weibel, executing a thrust with the spear cannon. Luo Ya suddenly jabbed towards Weibel's occiput with tremendous force, sending him tumbling headfirst to the ground. A gaping wound appeared on the back of Weibel's head, yet astonishingly, after merely 5 or 6 seconds, the injury healed as if it had never existed. Roya's brow furrowed slightly. Was this terrifying recovery ability not a bit too grotesque? Just as Roya pondered this, Weibel rose from the ground. It hurts, it hurts. Weibel is in pain." At that moment, Weibel's eyes were already bloodshot. He turned to face Roya, his gaze betraying a hint of madness. Boom. Weibel's disproportionately powerful legs slammed against the ground, leaving behind a massive crater as shattered stones scattered chaotically around. The island, before both Roya and Weibel, appeared as fragile as tofu, utterly incapable of withstanding their combined might. As Weibel charged forward like a cannonball, Roya's eyes narrowed slightly. He remained emotionally composed, simply waiting for the right moment. With a swift step, he grasped Weibel's head with his right hand, raised his left arm high, and ruthlessly brought his elbow crashing down onto the back of Weibel's skull. The tremendous impact sent Weibel crashing into the ground. At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the torrential rain intensified. The rainwater pooled in the crater beneath Weibel. Observing the battle from a distance, Miss Bakine was utterly stunned. How could this be? Weibel was evidently no match for the White Dove General. Could it be that this White Dove General possessed strength surpassing that of the young Whitebeard? Miss Bakin's mind was in turmoil. With a look of horror and disbelief, she stared at Roya from afar. Lacking extensive knowledge and possessing little strength herself, she could not discern that Roya's mastery of haki was of an exceptionally high caliber. This alone elevated Roya's combat prowess to a truly terrifying level. Yet, this did not prevent Miss Bakin from feeling a desire to retreat. "Weibel, we must withdraw." Before Miss Bakin could finish her sentence, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. She turned abruptly to find Roya before her, and her heart plummeted into an icy abyss. This was clearly an illusion conjured by Roya. The phantom smiled faintly at Miss Bakin before raising a finger. A blood-red flower blossomed upon the island. Roya harbored a profound disdain for this woman, for she was one who pursued her selfish desires relentlessly. The evidence lay in the fact that Weibel had long suffered from hunger. However, Roya did not concern himself with judging her sins. His sole responsibility was to send Miss Bakin to hell. As Miss Bakin met her demise, the illusion dissipated, and Weibel was consumed by a fury like never before. With his crimson eyes fixed intently on Roya, he repeatedly uttered the word die. His muscles began to swell uncontrollably, veins bulging grotesquely. The transformation was astounding. Where he had previously stood nearly 7 meters tall, he now towered over 10 meters. Even from a distance, Khalifa could discern Weibel's monstrous form. What manner of creature is this? It is utterly terrifying. Is Vice Admiral Pigeon truly safe? Surely, we could retreat now, the surrounding naval cadets remarked to Khalifa. At this moment, Khalifa turned to the specter beside her and asked, "Roya, are you all right? If things go awry, we should withdraw." The specter responded with a light chuckle. "How could I possibly refrain from avenging Teacher Zifa after such a heavy toll? Fear not, everything remains within my control." Meanwhile, Weibel's muscles had swelled to an alarming degree, even exuding blood droplets akin to perspiration. Could this be a manifestation of some extraordinary power? Roya furrowed his brow slightly. After all, this scene had not appeared in the original work. With a ferocious roar, Weibel charged at Roya like a mad beast. With each step he took, small craters formed on the island. Brandishing his massive sword, Weibel swung it vertically. A remarkably exaggerated slash cleaved the island in two before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Everyone froze at the sight. Chapter 41. The warship retreats. One sword resolves. The island fell into an eerie silence. In the next moment, the land shattered into two halves, and a torrent of seawater surged forth from the fissures. All bore witness to this spectacle. Khalifa instinctively tightened her grip. At that moment, the phantom beside Zephyr approached Khalifa, urging her to return to Marineford. "I have stabilized Master Zephyr's condition, but he requires more stable treatment conditions. Furthermore, this island is destined to vanish from the maps. And to avoid implicating you, I implore you to return to Marineford immediately. But you, I will be fine, for I am none other than Admiral Pigeon." As the words fell, the phantom dissipated. Soon after, other phantoms followed suit, disintegrating one after another. Time seemed to stand still. Ayn arrived beside Khalifa, asking my lady, "What should we do now?" Gazing at the fierce battle on the island and then at Zephyr lying on the ground, Khalifa took a deep breath. Her eyes filled with determination. "I trust Roya. We must retreat immediately and return to Marineford. All who are able, come and assist me." The warship departed from the island. During this time, Roya continuously evaded Weibel's relentless assaults. The island, under the onslaught of Weibel, had been reduced to a disarrayed state. Rainwater pooled in the uneven terrain, creating a quagmire. The island appeared to be shattered, exhibiting a subtle inclination towards sinking. Yet, Weibel, like a ferocious beast, persistently charged at Roya, seemingly impervious to exhaustion. As the warship gradually faded from view, a faint smile crept upon Roya's lips. At this moment, only the two of them remained upon the island. With the warship now distant, it signified that he could unleash his full potential. During this interval, he had sufficiently prepared himself. The incantation was invoked. Levitation. In an instant, Roya's body soared into the sky, casting a glance down upon Whitebeard too. It had been quite some time since he had the opportunity to stretch his limbs. "I hope you can endure this." As his words echoed, a fierce flame erupted from Roya's hand, ascending and coalescing into an ancient katana. The blade, elongated and gleaming with a cold light, seemed to signify that it too had long awaited its moment to shine. Roya softly murmured to the blade of his Zanpakuto, "Flowing blade like fire." At that moment, the sword's body trembled slightly in response. "If that is the case, let us unleash its true power," he declared. "All things in the universe shall be reduced to ashes. flowing blade like fire. In an instant, the sword in Roya's hand erupted into a magnificent blaze. The inferno surged forth, transforming the very atmosphere around them. The sky itself changed hue as a gaping hole was torn in the dark clouds. The torrential rain ceased, and the roar of the thunder dragon quieted. As the opening continued to expand, a radiant sunny day emerged over the island. In the face of this dramatic shift, Weibel remained unfazed, continuing his furious charge towards Roya. The corners of Roya's mouth subtly curled upwards. He gently caressed the blade and declared, "First form, caress slash." A flicker of light emanated from the sword, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure surged forth. A torrent of flames erupted, intertwining with the terrifying aura reminiscent of the conqueror's haki, indicative of a master swordsman at the pinnacle of his craft. In an instant, Roya executed a powerful downward strike. Weevil, witnessing the impending blow, felt it magnify in his field of vision. He swung his own long-handled sword in an attempt to counter the onslaught. Boom! Gripping the massive blade, Weevil instinctively activated his armament haki, enveloping the sword in a protective layer. The formidable long sword, combined with Weevil's incredible brute strength, created a cacophony of whistling in the air. The blade cleaved through the atmosphere with tremendous force, crashing heavily against Roya's strike. The powerful recoil sent vibrations through Weevil's hands, causing his muscles to tremble uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, blood began to unconsciously seep from the corners of his mouth. Roar! A beastly howl erupted from his throat, a harsh sound accompanied by blinding sparks. Under the force of Roya's strike, Weevil was forcibly propelled backward for several hundred meters, carving 2 deep furrows into the ground. Boom! At last, Weevil's longsword, unable to withstand the pressure, was severed by Roya's strike. With no resistance remaining, the attack surged forward unabated, shattering Weevil's formidable defenses. His massive form was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Crash! He crashed heavily into the mountainside. The crimson hue in Weevil's eyes gradually faded. He felt as though his innards had been violently displaced, his body engulfed in a sensation akin to being submerged in gelatin. Had this been an ordinary person, they would have perished without a doubt. However, his body possessed a terrifying regenerative power. Given time, he could recover. Just then, Roya floated slowly before Weevil, his cloak of justice billowing in the howling wind. Roya gazed down at Weibel, perceiving the panic reflected in his eyes. Although Weibel's intellect may be lacking, his body retained the memory of pain. The realization that he could inflict such a profound blow upon Weibel suggested that, in his subconscious, he had become an invincible entity. If no further commands were issued, it seemed likely that he would soon turn to flee. As if to confirm Roya's suspicion, Weibel struggled free from the stones and attempted to escape. Yet, how could Roya allow Weibel to evade him so effortlessly? In an instant, Roya appeared before Weibel, seizing the opportunity amidst Weibel's unstable mental state and heightened emotional turmoil. Roya, through the powers of the illusion fruit, seamlessly ensnared Weibel within a realm of fantasy. The entire process unfolded without the slightest ripple. In the mere span of a second, Roya's illusion completely consumed Weibel's consciousness, binding his spirit to an eternal existence within this fabricated reality. Consequently, any commands issued from the outside would elicit corresponding transformations in Weibel's illusion. In essence, Weibel had become a war machine under Roya's dominion. Your strength and regenerative abilities are indeed formidable, rather than slay you. It is far more advantageous to have you serve my interests, for I have need of your talents. Before Roya could articulate the entirety of his thought, the island began to collapse. Following the fierce battle between Roya and Weibel, the island had finally reached the brink of destruction, gradually succumbing to the encroaching sea. Without a moment's hesitation, Roya summoned the Ark of Noah from the system. The immense vessel did not submerge into the ocean. Rather, it hovered above, buoyed by the force of enchanted seals. Chapter 42. The Doctor's Astonishment. Roya vanishes, grasping Weibel's colossal form as if it were a mere hill. Roya ascended to the deck of Noah's Arkansas. It must be said that the Ark was truly colossal, standing upon the deck. His gaze was consumed by the vastness of the vessel itself. In that fleeting moment, as the two individuals stood upon the Ark, the island below them crumbled instantaneously. The entire landmass was devoured by the encroaching sea. Waves surged and roiled incessantly, giving rise to a formidable vortex. There was no inclination to linger any longer in that place. Roya harnessed the power of spells and soared towards O'Hara. At this moment, Weibel could be described as a formidable war machine, an exceptionally powerful one at that. Roya was confident in his unwavering loyalty. Thus, he intended to dispatch Weeble to O'Hara, which remained under the vigilant watch of the Navy. Luo Ya harbored a foreboding sense that should the Navy fail to uncover any substantial evidence in the near future, they would undoubtedly launch another offensive. His presence offered some comfort, but in his absence, the formidable Weeble would suffice to handle many situations. As Luo Ya made his way towards O'Hara, Khalifa and her comrades had already reached Marineford aboard their warship. Marineford had meticulously prepared, and the finest medical team was ready to conduct a series of examinations on Zifa the moment the ship docked. Observing Zifa's grievous injuries, yet noting that his life was not in jeopardy, they were filled with awe. Lady Khalifa, what transpired with Lord Zifa? His vital signs are merely weak, devoid of any critical symptoms. This is utterly astonishing. As time progressed, the medical team discovered that numerous naval interns exhibited similar conditions. This indicated that an exceptionally skilled healer had treated them before their arrival, employing methods they had never encountered. In response, Khalifa simply remarked, "It was Admiral White-Dove who tended to them during their injuries. Admiral White-Dove possesses such extraordinary medical prowess." They exclaimed, "This level of skill far surpasses our own. It is nothing short of a miracle." At that moment, Sengoku approached Khalifa after examining Zifa. "Khalifa, where is White-Dove?" "When we departed, White-Dove was engaged in battle with Whitebeard too. The island was on the verge of collapse, and he instructed me to escort Zifa and the others back for better treatment, ensuring their conditions stabilized to prevent any aftereffects. I chose to trust Luo Ya. In the end, Khalifa's call was for Luo Ya." Sengoku, observing Khalifa's delicate hands clenched tightly, her lower lip bitten softly, and her brows furrowed, felt a weight in his heart. "I too believe in White-Dove. I trust he must possess confidence to utter such words. Perhaps news will arrive in a few days. Furthermore, I shall dispatch investigators to look into this matter. You need not worry." "Indeed." Khalifa nodded, then retrieved a transponder snail from her pocket. This particular transponder was exclusive to Luo Ya, yet due to the urgency of the situation, he had not been carrying it, rendering them unable to establish contact with him. Time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. During this period, Khalifa scarcely closed her eyes, remaining almost incessantly in the office of Sengoku, eager to receive any news regarding Luo Ya. Suddenly, the sound of the din-din mushi reverberated through Sengoku's office. Khalifa instantly approached the desk, her heart filled with anticipation as she gazed at the din-din mushi, hoping to hear good news about Luo Ya. Without hesitation, Sengoku answered the call. The voice of the informant echoed through the din-din mushi, reporting, "Marshal, we have searched the designated coordinates for an entire day. Yet we have found no trace of any island. It seems as though the island has vanished into thin air." Upon hearing the informant's words, Sengoku felt a heavy weight in his heart. The absence of the island at the specified coordinates implied that it had sunk beneath the waves. Indeed, upon receiving this news, Khalifa felt a wave of despair wash over her. Almost fainting, she collapsed onto the sofa, murmuring to herself, "Impossible. This cannot be true. Luo Ya cannot be in danger. He is far too powerful. Even the might of Whitebeard too would be unable to defeat him." At this thought, a fierce resentment flickered in Khalifa's eyes, a resentment directed inward. If only she had been stronger at that moment, she could have aided Luo Ya. Strength. She needed greater strength. Resolute, Khalifa decided to make the most of her time. She firmly believed that Luo Ya would be safe. Yet, she would not remain idle and waiting. She was determined to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. "Marshal, I have heard that the Special Intelligence Department's competition is approaching. I wish to enroll." Sengoku paused momentarily but quickly regained his composure, nodding in agreement, "I will register you. Additionally, if there is any news regarding Luo Ya, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Khalifa replied, "Thank you, Marshal." With that, she exited Sengoku's office. As she stepped outside, she encountered a woman with pink hair. "Khalifa, Tina is here to see you," Tina announced. Khalifa lifted her water-like gaze, devoid of emotion, and softly replied, "Tina, if you are inquiring about Luo Ya's whereabouts, I do not know. I am waiting for his return." With that, Khalifa brushed past Tina. Tina believes that Luo Ya will be fine, for Tina has faith in him. However, Tina feels quite unsettled upon hearing that you were in the marshal's office. She wanted to invite you to the training grounds for a spar. A glimmer flickered in Khalifa's eyes as a subtle smile graced her lips. She turned to Tina and declared, "Let us proceed to the training grounds. I find that engaging in combat will help alleviate my current mood." Meanwhile, Luo Ya perched on the edge of the vessel, gazing down at the drifting clouds below. At that moment, he realized he had forgotten to bring his transponder snail, a habit he rarely adhered to, as he typically left it aboard the warship or entrusted it to Karifa. With a soft sigh, Roya murmured, "To avoid causing Karifa concern or arousing Sengoku's suspicion, I must hasten to Ohara and safely deliver Weevil." With this thought in mind, he immediately maximized the power of his talisman. The colossal Noah's Ark surged forth like an airship, swiftly making its way to Ohara. Chapter 43, Task Assignment. Akainu takes action. Marineford. In the office, Sengoku stood before the window, observing the ongoing skirmish between Karifa and Tina below, and he too let out a deep sigh. No one understood Roya's prowess better than Sengoku. His mastery of hockey had undoubtedly reached its zenith. With such strength, few could hope to vanquish Roya upon these waters. It seemed he must be preoccupied with some matter or trouble. Another sigh escaped Sengoku as he approached his desk and picked up a mission plan that had originally been intended for Roya, given his unmatched strength and the greatest likelihood of success. However, with Roya absent, Sengoku had no choice but to assign the task to Akainu to ensure the plan commenced on schedule. Unfortunately, Kizuru was currently on duty and could not leave Marineford unless a matter of grave importance arose. Meanwhile, Akiji was engaged with other assignments, making Akainu the most suitable option. Before long, Akainu arrived at Sengoku's office. "Admiral," he saluted with impeccable military precision and stood at attention, awaiting the assignment. "Akainu, according to the Intelligence Department's investigation, Ohara has not exhibited any significant changes aside from a newly formed defensive wall encircled by tree roots. Even the mysterious powerhouse has not reappeared. Thus, we suspect Ohara currently lacks formidable combat capabilities. Your task is to probe their defenses. If you ascertain that they possess no substantial fighting strength, you are to proceed with destruction. Should resistance arise, request immediate support, and we shall provide you with additional assistance." Upon hearing the mission from Sengoku, veins bulged prominently on Akainu's neck. The battle at Ohara had been a profound humiliation for him. Ever since that encounter, he had relentlessly honed his strength. Especially after his defeat at the hands of Trafalgar Law, his training regimen had intensified threefold. Compared to his former self, he had become immensely more powerful. He vowed to accomplish the mission. Justice must prevail. With that declaration, Akainu elegantly turned and exited Sengoku's office. This time, he was determined to vindicate himself. He would ensure that the island of Ohara was irrevocably erased from the maps. 2 days passed. Roya perched upon the edge of the vessel, at long last catching sight of the magnificent tree of knowledge, soaring majestically into the heavens. He had returned to Ohara, pondering whether Robin had thought of him during his absence. A faint smile graced his lips at the thought. However, he was acutely aware of the urgency of his mission and refrained from wasting any precious moments. He deftly maneuvered the Ark of Noah into a gradual descent, intent on reuniting with Robin before preparing to return to Mariehua. On the shores of Ohara, Robin, who was honing her abilities, was struck by the sight before her, her expression turning resolute. "Mother, it seems formidable foes may be approaching." Alvia gazed up at the descending vessel, her pupils dilating in shock. This is the Ark of Noah. How can this be? According to the records I have seen, the Ark was last known to be near Fishman Island. What could possibly account for its appearance here, descending from the sky? What immense power must be wielded to achieve such a feat? Robin, we must alert the scholars at once and prepare for an immediate escape. Ever since the decree against the sorcerers had been issued, they had consolidated their resources, ready to flee at a moment's notice. It may already be too late. Robin's delicate and charming visage was imbued with solemnity as she gazed upon the colossal figure descending from the heavens. The silhouette loomed like a hill, dwarfing Robin by several magnitudes. With a resounding thud, Weibel plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a small crater. Robin and Olivia felt the earth tremble beneath them, a bead of cold sweat appearing on their fair foreheads. "Robin, it has been a long time." Just then, a remarkably familiar voice wafted into their ears. Though the speaker was yet unseen, Robin immediately recognized the voice she had longed for day and night. "Brother Roya." As she watched Roya effortlessly retract the Ark of Noah into the system space, gently descending from the skies, Olivia stood in astonishment, captivated by the scene before her. Robin could no longer contain the overwhelming excitement within her and leaped into Roy's embrace. "Brother Roy, it's truly you. You have finally arrived. I have missed you dearly." Robin clung tightly to Roya, as if striving to merge his very being into her embrace. Robin continuously inhaled the scent emanating from Roya, a fragrance that instilled within her a profound sense of tranquility. Observing this scene, Alvia, who had been burdened with apprehension, gradually felt her worries dissipate. Roya, Alvia remarked, directing her gaze toward the formidable Weeble who stood behind Roya. You could say he is a humanoid weapon, crafted to safeguard you. Upon hearing this, Roya turned to Weeble and instructed, from this day forth, heed the words of these two individuals. Yes. Weeble responded affirmatively. Is he truly formidable? Robin addressed Roya, saying, It seems that he now possesses the strength of Whitebeard in his youth. As Roya's words hung in the air, Alvia gazed at Weeble in disbelief. Trembling, she pointed a finger at him and exclaimed, He possesses the power of Whitebeard in his youth? Having spent considerable time traversing the seas, Alvia was well acquainted with Whitebeard's formidable reputation. She understood the magnitude of his might. After all, he was one of the 4 great pirates of the New World, renowned as the strongest man in the world. According to Roya, this individual named Weeble wielded the very strength of Whitebeard in his prime. What an utterly terrifying power that must be. Roya, how did you come to know him? Alvia pondered, realizing that they had initially been adversaries but had somehow reached an understanding. She covered her mouth in astonishment, feeling as though she were caught in a dream. The fact that someone with the power of Whitebeard in his youth could be subdued by Roya was astonishing. Just how formidable was Roya's strength? Yet, as Alvia considered further, she recalled that Roya was the one who had single-handedly vanquished the Demon Slayer Order. With such immense power, perhaps it was not so inconceivable after all. But after you depart, Will, Alvia voiced her concerns to Roya. In response, he assured her that he could be commanded without reservation, accepting any order without hesitation. Just as Roya's proclamation concluded, the distant sound of cannon fire echoed through the air. A fleet of warships surged toward O'Hara without slowing. Chapter 44, Advanced Combat. On-site commentary: 5 warships in total approached, with the central vessel unmistakably belonging to Vice Admiral Akainu. Standing on the deck, Akainu surveyed O'Hara, his hands clenched tightly. Increase the firepower. But, sir, didn't Admiral Sengoku send us to merely test the waters? A nearby captain began, only to be interrupted by Akainu. The justice of the Navy must not be tarnished. The existence of this island is a blight, and we must eradicate it. His brow furrowed, Akainu's demeanor grew increasingly fierce. The surrounding soldiers remained silent. With the Vice Admiral's orders issued, they had no choice but to comply. Cannonballs erupted from the barrels, trailing smoke as they soared through the air, arcing down to strike the defensive wall formed by the roots of the Tree of Knowledge. Roja adorned himself and Weibel with a cloak woven from the illusion fruit, shrouding their forms and visages in secrecy. As Roya gently caressed Robin's silky hair, she murmured, Robin, allow me to present you with a gift, an opportunity to witness a remarkable performance. Engage wholeheartedly in your studies, for this is an invaluable experience. With her words lingering in the air, Roya suddenly struck the ground forcefully with both hands. Wood release. Birth of the tree realm. The abundant vitality inherent in the wood release surged through the layers of earth, nourishing the roots of the all-knowing tree. Before their eyes, the roots appeared to awaken, gradually loosening their bindings and returning to the embrace of the soil. Roja commanded Weibel, obliterate the warships before us. Slay anyone who dares to obstruct. Yes. Weibel replied without hesitation, charging toward the naval vessels. Now, the performance commences. On the deck, Akainu, upon witnessing the defensive wall descend, was startled by the emergence of 2 cloaked figures. However, he quickly composed himself, taking a deep breath as he regarded the 2 individuals on the island. The one with a normal physique was instantly recognizable to Akainu. It was the enigmatic figure who had once defeated him in Akiji with a single strike. As for the other, a massive presence resembling a hill, this was his first encounter. Yet, even with 2 mysterious figures before him, Akainu harbored no thoughts of retreat. The Navy allows no retreat. On the path of annihilating darkness, only justice can endure. With that declaration, Akainu surged forth from the deck, his feet swiftly traversing the air as he executed the moonwalk technique. He swiftly seized the high ground, transforming his hands into torrents of molten lava and launching them at the advancing Weibel. Come forth. Let me let you taste the flavor of the underworld. Akainu's arms elongated rapidly, moving with astonishing speed, their passage through the air accompanied by a piercing whistle. The searing magma rendered the atmosphere almost illusory. It was evident that compared to their previous encounter, Akainu's strength had doubled. However, he was met with a fearless Weibel, utterly unperturbed by pain. In the face of such ferocious onslaught, Weibel didn't flinch. His slender legs bent, and with a powerful thrust, a crater formed upon the island of O'Hara. The immense recoil propelled Weibel's body forward like a colossal cannonball, seemingly oblivious to Akainu's assault. Boom! Two streams of molten lava ruthlessly struck Weibel, scorching his form and leaving shallow craters in their wake. Blood gushed forth from the wounds, but within mere moments, the injuries healed as if they had never existed. This terrifying regenerative ability left Akainu momentarily stunned. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Weibel was already upon him, with his armament haki activated. Although not at the peak level of Rojas, it had nonetheless reached an intermediate proficiency. Weibel raised his fists and struck mercilessly at Akainu's chest. However, utilizing his observation haki, Akainu partially transformed his body, evading the damage from Weibel's assault. I have endured hellish training. If I were to be struck by such juvenile attacks, I might as well abandon my aspirations, he proclaimed, unleashing the magma enveloping him. Canine bite, crimson lotus. Akainu once again transformed his arm into molten lava, shaping it into the form of a canine head and extending his lava-coated limb. These molten dog heads, brimming with searing heat, lunged at the enemy with vicious bites. The scorching heads sank their fangs into Weibel, as Akainu declared, "Perish, along with the malevolence that clings to you, and be consumed by the sea." Determined to maintain his momentum, Akainu aimed to eliminate Weibel in one swift blow. However, at that moment, an unsettling sensation coursed through Akainu, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. In the next instant, Weibel's muscles bulged dramatically, his eyes appearing bloodshot and menacing. He exploded the molten canine head that Akainu had conjured. Before Akainu could react, Weibel struck him with a speed surpassing that of before, enveloped in the armor of haki, delivering a crushing blow to Akainu's head. Akainu felt as though his skull had been struck by a heavy hammer, engulfed in a wave of intense dizziness. On the island, Law observed the scene unfold, shaking his head softly as he remarked, "Akainu remains unchanged, spouting his ideals of justice with unwavering confidence. While his strength is commendable, he is perpetually too prone to arrogance." Luo Ya provided commentary from the sidelines, simultaneously analyzing the fierce battle between Akainu and Weevil. Robin continuously nodded beside her, attempting to anticipate the forthcoming strategies of the two combatants. This represented a remarkably advanced level of combat, an invaluable experience for Robin. Observing such a high-caliber battle, if thoroughly analyzed, could certainly pave a smoother path for her in the future. Olivia, too, seemed to comprehend the well-meaning intentions of Luo Ya, feeling a profound sense of gratitude within her heart. Reflecting on her initial encounter with Luo Ya, warmth enveloped her. Had she not been rescued by Luo Ya back then, she mused, her current happiness might have remained an elusive dream. Indeed, being by Robin's side bestowed upon Olivia an unprecedented sense of joy. Moreover, she cherished the occasional glimpses of Luo Ya. In the skies above, Weevil and Akainu were engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows with fervor. The soldiers aboard the warship stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting their task of loading ammunition and continuing their assault. This individual appeared immensely powerful, seemingly endowed with boundless stamina. Have you noticed? The figure on the shores of O'Hara has yet to make a move. That must be the captain. I have heard tales of this person who single-handedly obliterated the Demon Slayer Order with just a sword. This was a feat accomplished by both Akainu and Aokiji combined. In other words, does this imply that the individual has no intention of intervening? The soldiers felt a chill run down their spines at this thought. Quick, contact Admiral Sengoku. However, if we bypass Rear Admiral Akainu to reach Admiral Sengoku, what will that entail? Regardless, as long as Akainu and that monstrous entity are entangled in combat, we must swiftly communicate with Admiral Sengoku. Otherwise, I fear we may lose our chance. Chapter 45. The Wrathful Akainu. The awakening of powers. The transponder snail was quickly answered. The colonel promptly stated, "Admiral, this is the colonel under Rear Admiral Akainu. Currently, Rear Admiral Akainu is engaged in battle with a cloaked monster." Is that the mysterious figure? No. That figure is observing from a distance, appearing as robust as a small hill. This means there are two mysterious individuals present. And Akainu charged in without any knowledge of the situation? Admiral Sengoku had harbored some reservations when dispatching Akainu, fearing that his strong principles would lead to reckless impulsiveness. Therefore, before his departure, Sengoku had reiterated his concerns. Yet, he had not anticipated that Akainu would remain so resolute in his approach. What is the current state of the battle? Sengoku inquired. The colonel glanced at the sky and replied, "It seems that Rear Admiral Akainu intends to conclude the fight swiftly. Yet the opponent's recovery capabilities are remarkably formidable. Akainu's assaults are repelled almost instantaneously. Upon hearing the words of the colonel, Sengoku felt an inferno of rage surging within him, as if it were about to erupt. Most significantly, he had learned that the enigmatic figure cloaked in mystery was not alone. There were others, possibly part of an organized faction. With a resounding crash, Sengoku smashed the table before him in his fury. He was restrained by others, while that mysterious individual lurked ominously in the distance. Had Akainu truly disregarded his orders and the strict discipline of the Navy? Was he brazenly offering heads on a platter right before their eyes? In truth, Akainu was lamenting his predicament. After enduring hellish training, his strength had significantly escalated. In his mind, he believed his power could rival that of Roronoa. Moreover, he still had his ultimate skills yet to be unleashed. However, little did he know that this monstrous adversary possessed an extraordinarily grotesque regenerative ability. No matter the severity of the wounds he inflicted upon Weibel, they would mend in mere moments. Furthermore, the creature's stamina seemed inexhaustible, leaving Akainu at a loss for how to combat him. As for retreating, that notion was utterly unacceptable in Akainu's mind. Justice must never succumb to evil. Yet Sengoku held a different perspective. I grant you command of this operation. Prepare for immediate withdrawal. Also, inform Akainu that once he escapes, he must retreat without delay. O'Hara must be left untouched for the time being. With that, Sengoku abruptly ended the call. It must be said, the mere news conveyed through the transponder snail left Sengoku in a state of vexation. The existence of multiple mysterious figures, possibly part of an organization, signified that O'Hara was exceedingly perilous. However, in the midst of the chaos enveloping the New World, the Navy found itself unable to manage so many crises. Moreover, the Navy's reputation was gradually being salvaged through Roronoa's actions. Yet, due to Akainu's reckless assault, the Navy faced further disgrace. Akainu truly was a master of failure. Meanwhile, in the waters of O'Hara, the Navy was already mobilizing soldiers for a systematic retreat. Akainu, engaged in aerial combat, had certainly taken note of this unfolding scene. After being struck by Weibel's punch, Akainu's already volatile temper exploded in fury. You are abandoning your posts. Anyone who dares to retreat will face disciplinary action. At that moment, the colonel aboard the warship finally erupted. He gathered his strength and shouted at Akainu. Even if it means breaching military discipline, it is you who has first violated it. Furthermore, Admiral Sengoku has just granted me command of this operation, and I now order you to retreat at once. Upon the conclusion of these remarks, a resounding applause erupted among the soldiers aboard the warship. They had grown weary of Admiral Akainu. Today, a colonel openly rebuked Admiral Akainu before their eyes, a spectacle they had never before witnessed. It was indeed an eye-opener for them. Not only had they gained new insights, but even Law, Robin, and Alvia expressed their astonishment. Alvia, standing beside Law, jested, Law, is the Navy always this chaotic? Who can say? Perhaps Sengoku had noble intentions. Yet he overlooked Akainu's temperament. Akainu had likely awaited this moment for quite some time, showing no inclination for gradual probing. Thus, the fault lay squarely with Akainu. His presence transformed this operation into a farce, albeit one that was rather entertaining. Was it not? Robin's eyes sparkled with a crescent-shaped gleam as she nodded vigorously beside Luo Ya. However, I had grown weary of the situation. Since the Navy intended to retreat, why not bestow upon them a parting gift? Surely, we could not allow their efforts to go unrewarded. After all, in my current guise, I stood firmly opposite the Navy. Luo Ya spoke as he slowly drew forth the blade, which shimmered like fire. Weibel, retreat. Luo Ya lowered his voice, rendering it somewhat muffled. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Weibel immediately turned to leave, disregarding even Akainu's assault. He allowed Akainu's attacks to strike him as he began to recover. Akainu's brow furrowed deeply. Though Weibel had retreated, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura locking onto him. Danger had ensnared him. Akainu glanced at Luo Ya, pondering inwardly. Is he about to make his move? Just as this thought crossed Akainu's mind, a torrent of flames erupted skyward. The arrogant and terrifying spiritual pressure, akin to the conqueror's haki, bore down upon Akainu, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. His own conqueror's haki seemed to have intensified. It was only then that Akainu realized, not only was he growing stronger, but this individual was also ascending in power. Akainu clenched his teeth so tightly that blood began to seep from them. However, the fierce principle of his resolve would not allow him to flee. He would rather perish than submit to malevolence. With this in mind, Akainu resolved to fight with all his might. Awakening meteor volcano. The clouds above transformed into a dazzling sea of fiery hues. The power of his fruit began to influence the surrounding weather. A scorching heat pressed down relentlessly from the heavens. Akainu pushed his fruit's abilities to their zenith. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my relentless training. As Akainu's words fell, a multitude of meteor-like fire sparks coalesced in the sky. These fiery meteors resembled colossal lava fists descending toward Ohara. Witnessing this scene, the retreating Navy soldiers were utterly stunned. They had not anticipated that Akainu had not yet unleashed his full power. No wonder he dared to be so audacious, challenging two enigmatic figures single-handedly. Such a terrifying assault was truly beyond comprehension. Though it was a wide-area attack, the energy contained within each lava fist felt astonishing. At this moment, Akainu could likely take on two opponents alone. The Navy soldiers had gradually distanced themselves from Ohara, only able to feel the overwhelming heat in the air. They remained oblivious to the terrifying pressure exuded by Luo Ya. Otherwise, they would not have spoken so lightly. Luo Ya concealed a slight smirk beneath the folds of his cloak. As flames gradually coalesced. Chapter 46, Awaiting Death, Encountering Akainu. With a mighty flourish, Luo Ya elevated his blade, Ryūjin Jakka, showcasing the pinnacle of a great swordsman's mastery. In this moment, no extraneous movements were made. He merely grasped the sword and gently swung his Zanpakuto downward. With a single stroke, a tempest erupted. The blade sliced through the air, the sound of its passage a piercing echo that lingered. Ethereal flames danced in the atmosphere, incessantly devouring the surrounding heat. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted hues. The fiery clouds were entirely consumed by this transcendent strike. Anything that dared to touch Luo Ya's molten fist of slashing power became mere sustenance for the onslaught. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The strike traversed the ocean's surface, vaporizing vast quantities of seawater. Like a crescent moon, it surged towards Akainu. The dazzling and incisive blow caused a pallor to wash over the onlookers. The soldiers upon the sea stared in stunned silence at the impending strike. It was only then that they felt the overwhelming aura of dread. Their bodies turned rigid, ensnared by an oppressive force. Yet, this was merely the residual pressure. If one were to speak of sensations, none felt it more acutely than Akainu himself. He sensed each of his cells being utterly subjugated. Witnessing his abilities being devoured in the blink of an eye by Luo Ya's strike, his heart plummeted into despair. He was powerless. He was no match for Luo Ya. All that remained was to await his demise. Clenching his fists tightly, Akainu lamented that, given another chance, he would treat himself with greater severity in his quest for strength. Yet, opportunity was no longer his. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated. Luo Ya's strike landed upon Akainu. An overwhelming heat emanating from the impact, which even the magma fruit user could not withstand. He could sense that his own abilities were rendered nearly futile against this devastating blow, as if suppressed by a superior power. The explosive aftermath stirred a fierce gale, whipping across the waves and culminating in a terrifying tsunami. Quick! Adjust the helm, maximize the power. We must avoid the tsunami's wrath. But what of Rear Admiral Akainu? What now? Who to turn to for answers? Had he not disobeyed orders and recklessly charged forth, this calamity might have been averted. For now, survival was the priority. Above Ohara, the tempestuous winds billowed Luo Ya's cloak, a haunting whisper filling the air as he slowly sheathed his blade. Fire consumes the city walls. As his words resonated, the form of the strike transformed dramatically. A colossal fireball materialized before the onlookers, pressing down relentlessly upon the towering tsunami and the fleeing warships. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater evaporated in an instant. In the wake of this assault, the only ones unscathed were the people of Ohara. Robin and Olivia gazed in astonishment as the sea transformed into a raging inferno. Time seemed to stand still as they watched. Gradually, the flames subsided, leaving the once vibrant ocean utterly desolate. In Robin's eyes, the starlight shimmered. She looked at Luo Ya with excitement and said, "Brother Luo Ya, you are incredibly strong. I aspire to become as powerful as you in the future." Robin has already regarded Luo Ya as the lifelong pursuit of his ambitions, in every conceivable sense. Luo Ya gazed at Robin, silently reflecting on how quickly the young girl was growing. In just a few days, she had begun to embody her promising future. "Robin, strive diligently. Did you witness the breathtaking blaze of clouds just now? It is a manifestation of the awakening of your fruit ability. If you can elevate your power to the awakened level, not only will you conquer the seas, but you could also ascend to the ranks of the formidable in the Grand Line and the New World." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Robin nodded earnestly and declared, I will exert myself even more. I am to reach the awakening of my fruit ability as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Roya felt a sense of relief and nodded. He then turned to Orvia and advised, Weevil shall be entrusted to you. Should any danger arise, allow him to take action. However, do remember to provide him with a cloak. I understand, Roya. Are you preparing to depart? Indeed, time is rather pressing. I shall return to seek you out when circumstances permit, or perhaps you might come to find me upon the sea. Brother Roya, I will strive to awaken early and then seek you upon the vast ocean. After bidding farewell to Orvia and Robin, Roya activated his spellcasting ability and soared towards Marineford. However, he knew he could not simply fly back without a plan. After approximately a day's journey, Roya discovered an island, where he procured a vessel, ready to continue his nautical expedition. Yet, to his astonishment, upon reaching the shore, he encountered Akainu, who lay in a state of disarray upon the sands. Akainu was severely burned, his body exhibiting signs of extensive decay, his skin turning an alarming shade of pallor. Blood oozed gently from his wounds, and despite his dire condition, there were no indications of impending death. Roya approached Akainu, kneeling before him, employing his unparalleled medical skills to assess the injuries sustained. Akainu, what should I do? To save you or not? At this moment, Roya found himself in a state of indecision. Sitting cross-legged on the beach, he reasoned that Akainu would not perish immediately, allowing him some time to ponder the matter. As time passed, over half an hour slipped away, and Roya opened his eyes from a brief slumber. Indeed, he had inadvertently dozed off. Stretching lazily, he rose from the sandy shore, brushing off the grains from his trousers, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Akainu, I hope you don't end up being my plaything in the future. With this thought, Roya bestowed upon him a gentle smile. Before dragging Akainu to the ship he had recently acquired. Applying his peak medical techniques, Roya treated Akainu with a decidedly different approach this time, showing no mercy whatsoever. He struck and kicked at the acupoints on Akainu's body with fervor. The intense pain relentlessly stimulated Akainu's mind, causing him to retch violently, expelling a thick stream of dark blood. This blood was the accumulation of stagnant energy within his body. After spewing forth the clotted blood, Akainu gradually opened his eyes. Upon seeing Roya's figure, a flicker of relief crossed his face. He mustered his strength, slowly turning to face Roya, gazing up at him with weary eyes. Roya, so you are still alive. Did you save me? Who else could, besides me, who possesses the capability to rescue you? But I must admit, surviving such severe injuries is quite impressive. Roya gave Akainu a thumbs up, and a glimmer of gratitude flickered in Akainu's eyes. Thank you, he stammered, clearly unaccustomed to apologizing. However, if he were to discover that it was none other than Roya who had inflicted such grievous injuries upon him, he might very well be consumed by rage on the spot. With this thought, a cunning glint sparkled in Roya's eyes. Rest well. We are preparing to return to Marineford. If we delay any longer, they might truly believe I have perished. Chapter 47. Sengoku's Fatigue. The rise of the four emperors since the last communication from Akainu's colonel. There had been no further word. Even when he attempted to reach out via transponder snail, he encountered silence. Sengoku sighed within the confines of his office. Noticing the strands of white hair that had begun to appear, one could only imagine the torment this brief span of days had inflicted upon him. The newly appointed Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the office door echoed. Akiji entered from outside. As a member of the moderate faction, Akiji had been continually promoted by Sengoku and others since his enlistment in the Navy, resulting in a more amicable and relaxed rapport between them. Akiji, how fares your mission? I hope it bears no ill tidings. Observing the weariness etched on Sengoku's face, Akiji offered a bittersweet smile. Admiral, according to my investigations, it appears that Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks are looking to establish themselves as the four emperors. The four emperors? Sengoku echoed instinctively. Just then, a soldier delivered a newspaper to him, prominently displaying the phrase "the rise of the four emperors." As Sengoku perused the article, his brow furrowed deeply. This was an outright challenge to the Navy's authority. Yet, as his thoughts turned to Roya and Akainu, he realized that the emergence of the four emperors in the New World heralded the rise of a mysterious organization across the seas. Roya has vanished without a trace, his fate uncertain. Should Akainu escape unforeseen circumstances, he too shall meet his demise. The Navy's might has undeniably suffered an unprecedented and severe blow. Even the so-called wise general, Sengoku, finds himself constrained, his resolve overshadowed by limitations. Yet, in this moment of despair, Sengoku's telephone chirped, interrupting the silence. With a heavy sigh, he glanced at the transponder snail and murmured, "I hope this is not another piece of dire news." Upon answering, before Sengoku could utter a word, a voice filled with exhilaration erupted from the other end. Admiral, Vice Admiral Pigeon and Rear Admiral Akainu have returned." The excitement was so overwhelming that the callers struggled to articulate their words. Nevertheless, the impact of such news was undeniably profound, momentarily leaving Sengoku in stunned silence before elation surged within him. "What did you say? Pigeon and Akainu have returned?" "Indeed, Admiral. Pigeon appears to be unscathed, though Akainu has sustained significant injuries." Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Their return was a blessing. Without hesitation, he promptly assembled a top-tier medical team to attend to Akainu's wounds, planning to address his actions post-recovery. Now, he simply spoke into the transponder snail, prepare to welcome them. At that moment, the entirety of Marineford sprang into action. Sengoku did not forget to inform Khalifa, who had just joined CP9, and she swiftly took leave to head to the Marineford port. Zephyr, having nearly fully recovered and equipped with a mechanical arm forged from sea stone, accompanied Sengoku to the port, along with the Navy recruits whom Roa had heroically saved. To them, Roa was nothing short of a hero. Roya navigated his newly acquired vessel, observing the soldiers at Marineford standing tall and proud, eagerly awaiting his arrival. A gentle smile graced his lips. He then descended from the ship alongside Akainu, who was promptly whisked away by the medical team upon disembarking, leaving Roya to bask in the attention of the gathered crowd. It must be said, the disparity in treatment was rather striking. Sengoku approached, radiating vitality, showing no trace of the earlier despondency. He appraised Roya and inquired, "Are you well?" "Quite well. Merely forgot my snail phone, leading to a minor disaster on the island. Upon returning, I picked up Akainu, which was a slight inconvenience," Roya replied. Hearing this, Sengoku exclaimed "good" 3 times in succession, then clapped Roya firmly on the shoulder, addressing the soldiers with a booming voice. "Let us warmly welcome Major Doves back to Marineford. Welcome Major Doves back to Marineford. Welcome Major Doves back to Marineford." The soldiers' shouts grew increasingly fervent with each repetition of Roya's title. Before long, the name Roya echoed throughout the skies of Marineford. At that moment, a graceful figure darted forward, swiftly landing in Roya's embrace. Khalifa gazed into Roya's eyes, tears welling uncontrollably. "Roya, you're amazing. You're unharmed. You're truly unharmed." She clung to him tightly, as if wishing to meld into his very being. Just then, another enchanting figure approached Roya. Tina. Despite her composed demeanor, the sight of her beloved man before her stirred profound excitement within her. Sengoku observed this scene, his lips twitching with suppressed amusement. While he felt immense joy at Roya's unscathed return, he could not help but internally lament. It's undeniable that being handsome attracts attention. Not only Sengoku, but the nearby soldiers also felt a pang of envy and resentment at the sight of Khalifa and Tina surrounding Roya, for both were regarded as the epitome of beauty among the Navy. Their hearts endured a significant blow witnessing such captivating women fawn over him. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. From behind Sengoku, Zephyr entered, accompanied by Ain, and approached Roya. Clearing his throat, Zephyr addressed him, saying, "Major Doves, your life-saving grace is beyond repayment. Should you require my assistance in any endeavor, speak freely. I shall not hesitate to traverse mountains or seas of fire for you." As Zephyr's words echoed in the air, a wave of astonishment swept through the ranks of naval soldiers. They had not anticipated that Zephyr, a former admiral, would utter such remarks to Roya. It is important to note that Zephyr is not only one of the previous admirals, but also the most formidable instructor in the Navy headquarters, wielding a considerable amount of naval resources. The implications behind his statement were profound. "Teacher Zephyr, you jest. Whitebeard, too, is indeed a ruthless pirate, and upholding justice is our duty." Upon hearing Roya's response, Sengoku sighed, as thoughts of Akainu crossed his mind. Akainu has always adhered to the principle of absolute justice. Yet he lacked the formidable strength that Roya possesses, resulting in a tragic fate. "Roya, let us discuss this later. For now, why don't you take a rest? Please head to the Marshal's office first. I will report on the mission. Oh, and if possible, could you assist me with reimbursement for the purchase of this ship?" Chapter 48. The Best Actor. A traitor in the Navy at that moment. The group departed from the port of Marineford and made their way to Sengoku's office. Once inside, Roya slightly embellished the account of events. In essence, after you had devastated the island, you sent Weibel crashing into the sea, and after a laborious effort utilizing the moonwalk, you managed to locate an island, where you fortuitously encountered Akainu, and then returned, correct? Luo Ya nodded gently, embracing Khalifa in his arms. Meanwhile, Tina gazed at Khalifa with a face full of envy. Although their relationship had blossomed into a close friendship over these days, within Luo Ya's presence, they remained rivals. Witnessing Khalifa so blissfully nestled against Luo Ya, Tina couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Sengoku lowered his head in contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled a report from Admiral Akainu, who had mentioned one of the mysterious individuals had a physique akin to a small hill and possessed a fearsome regenerative ability. Sengoku turned to Luo Ya and solemnly relayed this information. Despite the fact that Luo Ya was the one who had spearheaded this matter, he feigned ignorance as if hearing it for the first time. Luo Ya's expression gradually shifted to one of gravity, and the atmosphere in the office became increasingly tense. After a prolonged silence, during which Luo Ya contemplated what he might have for dinner, he finally responded to Sengoku. I believe that mysterious individual is unlikely to be Whitebeard too. For the timing does not align. Even the speed of an Admiral-class warship could not account for such rapidity. The timeline simply does not match. Furthermore, I suspect that those two mysterious individuals are surely organized, and there has undoubtedly been a leak of intelligence. Sengoku was taken aback by Luo Ya's words, unable to comprehend why he would assert such a thing. For the first time, he felt his intellect insufficient. Luo Ya continued to elucidate. Think about it, Marshal. Even if Akainu had launched an attack without prior probing, they could not have arrived so swiftly, lying in wait right beside the island. This indicates that they had received information well in advance. Upon hearing Luo Ya's reasoning, Sengoku fell into deep thought once more. Are you suggesting there is a traitor within the Navy? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. When he rescued his adopted son Corazon from Hina Island, Sengoku had learned of the traitor Virgo's existence and had swiftly imprisoned him in the deep-sea prison. Now, with another traitor emerging within the Navy, and seemingly in a high position, Sengoku found it hard to dismiss this possibility. The thought of such a formidable organization operating in the shadows filled him with foreboding. He sensed that turmoil was brewing across the seas. Luo Ya, thank goodness you are here within the Navy. Otherwise, we would truly be overwhelmed. This is merely my duty. Luo Ya replied. Luo Ya spoke softly. All right, Luo Ya, I shall investigate the matter of the traitor. You should rest for now, as I anticipate that we will soon be utterly occupied. The warring states felt that Luo Ya indeed needed a moment of respite and thus addressed her accordingly. Luo Ya nodded and exited the office of the warring states. However, as he turned, a barely perceptible smile grazed the corners of his lips, unnoticed by anyone. Walking upon the vast land of Marlin Vondo, he gazed at the boundless sky above. Luo Ya's spirits were remarkably high, bolstered by his unwavering status. No one could have imagined that Luo Ya, as the Grand General of the White Doves, also bore the enigmatic identity of a mysterious figure. Luo Ya, you seem to be in quite a cheerful mood, Khalifa remarked, gently grasping Luo Ya's arm as she spoke to him. Luo Ya gently embraced Khalifa, a soft smile gracing his lips as he remarked, It is indeed my joy to see you. Khalifa felt a surge of delight in her heart, yet she did not conceal from Luo Ya the fact that she had joined CP9. Luo Ya, I aspire to continually refine my strength. One day, I shall be the one to protect you. Observing Khalifa's earnest demeanor, Luo Ya merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He fully supported her dream. Subsequently, the two strolled back to Luo Ya's room, spending the night in silence. At the break of dawn the next day, Khalifa departed from the room. At their level of strength, recovery was merely akin to mending a tear. It could be accomplished in the blink of an eye. Just as Luo Ya was about to indulge in a little more rest, his transponder snail rang. Marshal, is there something you require of me? White Dove, I need you to come here. Understood. On the very next day after returning to Marineford, Luo Ya found himself once again in Sengoku's office. As he entered, Sengoku addressed him. White Dove, I should have allowed you some time to rest, but the new world has descended into chaos. The 4 emperors have arisen, and Big Mom has announced the inaugural tea party. Therefore, in response to their momentum, we have decided through the 7 warlords to send you to Fishman Island to invite Jinbei. Ding. Sign-in task issued, Fishman Island. Reward, peak observation hockey. Duration, 3 days. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Luo Ya nodded, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he replied, Marshal, I assure you I will complete the task. Witnessing Luo Ya's prompt and decisive departure, Sengoku felt his regard for him elevate further. He also contemplated Roya's burgeoning fame and could not help but sigh, Akiji. If you do not exert yourself, it is likely that the position of marshal will be claimed by Roya. Just as Roya exited Sengoku's office, he encountered Zifa and Ein. Teacher Zifa, how does your body feel? Loya greeted Zephyr, who instinctively touched his mechanical right hand and remarked, had it not been for you this time, I would likely have been slain by Whitebeard too. Zephyr continued, Dove, are you preparing to summon the 7 warlords? Indeed, the marshal has just issued that command. The Navy is truly becoming increasingly audacious, even contemplating an alliance with pirates. He sighed, however, I find myself at a loss for words. I am in a state of retirement now. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Loya expressed surprise. Teacher Zephyr, do you intend to return home to enjoy your twilight years? What will become of your students? I have made arrangements for my other students in various places, Zephyr replied, but only Ein has remained steadfast, eager to learn by your side, which is why I brought her to you. Chapter 49, Officer Ein, on the quest for enlightenment. As Zephyr concluded, Ein stepped forward. Standing before Loya, she saluted sharply and said with conviction, General Dove, I humbly request your permission to learn by your side. Please. With that, Ein bowed deeply before Loya. At this moment, Zephyr interjected appropriately, Dove, Ein possesses considerable talent. Not only does she wield formidable devil fruit abilities, but she also has her own insights into swordsmanship. She has already reached the pinnacle of a swordsman, and I believe it will not be long before she ascends to the realm of a great swordsman. She will have no trouble dealing with lesser foes. Loya has come to an understanding. Zephyr has merely come to recommend his student. However, due to certain circumstances, the Navy did not extend an invitation to Whitebeard II to join the ranks of the 7 warlords, as he is considered deceased in the eyes of Sengoku and others. Consequently, Zephyr did not depart from the Navy to establish a new fleet, but chose instead to retire and return to a life of tranquility. Given that my esteemed teacher Zephyr has expressed this, I find no reason to decline. However, let me state clearly that I cannot abide arrogant individuals. As long as one listens obediently, I shall impart my knowledge to you. This statement was directed partly at Zephyr and partly at Ein. Ein, evidently well prepared for this moment, nodded in agreement without hesitation. Thus, let us make haste and prepare for departure. After articulating these words, Loya turned to Zephyr and said, Teacher Zephyr, I have a mission to attend to. I shall take my leave. Go forth, Zephyr replied. Watching Loya vanish from his sight, Zephyr sighed inwardly and mused. If only you could ascend to the position of admiral, would the seas be a touch more tranquil? With this thought, Zephyr shook his head and turned to depart. After making all the necessary preparations, Roya and Ein boarded a battleship of the Admiral class, setting sail towards Fishman Island. Their journey required a stop at Sabaody Archipelago for coating before they could proceed to Fishman Island. However, the coating process proved to be rather cumbersome. With only 3 days at their disposal, Roya had to seize every moment diligently. Phantom Dance. On board the battleship, Roya conjured 100 phantoms, each under his command, skillfully operating the vessel as they navigated towards the Sabaody Archipelago. Ein, clearly experiencing this for the first time alongside Roya, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 100 phantoms. Admiral Pigeon, in informal settings, you may simply call me Roya. In truth, I am quite easy to get along with, he said, his gentle smile reassuring. I nodded vigorously in response. What should I do now? She stammered. Nothing at all. Just stay by my side. When I require your assistance, I will let you know. As for what I have taught you, the extent of your learning will depend on your own talent. Yes, Ein replied earnestly. Across the vast ocean, the Admiral-class battleship sliced through the waves with determination. Soon enough, Roya and Ein arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. After all, Marineford was relatively close to Sabaody Archipelago. This marked Roya's first visit to Sabaody, a place rumored to be filled with many intriguing wonders. Roya decided that whenever he found the time, he would certainly come over to enjoy himself thoroughly. Look over there. Wow, that woman is stunning. She is simply exquisite. Fool, I wasn't referring to that woman, but rather the man beside her. What is so remarkable about the man? Wait, that is Admiral White Dove. The White Dove of the Navy has arrived. What brings him here? Hidden from view, the pirates on the Sabaody Archipelago, upon noticing the presence of White Dove, instinctively fled from his gaze. They were all too familiar with the illustrious name of White Dove, especially recently. The news of him slaying the infamous Whitebeard II had spread like wildfire under the Navy's control, making the strength of the Navy abundantly clear to all. This served to redeem the Navy from the unfavorable impact of Akainu's failure. As Roa walked through the Sabaody archipelago, a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do I look that intimidating? Surely, they wouldn't flee merely at the sight of me. One must understand that anyone who can thrive in the Sabaody archipelago possesses some degree of power. They shouldn't be scared off so easily. Gazed at Roa, whose chiseled features seemed almost sculpted, her cheeks inexplicably tinged with a slight blush. Not at all terrifying. Thought to herself, he is quite handsome, actually. Perhaps they are merely envious of my beauty. After uttering this, Roa continued, feel free to wander about. I'll go find a coding craftsman. Before Ayn could finish her sentence, Roa's figure vanished from before her, leaving her to swallow the remainder of her words. Moving swiftly, Roa, through a series of inquiries, arrived at a bar known as Shaki's, a place notorious for its shakedowns. Shaki, who was smoking inside the bar, furrowed her brows slightly upon seeing Roa enter. Her heart racing. White Dove, what brings him here? Though Shaki was shocked, she betrayed no hint of her astonishment, merely inquiring, is Rayleigh here? As Roa's words fell, a discordant sound echoed through the bar, the sound of a glass shattering on the floor, adding to the already tense atmosphere. Shaki reacted quickly, forcing a smile as she said, one grows old and becomes less effective. Despite my youthful appearance, I am already 60. By the way, what were you saying just now? With a subtle smile, Roya inquired once more, may I ask if Rayleigh is present? The first mate of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh. A tremor coursed through Shaki's heart. Good intentions seldom come from unexpected visitors. Shaki perceived Roya's smile as reminiscent of a cunning serpent, lying in wait for its prey after a prolonged ambush. However, Shaki, being astute, resolutely refused to acknowledge that the Dark King Rayleigh resided here. The first mate of the Pirate King, Rayleigh? I have indeed heard of that name. Yet I have never laid eyes upon him, nor do I possess any knowledge of his current whereabouts. Commander, could it be that you have erred in your assumptions? Just as Shaki uttered these words, a hearty laughter resonated from outside the tavern. Had guests arrived? A warm welcome indeed. Chapter 50, Shaki's Tavern. The Dark King Rayleigh, upon hearing the sounds from outside, Shaki found herself at a loss for words. Typically, returning so late was the norm, yet today, they returned at such an early hour. Was this deliberate? With this thought in mind, Shaki shed her pretense. She pointed directly at the white-haired elder who had just entered the tavern, declaring, he is the Dark King Rayleigh. You may seek him out. With that, Shaki nonchalantly retrieved a lady's cigarette, igniting it as the delicate tendrils of smoke gracefully ascended. Roya turned to face Rayleigh. He noted Rayleigh's long, flowing hair and the beard that adorned his chin, all silver in hue. He wore spectacles, and a prominent scar ran vertically across his right eye. Though his appearance suggested a certain severity, he exuded an undeniable warmth, almost a sunny disposition. Rayleigh regarded Roya, clad in his righteous robe, and casually placed the tools he held upon the bar. With a smile, Rayleigh inquired, as the Admiral of the Navy's White Dove, what business do you have with this old man? Surely, you do not intend to apprehend me? If that were the case, I would not be here alone today. Moreover, aside from myself, no one else is aware that the infamous Rayleigh resides in the Sabaody archipelago, working as a coding artisan. You cannot merely be here for a casual chat, can you? A glimmer of curiosity flickered in the eyes of both Rayleigh and Shaki. They were well aware of the title of the White Dove Admiral and recognized him as one of the Navy's premier forces, a figure whose reputation overshadowed even that of the other two admirals. Of course not. To be succinct, I seek your assistance in coding, and I require it to be completed within a day. Upon hearing Roya's request, the legendary Rayleigh instinctively replied, is it really that simple? What did you think I came here for? A smile lingered at the corners of Roya's mouth as he spoke to the Dark King, Rayleigh. Rayleigh gazed into Roya's eyes, pondering the true intentions behind his demeanor. After much contemplation, he found himself without an answer. Thus, Rayleigh inquired, are you not concerned that I might tamper with the coding, leading you to your demise in the depths of the sea? Bear in mind, we are adversaries. If that were the case, you would not be referred to as the Dark King, Rayleigh. As his words echoed, Rayleigh's eyes emitted an exceptionally sharp glint. In an instant, both men erupted into laughter. Rayleigh then turned to Shaki and declared, Shaki, pour a drink for the White Dove as well. This round is on me. You already owe me no less than 10,000 berries. How do you intend to settle your tab? He continued, isn't there the General of the White Dove? It is worth noting that obtaining a coding within a single day comes at a considerable cost. But fret not, the Marshal will reimburse me for these expenses. Roya spoke as he settled beside Rayleigh, engaging in delightful conversation. On the island of Sabaody, at the auction venue on Island Number 1, Doflamingo loomed at the highest level, surveying the proceedings below, his brow furrowed, an aura of coldness emanating from him. "Have you found any accurate information regarding the Ope no Mi?" he inquired. "Young master, we have not located it. The fruit seems to have vanished into thin air," Toripole replied, standing alongside Doflamingo. Since that mysterious figure had seized the Ope no Mi on Sabaody, Doflamingo's fury had only intensified, despite the world being continually astonished by the mysterious one's prowess. Doflamingo remained unsatisfied. As long as the mysterious figure did not reveal the abilities of the Ope no Mi, Doflamingo would not relent. Given the chance, he would go to great lengths, even at a heavy cost, to reclaim the fruit. He would never again suffer the humiliation of a hasty retreat. That would be a lifelong disgrace. This incident had nearly cost him his reputation in the underworld, fueling his animosity towards the mysterious individual. Continue your search. Uncover everything about the organization this mysterious person belongs to. Understood, young master, Toripole responded, ready to depart. At that moment, several subordinates rushed in with disarray. "Young master, trouble. We've just captured some slaves, but a naval woman has intervened." "A naval woman? What is going on?" Doflamingo's anger ignited at the news. "We had just returned with the slaves to Zone Number 1, but one of them, a wretched woman named Stella, managed to escape from her cage and encountered a Navy officer, resulting in all the recently captured slaves being taken from us. Useless fools. Since the slaves are lost, you might as well forfeit your lives." Doflamingo's fingers curled as he forcefully unleashed a thread, slicing through the air and severing the heads of his inept subordinates. Their heads fell to the ground, blood spilling like a fountain. "Clean this up. We must find out which Navy officer dared to seize my goods." Doflamingo's visage was etched with frost as he strode towards Area 1, accompanied by Toripole. Human trafficking was notoriously prevalent in the Sabaody archipelago, where Doflamingo even operated a marketplace for selling humans. However, this did not signify that it was a legitimate enterprise. Should the Navy discover it, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Yet, ever since Doflamingo ascended to the status of Joker in the underworld, no one dared to touch his cargo. Should this matter not be handled appropriately? Doflamingo vowed that such incidents would proliferate in the future. After all, the denizens of the underworld were hardly amiable companions. Meanwhile, Ain assisted Stella to her feet, severing their shackles with the katana at her waist. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "We are fine now. Thank you for saving us. This is the duty of the Navy. I have long heard of the rampant lawlessness in the Sabaody archipelago, but I never anticipated that they would transport slaves in broad daylight. Such actions are utterly unforgivable." Unforgivable to whom? At that moment, Doflamingo arrived on the scene. Witnessing Ain liberating the slaves, his fury igniting further. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes, obscured by orange-tinted sunglasses, glared menacingly at Ain. Upon seeing Doflamingo, Ain's expression hardened, her demeanor exuding resilience. She shielded Stella and the others behind her, brandishing her sword defiantly at Doflamingo. No criminal shall be spared. Chapter 51, Justice Served. Bin's appears. Doflamingo's rage surged as he beheld Ain before him, and the crowd around them grew larger. Anyone residing in the Sabaody archipelago was familiar with Doflamingo, yet Ain, standing before him, bore no reputation, appearing merely as a naval officer on leave. The occasional disappearance of a few Navy personnel in the Sabaody archipelago hardly raised an eyebrow. This woman is strikingly beautiful, yet seemingly lacking in intellect. Indeed, how dare she provoke Doflamingo? She is truly courting death. It is essential to acknowledge that Doflamingo is the Joker of the underworld. Not only is he entrenched in the underground industries of the Sabaody archipelago, but he also has a hand in various enterprises throughout the New World. Hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, Ain maintained her composure, her expression unwavering as she fixed her gaze upon Doflamingo. "I do not care who you are, but since you stand before me, I shall see to it that you are brought to justice." "Ha ha ha. This is undoubtedly the most amusing joke I have ever heard. You think you can capture me with your meager abilities? Since I am in a foul mood, I wish for your demise." Before Doflamingo could finish his words, a voice erupted from the crowd, interrupting him. "Doflamingo, this is the Sabaody archipelago. If you dare to lay a hand on the Navy, you will face severe repercussions." A man clad in a flamboyant pink outfit stepped forward from the throng. Upon seeing him, Ain was momentarily taken aback and instinctively exclaimed, "Benz, What brings you here? Benz positioned himself protectively behind Ein and replied, I have been assigned here by Teacher Zephyr. Today happens to be my duty. With that, Benz fixed his gaze intently on Doflamingo. Veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead as he sneered. I see hatred in your eyes. Could it be that your parents were also slain by me? Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Benz forced himself to regain composure and stated, 10 years ago, on my birthday, you and your family arrived on our island. Aside from me, everyone, including my parents, perished at your hands. Doflamingo chuckled derisively. Ha ha ha. This is not the first time such a scenario has unfolded. Since they are all dead, you might as well join them in death. With those words, Doflamingo propelled himself forward. In the blink of an eye, he lunged at Benz. Before Benz could react, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen, as if his very insides had been rearranged, causing him to gasp in shock. He had not anticipated that Doflamingo would truly dare to strike. You must harbor great hatred for me. If it weren't for your lack of power, you would have surely lunged at me by now. Doflamingo's fingers curled slightly, and a white but remarkably resilient thread appeared between them. With a maniacal laugh, Doflamingo proclaimed, in this vast ocean, the law of the jungle prevails. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. Thus, your fate is sealed. As he spoke, Doflamingo ruthlessly tugged downward on the thread directed at Benz. At that critical moment, Ein unleashed a slashing attack aimed at Doflamingo. Is this all the Navy is capable of? A mere trick, he exclaimed, launching his strike. Before them stood Doflamingo, raising a finger while folding the others, conjuring a slender thread that shot forth with the rapidity of a gunshot. This seemingly fragile thread, which appeared as though it could snap at the slightest touch, whistled through the air, shattering Ein's strike. As her attack crumbled, Doflamingo's line of fire surged forward unabated. Ein's pupils dilated sharply. She wished to escape using her shave, yet behind her lay numerous civilians. Should she retreat, those innocents would undoubtedly be harmed, leaving her with no choice but to stand her ground. Instinctively, Ein closed her eyes, but the anticipated pain never materialized. After a deafening explosion resonated around her, Ein opened her eyes to behold a striking sight. Luo Ya, clad in a mantle of justice, effortlessly crushed Doflamingo's line of fire, imbued with the power of Haki. The sudden appearance of the white dove astonished everyone present, save for those who had witnessed Ein and Luo Ya together moments ago. The others remained oblivious to the fact that Luo Ya's current vice-captain was none other than Ein herself. Luo Ya gazed at Doflamingo in the distance, a gentle smile gracing her lips. This smile, in stark contrast to Doflamingo's demeanor, represented a chilling warmth, existing at two polar extremes. It was their first encounter, Doflamingo. Luo Ya spoke to Doflamingo with a tone that was remarkably calm. Yet, those around them could clearly discern the underlying tension in his voice. How much more so for Doflamingo himself? Fufufu, pigeon, I did not expect to encounter you here, Doflamingo mused, contemplating that it would be prudent to take a step back. After all, the presence of this pigeon conveyed an undeniable strength, palpable even through the subtle aura that surrounded him. This realization made Doflamingo wary of being overly audacious. Pigeon, if you hand over my subordinate to me, I can pretend that nothing has transpired today. However, Luo Ya was not inclined to let him off the hook so easily. Do you truly believe that merely wishing for things to be as if they never occurred will make it so? Luo Ya's eyes curved gently, and her entire demeanor appeared more amiable. A warmth surged within Ain's heart. She could discern that Luo Ya was evidently standing up for her. What do you mean by that? Doflamingo's composure stiffened. He genuinely did not anticipate encountering the white dove in this place. Once he returned, he would surely have words with the intelligence department. Such incompetent fools. They hadn't even informed him of such a critical matter as the Admiral's arrival on the island. There's nothing significant about it. I just heard you say that this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, correct? You are weak while I'm strong. Thus you are destined to be slain by my hand. Doflamingo found these words all too familiar. They were the very words he had uttered moments ago. However, he had not expected Luo Ya to echo his sentiments back to him. This struck a nerve, igniting Doflamingo's fury. At that moment, the atmosphere over the Sabaody archipelago was stifling, devoid of even the slightest breeze. The tension thickened, and beads of cold sweat began to form on the foreheads of many. I have an ominous premonition, one whispered. So do I. Should we perhaps distance ourselves? Another suggested. That seems reasonable. As the surrounding crowd began to retreat, their eyes remained fixated on the confrontation between Luo Ya and Doflamingo, eager to see if a clash would ensue. At that instant, Chapter 52, The Defeat of Doflamingo. left the entire assembly in shock. Doflamingo made his move, having sensed the palpable intent to kill emanating from Luo Ya. The murderous aura, felt even by the underground emperor, sent a shiver down his spine. Resolving to strike first, Doflamingo unleashed his attack. String overheat. He extended his palm backward, releasing dozens of nearly translucent, slender threads that he then intertwined, forming a thick cord reminiscent of hair. He propelled the cord backward before launching it forward towards Luo Ya. The movement appeared intricate, yet Doflamingo had mastered the abilities of the string fruit to a degree of precision. These actions were completed in the blink of an eye. The string overheat, imbued with the force of cutting through the air, surged towards Luo Ya, producing a whistling sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. Everything transpired too swiftly for the onlookers to comprehend what Doflamingo had executed. They merely witnessed the cord arriving before Luo Ya. With a subtle shake of her head, Luo Ya unwaveringly enveloped her hands in armament haki. The peak manifestation of armament haki caused Doflamingo's heart to tremble, and his pupils constricted in shock. Boom. As if catching a white blade with bare hands, Luo Ya effortlessly deflected Doflamingo's formidable string whip. And this was merely the beginning. A glint of brilliance flickered in Luo Ya's eyes. One of the Pinnacle 6 techniques, shave. He activated it. His feet swiftly tapped against the ground, propelling Luo Ya directly before Doflamingo. So astonishingly swift was his movement that Doflamingo scarcely had time to react. Luo Ya's dark palm loomed large in Doflamingo's vision, seizing his face and lifting his entire body aloft. With a thunderous crash, he slammed him back down onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The onlookers, having distanced themselves, were witness to Luo Ya forcefully smashing Doflamingo's head repeatedly against the earth. Each impact left a colossal crater, ravaging the ground beneath them. With unrelenting ferocity, Luo Ya continued to drive Doflamingo's head into the surface, exclaiming, "You haven't forgotten your identity as a pirate, have you? As a marine admiral, I would feel utterly ashamed if I did not apprehend you." After several more strikes, Doflamingo, valiantly enduring the violent dizziness, stretched out his arm, gripping Luo Ya tightly. Luo Ya cast a glance at Doflamingo. In the next moment, Doflamingo suddenly unleashed his conqueror's haki. Instantly, this formidable aura radiated from him, sweeping through the surroundings with an overwhelming force. A terrifying pressure bore down on the hearts of the onlookers, making them feel as though they were ensnared in a vivid illusion. Countless ferocious beasts seemed to encircle them, rendering them utterly unable to resist this will. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, sprawled in disarray. Faced with Doflamingo's conqueror's haki, Luo Ya did not take extensive action. Instead, he merely released a fraction of his own spiritual pressure, remarkably akin to conqueror's haki, shielding Ein behind him. Ein, observing the surrounding individuals succumbing to this overwhelming force, was left utterly astonished. She could feel Luo Ya's protective presence. Otherwise, she too would likely be lying helplessly on the ground. "Oh, are you angry now? Your aura is impressive, but that is all it is. Allow me to show you what true conqueror's haki entails." As Luo Ya's words echoed, he slowly closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them wide. In an instant, a colossal spiritual pressure, reminiscent of conqueror's haki, descended upon Doflamingo. The spiritual pressure emanating from Luo Ya warped the surrounding space, creating an atmosphere that was both dry and stifling, with a hint of sultriness over the Chambord Islands. At that moment, a mass of dark clouds loomed overhead, as if the very sky had split open, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. Don Quixote Doflamingo gazed at the heavens, acutely aware of the overwhelming aura radiating from Luo Ya. Involuntarily, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? This cannot be. How could you possess the rare conqueror's haki and furthermore, wield it with such might?" Doflamingo's mind drifted back to that fateful encounter on the island of Ryūjin, where he had felt a similarly terrifying spiritual pressure, one that was undeniably aggressive in nature. To Doflamingo, mastering conqueror's haki represented the attainment of an extraordinary level of prowess. However, he did not perceive the fiery intensity typically associated with it in Luo Ya's aura. Otherwise, he might have believed that Luo Ya was indeed the enigmatic figure from Ryūjin Island. Yet, Luo Ya offered Doflamingo no respite for contemplation. A broader smile graced his lips as he summoned his strength. With a swift motion, he seized Doflamingo's head, launching it toward the ground with the force of a cannonball. Doflamingo, having heard tales of projectile launches, barely had time to comprehend the unfolding events before he felt an immense force propelling him downward at an accelerated speed. The resounding crash echoed far beyond the confines of their vicinity, reverberating throughout the entire Chambord Islands. Doflamingo's head was impaled into the earth, causing the ground to fissure and crack, the crevices expanding as dust and fine sand cascaded into them. As the force dissipated, Doflamingo's body crumpled weakly to the ground. Gradually descending from the sky, Ryūjin approached Ain and softly instructed, "Please report the situation to the admiral," requesting that he send personnel to apprehend Doflamingo and confine him within the depths of the underwater prison. Upon receiving Ain's message, Sengoku's expression soured, a bitter smile revealing his inner turmoil. He was well aware of Doflamingo's true identity, a former celestial dragon. Despite his father's unilateral decision to sever ties, Doflamingo's lineage could not be erased. Fortunately, Ryūjin remained oblivious to this information, and ignorance, it seemed, was bliss. However, what the Marine Admiral Sengoku was oblivious to was that all of this was well within the control of Ryūjin. Otherwise, he would not have seized Don Quixote Doflamingo's mouth in the heat of battle, denying him the opportunity to speak. Chapter 53, Journey to the Island. The dark shadow as for how Sengoku would handle the matter of Doflamingo afterwards, Ryūjin was utterly unconcerned. After all, should Doflamingo wish to escape, he would undoubtedly have to pay a considerable price. At this moment, Ryūjin's actions were gradually coming to fruition. The perception of Ryūjin among everyone had transformed into one of extreme protectiveness, a formidable strength that should not be provoked. Particularly, the pirate king Rayleigh and Shaki had gained a clearer understanding of the prowess exhibited by the White Dove. Rayleigh possessed an acute sensitivity to the nuances of aura. Although Ryūjin had concentrated his spiritual pressure upon Doflamingo, it still allowed Rayleigh to perceive that heart-stopping conqueror's haki. The General White Dove indeed boasted astonishing talent. At a comparable age, even GOLD, Roger would not have reached his current level, one pondered. With this thought, Rayleigh shook his head, opting not to dwell further. He commenced his coding project, for he was merely a humble coding craftsman, and he had promised to complete the task within a day. Time was truly of the essence. Ryūjin awakened each of the captives one by one, leading them to the base on the Shambodi Islands, where individual inquiries commenced with the intention of returning them to their homelands. The registration process began, and soon it was Stella's turn. Ain gazed at the striking woman before him, her golden hair shimmering like sunlight, leaving a profound impression on him. It was her escape from the confines of tattered cages that drew his attention to these captives. Otherwise, the thought of rescuing them would not have crossed his mind. Ain could scarcely imagine the future that awaited them. "Stella, where is your homeland?" he inquired gently, pen in hand, concern etched on his face. Stella's expression darkened, tears glistening in her eyes as she slowly shook her head. "I have no homeland. I have been a captive since the day I was born." This revelation implied that Stella's parents were likely captives as well. Ain felt a pang of sympathy for her. Turning to Ryūjin, who appeared to be dozing nearby, he asked, "My lord Ryūjin, Stella." Before he could finish, Ryūjin rose from his seat and approached Stella with a warm smile. "So, Stella, if the opportunity arises, my ship is in need of a cook. Would you accept my invitation to join us?" Without a moment's hesitation, Stella nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I would love to." With her affirmative response, Ryūjin replied, "Then I look forward to your guidance. Please call me Ryūjin, just like Ain does," he added. Stella's cheeks flushed at his words, and she instinctively nodded, "All right." Time passed swiftly, and after a day's rest at the naval base on the Shambodi Islands, they were ready for what lay ahead. Ryūjin, accompanied by Ain and Stella, arrived at the overcharge bar. Ain and Stella were unfamiliar with Rayleigh, perceiving him merely as an ordinary coding craftsman. "Here is your payment. Esteemed elder, I kindly ask you to complete the coding project within a day." A battleship of admiral rank is indeed quite substantial. There is no exaggeration in calling it a project. Upon hearing himself referred to as elder, Rayleigh erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha! It is my honor to code for an esteemed admiral." Ryūjin, observing Rayleigh's demeanor, thought to himself, this elder is distinctly different from others of his age. In terms of spirit, he far surpasses his contemporaries. Stella nodded seriously at Ain's words. Meanwhile, Ryūjin silently mocked, "Of course, this is the pirate king Rayleigh. Even in his current state, he remains a formidable presence." As the group boarded the battleship, Stella gazed in awe at its immense size. Being of similar age, she and Ain were inclined to bond more closely. She instinctively asked Ain, "Do you usually pilot the ship alone?" "That is truly impressive." Ain shook his head, responding, "Not at all. Lord Ryūjin's fruitability is not only peculiar but also exceedingly practical." As if to validate Ain's statement, Ryūjin snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, 100 phantoms, identical to Ryūjin, appeared aboard the Admiral-class battleship. Stella's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment at this spectacle. Observing her reaction, Ain recalled the similar awe he once felt. All right, everyone, let us set sail. We aim to reach Fishman Island within 2 days. At that moment, the system's timer updated from 3 days to 2. Under the command of the 100 Phantoms, the battleship began to gradually submerge into the ocean, with seawater enveloping it. The colossal vessel descended slowly, darkness encroaching upon them. Both Stella and Ain, being young maidens, felt a natural aversion to the dark. Therefore, Roy Ya promptly illuminated all the lights aboard the ship. The lights illuminated a certain distance, revealing a gradually vibrant and splendid underwater world. Wow, what kind of fish is that? It looks so cute, exclaimed Stella. Indeed. I never imagined the underwater world could be so fascinating. It truly seems mysterious. Ain concurred, sharing her wonder. Roy Ya stood on the deck, gazing through the coated glass at the surrounding ocean, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. This marked his inaugural venture into the underwater realm. And the uniqueness of the marine species, along with the presence of the sea kings, instantly reminded him of the White Star. If given the opportunity, he yearned to visit the White Star and see if he could foster a good relationship. It is worth noting that in this vast world dominated by the sea, the existence of a sea king is indeed formidable. As time ticked away, the initial excitement among the crowd gradually subsided. At that moment, Stella ventured into the ship's kitchen. She possessed immense confidence in her culinary skills, as her talent in this domain was truly exceptional. Regardless of the culinary style, she could effortlessly reach its pinnacle. In Roy's words, it was akin to discovering a treasure. Soon, a feast, rich in flavor, aroma, and presentation, appeared before the onlookers. However, unbeknownst to them, perhaps drawn by the enticing aroma of the dishes, a shadowy figure swiftly glided through the distant waters, making its way toward Roy's ship. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the vessel's front. Chapter 54. The Enormous Octopus. 2 women in terror. The shadow moved rapidly, appearing before Roy Ya and his companions in an instant. Under the ship's lights, they finally discerned the nature of the creature before them. It was a massive squid, measuring over 5,500 meters in length. The tentacles alone spanned over 1,000 meters. Stella had never witnessed such a sight. A sudden tremor coursed through her, causing her to instinctively collapse to the ground. Her face drained of color. Not only Stella, but even Ain was equally astonished. They understood that they were in the deep sea. The ship was enveloped in a protective coating that isolated them from the surrounding water. However, should that coating shatter, an influx of seawater would surge in, and the pressure of the deep sea would be beyond their capacity to withstand. In Ain and Stella's eyes, Roy Ya was a formidable being. Should he come into contact with a significant volume of seawater, he too would surely be rendered powerless. Master Roy Ya, what should we do? That octopus is clearly heading straight for us. At this moment, the colossal cephalopod, measuring an alarming 5,500 meters in length, was intently observing the warship. Assessing its potential threat, should it determine that the vessel posed no danger, it would undoubtedly employ its robust, tentacle-like appendages, measuring several meters in diameter, to envelop the ship, crush its protective coating, and subsequently devour it whole. Observing the expressions of Ain and Stella, Roy Ya remained unfazed. He manipulated the illusion, dragging a table from the room and placing it upon the deck. He then set down the delectable dishes prepared by Stella upon the table, casually addressing the group. What are you all waiting for? Come, let us indulge in this exquisite feast. It would be a pity if it were to grow cold. But, Stella stammered, gesturing towards the cephalopod outside, her voice trembling slightly. Ain interjected, Lord Roy Ya, what should we do if this creature decides to attack? Gazing at the visibly anxious duo, Roy Ya waved his hand dismissively, as if unconcerned. Fear not. Since we are here, we must remain at ease. Ain, consider this an opportunity for personal growth in your state of mind. Upon hearing Roy Ya's words, Ain nodded, inhaling deeply, and replied softly, understood. He then moved a chair beside the table. Stella, witnessing Ain's action, reluctantly followed suit, sitting beside him. However, her thoughts were far from the meal. They were consumed by the looming presence of the cephalopod. She feared that it might charge forward without warning, piercing the protective coating. Should that occur, their fate would be sealed. At this moment, the atmosphere surrounding the three was permeated by 3 distinctly different emotions. The futile indifference of Roy Ya, the enforced calm of Ain, and the panicked fear of Stella permeate the warship. Roy Ya savored the dishes crafted by Stella, nodding in satisfaction and giving her a thumbs up, exclaiming, Stella, this is absolutely delicious. Stella's complexion turned pale as she gazed at Roy Ya, forcing a smile and replied, Is it tasty, master? From now on, Stella will take full responsibility. So please enjoy more. Due to her overwhelming nervousness, her words came out somewhat haltingly. As for the title of master, Luo Ya had initially resisted it. However, Stella insisted, stating that it was Luo Ya and Ain who had rescued her, especially Luo Ya, who she regarded as akin to her rebirth parents. To express her respect, Stella steadfastly insisted on addressing Luo Ya as master. In light of this, Luo Ya felt it inappropriate to object, as it was a matter of Stella's own conviction. Luo Ya gazed at Stella, inevitably reminded of a certain individual who proclaimed himself the Golden Emperor. However, Stella had yet to encounter Tesoro, the future Golden Emperor, and it was highly probable that he would not manifest again. Thus, when Doflamingo eventually unveiled the golden fruit, Luo Ya could seize it under a different guise. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Luo Ya's lips. Ain observed Luo Ya's nonchalant demeanor, feeling a profound admiration swell within him, although Luo Ya had not provided him with guidance in other areas. This particular mindset alone was beyond Ain's reach. He diligently endeavored to master his own state of mind while savoring the culinary creations crafted by Stella. Yet, the trembling of his hands revealed that his inner turmoil was far from tranquil. Ain, do you find it to your liking? Luo Ya chuckled softly at Ain. Yes. It's delicious. The culinary creations of Stella are the finest delicacies I have ever tasted. Ain's state of mind, of course, could not advance so dramatically in such a short span. She instinctively glanced to the side, only to see the silhouette of the colossal squid charging towards the warship. Ain's pupils constricted in alarm. Simultaneously, Stella, witnessing this harrowing scene, could no longer restrain her body and let out a piercing scream. The echoes of her cry reverberated throughout the entire warship, causing Ain's heart to plummet. The deep sea. Within the confines of the coating, a multitude of constraining factors. To Ain, it seemed that neither she nor Luo Ya could unleash their full potential. The overwhelming likelihood was that they would be crushed by the depths of the ocean or swallowed whole by the gigantic cephalopod before them, becoming its next meal. However, Ain was unaware that as the Vice Admiral of the White Pigeon, Luo Ya had yet to reveal his true capabilities. He had never fully unleashed his powers. Until now, no one had managed to accomplish such a feat, not even the fearsome sea creature before them. Yet the confidence that resided in Luo Ya's heart remained unknown to Ain and Stella. To them, whether it was Luo Ya's devil fruit abilities, the Navy's 6 styles, or the formidable armament hockey, there seemed to be no way to vanquish the squid in these deep waters. Despair enveloped them. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Ain and Stella's mental fortitude experienced a breakthrough at this moment. Ain turned to Luo Ya and softly declared, Lord Luo Ya, to be by your side is the wisest choice I have ever made. Given another chance, I would unwaveringly make the same decision. At that moment, Stella, no longer afraid, added, Master, thank you for rescuing me from a life of darkness. In my eyes, you are the greatest beacon of light, my everything. If there is an afterlife, I would willingly serve you for eternity. Luo Ya gazed at them with a peculiar expression, and I remarked, is it really that exaggerated? It's merely a sea king squid. Approximately 5,500 meters in length. Chapter 55, Terrifying Dominance, A Single Thought to Slay. Luo Ya's words were imbued with an air of casual ease, causing both of them to momentarily pause in astonishment. Ain gazed at Luo Ya and said, Lady Luo Ya, I find myself at a loss for words. It was crucial to recognize that they were in the depths of the ocean. If a large-scale assault were to be initiated, the protective membrane would undoubtedly shatter, sealing their doom. Conversely, a minor attack would scarcely affect this colossal sea creature, which spanned 5,500 meters, akin to a mere tickle. The inevitable outcome would be death. Regardless of the course of action, the result remained fatal. At that moment, a series of explosive sounds reverberated aboard the warship. These detonations were the result of the colossal squid-like creature swiftly approaching the vessel. Its immense form carved a path through the ocean, churning vast quantities of water and creating the current scene before them. In essence, the sea monster had already arrived at the very front of the warship. Luo Ya turned to look, only to see the colossal cephalopod extending its immense tentacles towards the warship. Beside her, Stella's face was as pale as could be. Rest assured, there is nothing to fear. Allow me to handle this. Luo Ya slowly rose from her seat and approached the edge of the ship, exuding an air of calmness, devoid of any hint of panic. Ain and Stella, however, felt their hearts race with apprehension. They were curious about Luo Ya's next move, while simultaneously worrying whether she might inadvertently damage the protective coating. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The colossal cephalopod, The Sea King had extended its tentacles, drawing near to the warship, and it seemed as though those tentacles were about to make contact with the protective film. Ryūjin slowly closed his eyes, only to suddenly open them again. A terrifying aura, reminiscent of the Conqueror's haki, erupted from his being, immense and grand, as heavy as Mount Tai. In an instant, this overwhelming power enveloped the colossal Sea King squid, with a staggering range of 6,000 meters. The Conqueror's haki, released by Ryūjin Ya, exploded forth with tremendous force. Ian and Stella, due to their special connection with Ryūjin Ya, were not rendered unconscious. However, they could still feel an aura akin to that of hell emanating from him. At that moment, the Conqueror's haki became tangible. The dreadful pressure caused the squid's long tentacles, measuring 5,500 meters, to retract. Yet, this was only the beginning. Under Ryūjin Ya's complete control, his justice cloak billowed without wind. With each pulse, cracks began to appear on the squid's body, illuminated by the ship's lights. The previously rampant Conqueror's haki was now firmly restrained under Ryūjin Ya's command. The Sea King squid struggled and writhed, churning the waters, creating waves even in the depths of the ocean. However, its tentacles could never reach Ryūjin Ya. Standing firmly on the ship, one could only imagine the sheer terror of such power. Unbelievably strong. Is this the power of the Master? Such a level of Conqueror's haki could only be wielded by Lord Ryūjin Ya. The eyes of the two women sparkled with admiration as they gazed at Ryūjin Ya's back, as if trying to etch his image into their minds forever. Spiritual pressure and Conqueror's haki bore a striking resemblance, yet remained distinct, particularly in their unparalleled offensive capability. Since we have arrived, we shall not depart. After all, this world is one where the strong prey upon the weak. With that thought, Ryūjin Ya unleashed his spiritual pressure to its fullest, shattering the 5,500-meter-long Sea King squid into countless pieces. This is the White Dove, the most powerful admiral to date, feared by countless pirates. Ian and Stella both thought simultaneously, gradually retracting their spiritual pressure. Ryūjin Ya's expression remained unchanged, appearing as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Under the watchful gaze of the two women, he made his way to his seat and resumed savoring the delectable dishes before him. Simultaneously, he addressed Ain and Stella, saying, "This can be regarded as a later manifestation of Conqueror's haki. You should endeavor to cultivate your mental fortitude. Who knows, you might awaken the Conqueror's haki. Do not perceive it as a rarity. The more one believes it to be scarce, the less likely they are to awaken it. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Ryūjin Ya's words, Ain immediately realized that this was a lesson imparted to them by him. She promptly rose from her seat and saluted Ryūjin Ya, exclaiming, "Understood, Lord Ryūjin Ya." In her heart, Ain mused, "So, Lord Ryūjin Ya intended for us to enhance our mental state to awaken the Conqueror's haki." Observing Ain's earnest demeanor, Ryūjin Ya found himself both amused and exasperated. Well then, the crisis has passed. Let us all continue to enjoy the exquisite dishes prepared by Stella. Indeed, Ain and Stella replied in unison. With the threat now averted, they felt their appetites suddenly widen. In the time that followed, Ryūjin Ya skillfully commanded her illusion, navigating the warship safely through the treacherous currents of the deep sea, ultimately arriving at Fishman Island. At that moment, within the Dragon King's palace of Fishman Island, under the decree of King Neptune, various ministers followed their sovereign to the port of Fishman Island. Indeed, Fishman Island boasts a port, as it necessitates unified management. Ryūjin Ya's lips curled into a subtle smile. He was evidently taken aback by the fact that Neptune had personally come forth to meet him. Ain and Stella, on the verge of entering Fishman Island, could hardly contain their youthful exuberance, eagerly gazing at their surroundings. Look! Look! Fishman Island is enveloped by a colossal bubble," they exclaimed. "There are even clouds here. Perhaps there is air as well. How astonishing is that? Is this truly Fishman Island, situated 10,000 meters beneath Mariewa?" As the two girls marveled at the sight, Ryūjin Ya expertly navigated the warship, reaching the heart of Fishman Island. Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed within his mind, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received Peak Observation Haki." The Peak Observation Haki grants the host the ability to foresee an enemy's next move while also allowing predictions of the forthcoming 5 minutes. Furthermore, it enables communication with all things. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Ryūjin Ya momentarily found himself in a state of astonishment. Chapter 56. The Reward of Communication with All. Although Ryūjin Ya had anticipated that achieving the pinnacle of observation haki would be immensely powerful, he had not foreseen the sheer magnitude of its capabilities in comparison to the peak armament haki. Particularly, the ability to communicate with all things was an unexpected revelation. He had never imagined that upon reaching the zenith of observation haki, he would be able to converse with the very essence of existence. Roy mused to himself. However, at that moment, the system unexpectedly resonated in his mind once more. Ding! A reminder to the host. The ability to communicate with all things is not something that can be awakened by just anyone upon reaching the pinnacle of observation haki. Upon receiving the system's response, Roy's smile became even more radiant. If that were the case, when he encounters those who have mastered the pinnacle of observation haki in the future, he would possess a formidable ability that sets him apart from others, thus enhancing his advantage. Reflecting on this, Roy suddenly realized he had been overthinking. After all, one must ask how many individuals can truly reach the pinnacle of observation haki? At that moment, the warship beneath Roy's feet had already arrived before King Neptune. Roya approached King Neptune with an air of tranquility and addressed him, "Your Majesty. It is indeed an honor to meet you." As his words resonated, Ein and Stella both bowed respectfully to King Neptune. The king gestured for them to rise, saying, "No need for such formalities. I have long heard of the illustrious General White Dove, renowned for his extraordinary charm and transcendent demeanor. Indeed, upon meeting you, it is evident that the whispers of your prowess are well-founded. However, I must assert that I am merely an ordinary individual with slightly enhanced capabilities." Upon hearing Roy's modesty, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Neptune's eyes. He pondered within himself, this White Dove is not only humble but possesses formidable strength. Whether this stems from his character or profound depth remains to be seen. Nevertheless, upon observing Roy's countenance, Neptune surmised that he likely belonged to the former category. For such a gentle smile was a rarity among those of higher naval ranks. "General White Dove, upon hearing of your impending visit to Fishman Island, I have taken the liberty of arranging a banquet in your honor. Might you be willing to attend?" The personal invitation from the king was regarded as a tremendous privilege by the denizens of the island. In recognition of the respect shown to him, Roya merely nodded in agreement and replied to Neptune, "Thank you for your kindness." With Roya's affirmation, the group proceeded towards the Dragon King's palace on Fishman Island. Roya surveyed the surroundings, but found no trace of the sea warrior Ji-Bei. Even the presence of Fisher Tiger was conspicuously absent, leaving Roya in a state of perplexity. After a while, he resolved to contact Fisher Tiger through the Din Mushi, hoping that he was at Fishman Island, as that would simplify matters considerably. Unbeknownst to him, he was being guided by Neptune. Luo Ya and his companions soon arrived at the magnificent Dragon King's palace on Fishman Island. Suddenly, the electronic voice of the system echoed once more in Luo Ya's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for checking in at the Dragon King's palace. You have received 1 dose of the potent medicine with no side effects. Upon use, your strength will be doubled for a duration of 5 minutes, without any adverse effects." After checking in at the Dragon King's palace, the electronic voice of the system was heard. Luo felt somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that visiting the Dragon King's palace would yield such a distinctive reward. Although devoid of any adverse effects, it appeared rather peculiar, nonetheless. It could serve as a formidable trump card, which was certainly commendable. King Neptune astutely perceived the change in Luo's expression. "General Pigeon, is something amiss? Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements?" Upon hearing King Neptune's words, Luo shook his head and replied, "Your Majesty Neptune, you jest. I am merely astonished by the grandeur of the Dragon Palace. Is it not merely a mutual flattery and commerce?" Roya can indeed. Upon hearing Roya's words, King Neptune burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha. To elicit such admiration from the illustrious General White Dove is truly an honor. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Just call me Roya. White Dove is merely a title. If one were to speak of a truly fearsome title, it would undoubtedly belong to the enigmatic figure of Roya. Should Neptune discover that Roya is not only the naval commander White Dove, but also the mysterious persona renowned across the seas, one wonders what expression would grace his face. Would he still extend such a grand reception? In the Dragon King's palace, Roya and her companions were honored as esteemed guests. Seated beneath the grand presence of Neptune, Roya beheld an array of exquisite delicacies from Fishman Island being presented before them. Roya was filled with anticipation for the flavors of these delicacies, particularly the desserts from Fishman Island. It is well known that even Big Mom is immensely covetous of such culinary delights. Roya pondered whether Admiral Sengoku had summoned him to Fishman Island for a particular purpose. Recently, the Navy had intended to unveil the 7 Warlords plan, inviting various pirates to partake in it, granting them privileges. Admiral Sengoku, considering the matters concerning Fishman Island and its inhabitants, had thus invited me to persuade the Sea Knight Jinbei to join the seven warlords, fostering peaceful development between both parties. Upon hearing Roya's words, Neptune nodded slightly, contemplating the potential benefits this seven warlords plan might hold for them. At that moment, Roya handed Neptune a document bearing Sengoku's autograph. After perusing the manuscript, Neptune concluded that the seven warlords' plan could indeed prove advantageous for them. However, in terms of strength, was Fisher Tiger not the more formidable choice? Upon hearing Neptune's response, a twitch escaped the corner of Roya's mouth. He had assumed that Neptune understood the reasoning behind Sengoku's decision not to involve Fisher Tiger, but given the current situation, it seemed he had overestimated Neptune's awareness. Roya gazed at Neptune with a hint of helplessness and remarked, "Your Majesty, surely you jest. As you are aware, Fisher Tiger has previously wreaked havoc in Ryūjin. Given such a formidable presence, the Navy is hardly in a position to eliminate him. It can only be said that in the tumultuous environment of the New World, the actions of Admiral Sengoku are born of desperation. If you could seize this opportunity, not only could the situation regarding Fisher Tiger be alleviated, but it would also foster the development of both fishmen and humans. Wouldn't that be splendid? Thus, Admiral Sengoku has dispatched me to convey this." Upon hearing Roya's words, Neptune realized the truth in them. He had not anticipated that he would lack the depth of thought displayed by Roya. "Your Majesty, are you aware of the whereabouts of the sea hero Jinbei?" Neptune inquired. "I am unsure of their location, but I shall send someone to find them at once." Roya's brow furrowed slightly at Neptune's response. "I appreciate your assistance, Your Majesty." With that, Roya patiently awaited further developments. Meanwhile, the banquet had commenced in earnest. Dozens of mermaids danced gracefully before them, their flowing sleeves captivatingly enchanting. On the other side, approximately 10 kilometers away from the Dragon Palace, in a secluded area, the scene was starkly different from the bustling surroundings of the palace. Here, the seaweed thrived in chaotic abundance, suggesting that no fisherman had set foot in this desolate place for at least a decade. It was in this barren locale that two fishmen, one with deep crimson skin and the other with vibrant azure, arrived. They had received word of a human who had inadvertently stumbled into this area and sustained injuries. Out of goodwill towards humans, they ventured here, intending to take a look before seeking out Roya. However, what Fisher Tiger and Jinbei did not anticipate was that the figure awaiting them was not the injured human, but rather Hody Jones. Both Fisher Tiger and Jinbei recognized Hody Jones, fully aware that they had been deceived by him. Fisher Tiger glared at Hody, who had black hair, donned a flat hat adorned with a trident emblem, wore a wolf fur scarf around his neck, and sported extensive tattoos on his left arm. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "Hody Jones, what is the meaning of this?" Hody Jones, regarding Fisher Tiger and Jinbei with a cold smile, laughed mockingly. "What do you mean by that? I have come to stop you." "Stop us? From what?" Fisher Tiger was utterly perplexed by the words of Hody Jones, unable to grasp their true meaning. Hody Jones cast a sidelong glance at the two fishmen before him and declared, "Captain Fisher Tiger, Brother Jinbei, you are currently the most revered fisherman among us, possessing immense strength and unparalleled courage. Especially you, Captain Fisher Tiger, who boldly ascended the Holy Land, Ryūjin, rescuing countless of our kin. Even I hold you in the highest regard." However, at this juncture, Hody Jones's expression shifted dramatically, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. Yet, precisely because of this, why do you intend to seek out the dove? I have heard whispers that you plan to approach the dove to bridge the gap between fishmen and humans. Is this true? At that moment, Fisher Tiger remained oblivious to the true identity of Admiral Dove, unaware that Luo Ya was the enigmatic figure entwined with Fisher Tiger's past. Nevertheless, both Fisher Tiger and Jinbei harbored the desire to meet the dove, to engage in discourse regarding the relations between their two races. Should they be able to win over the Admiral, it would afford them a modicum of stature within the world government. However, such intentions were swiftly perceived by Hody Jones. As a staunch proponent of fishman supremacy, he would never permit such an occurrence. Thus, with this in mind, Hody Jones unhesitatingly exploited the goodwill of Fisher Tiger and Jinbei, summoning them to this very place to realize his ambitions. The madness within Hody Jones had now become evident. "Fisher Tiger, Jinbei, I respect you both. Yet you have deeply disappointed me. Therefore, I have resolved to take your place, leading the fishmen in an assault on the mainland, declaring that only fishmen are the true superior species." Upon hearing Hody Jones's deranged proclamations, Fisher Tiger and Jinbei exchanged glances. Fisher Tiger stepped forward and asserted, "Hody Jones, I have encountered your ideology many times before, Yet it is merely a misguided path. Misguided path? Ha ha ha. I believe it is you who are lost. Coexisting peacefully with humans is nothing but a farce. Humans should rightfully be our subordinates. Hody Jones scoffed. Enough words. Let us battle. I shall demonstrate through my strength that your beliefs are utterly erroneous. As Hody Jones's rhetoric grew increasingly fervent, Fisher Tiger, undeterred, stepped forth into a defensive stance, confidently stating, Hody Jones, you were merely a soldier in the service of King Neptune, and you are no match for me. At this moment, Jinbei interjected from the side, cautioning, Captain Fisher Tiger, be wary of his underhanded tactics. Upon hearing the exchange between Fisher Tiger and Jinbei, Hody Jones let out a cold laugh. Underhanded tactics? No. I will defeat you openly and with honor. As Hody Jones emerged, he brandished an lethal drug from his bosom. Upon witnessing this, Fisher Tiger and Jinbei, the two fishmen, felt their eyes widen in disbelief. They instantly recognized the significance of what he held. Is that the drug? How did you procure it? Naturally, it was obtained from the long-cherished treasure chest of the Ryūjin Palace. Can you believe that this treasured chest, preserved for many years within the Ryūjin Palace, actually contained this drug? The drug, also known as energisteroid, is a powerful steroid that significantly enhances strength upon consumption, albeit at the perilous cost of one's lifespan. One may consume no more than a single dose. However, Hody Jones appeared utterly unconcerned, unhesitatingly swallowing an excess of 10 pills in one go. A surge of energy coursed through Hody Jones, his blood flow accelerating dramatically. His muscles expanded, bulging against his skin, while veins surfaced prominently, stretching his garments to their limits. His aura transformed, becoming decidedly more menacing. In this desolate and tranquil locale, Fisher Tiger and Jinbei could even hear the rapid beating of Hody Jones's heart. Hody Jones, are you throwing your life away? To consume so much in one sitting, cold sweat broke out on Fisher Tiger's brow as he spoke. Yet, Hody Jones paid no heed to Fisher Tiger's words. Spare me your pretenses. Let us resolve this through strength. With that declaration, Hody Jones charged towards Fisher Tiger with astonishing speed, surpassing even the swiftest of merfolk. I shall intervene. Jinbei, unable to stand idly by, leaped forth without hesitation from Fisher Tiger's side. Fishman Karate, 5,000 tile-shattering fist. As a member of the whale shark fishmen, Jinbei was renowned for his formidable strength. His fist, capable of demolishing 5,000 tiles, struck Hody Jones directly. Chapter 58. 1 against 2, Defiance personified. Bang! As the two forces collided, a tremendous pressure erupted, resonating through the air like the detonation of a bomb. Before Jinbei could comprehend the situation, Hody Jones wore a sinister grin. With his veins bulging, he forcefully retaliated. A series of explosive sounds reverberated at that moment. Jinbei felt an unprecedented force strike his chin, inflicting agonizing pain and sending him crashing to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Even Fisher Tiger failed to grasp what had transpired. In a flash, Hody Jones had decisively vanquished the sea warrior Jinbei with a single move. The sheer terror of such power sent a shiver down Fisher Tiger's spine. Hody Jones extended his arms, gazing at the fallen Jinbei, and erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Did you witness my strength? This formidable power renders even the sea warrior Jinbei powerless against me. Wouldn't you agree, Fisher Tiger? Fisher Tiger's expression turned grim, as he felt an overwhelming aura bearing down upon him at that very moment. It was an uncomfortable sensation. Hody Jones, this is not true power. You are merely exhausting your own body. Fisher Tiger warned. You must seek medical attention immediately. Perhaps you can still salvage a life. Once your body is fully depleted, there will be no chance of recovery. Exhausting my body? No, this is simply the latent power within me. Hody Jones retorted defiantly. Fisher Tiger, are you afraid? At this juncture, Jinbei had risen from the ground, his gaze serious as he addressed Fisher Tiger. Captain, Hody Jones has lost his mind. We must suppress him quickly, or it may lead to calamity. Upon hearing Jinbei's words, Fisher Tiger nodded gravely. Observing the readiness of Fisher Tiger and Jinbei to unite, Hody Jones dismissed them with arrogance. Come on, let's see you try. Even together, you are no match for me. Saying this, Hody Jones consumed more than a dozen doses of the drug, his physique appearing even more formidable, radiating a ferocious aura, with his eyes glowing a menacing red, instilling fear in all who beheld him. They could not afford to allow Hody Jones any more time to consume drugs. They had to join forces to defeat this madman before them. Without hesitation, Jinbei stepped forward, summoning the power of his fishman karate. He leaped into the air, harnessing all of his strength to unleash the sharkskin fist. Descending rapidly from the skies towards Hody Jones, Fisher Tiger simultaneously unleashed his ultimate technique, the Fishman Karate, Ultimate, Wooleye Strike. Fisher Tiger concentrated a sphere of water in his palm and hurled it towards Hody Jones. This droplet possessed immense power, capable of effortlessly penetrating a human body, even surpassing the might of Sea Kings by several magnitudes. It was a truly terrifying ultimate move. In the face of the combined assault from Jinbei and Fisher Tiger, Hody Jones exhibited no signs of fear. A sinister grin revealed his bloodied teeth, adding to his fearsome visage. "Come, let me witness the extent of your strength." As his words fell, Hody Jones' figure vanished in an instant. This was not a mere shave. Rather, it was pure physical prowess propelling him into rapid motion. He reappeared before Jinbei, extending his hand to directly absorb the blow. Fishman Karate, Rough Shark. With a resounding crack, Jinbei's palm was crushed in Hody Jones' grasp, devoid of any resistance. The sturdy bones of his hand stood no chance against Hody's might. Clutching Jinbei's hand tightly, Hody executed a shoulder throw. A loud thud reverberated through the desolate surroundings. An intense pain surged through Jinbei's mind, and after spitting out copious amounts of blood, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Now it's your turn, Fisher Tiger." Hody nonchalantly shattered the Wooleye Strike launched by Fisher Tiger, his relaxed demeanor leaving Fisher in utter shock. How is this possible? Fisher Tiger could hardly believe that Hody Jones, under the influence of drugs, possessed such formidable strength. "What do you mean? How is this possible?" Fisher Tiger, the true spectacle is yet to unfold. Fishman Karate, Sea Drum. Hody Jones swung his fist, compressing the moisture in the environment to form a high-density droplet. This droplet, akin to the size of a fist, was charged with explosive power. "You shall experience the true strength of Fishman Karate firsthand, Fisher Tiger." This fist-sized droplet. No, it was no longer just a droplet. It had transformed into a water mass. The mass soared through the air, howling fiercely as it charged towards Fisher Tiger. With no means of evasion, Fisher Tiger could only instinctively cross his arms in front of his chest. As the water mass approached, he felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Bang! The water sphere, imbued with a powerful rotational force, unleashed a crimson blossom the moment it made contact with Fisher Tiger's skin. The sphere penetrated Fisher Tiger's body, leaving behind a gaping, terrifying wound. Witnessing the magnitude of his own strength, Hody Jones felt an overwhelming confidence, believing he could easily vanquish even the newly established emperors of the sea. As he gazed upon the fallen Fisher Tiger and Jinbei, Hody Jones spread his arms wide and uttered his maniacal declarations. "Fisher Tiger, Jinbei, though your strength is vastly inferior to mine, if you are willing to submit to me, embrace my ideals, and become my crew, I shall graciously spare your lives. Otherwise, despite Fisher Tiger's fishman resilience, even with a gaping hole in his chest, he would not escape death. Yet, the agony of his injuries was undeniably profound. Fisher Tiger could feel his life ebbing away rapidly, but even so, he gritted his teeth and slowly rose from the ground. Chapter 59. You think you deserve this? With disdain, Fisher Tiger declared, "Submit to you? Impossible. Become your crew? Absolutely not. Embrace your fundamentally flawed ideology. Never." He stood tall, clutching his chest with all his might, a defiant smile breaking across his face as he resolutely rejected Hody Jones. As Fisher Tiger articulated his refusal, Hody Jones clenched his fists, his blood-red eyes coldly piercing into Fisher Tiger. "Are you finished? If so, prepare to die." In an instant, Hody Jones appeared before Fisher Tiger, his fist rapidly enlarging in Fisher Tiger's vision, ready to strike his face. At the last moment, Hody Jones halted, the rush of his fist creating a gust that tousled Fisher Tiger's hair. An idea struck him. Recalling his fist, he addressed Fisher Tiger. "Rather than allowing you to die so easily, I believe it would be far more fitting for you to witness the transformation of Fishman Island. To perish in the depths of despair and agony, that shall be your true fate." With that, Hody Jones performed a rudimentary bandaging of Fisher Tiger's wound, then bound Jinbei with the most resilient of ropes, shattering his limbs to render him incapable of escape. Once he had completed these tasks, Hody Jones retrieved a transponder snail and commanded his subordinates, "Commence the plan." Inside the Dragon Palace, as the revelers indulged in the merriment of the banquet and the exquisite flavors of the feast, a soldier burst into the grand hall in a state of panic. The smile that adorned Neptune's face vanished in an instant as he spoke in a composed yet firm tone. What has transpired? The Dragon King's palace was governed by countless rules, and Neptune was deeply incensed by the soldiers' blatant disrespect. However, the soldiers' willingness to face punishment indicated that a grave situation had indeed arisen. True to this intuition, the soldier, his face ashen, knelt before Neptune and reported, "Your Majesty, dire news. Hody Jones has betrayed us, leading the new Fishman pirates along with a multitude of human slaves." Upon hearing this alarming proclamation, Neptune's heart sank with foreboding. And before he could utter a single word, Ryūjin Jakka cast a stern gaze upon Neptune and articulated with deliberate precision, "Neptune, I require your explanation." This time, he omitted the customary honorific of Your Majesty. Neptune, recognizing the gravity of Roya's anger, understood the situation's severity. Nonetheless, as a king himself, he possessed his own methods of addressing such matters. He offered a slight gesture of reassurance to Ryūjin before turning to the soldier and inquiring what exactly transpired. The soldier, sensing the urgency, responded without hesitation, "The details of the incident are still under investigation. However, it appears that the newly established Fishman pirates, led by Hody Jones, comprising approximately 1,000 fishmen and nearly 10,000 slaves, are wreaking havoc upon Fishman Island, proclaiming their intention to bring about a new era for the island. Furthermore, both Fisher Tiger and Jinbei have been defeated by Hody Jones, and Fisher Tiger's chest has been grievously pierced." Upon hearing the soldier's report, those present collectively gasped in shock. They were well aware of Fisher Tiger's and Jinbei's formidable capabilities, and their defeat at the hands of Hody Jones only served to amplify their astonishment. In a fleeting moment, Roya's thoughts spiraled into a myriad of possibilities. Whether it pertained to the enigmatic identity of Fisher Tiger or the commanding role of the Admiral dispatched to invite Jinbei to join the Seven Warlords initiative, both paths inexorably linked back to Fisher Tiger and Jinbei. In other words, Hody Jones had offended Roya. With a sigh, Roya rose from his seat. "Ein Stella, let us depart." Indeed, Roya, accompanied by two women, exited the banquet hall with remarkable decisiveness, making her way towards the chaotic streets. Upon witnessing this scene, Neptune's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he promptly addressed Shark Star beside him, urging him to dispatch troops immediately. However, before Neptune could finish his sentence, Roya's voice resonated from afar. "Let us not incur unnecessary casualties. I shall take care of this matter." In the words of Roya, an overwhelming confidence permeated the atmosphere. Neptune, sensing the gravity of the situation, followed closely behind with his ministers, though unease lingered in his heart. At that moment, Fishman Island was engulfed in chaos. Countless fishmen and the enslaved, acting upon commands, were wreaking havoc throughout the realm. These slaves were orchestrated by Hody Jones, a staunch advocate of Fishman supremacy, whose greatest delight lay in such turmoil. Those who join the new Fishman pirate crew shall be granted unparalleled rights. Let us overthrow Neptune and proclaim ourselves as kings. Hody Jones proclaimed, his voice echoing with fervor. Surrounding him were his fervent supporters. At this juncture, Hody turned to Jinbei and Fisher Tiger, inquiring, "Do you smell that? The air is thick with the scent of impending victory. Soon, I shall ascend as the new king of Fishman Island. Thereafter, I shall wage endless wars and dominate the seas." Fisher Tiger, mustering his strength, gazed at Hody Jones and replied, "Ha, do you truly believe you are worthy?" Hody, incensed by Fisher's disdainful tone, felt a surge of fury within him. "Ha ha ha, I will make you witness my rise to power. And I can only hope your body can endure until my ascension." As Hody's words reverberated, he caught sight of Roya and his companions emerging from the Dragon Palace. "Ha ha ha, it seems the Dragon Palace has received word. Yet, Neptune dares to send these three to thwart us, believing they can withstand the might of our multitude? Had Hody known of Kleek's fate, perhaps he would have refrained from such arrogance." With his formidable physical strength, Hody approached Roya with an air of arrogance, declaring, "So, you are the famed Admiral White Dove? A mere mortal on the brink of death has no need for further words." Loyal did not even acknowledge Hody Jones. Even under Hody's gaze, he slowly closed his eyes. Witnessing such disdain from Loyal, a fellow human, Hody felt deeply insulted. Just as Hody was preparing to deliver a stern lesson to Loyal, Roya opened his eyes. In an instant, Chapter 60, Invincible Power, Gale Foot and White Dove. In a fleeting moment, Roya unleashed an overwhelming aura from within, reminiscent of the Conqueror's haki. A resonating hum echoed as a terrifying force surged forth from his being, instantly spreading into the chaotic expanse ahead. A tempest arose. The Fishman Island was engulfed in a whirlwind of dust. This was their first encounter with such an exaggerated hurricane. In that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. Yet, this was only the beginning. The aura of Luo Ya surged dramatically, becoming as profound and terrifying as the ocean itself. The overwhelming haki swept across the surroundings, invading the minds of those who sowed chaos. In less than a second, the sound of bodies collapsing echoed repeatedly. They fell directly to the ground, and if one were unaware, they might easily mistake the scene for a battlefield littered with the fallen. The ground was strewn with motionless figures, and the atmosphere turned eerily tranquil. Thousands of slaves and several hundred fishermen were, without exception, rendered unconscious by Luo Ya's overpowering haki, collapsing in a state of faintness. Among the tumultuous throng, only Hody Jones remained unaffected by Luo Ya's formidable presence, likely due to the continuing effects of the potent drug he had consumed. A flicker of confusion passed through Hody Jones's eyes as he turned to survey the scene before him, his heart shaken. Is this the might of an admiral? This is utterly terrifying. Hody Jones's expression shifted as he thought, no matter how strong, what does it matter? He is merely human, and besides, he possesses a trump card. With this realization, Hody Jones swiftly retrieved a handful of E.S. drugs from his bag, the quantity exceeding 300 pills. He consumed them with the nonchalance of a meal. Neptune, accompanied by his ministers, arrived late. Their shock was palpable upon witnessing the fallen masses. However, their astonishment deepened upon seeing what Hody Jones held in his hands. The white doves these E.S. drugs could enhance one's strength. If he survived such a massive intake, he would become immensely powerful. I see. You should go and rescue Jinbei and Fisher Tiger. They are gravely injured, and further delay would exacerbate the situation. Yes, I shall arrange it immediately. At that moment, Luo Ya's gaze shifted toward Hody Jones, whose physique had doubled in size, resembling a monstrous entity. His skin appeared almost translucent, allowing a clear view of the blood coursing beneath, and even the rapid beating of his heart could be faintly discerned, evoking a sense of discomfort. Although his skin seemed to have turned transparent, its resilience had significantly increased. Feeling the explosive power within him, Hody Jones erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, you see this? This is power, unmatched power that none can withstand. Hody Jones, are you done? If you have finished speaking, I shall make my move. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of potent drugs, Hody Jones retained a semblance of sharpness in his mind. He did not wait for Roa to make the first move. Instead, he charged directly at Roa. At nearly 4 meters tall, Hody Jones resembled a towering hill as he swiftly approached Roa. However, when compared to the formidable Whitebeard II Weevil, whom Roa had previously defeated, Hody's presence seemed somewhat diminished. With a sigh, Roa softly remarked, ultimately, your perspective remains too narrow. The ocean is far more complex than you can fathom. The pinnacle of observation haki was activated. Luo Ya directly anticipated the trajectory of Hody Jones's attack. With a subtle tilt of his head, Luo Ya deftly evaded Hody Jones's offensive move. The sixth style of the Navy, paper drawing. Luo Ya expended all of his strength, dissipating like a fragile sheet of paper in the wind. He effortlessly evaded the frenzied assault of Hody Jones, who grew increasingly alarmed. Hody had unleashed his full might, reaching an unprecedented peak in both speed and power. His rapid punches soared to a staggering rate of over 100 strikes per second. Yet, despite this, he could not graze the hem of Luo Ya's garment. Futile. I have already anticipated your next move, Luo Ya stated. Upon hearing this, Hody Jones recoiled sharply. Anticipation? What if my speed were so swift that even your predictions could not save you? With this thought igniting his determination, Hody began to indulge recklessly, as if he had cast aside his very life, consuming the lethal ES potion in its entirety. It hurts. It hurts so much. But this sensation is power. Ha ha ha. You are finished, General White Dove. I have become even stronger. The copious intake of the ES potion, while severely jeopardizing Hody's life, endowed him with tremendous strength and confidence. In response, Luo Ya merely remarked, "Oh, is that so? Speak your bravado again after you withstand my next strike." As Luo Ya's words resonated, he leaped into action. Storm Leg, White Dove. This was a derivative skill named after his own title. In that instant, as Luo Ya executed his kick, it transformed into a magnificent white dove, exuding an air of nobility. With the dove soaring through the air, the speed of the storm leg intensified. At this moment, Hody Jones was on the verge of doubting his very existence. Despite having consumed so much of the potion, he still could not discern Luo Ya's strike. The velocity was simply too great for his naked eye to capture. His mind raced frantically, yet the brilliance of the storm leg enveloped his form. A terrifying pressure infiltrated every cell of his body, each one acutely sensitive, saturated with the potency of the lethal drug. Then, the dove spread its wings and erupted. With a swift whoosh, it cleaved Hody Jones's body in two. He could still faintly feel the pain as he gazed in horror at his bisected form. Panic, dismay. Yet, it was irreversible. The speed of that storm leg had far surpassed what Hody Jones could ever hope to perceive. Darkness, numbness, and silence engulfed Hody Jones's mind. Meanwhile, his body, deprived of blood, experienced an explosive reaction to the drug coursing through his veins. What had once appeared to be a formidable physique now resembled that of a frail old man. Alas! Is this the grim fate that befalls those who resort to such nefarious substances? How tragic indeed. At this moment, all who bore witness to the scene were utterly astonished. Chapter 61. A Hope for Peace. A miracle unfolds. Hody Jones was, astonishingly, defeated in a single blow by Roa. Such power is beyond comprehension. Is this the legendary admiral of the Navy? Can humanity truly possess such strength? It is simply unbelievable. How I wish to attain such prowess. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Ein and Stella, standing in Roa's shadow, gazed at him with unreserved admiration. In their hearts, they silently vowed, truly, Lord Roa is formidable. They must endeavor to train themselves even harder. They could not afford to bring shame upon Roa. Then, their attention returned to the unfolding spectacle. Unlike Neptune, who was now questioning his very existence, he understood the potency of the drug all too well. A mere morsel could elevate an ordinary fishman to become the mightiest of soldiers. Yet, despite Hody Jones consuming hundreds of these pills, he remained no match for Roa's singular strike. How could Neptune not be astonished? Especially considering that Roa stood there, wholly unscathed, untouched by Hody Jones in any way. Not only that, but he appeared remarkably at ease, as if he had accomplished a task of utmost simplicity. Neptune had previously recognized the immense strength of Admiral Pigeon, but he could never have imagined the extent of it. Neptune, you shall liberate all these slaves and transport them to the nearby naval base, correct? Rest assured, Admiral Pigeon. Neptune vowed, as the king of Fishman Island, I swear I shall fulfill this promise. Luo Ya nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, have Fisher-Tage and Shinping begun their rescue efforts? He paused for a moment before adding, however, it appears that Fisher-Tage's condition is rather dire. Shall I take a look? I possess a fair degree of confidence in my medical skills. As Luo Ya and the others approached the already unconscious Fisher-Tage, they noticed that several individuals and mermen around them were beginning to regain consciousness from their stupor. Luo Ya stood beside Fisher-Tage, observing the situation unfolding before him. His brow furrowed slightly in concern. King Neptune turned to Luo Ya and inquired, General White Dove, is there still hope? There is hope, Luo Ya replied, but it requires a transfusion. A transfusion? Neptune asked. No worries. I shall summon soldiers to provide their blood at once. Luo Ya gently shook her head and said, that is not feasible. Your races are entirely dissimilar. While it may be manageable under normal circumstances, given that Fisher-Tage is gravely injured, resorting to your methods would only hasten his demise. In this dire situation, we can solely rely on human blood. As her words resonated, the surrounding mermen began to murmur amongst themselves. The notion of using human blood to save the mermen seemed ludicrous to them. How could this possibly be? Surely, she must be attempting to betray our heroic merman. Previously, the frenzied mermen had shown no concern for Fisher-Tage or Jinbei, but now they turned their ire towards Luo Ya, as if they had lost all faith in her. Their hypocrisy was glaringly evident. However, Neptune displayed remarkable open-mindedness. He addressed Luo Ya in a grave tone, General White Dove, do you possess confidence in this approach? Indeed, I do, she replied. Subsequently, Luo Ya turned her gaze towards the humans who had, with her assistance, attained their freedom. Luo Ya gazed at them and inquired, is there anyone willing to step forward and donate blood to this merman? As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the entire island. Previously, they had been subjected to the torment of these fishmen, enduring a fate worse than death. Now, the thought of offering their own blood to save the merman was utterly unfathomable to them. Neptune's heart sank further. Yet, at that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, declaring, I am willing. I stand for peace. And if this act can draw us closer together, then I shall gladly offer my blood. As this proclamation resonated, all eyes turned towards the speaker. The individual appeared somewhat dark-skinned, but his eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance, as if illuminated from within. As the youth's words lingered in the air, they began to resonate deeply within the hearts of the others. One by one, hands were raised in affirmation. I am willing. If it truly comes to that, then I too shall offer my blood. My wish is for world peace. Neptune and the other fishmen stood in stunned silence, gazing at the humans before them. They had never anticipated that these individuals would be willing to cast aside all prejudices and sacrifice their own blood to rescue the fishmen. This was a revelation beyond their wildest expectations. The corners of Roya's mouth curled slightly as he remarked, a single individual is undoubtedly insufficient. Fortunately, regardless of blood type, all are acceptable to Fisher Tage, and there shall be no conflict. Under Roya's guidance, the crowd began to line up in an orderly fashion, eagerly registering. The dark-skinned youth who had spoken earlier also revealed a smile, seizing the moment when others were distracted to vanish like a wisp of smoke. Indeed, this was the work of Roya. Time passed swiftly, and after approximately an hour, Fisher Tage finally emerged from the brink of death. However, he remained gravely injured. Unless the gaping wound in his chest was repaired and healed, there remained a significant risk of fatality. With peak medical expertise, healing was certainly feasible. Yet it would require considerable time and constant vigilance by Fisher Tage's side. Roya found himself devoid of time. Contemplating this, he resolved to take action. System. Retrieve that harmless yet lethal potion. As he spoke to the system, a flicker of pale blue light illuminated the surroundings. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Roya administered the potion to Fisher Tage. Upon ingesting the potion, its effects were instantaneous. Fisher Tage's aura began to intensify, yet due to the absence of side effects, it would not deplete his life force. Instead, it granted him an extraordinary capacity for recovery. Before their very eyes, the gaping wound on Fisher Tage's chest sprouted numerous fleshy buds, which steadily grew until they gradually sealed the injury. The onlookers, witnessing this miraculous transformation, could scarcely believe their eyes. Was this truly a miracle? Such an extraordinary phenomenon. Perhaps, in the future, humans, mermen, and mermaids could coexist in harmony. Could human blood really yield such remarkable results? The murmurs from the crowd echoed around them. Roya chuckled, stating that only the blood of willing humans could achieve such an effect. Upon hearing her words, Neptune was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that this was not a mere coincidence orchestrated by Roya. She had facilitated a means for humans and the inhabitants of Fishman Island to coexist peacefully. Indeed, there was someone willing to assist them on this path, none other than Admiral Pigeon. As this thought crossed his mind, tears of gratitude welled in the corners of Neptune's eyes. He was reminded of his late queen, Otoheim, and felt an indescribable emotion. Otoheim, if you could witness this scene now, you would surely be overjoyed. 5 minutes passed swiftly as the effects of the medicine took hold. Fisher Tiger emerged from his state of severe injury, gradually opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings. What is the current situation? Neptune felt a profound sense of relief seeing Fisher Tiger so concerned for Fishman Island. Everything has been resolved, he paused before adding. And it was Admiral Pigeon himself who came to your aid. Admiral Pigeon? Fisher Tiger echoed, his realization causing his pupils to constrict sharply. I did not come here for you. My objective was never you, but the sea hero Jinbei beside you. What do you intend to do with Jinbei? Roya restrained Fisher Tiger, who was struggling to maintain his composure. Neptune, from behind, swiftly reassured him, do not worry, it is a good thing indeed. Upon hearing such words from his king, Fisher Tiger finally felt a profound sense of relief. Once Jinbei's injuries were addressed, Neptune promptly dispatched individuals to escort both Fisher Tiger and Jinbei to the premier medical facility for rest. He then turned to Roya and declared, General White Dove, you may rest assured, I have consented to the proposal of the 7 warlords on behalf of Jinbei. Roy nodded, and just as he was about to depart, Nipton hurriedly interjected, General White Dove, I actually have one more modest request. Nipton continued, if you could grant this favor, I assure you that I will be at your service for any matter I can assist with in the future. What is it that you seek? Loya spoke softly. In Neptune's eyes, a flicker of resentment glimmered. I have a daughter named White Star, whose beauty is enchanting. However, she has been persistently harassed by a man named Vanderdecken the Ninth. Initially, this fellow would send love letters to the Dragon Palace Kingdom once a week. But his audacity escalated, transforming his written overtures into packages, and ultimately culminating in marriage proposals that bore a menacing tone. Helpless, I commanded the Neptune brothers to lead an army in pursuit of Vanderdecken the Ninth. Yet, Despite being wanted by the Dragon Palace Kingdom, Vanderdecken IX continues to wield his weapon and attack the hard-shelled tower where White Star resides. Thus, I implore you to assist me in capturing Vanderdecken IX. I shall not let this scoundrel escape. Neptune is a magnanimous and humble king, yet when he speaks of Vanderdecken IX, his teeth grind in anger. This clearly illustrates the depth of Neptune's loathing for that man. Upon hearing Neptune's lament, Luo Ya was immediately reminded of White Star's formidable powers as a sea king. White Star, the mermaid princess, is not only a sea king, but also one of the ancient three great weapons. Each of these identities is undeniably impressive. Yet, this extraordinary being is compelled to reside within the confines of the Shell Tower due to a certain individual named Vanderdecken IX. This predicament only underscores White Star's profound kindness. Naturally, there is also the consideration that Neptune wishes to keep White Star's identity concealed to prevent further turmoil. Your Majesty, where is the Shell Tower? Upon hearing Luo Ya's inquiry, Neptune felt a surge of excitement. You have agreed. Luo Ya nodded lightly and said, Consider it an opportunity for Ain to find a practice partner. Upon hearing Luo Ya suddenly call his name, Ain was momentarily taken aback. Lord Luo Ya, am I to take action this time? Of course. After being out for so long, if no one engages in combat, one's skills will surely dull. Ain replied earnestly. Rest assured, Lord Luo Ya, I will not disappoint you. Neptune observed this scene and felt that the white dove general before him was undoubtedly someone worth forging a deep connection with. Immediately, Neptune declared, White Dove, I shall escort you there. As he spoke, Neptune personally guided Luo Ya and the others to the hard-shell tower next to the Dragon King's palace. Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated in Luo Ya's mind. Ding! Checked in at the hard-shell tower. Reward, 100 favor from the White Star. Hearing this reward from the system, Luo Ya paused for a moment, his lips twitching slightly. Is something wrong? Is there anything peculiar? Neptune clearly noticed the change in Luo Ya's expression. It's nothing. Luo Ya shook his head, yet he slowly extended his hand and effortlessly drew the blade from Ain's waist. Ain was momentarily taken aback. An overwhelming aura of a master swordsman emanated from Luo Ya, descending with formidable force. A colossal slash materialized from thin air, soaring towards the sky. Just as the onlookers were trying to comprehend the unfolding scene, a projectile fortuitously entered the trajectory of the slash. In an instant, the slash obliterated the object, which resembled mere flotsam. Is this the capability of the target fruit? Ain remarked from the side. Indeed, came the reply, this ability is, from a certain perspective, remarkably powerful. However, the wielder is merely a fool. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Neptune's lips twitched slightly. If Vanderdecken IX were deemed a fool, then his own companions, who had failed to bring Vanderdecken IX to justice, must be the epitome of ineptitude. Yet, Neptune understood that Luo Ya's comment was merely an unintentional remark. Open the door. Neptune commanded the guardian. At this moment, Luo Ya remarked, I shall go alone. It will be no trouble, Your Majesty. No problem, came the approval from Neptune. Luo Ya entered the formidable shell tower. As she stepped inside, she beheld White Star, nestled upon a bed of purest snow, her form curling slightly, exuding an undeniable charm. White Star was deep in slumber, blissfully unaware of the presence of others intruding upon the sanctity of the tower. At that moment, her unabashed demeanor elicited a blush from Luo Ya. To mask her embarrassment, she feigned a cough. The sudden sound startled White Star from her dreams. She quickly rose, her gaze shifting towards Luo Ya, her delicate face suffused with an abundance of rosy hues. Luo Ya swiftly composed himself and addressed Bai Xing, saying, Your Highness, allow me to introduce myself. I am White Dove, the Admiral of the Navy, named Luo Ya. I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 63. No Ifs. Yearning for freedom. My name is Bai Xing. How did you gain entry? It was King Neptune who granted me passage. Luo Ya approached Bai Xing with an air of familiarity, standing before her with an undeniable ease. Bai Xing extended her palm, naturally cradling Luo Ya within her grasp. For reasons unknown, she found herself inexplicably captivated by this man named Luo Ya, her heartbeat quickening in a manner she had never experienced during her long confinement within the confines of the hard-shell tower. Bai Xing, he began. Your father has conveyed matters to me. I shall dispense with pleasantries and pose but one question. Do you yearn for a life of freedom? A life of freedom. The weight of Luo Ya's words momentarily stunned Bai Xing instinctively. Her gaze drifted to a small window nearby, where sunlight poured in, casting a warm glow that stirred a deep longing within her. Yet, The thought of escaping the hard-shell tower filled her with trepidation. For once she ventured out, she would be bombarded by a flurry of projectiles soaring through the air. Had she not been swift in her evasions, she might have already sustained injuries. Time within the hard-shell tower had blurred for Bai Xing, her perception of the outside world growing increasingly hazy. Tears welled in her eyes as she grappled with a profound sense of injustice. This feeling of grievance overwhelmed her, compelling her to weep. She had committed no wrongdoing. Why was she subjected to such circumstances, confined within the hard-shell tower, unable to step into the light? Roya, I wish to escape. I long to walk out of the hard-shell tower openly and experience a life of unencumbered freedom, Bai Xing cried out, her voice echoing with fervor as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet, these tears, in comparison to an ordinary person's, were rather voluminous, though they seemed proportionate given Bai Xing's stature. Do you trust me? Roya asked. If you do, we can boldly step outside together. Perhaps it was the influence of their mutual affinity, for Bai Xing's trust in Roya was unwavering from the outset. She nodded earnestly, affirming, Yes, Roya, I believe in you. With that, she swam out from the cramped confines of the hard-shell tower. When Neptune beheld Bai Xing emerging from the tower, he nearly lost control of his emotions. However, years of kingship steadied him. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain composure, and addressed Bai Xing. Bai Xing, trust in Roya. He will surely defeat Vanderdecken 9, freeing you from this tower once and for all. Bai Xing nodded resolutely. Yet, at that moment, a projectile hurtled toward them from the distance. This projectile was none other than a flying dagger, upon which was affixed a letter, tracing an arc through the air as it descended toward Bai Xing. Upon witnessing this, Roya softly exclaimed, Ein. Yes, Lord Roya, came Ein's prompt reply. As Roya's words resonated, Ein unsheathed his sword. Rising from the ground, he positioned the blade horizontally, effortlessly deflecting the thrown dagger. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable fluidity, appearing exceedingly effortless. From the flying dagger, he retrieved the envelope. Luo Ya slowly unfolded it. What came into view was a rather disheveled love letter. No, to call it a love letter would be an understatement. It was quite a sight for sore eyes. The handwriting was crooked and awkward, resembling that of a novice just learning to write. Bai Xing, let us depart. I wish for you to witness with your own eyes the dissolution of this nightmare. Roya intends to dispel the shadows dwelling within the heart of White Star through this means, seeking to erase the unpleasant memories entirely with the demise of Vanderdecken 9. Is it necessary for me to revisit the past? The king is preoccupied with his myriad responsibilities. I shall manage this matter alone. Upon receiving Roya's response, Neptune nodded, placing his trust in Roya and the others. Under White Star's guidance, they advanced towards the location of Vanderdecken 9. In truth, White Star's leadership was unnecessary. Utilizing the trajectory of the projectiles, Roya and the others could easily discern the presence of Vanderdecken 9. As anticipated, approximately half an hour later, in the forest of the sea, beside the Ark of Noah, Roya and others beheld the presence of Vanderdecken 9. This was the first occasion for Ein to witness such an immense vessel, and his spirit was momentarily shaken. Conversely, Roya, with great interest, began to compare this ark with the one within the system space. The materials and dimensions appeared identical, however. The ark before them had existed in the depths of the ocean for far too long, resulting in a significant decline in its defenses. Meanwhile, White Star's focus was entirely on Vanderdecken 9. She was eager to regain her freedom. She longed to swim freely in the vast ocean rather than languish within the confines of a small, rigid tower. In stark contrast to their sentiments, Vanderdecken 9 was utterly exhilarated to see White Star approach him. He exclaimed, White Star, have you finally accepted my proposal? Let us not delay. We must hasten to celebrate our wedding. The thought of soon wielding dominion over the Sea King and becoming the sovereign of the world ignited a fervor within him. Yet, upon hearing Vanderdecken IX's words, White Star immediately retorted, Vanderdecken, I advise you to abandon such fantasies. I will never consent to your proposal. If I were to marry anyone, it would be Roya. Roya? Initially, Vanderdecken 9 failed to comprehend who Roya was. However, as he glanced at the man beside White Star, his demeanor shifted dramatically. You would rather wed a mere human than me? He spat vehemently. Following this, he added, no matter. As long as I eliminate him, you shall still be mine. White Star, such a being's existence in this world is a crime, and it would be best not to concern yourself with him any longer. Roya regarded Vanderdecken 9 with utter disdain. With a mere gesture towards Ein at his side, he commanded, eliminate him. Yes, my lord Roya. Ein replied with a vigorous nod, stepping forward to confront Vanderdecken 9. You shall face me. With those words, Ein charged at her opponent, fully aware that Roya did not wish to squander time on such a trifling adversary. Humph, it appears you are merely a pretty boy hiding behind a woman's skirt. Once I have dealt with her, I shall take my time with you. Vanderdecken 9, clearly oblivious to Roya's true identity, remained unaware that had he known Roya had effortlessly dispatched Hody Jones with a single strike, he would have fled without a second thought upon encountering him. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Chapter 64. Ein takes the field, ascending to new realms. The training led by Roya has yet to commence, as he meticulously prepares Ein with comprehensive knowledge of the swordsmanship. Instead, he focuses on laying a solid foundation and continuously cultivating Ein's mental state. At this moment, Ein's mind has attained a remarkable level of tranquility. When confronted with Vanderdecken 9, he experiences no inner turmoil, existing in a realm of absolute calmness. In this state, Ein's concentration has significantly heightened, thereby enhancing his combat prowess and reflexes to a certain degree. Do you not realize that the faster you run, the quicker your demise? Vanderdecken 9 sneers, charging towards Ein. Witnessing this scene, White Star's heart tightens with apprehension. Be cautious, do not let him. Before White Star could finish her warning, Roya intervenes. With a serious expression, Luo Ya addressed Bai Xing, saying, Bai Xing, this is Ein's battle. She must discern the various abilities of her adversary and think independently about how to defeat him. Therefore, refrain from offering reminders for the time being. Bai Xing, contemplative, nodded in agreement. Initially, she had intended to caution Ein against being touched by Vanderdecken 9. For once contact was made, Vanderdecken 9 would exploit the powers of the target fruit, ensuring a 100 hit rate. At that moment, Ein was evidently unaware of this characteristic. She harnessed the pinnacle of her swordsmanship to its utmost limit, her aura radiating like a sword poised to break free from its sheath, sharp and resplendent. Ein gripped her blade tightly, her wrist twisting as she unleashed a slash that sliced through the air, hurtling towards Vanderdecken 9. However, Vanderdecken IX's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Just barely, he evaded the strike, managing to graze Ein's garment. A sinister grin spread across Vanderdecken IX's face as he produced 8 flying daggers from seemingly nowhere, 4 in each hand. The daggers glistened with a potent poison, emanating a sickly green luminescence that sent chills down the spine. Ha! You are as good as dead now. I am a wielder of the target curse. Anything I touch becomes an absolute target for me. So perish. As Vanderdecken IX's words echoed, he hurled the flying daggers into the air. The 8 daggers whistled through the atmosphere, the venomous tips promising excruciating agony upon contact. Ein furrowed her brows slightly, yet her composure remained unshaken. With determination, she swung her sword once more, channeling her profound understanding of swordsmanship. A torrent of sword energy erupted forth, powerful currents sweeping in all directions. A fierce slash tore through the sky in an instant, as if cleaving the very air in two. The sound of the strike resonated, stirring a cloud of dust in its wake. As Luo Ya observed the scene, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Seize this momentum and strive to breach the realm of the great swordsman, he urged. Indeed, Ein responded with fervor. However, despite the fierce slash aimed at her, the 8 flying daggers remained unperturbed by the gust of wind. Bang, bang, bang. The daggers collided with the strike, instantly cleaving in two and falling to the ground. What a splendid opportunity! Ein's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, she appeared behind Vanderdecken 9. Activate the power of the fruit. Ein was not merely a swordswoman. She had also consumed the reverse fruit, gaining the ability to reverse time for anything or anyone she touched by 12 years. With continued mastery of this ability, the duration of reversal would only increase. At its pinnacle, she could even erase a being from existence with a mere thought. Vanderdecken 9 felt his body shrinking, his clothing hanging awkwardly upon him, creating a rather bizarre appearance. At that moment, Ein's momentum surged to its zenith. A glint of brilliance flickered in her eyes, as if everything had fallen into place. The insights gained during her time with Luo Ya coalesced in this instant. Ein's aura amplified tenfold, a torrent of sword intent radiating from her. The wind swirled violently around her, stirring the surrounding seaweed. Is this what it means to enter the realm of the great swordsman? Ein felt the power within her body, her blood surging to a boiling fervor. Terror, shock, dread. Vanderdecken 9 was gripped by panic as he beheld the unfolding spectacle. The atmosphere had grown palpably strange. Moments ago, they had seemed evenly matched. Yet in the blink of an eye, everything had shifted. His strength, agility, and overall vitality were rapidly waning, while Ain's prowess had multiplied at least tenfold, rendering him utterly defenseless against her. A palpable aura of death enveloped Vanderdecken 9, plunging his heart into despair. Ain brandished her gleaming sword, slicing through the air with each swing, producing dazzling and resplendent strikes aimed directly at Vanderdecken 9. The momentum was like a raging torrent. Each swing fortified her mastery of the sword. Boom, boom, boom. The air was cleaved apart. The ground trembled with cracks. A tempest howled ferociously. Beneath the onslaught of these relentless attacks, Vanderdecken 9 could only watch in hopelessness. To ascend in battle, how utterly unfair. The sheer force of her presence alone illustrated the overwhelming might of her strikes. Cursed be it, there was no escape. Countless thoughts raced through the mind of Vanderdecken 9 at that moment. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion. Death was inevitable. Cursed fate. If I am to perish, then none of you shall survive. All shall perish with me. Just before the impending strike, Vanderdecken 9 reached out to the nearby Ark of Noah. The fruit's power was unleashed. The Ark of Noah awakened like a ferocious beast. Torrents of seawater surged and began to levitate, propelled by an overwhelming force towards Ain. At this moment, dozens of strikes had already claimed the life of Vanderdecken 9. Yet now, they faced an even graver crisis. Gazing at the colossal form of the Ark of Noah, Ain instinctively swallowed hard, cold sweat forming on her brow. She could already envision the catastrophic devastation that would ensue when such a massive vessel descended rapidly from the sky. It was conceivable that the entire Fishman Island could be utterly annihilated as a result. For the fishmen and merfolk, perhaps it meant little in the depths of 10,000 meters. However, for humanity, it was an impending calamity, especially for those like them who possessed abilities. Survival in the ocean was utterly impossible. Something had to be done. Having ascended to the realm of the novice great swordsman, Ain could no longer find joy. Her expression turned grave as she took a deep breath, resolved to gamble everything. If she were to sacrifice herself, perhaps the Ark of Noah would cease its advance. Chapter 65. Despair of the people, reward of the heavenly king. At that moment, without Ain's notice, Luo Ya had arrived by her side. Gently placing a hand on Ain's delicate shoulder, the warmth of Luo Ya's palm instantly infused Ain with a sense of inner strength. Looking at Luo Ya, her vision filled with the silhouette of his imposing figure, she heard him softly utter, "Lady Luo Ya, you have done splendidly. Leave the rest to me." Luo Ya's tone remained unchanged, akin to Noah's Ark, seemingly insufficient to warrant any concern from Luo Ya. However, the inherent danger was evidently well understood by Ain. Yet there was no room for hesitation. This was an unequivocal command. Luo Ya turned, gazing at the rapidly descending Noah's Ark, and calmly remarked, "After all, it is merely a Noah's Ark." Within Fishman Island, having just emerged from a chaotic battle, a fragile calm had settled. As they prepared to conduct post-war cleanup and repair the damages, they were suddenly struck by the sight of Noah's Ark ascending into the sky. Words spread like wildfire, 1 to 10, 10 to 100. In mere moments, everyone stood rooted in place, their faces pale as they beheld the Ark before them. "Look over there. What is that? Is it a ship? The scale is immense. Is this truly Noah's Ark? Why is it rising? Could it be the power of Vanderdecken 9? Is he intent on destroying Fishman Island? Madness. Utter madness. It's over. We are utterly doomed." Countless eyes filled with dread were fixed upon the Ark, which loomed larger before them. Their bodies stiffened in tension, rendering them immobile. Neptune, as king, clearly witnessed this scene, his heart plummeting, descending into an abyss of despair. The only hope he could cling to was that Luo Ya might be the one to save them all. Neptune clenched his fists, his expression a mixture of complexity and fervent prayer within. "Please, let there be no calamity." Just as despair enveloped the hearts of all, a surge of white gas emanated from beneath Noah's Arkansas. The gas rose and expanded, suddenly coalescing into a tangible form. It took shape as a head, arms, torso, legs, armor, and wings, radiating an ethereal, almost sanctified presence. Yet, its towering stature instilled a sense of trepidation. What creature was this? Would it unleash havoc upon Fishman Island? If true, the island would indeed meet its end. While confusion reigned among the people, beneath Noah's Ark, Luo Ya simply declared, "Holographic fruit. Susanoo, white dove. Armament hockey, entwined." Any technique bearing the name of white dove could be regarded as Luo Ya's most formidable skill. The majestic Susanoo, imbued with a powerful aura, was enveloped in a layer of armament haki under Roya's command. The sheer force unleashed by this expansive haki was terrifying beyond measure. Standing with arms crossed at the forehead of the Susanoo, Roya commanded it to leap into the air, positioning itself directly beneath Noah's Arkansas spear of 10 fingers, Yellow Lotus. Susanoo raised his arms, each hand brimming with tremendous power. With a series of swift thrusts, every contact made with the Ark of Noah shattered it to pieces as if it were mere tofu. It was only at this moment that the crowd in the square began to comprehend the situation. Is this the power of General White Dove? How terrifying it is. This is the most formidable strength I have ever witnessed. With General White Dove present, we are surely safe. Upon witnessing Noah's abilities, a sense of reassurance washed over them. King Neptune gazed ahead, and a resolute decision began to form in his mind. At this moment, Roya resembled a future Luffy. Skillfully executing a barrage akin to a rubber machine gun, his hands a flurry of movement. He was like a supercharged blender, reducing the Ark of Noah to mere fragments. Ain's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lord Roya, you truly are formidable. Despite the Ark's immense size, even after 2 minutes, Roya had yet to dismantle the ship's bow. As long as this Ark of Noah did not make contact with Ain, it would not cease its relentless advance. Although countless thoughts flashed through Roya's mind, he ultimately chose the most imposing course of action. Suddenly, he withdrew, inhaling deeply, then clasped his fists together. Life returns, maximum wheel 6, King Gun. As Roya's voice resonated, a tremendous shockwave emanated from the dual hands of the Susanoo, he commanded. Upon releasing the shockwave, a fierce and unstoppable force surged forth. The colossal shockwave effortlessly penetrated the Ark of Noah. In an instant, the Ark shattered. All resistance vanished into thin air, replaced by a tempest of splintered wood swirling chaotically. If one were to gaze down from above, the terrifying shockwave left no barriers in its wake. In mere moments, the once silent Ark of Noah, submerged in the deep sea, lay utterly devastated at Roya's hands. Ding! The ancient Ark of Noah has been completely destroyed by the host. The promise made shall be inherited by the host. Task issued. Allow the fishmen and merfolk to live freely on the continent. Completion reward. One of the ancient 3 weapons, the king. As the electronic voice of the system echoed, Roya was momentarily stunned. The king. Upon completing this task, the system would reward him with the king. It is worth noting that the ancient 3 weapons comprised the king, the queen, and the ruler. The design for the ruler was likely in Tom's possession. Additionally, the ancient history within the Alabasta Desert could potentially be unraveled by Robin or Alvia. The queen, represented by Shirahoshi, had already achieved a favorability rating of 100, effectively placing her under his control. Roya had essentially acquired both the ruler and the queen. Only the king remained elusive. However, the emergence of the king as a reward from the system left Roya in a state of exhilaration. Meanwhile, at the Mermaid CAF, a striking figure with short black hair, piercing blue eyes, pale skin, and purple nails, donned in a hooded sweatshirt and smoking a pipe, gazed in shock at the crystal ball before her. Chapter 66. The 10,000-meter Sea Dragon. Despair among the masses. The crystal ball continued to display the impending destruction of Fishman Island. How is this possible? Did Pigeon not already destroy the Ark of Noah? What could possibly threaten Fishman Island? Surely is the proprietor of this merfolk CAF and also a skilled diviner, renowned on Fishman Island for her remarkable accuracy in predictions, standing at an impressive 100%. Just moments ago, she felt an unsettling turmoil within her, sensing that a momentous event was imminent. Consequently, she consulted her crystal ball for guidance. In its depths, she beheld a vision of Fishman Island's destruction. At that very moment, the Ark of Noah emerged, leading Shirley to believe that it was indeed the Ark that would bring ruin to the island. However, the appearance of a white dove alleviated the crisis, granting her a sigh of relief. Yet, upon performing another prediction, she discovered that Fishman Island was still destined for destruction. Plunging her heart into despair, she knew she must urgently inform Neptune. With this thought in mind, Shirley immediately set off toward Neptune's location, who had just arrived at the site of Roya. Roya retracted his haki and the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, gently descending from the sky. White Dove, you have truly worked hard this time. Not only have you rescued Princess Shirahoshi, but you have also saved Fishman Island. Upon uttering these words, Neptune paused and turned his gaze towards Shirahoshi. What are your thoughts on Admiral White Dove? Do you have feelings for him? At Neptune's inquiry, Shirahoshi momentarily froze, her delicate features blossoming with a charming blush. Setting aside her perfect admiration score of 100, she harbored profound affection for Luo Ya, for it was this very individual who had liberated her from her confining cage. With her head bowed, she appeared somewhat bashful. "I really like Luo Ya," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper, her shyness evident in her demeanor. Upon receiving Shirahoshi's response, Neptune turned to Luo Ya and proclaimed, "Admiral White Dove, your assistance to Fishman Island has been invaluable. I believe that no reward could adequately express our gratitude. How about this? Since my daughter is so fond of you, shall we arrange a betrothal once again?" As these words fell from his lips, the surrounding figures, Sharp Star, King Star, and Flip Star, were struck with astonishment, their expressions towards Luo Ya turning solemn. Similarly, Ain and Stella, who had just arrived with Neptune, were equally taken aback. It is worth noting that Shirahoshi is the princess of Fishman Island. Her status and beauty are beyond reproach, however. Ain, despite having elevated his mindset, felt a twinge of bitterness, as if something precious was being snatched away from him. At this moment, he struggled to maintain his composure. "Your Majesty, this might be somewhat inappropriate. While Princess Shirahoshi possesses unparalleled beauty, her physique." Neptune, understanding Ain's concerns, did not take offense, for he recognized that Ain was no ordinary aide, but rather Luo Ya's apprentice. There is no need for concern. Once female mermaids reach maturity, they can freely control their body size, and their tails will transform into legs. If they unite with a human, their offspring will also be human, albeit with exceptional aquatic abilities. Listening to Neptune's explanation, Ain refrained from further comment. At that moment, Luo Ya, listening to Neptune, felt as though he were fervently marketing his daughter. The situation left him both amused and bewildered. Noticing the eager gaze of Baixing, Luo Ya remarked, "Your Majesty, regarding the matter of the betrothal, I harbor no objections. However, Baixing has only just emerged from the hardshell tower. Might this not be a tad hasty?" "Not at all. I do not feel rushed," Baixing promptly replied to Luo Ya, her eagerness evident, much to the astonishment of those around them. Subsequently, a wave of laughter erupted among the crowd. Hearing this, Baixing once again buried her head like an ostrich, appearing quite endearing. Neptune laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, White Dove, it seems Baixing can hardly contain her excitement. Would it not be better for you to simply agree?" Luo Ya gazed at Baixing, her adorable demeanor bringing immense joy to his heart. Just then, Sherry rushed over. Upon catching sight of Neptune, she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." Hearing this, Neptune's expression changed instantly. The Fishman Island was small, and he was well aware of Sherry's reputation, particularly given her prophetic insights that could be astonishingly precise. What could have transpired? A deep sense of bitterness welled up within Neptune. Why was Fishman Island plagued by so many calamities? With this thought, he turned his gaze to the side, resting upon the presence of General White Dove, silently reflecting. Thankfully, General White Dove is here, with such formidable strength at our disposal. We should be able to weather any storm that may arise. Luo Ya cast a glance at Shaylee, his brow furrowing slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the pinnacle of his observation haki. He possessed the ability to foresee events 5 minutes into the future. The instant he activated his power, his complexion turned pale. What had he witnessed? A colossal sea creature, exceeding 10,000 meters in length, encircled Fishman Island, poised to breach its protective bubble barrier at any moment. At that moment, Shaylee approached Neptune's side and addressed him. "Your Majesty, Fishman Island is on the brink of destruction." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "In my divination, Fishman Island is destined for ruin. Initially, I believed the threat stemmed from the Ark Noah, yet that peril has dissipated, and yet the outcome of my divination remains unchanged. Can you predict the precise moment of this calamity?" Shaylee despondently shook her head at Neptune. She held unwavering confidence in her results. Yet time remained an enigma beyond her foresight. "Approximately in 5 minutes, I would say." Luo Ya gazed upward, murmuring to himself. Neptune refrained from inquiring how Luo Ya had acquired such knowledge. At the level of the White Dove, Neptune believed that one would not jest under such dire circumstances. What, indeed? Could annihilate Fishman Island? Do you possess any means to counter it? If I am not mistaken, that is a sea dragon of over 10,000 meters in length. As Luo Ya's words fell, the pupils of all present contracted sharply. As if to validate Luo Ya's assertion, a terrifying figure surged through the waves, coming into view for all to see. Chapter 67. This is an order, communication of all things when Charlie beheld the 10,000-meter-long sea dragon appearing outside Fishman Island. She collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. There was no time left. Fishman Island was truly on the brink of vanishing from history. Charlie's prophetic accuracy had reached a staggering 100%. No one could defy the events she foretold, which is why despair permeated the air at that moment. A palpable sense of dread enveloping all. Luo Ya displayed no hesitation as he conjured an illusion above Fishman Island, rendering the sea dragon invisible to all but himself and his companions. Neptune turned to Luo Ya, his expression grave as he remarked, "If the ordinary citizens were to witness this spectacle, chaos would surely ensue. Our focus must now be on how to alter this dire situation." The sea dragon emanated an astonishing aura of power. Its scales glimmered with a chilling light, and its fierce eyes seemed to radiate authority without a hint of rage. It appeared to be scrutinizing the vulnerabilities of Fishman Island, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. "My divination results are infallible. We stand no chance of withstanding the assault of this 10,000-meter sea dragon." Charlie spoke to the group, her complexion pale. Luo Ya furrowed her brow and turned to look at Sherry, who was slumped on the ground. "What does it matter if the accuracy is 100%? As long as I am here, that accuracy becomes irrelevant." The atmosphere around them gradually thickened, and the expressions on everyone's faces were uniformly grave. Confronted with the colossal sea dragon soaring above Fishman Island, no matter how they pondered, they could not devise a means to counter this fearsome creature. Sherry and the others felt shrouded in despair. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens in the plaza of Fishman Island were celebrating fervently, believing the crisis had finally passed. Little did they know that lurking in the skies above was a terrifying sea king, a sea dragon of unprecedented size, stretching 1,000 meters in length. The greatest crisis in the history of Fishman Island was quietly descending at this moment. Just then, the usually silent Shirahoshi spoke up. Should I give it a try?" Upon hearing Shirahoshi's words, Neptune's expression changed instantly. "Shirahoshi, please don't jest. Do you understand the gravity of the situation?" Neptune was clearly reluctant to expose Shirahoshi's identity. While the dove was indifferent, Neptune believed he had a keen sense of people. However, Ein and Stella were another matter entirely. Neptune had little knowledge of the two. And if they were to inadvertently reveal Shirahoshi's identity, it would be a significant miscalculation. Yet, Neptune's words caused Shirahoshi to frown slightly. She addressed Neptune, "Father, we have little time left. Please allow me to try." At this point, it wouldn't even matter if my identity were exposed. Seeing Shirahoshi's resolute determination, Neptune opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing further. Luo Ya evidently perceived the sentiments of Baishing, a gentle smile gracing the corners of his lips, creating a striking contrast amidst the prevailing atmosphere of despair. "Ein, you shall return to the Dragon Palace accompanied by Stella." Neptune cast a surprised glance at the white dove but swiftly regained his composure. He then addressed the three brothers Shashing, Huangxing, and Fanchexing, who stood behind him. "You will return alongside Deputy Ein." However, there was no room for dissent. This was a command. Luo Ya and Neptune were engaged in the noble endeavor of creating a more favorable environment for the White Star. Although Ein and Stella were unaware of Luo Ya's motivations, they had unwavering faith in him. Without a hint of hesitation, they swiftly made their way towards the Dragon Palace. Only Luo Ya, Neptune, the White Star, and Shaylee remained at the scene. Shaylee was retained here primarily for her divination skills. The White Star cast a glance at Luo Ya and Neptune, offering a slight nod before gently swimming towards the colossal sea dragon. She did not approach too closely. Instead, she utilized her ability to communicate with marine creatures to attempt a dialogue with the dragon. "Hello," she began, but before she could say more, the great sea dragon let out a tremendous roar, reverberating like a malevolent spirit's arrival. At that moment, even the onlookers in the square were struck by the terrifying sound. "What on earth is happening? That noise is frightful. Mother, I'm scared." As the crowd felt a wave of panic, the three merman princes, Shark Star, Flip Star, and Royal Star, appeared before them. "Fear not, everyone. It is merely a small endeavor orchestrated by our esteemed king. Indeed, look above. Does it not remain splendid?" Upon hearing the words of the princes, the crowd gradually calmed. Observing the composure of the princes, they felt reassured that the situation was not dire. However, what could possibly be considered a mere trifle? Just a sea dragon measuring 10,000 meters in length. The White Star noted that it had refused to communicate with her, suggesting that it would be more prudent to subdue such a creature. It seemed the dragon had heard Luo Ya's words and immediately bellowed back at him. "You say I am weak? How can you know without testing me?" Luo Ya, utilizing the language of all things, addressed the Dragon King. This maneuver left both White Star and Neptune momentarily speechless. White Star instinctively turned to Luo Ya, inquiring, "Luo Ya, can you communicate with the Sea Kings? As her words echoed, Neptune's pupils constricted sharply, momentarily rendering him bewildered. Wasn't it White Star who was the Sea King? How could there be another individual capable of conversing with the Sea Kings? Especially a mere human? This was merely a trifling matter. At that instant, a sea dragon roared fiercely, colliding with the outermost bubble of Fishman Island. The bubble's formidable resilience merely caused the sea dragon to bounce back slightly, failing to shatter upon impact. This demonstrated that within the depths of the ocean, the bubbles surrounding Fishman Island possessed remarkable tenacity. However, the dragon's action imposed unprecedented pressure on Neptune. As the sovereign of Fishman Island, he would never permit the destruction of his domain before his very eyes. Contemplating this, Neptune turned to Luo Ya and asked, "Admiral Dove, do you possess a solution to this predicament?" After all, he had just heard Luo Ya declare it to be a mere trifle. Chapter 68. The Deep Sea Battle, Six-Staff Light Prison. If it were indeed a trivial matter, surely Admiral Dove must have a plan. Upon hearing Neptune's words, Luo Ya promptly responded, "I do have a solution, though it may entail some danger." Danger? White Star's heart sank at Luo Ya's statement, her eyes welling with tears in a fleeting moment. "Fear not. I have confidence in my abilities." Boom. At that moment, the sea dragon once more collided with the bubble surrounding Fishman Island. The resounding crash reverberated in the hearts of all present, deepening the distress etched on Neptune's face. Luo Ya also retracted his smile and addressed the crowd, however. "I implore you all to keep what you are about to witness to yourselves." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Neptune immediately patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, White Dove, we are soon to become family. No matter what transpires, we shall never divulge a word." White Star nodded emphatically, having already envisioned Luo Ya as her future partner. In her pure heart, Luo Ya had become the most significant person in her life. Receiving their affirmation, Luo Ya nodded, took a deep breath, and a white aura began to envelop him. Susanu, White Dove. A magnificent white giant unfurled a pair of exquisitely beautiful white wings from its back. With a powerful flap of those wings, it propelled Luo Ya soaring towards the depths beyond Fishman Island. Witnessing this action, everyone was utterly astonished. What was the White Dove general planning to do? Was he truly intending to venture forth and confront the sea dragon in the abyss? "No, Luo Ya, come back." No one present believed that Luo Ya could accomplish such a feat. It was known that he was a wielder of powers, once submerged in the ocean. The curse lurking deep within his soul would strip him of his abilities. Even aside from his powers, the immense pressure at such depths was unbearable for any ordinary person, capable of reducing them to mere pulp. Despite the perilous circumstances, Luo Ya chose the most dangerous course of action, leaving Neptune and White Star in a state of shock. Tears finally spilled from the corners of White Star's eyes. "Luo Ya, if you do not return, then I shall not wish to live either. You have given me my freedom. Without you, what purpose does my freedom serve?" Hearing White Star's words, Neptune's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. He could only hope that Luo Ya would succeed. Failure would spell disaster for Fishman Island. Seeing Luo Ya's determination, Shirahoshi felt a stirring in her heart. She suddenly realized that in the face of such resolve, even her 100% accurate divination seemed less daunting. Sitting on the ground, Shirahoshi murmured, "Perhaps Luo Ya's presence can truly reverse the course of events unfolding now." Luo Ya clasped his hands across his chest, commanding the Susanoo conjured by the Huan fruit as he ventured into the depths of the ocean. This was precisely the reason he had urged Ain and Stella to depart. It was not solely due to White Star, the Sea King, but rather, from the very beginning, Luo Ya had intended to employ this method to subdue the formidable sea dragon before him. Indeed, to subdue. The moment the sea dragon emerged, Luo Ya's interest was piqued. It is well known that sea kings capable of reaching depths beyond 10,000 meters are figures of legend, seldom witnessed in reality. Most who have glimpsed such beings have long since perished. To possess such a creature would be an exhilarating triumph. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Luo Ya's eyes. With another powerful flap, the wings upon his back stirred a tempest. Luo Ya's form emerged directly from the bubbles of Fishman Island. The formidable pressure of the ocean bore down upon him from all sides. Fortunately, the fruit he had consumed bore no adverse effects. Thus, even amidst the vast sea, Luo Ya was able to wield his abilities. He enveloped himself in the ethereal Susanoo conjured from the mysterious fruit, fortified with the power of Haki, to withstand the immense pressure at a depth of 10,000 meters, while simultaneously allowing him to breathe. The seawater was entirely expelled, rendering both elements indispensable to one another. "Hey, I propose this. Should I emerge victorious in our confrontation, you shall serve as my steed." Roya communicated with all beings, addressing the sea dragon directly. However, this evidently provoked the mighty sea dragon, the ultimate ruler of the deep, measuring a staggering 10,000 meters in length. When fully vertical, it could ascend directly from Fishman Island to the surface. Such an entity being told by Roya that it was to be tamed as a steed was an affront to its pride, one that it would never tolerate. Roar. Through the communion with all beings, Roya discerned the sea dragon's response. You claim I cannot defeat you? Then let us see. With this declaration, Roya ceased further words. Commanding the colossal Susanoo, he charged towards the sea dragon. However, his intention was not to engage but to distance himself from Fishman Island, for he wished to avoid any repercussions that might devastate the island due to his actions. Roar. The sea dragon bellowed in fury. Through the translation of their communion, Roya understood the dragon's words. Kid, do not flee. Beneath the 10,000 meters of the deep sea, Roya, empowered by Susanoo and the pinnacle of armed hockey, forced a passage through the depths. Witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly leave onlookers astounded. As a fruit user could roam freely in the ocean, it was likely that he would become a target for the entire world. Thus, Roya exercised caution. Fighting in the deep sea was exceedingly exhausting. Kid, what's the matter? Not running away. Hearing the dragon's continuous roars, Roya crossed his arms. A smile gracing his lips within the Susanoo conjured by the H-Gen fruit. No, I am not fleeing, for the distance is now sufficient. Sufficient? Before the sea dragon could react, Roya began to chant. Thunderous chariot. Through the seams of the spinning wheel, this object gathers light and divides into 6. Binding path number 61. 6 rods light prison. As Roya finished his incantation, 6 immense beams of light emerged from the pitch-black depths, instantly restraining the sea dragon's movements. Yet, this was not the end. Chapter 69. To submit or not, breaking the surface. Roya continued his incantation, binding path number 62. 100 steps railings. A light rod branched into multiple rods, piercing directly into the sea dragon's body. Binding path number 63. Locking chains. Another radiant strip transformed into a massive serpent-like chain, coiling around the sea dragon, making its struggles even more arduous. The techniques of 61, 62, and 63 were all under Roya's command, employed upon the sea dragon. The consecutive advanced bindings reduced the sea dragon's speed to a near halt. What is this? How have you ensnared me? Although the sea dragon has existed for an indeterminate span of time, it has never witnessed such prowess as that displayed by Roya. This realization instills in the dragon an overwhelming sense of peril, far exceeding its previous perceptions of danger. The matter remains as it has always been, to submit or not. Upon hearing Roya's words, the dragon's eyes ignited with a deeper crimson hue. I shall never yield. I will absolutely not bow to humanity. As the dragon's roar reverberated through the depths, the shackles binding it were violently shattered, transforming into specks of starlight that dissipated into the abyss. With a powerful flick of its tail, it surged forward, charging directly at Roya. Too slow. I have already anticipated the trajectory of your assault. Luo Ya unleashed his peak observation haki, gracefully tilting his body to glide alongside the scales of the sea dragon, effortlessly evading its attack. Since you have consistently disagreed, I shall compel you to acquiesce. I have always harbored unwavering confidence in my own strength. Roya spoke little, yet the conqueror's haki enveloping him grew ever more potent. Its hue akin to the darkest ink. It seemed to eclipse even the profound depths of the ocean. Boom, boom, boom. Within the abyssal sea, Roya and the colossal sea dragon, towering at 10,000 meters, were engaged in an unrelenting struggle. Within Fishman Island, King Neptune and Princess Shirahoshi stood nearby, occasionally catching glimpses of the sea dragon, its immensely powerful tail slicing through the water before their eyes. A collective breath was held among the onlookers, their hearts racing with anxiety. Surely, 10 minutes had passed. One could only wonder about the fate of Pigeon at this moment. Neptune felt a surge of urgency. Yet he found himself powerless to offer Roya any assistance. Princess Shirahoshi, too, endeavored to utilize her abilities in summoning additional sea kings as reinforcements for Roya. However, the sheer might unleashed by the clash between Roya and the sea dragon was overwhelmingly immense. All but the most primitive creatures, incapable of sensing the danger, had fled the scene. With her hands clasped in prayer, Shirahoshi fervently beseeched for Roya's safety. The battle between Roya and the sea dragon rages on. Despite the immense exhaustion that comes from fighting in the depths of the ocean, Roya believes he can endure for another day or two, sufficient time to confront the sea dragon. The creature, clearly growing increasingly alarmed, recognizes that Roya's power is formidable beyond measure. This is largely attributed to the pinnacle of armament haki, which significantly enhances his strength, allowing him to hold his own against the sea dragon. The ocean churns violently, and midway through the clash, Roya encounters several coated ships bound for Fishman Island. Yet, without exception, these pirate vessels are swiftly dispatched by Roya with but a few strikes. The surface of the sea is tumultuous, waves rising higher and higher, with the tallest surges easily exceeding 50 meters. Such phenomena have reached Marineford, where Sengoku, deep in thought about how to suppress the Yonko, suddenly perceives the furious roar of the waves. Report to the Admiral. In the waters surrounding Marineford, immense whirlpools and towering waves have appeared. Please advise, Admiral. Behind Marineford lies the Holy Land, Luo Ya, and beneath it rests Fishman Island. Since departing from Fishman Island, Roya has been moving further away, thus arriving in the deep waters near Marineford, causing these terrifying waves. Send Akiji to handle this. Yes, Admiral. Akiji, having received Sengoku's orders, arrives at the port of Marineford. Among the Navy, only Akiji's powers are suitably equipped for such a task. He leaps high from the port, invoking his Ice Age. Instantly, a wave of frigid air envelopes him, freezing everything in its path. In that moment, the towering waves are entirely encased in ice. However, before Akiji can descend, powerful forces resonate from the depths of the ocean. These disturbances relentlessly assault the frozen waters. Within mere minutes, the ice shatters into fragments, and the sea once again surges with even greater ferocity. Observing this, Akiji furrows his brow in frustration. Unwilling to concede, he unleashes his abilities once more. Ice Age. This time, Akiji exerts his full strength upon the ocean. In an instant, the entire sea transforms into a veritable ice paradise, shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. Yet, before Akiji can breathe a sigh of relief, the ice begins to melt at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, in the deep sea, Luo Ya has grown weary of the sea dragon. I shall ask once more, are you willing to be my steed? In the realm of Susanoo, Roya communicated with all things and addressed the sea dragon, declaring, I shall never submit to a being weaker than myself. Should you manage to defeat me, I will become your steed. However, should you fail, not only shall you perish, but the creatures of that island will also be utterly consumed by me. The thunderous roar of the sea dragon reverberated in Roya's ears. Through the communion with all things, Roya grasped the dragon's intent. In contrast to his earlier defiance unto death, the dragon's stance had shifted to the notion that defeating him was the key. The thoughts of this colossal sea dragon, spanning 10,000 meters, had indeed transformed somewhat. You have spoken thus, so I shall not hold back. As Roya's words echoed, the blade known as Flowing Blade of Fire materialized in his hand. Simultaneously, he manifested this weapon within the hand of Susanoo through the powers of the holographic fruit. All phenomena shall turn to ashes, Flowing Blade of Fire. As Roya uttered these words, the weapon in his grasp radiated an unprecedented brilliance. In the next instant, the surrounding ocean turned a vivid crimson. A surge of intense heat spread outward, boiling and roiling with reckless abandon. All manner of creatures, mere lowly denizens of the deep, felt the onslaught of heat and began to breach the surface of the sea. In that fleeting moment, countless fish, octopuses, seahorses, sea snakes, and even a few sea kings erupted from the water's surface, a dense throng of marine life both known and unknown. Akiji stood at the port, drenched in sweat. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, the waves surged with unprecedented ferocity, shattering the ice and dragging it back into the depths of the ocean. Akiji's lips twitched in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. What in the world is happening? This marks the fourth time, indeed, since the onset of this tumultuous event. Akiji had invoked his Ice Age ability 4 times. Typically, a single use could freeze the ocean for 2 weeks, but now, it seemed as though he were recklessly employing it without restraint, yet always to no avail. Admiral, should we not take a moment to rest? Perhaps a sip of water? No, if I do not unleash Ice Age, Marineford will be swallowed by the towering waves. With that proclamation, Akiji leaped high into the air once more, wielding his most potent Ice Age ability. The chilling ice enveloped the ocean once again, refreezing the waters into a solid mass, through which the silhouettes of countless fish could be discerned beneath the icy surface. Luo Ya wielded the Flowing Blade of Fiery Edge, unleashing an unprecedented might. The heat from the depths of the ocean surged relentlessly, even awakening the underwater volcanoes. 10 submerged volcanoes, drawn forth by the flowing blade of fiery edge, fully awakened. Erupting with even greater force. It resembled countless crimson tongues of flame, fervently pulsating. Magma erupted from the abyss, surging forth in a dense, chaotic flow. The seabed trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, swaying from side to side. The audible crackling of fissures echoed in the air. Abyssal chasms, unfathomably deep, ruptured within the ocean, resembling the gaping maws of myriad beasts emerging from the earth as the land fractured and collapsed in disarray. The waves of heat and flames were absorbed by the flowing blade of fiery edge, having assimilated the power of the 10 underwater volcanoes. Luo Ya's flowing blade of fiery edge had brought the surrounding seawater to a boil. With a commanding flourish, Luo Ya raised the Zampicut high, poised to strike. At that moment, the sea dragon faltered. It hastily roared, pleading for cessation, proclaiming its surrender and willingness to serve as his steed. As it uttered these words, the sea dragon's voice quivered with trepidation. There was no recourse. The power of Ryūjin has indeed surpassed the imagination of the sea dragon. Throughout its centuries-long existence, it has never encountered such a formidable human. Even the Sea King, White Star, could be disregarded, yet Ryūjin's strength compelled it to yield. One must ponder. How many humans in the depths of the ocean could contend with it? Adding to this is the formidable nature of Flowing Blade, which can unleash such terrifying heat in the deep sea, igniting the surrounding underwater volcanoes, instilling a sense of dread. Having lived for so long, the sea dragon has witnessed volcanic eruptions and knows the kind of force they unleash, not to mention the peculiar being before it, capable of manipulating flames. Upon hearing the sea dragon's words, a slight smile graced Ryūjin's lips. He had not anticipated the sea dragon's perceptiveness. Let this be a means for it to suffer less superficial harm. With this thought, Ryūjin swiftly altered the trajectory of his sword. Grasping Flowing Blade, he carved a perfect arc through the depths of the ocean. This arc surged toward the surface, a fiery slash akin to an inferno, erupting directly from the abyss. On the surface, the heavy ice was once again breached by the rushing seawater, and then, the water seemed to swell into a massive bulge, expanding ever more. Witnessed by countless naval soldiers of Marine Ford, it erupted violently. In that instant, flames burst forth from the deep, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated in the ears of all present. A tempest arose, stirring waves and sweeping away hundreds of ships into the sky, consumed by the raging inferno. In the highest office of Marineford, Sengoku stood before the grand window, dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. An inferno of such magnitude. Could this truly be happening? Sengoku pondered intently, immediately contacting Admiral Pigeon, for he had urgent matters to discuss. Meanwhile, Ryūjin allowed Flowing Blade to merge with his soul once more, returning to the recesses of his mind. After all, the Zanpakuto is born from the evolution of the soul. Enabling such a connection, Ryūjin ascended to the pinnacle of the sea dragon, grasping its majestic horn, and spoke to it with a voice that resonated with the essence of all beings. Let us return to Fishman Island. Yes, master. From henceforth, I shall refer to you as Little Hai. The sea dragon acquiesced, though it pondered its own impressive length and wondered if it could truly be considered small. By the way, Little Hai, what prompts your assault on Fishman Island? The sea dragon roared. It is because the Ark of the Covenant, symbolizing our sacred oath, has been desecrated, and thus I seek to obliterate Fishman Island. Worry not, for I possess an identical Ark of the Covenant, pristine and new. You need not dwell on this matter. As the pinnacle of sea kings, the sea dragon's intellect was considerable, yet it remained steadfast in loyalty. For the sea kings held oaths in the highest regard. This was a truth that Ryūjin understood well. Had it not been for his own words, it is likely that the sea dragon would have indeed wrought utter destruction upon Fishman Island. Meanwhile, within the confines of Fishman Island, Shirahoshi clasped her hands together, her expression filled with concern as she gazed outside. Father, it seems there is no sound. Indeed, even the searing heat has begun to wane. Could it be that the battle has come to an end? Ryūjin will surely emerge victorious. Shirahoshi maintained unwavering faith in Ryūjin's strength. At that moment, a colossal shadow loomed in the distance, gradually drawing near to Fishman Island. Shirahoshi's pupils dilated in horror, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. It cannot be. It is impossible for Ryūjin to lose. She shook her head fervently, unable to fathom the approaching figure of the sea dragon. Neptunus, in a moment of despair, closed his eyes, envisioning the total annihilation of Fishman Island under the dragon's onslaught. Beside him, Charlie, slumped in despondency, murmured, "I knew it. No one can break the curse of divination." As the three stood in utter despair, their benevolence waning, hope seemed all but extinguished. Luo Ya stood atop the head of the sea dragon, waving to the crowd. Bai Xing, who had been fixated on the sea dragon, was momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 71. The Shattered Prophecy, a shock to all. Luo Ya, Luo Ya is alive. Bai Xing exclaimed, covering her cherry lips, her expression brimming with unprecedented excitement and joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed toward Luo Ya. Neptune, upon hearing Bai Xing's words, opened his eyes in disbelief. When he beheld Luo Ya standing on the sea dragon, approaching Fishman Island, he was utterly astonished. Shirley, witnessing this scene, felt her heart and soul tremble. Luo Ya had tamed this colossal sea dragon. How could this be possible? In her disbelief, Shirley promptly retrieved her divination crystal ball to conduct another reading. The outcome of this reading left her profoundly shocked. Upon seeing the results, Shirley's face paled in astonishment as she turned to Neptune, exclaiming incredulously, "Your Majesty, it seems the crisis has been averted." The crisis has been averted. Her divination accuracy of 100% had been surpassed by Luo Ya. In him, Shirley perceived an unprecedented glimmer of hope. For the first time, she realized that the future could indeed be altered. At that moment, Bai Xing rushed to Luo Ya's side, exuberantly enveloping him in her embrace. As she conveyed her tenderness, Luo Ya felt himself submerged in a warm ocean of affection. This sensation was truly an unparalleled experience. Bai Xing, could you loosen your grip a bit? I'm having trouble breathing," he managed to say. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Bai Xing's face flushed crimson. Realizing her tight hold, she quickly released him, apologizing. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Luo Ya, I didn't mean to." "It's all right, really, just a minor thing," he reassured her. They do say that the tender embrace of a gentle maiden can be perilous. Just moments ago, Luo Ya had nearly gasped for air. At that instant, Neptune approached Luo Ya's side. "Dove, what is the current situation?" "As your Majesty can see, the little sea dragon has become my steed," Luo Ya replied. Despite having anticipated this, Neptune raised an eyebrow in utter astonishment. His resolve to forge a bond with Luo Ya grew even stronger. Meanwhile, Ian's transponder snail began to ring. Since Luo Ya did not carry a transponder snail with him, it was primarily in Ian's possession. "Marshal, Ian, where is the dove? What is transpiring on Fishman Island?" Reporting to the Marshal, all is well on Fishman Island. General Dove is currently beside King Neptune. Immediately hand the transponder snail to the dove. "Yes, Marshal." A flicker of concern flashed in Ian's eyes. Since just a moment ago, the signs of battle seemed to be gradually diminishing, which left Ian deeply anxious about Luo Ya's safety. Fortunately, she could utilize the Den Den Mushi to communicate with Sengoku and inquire about the situation near Neptune. In no time, Ian arrived by Luo Ya's side. Without much ado, she succinctly informed Luo Ya, "General White Dove, the Marshal wishes to speak with you." Taking the Den Den Mushi from Ian's hands, Luo Ya wore a gentle smile and responded softly. "Marshal, White Dove, an overwhelming flame has erupted from Marineford, as if it has burst forth from the depths of the sea. Have you observed anything unusual at Fishman Island?" While Sengoku spoke, he attentively listened to the sounds transmitted through the Den Den Mushi to make a judgment. In response, Luo Ya replied calmly, "Marshal, King Neptune has stated that this is merely a chain reaction caused by an underwater volcanic eruption. Is that so? Is King Neptune present? Might I speak with him?" Neptune furrowed his brow, but ultimately took the Den Den Mushi from Luo Ya's hands. "King Neptune, I am Admiral Sengoku. Can you confirm that this is indeed a chain reaction resulting from an underwater volcanic eruption?" Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Neptune naturally sided with Luo Ya, affirming, "Yes. Thank you, King Neptune." After receiving confirmation from Neptune, Sengoku felt a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, Garp entered Sengoku's office. "Sengoku, have you found the cause? Don't tell me that mysterious individual can move freely beneath the sea." Sengoku exhaled deeply and replied, "No, thanks to King Neptune's confirmation. It is indeed a chain reaction caused by an underwater volcanic eruption. If it were that mysterious individual, it would be even more terrifying. The power to create such a phenomenon in the deep sea suggests their strength surpasses ours." Garp nodded in agreement, but then began to laugh heartily. "Well then, isn't it confirmed now? Let us not dwell on it too much. Let us go check on Akiji. I hear he is quite exhausted, having used the Ice Age technique over 20 times. Ha ha." Hearing Garp's carefree laughter, a smile inevitably crept onto Sengoku's lips. Within Fishman Island, Ryūjin and his companions returned to the Dragon Palace. The matter of Ryūjin subduing the sea dragon was tacitly omitted by Neptune and others. Sherry returned to her fishman CAF, having learned from Ryūjin that even a seemingly predetermined future could indeed be altered. White Dove, should you consent to the engagement, the position of future king would certainly be yours. Neptune unabashedly declared in the presence of the three brothers, Shark Star, Flip Star, and Royal Star. Sensing Ryūjin's gaze, the three brothers promptly expressed their willingness to support any initiative that would enhance the prosperity of Fishman Island. Neptune had placed all his hopes upon Ryūjin. Nearby, White Star gazed at Ryūjin with eager anticipation, fervently wishing for his affirmative response. The atmosphere within the Dragon Palace was rather peculiar. Nevertheless, Ryūjin pondered Neptune's words. Since you, my lord, have said so, you may simply call me Ryūjin. I will ensure that the world embraces the people of Fishman Island. Upon hearing this, Neptune's eyes lit up with delight. This implied that Ryūjin had agreed. Splendid, splendid. Ha ha. Someone, prepare a feast to celebrate. Neptune's heart swelled with joy as he laughed heartily. White Star understood Ryūjin's intent and blushed deeply. She turned to him with a gentle demeanor and said, Ryūjin, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Chapter 72. Return to headquarters. Call from Sengoku within the Dragon Palace. Ryūjin and White Star formalized their engagement, agreeing to announce it to the world when White Star came of age. Neptune readily consented to Ryūjin's request. After spending a night on Fishman Island, Ryūjin departed, boarding a coded warship to return to Marineford. Just then, his transponder snail rang once more. Brew. Admiral, the mission has been accomplished, and I am now preparing to return to Marineford. White Dove, I have complete faith in your abilities, but there is an urgent task at hand. Please return at your earliest convenience. Upon hearing the words of the warring states, Luo Ya's eyes glimmered with a flash of brilliance. Yes, my Lord Marshal. Ryūjin's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with curiosity regarding the critically important mission mentioned by the warring states. Without further ado, Ryūjin swiftly maneuvered the warship using the illusory phantom technique, propelling it rapidly towards Marineford. This time, due to the ascent, their speed was somewhat quicker than before. In less than a day, Ryūjin and his companions found themselves back upon the vast ocean. As for the sea dragon that Ryūjin had tamed, Ryūjin entrusted the guardianship of Fishman Island to the Sentinels. After all, his current fiancée resides there, and he has no desire for any ill-intentioned individuals to set foot on her home. Steering the warship, Ryūjin navigated towards Marineford. However, as he drew nearer, the trio aboard the vessel beheld the scene at Marineford, which was in disarray. Various types of fish were being collected at the port by the kitchen staff, who busily gathered them in small baskets. Presumably, these fish would soon be transformed into delectable dishes for dining. Meanwhile, artisans in the dry dock tirelessly attended to the repairs of the warships. As Luo Ya suddenly realized, it must have been the result of the slashing strike he unleashed beneath the sea. In retrospect, it seemed rather embarrassing. Upon boarding Marineford, he hurriedly made his way to Sengoku's office. Meanwhile, led Stella back to their quarters. Knocking gently, Luo Ya entered Sengoku's office. Marshal, is there something you need? Upon seeing Luo Ya return, Sengoku's previously furrowed brow seemed to relax considerably. It is good that you have returned. Please, take a moment to sit and rest. In a little while, Akiji and Kizaru will also arrive. Ryūjin nodded slightly and casually chose a spot to sit down and feign sleep. At their level, enduring several days and nights without rest posed no issue, provided one managed their physical exertion wisely. Before long, the door to the Warring States office opened once more. Entering from outside were Admiral Akiji and Admiral Kizaru, two of the esteemed generals. Alongside Ryūjin, they constituted the three principal admirals of the Navy. Ryūjin opened his eyes and beheld the approaching figures of Akiji and Kizaru, offering a subtle smile of acknowledgement. A sense of anticipation filled his heart as he pondered the critical mission that could summon all three admirals. However, he suddenly noticed the weariness etched on Akiji's face. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Akiji, have you just returned from a mission? You appear quite fatigued. Upon hearing Ryūjin's words, Akiji let out a sigh and replied, It's nothing, merely some minor matters. Although Akiji had initially intended to keep this to himself, feeling somewhat embarrassed, Kizaru, unperturbed by the gravity of the situation, interjected. It's due to the eruption of an underwater volcano, which triggered a series of reactions. Akiji has had to employ his Ice Age technique over 20 times. How could he not be exhausted? At Kizaru's comment, A smile instinctively crept across Roya's lips. He silently mused. Akiji, you have truly gone above and beyond. I shall temper my efforts next time to spare you such fatigue. Little did Akiji know that the instigator of this situation was right beside him, and he wondered how he would react if he found out. At that moment, Sengoku cleared his throat, redirecting everyone's focus. Now, we have an urgent mission that requires your participation. A palpable sense of dread filled the air as they pondered the nature of a task significant enough to convene all three admirals. True to form, Kizaru inquired of Sengoku in his characteristic manner, what could possibly warrant such an assembly? Sengoku withdrew a bounty notice from a nearby drawer, revealing the image of a pirate adorned with thick lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, topped with a pirate hat and clad in an oversized pink dress. Upon seeing the bounty notice, Akiji instinctively exclaimed, "Big MOM." Indeed, in the New World, one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, intended to host her inaugural tea party. Numerous underworld factions were invited, and it was imperative that they catch her off guard, ensuring the event's utter failure. If possible, it would be ideal to defeat Big MOM herself. Sengoku paused before continuing. Thus, Roya, you are one of the essential members for this mission. You may choose the remaining participant from either Kizaru or Akiji. In Sengoku's eyes, Roya's prowess was unparalleled, and having him at the helm would undoubtedly be advantageous. Hearing the words of Sengoku, Roya nodded slightly. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he would undoubtedly elevate his status in terms of military merit, placing him ahead of both Kizaru and Akainu. Given Kizaru's disposition, it was evident that he would never vie for the position of admiral. Thus, selecting him for this mission was indeed the wisest choice. Indeed, upon receiving the oath, Roya had already resolved to advance further and ultimately replace Sengoku as admiral. This ambition would facilitate the undertaking of significant initiatives for the citizens of Fishman Island. With this in mind, Roya promptly addressed Sengoku, saying, "Admiral, I propose that Kizaru accompany me on this mission. After all, I perceive a palpable fatigue on Akiji's face. It would be best for him to rest at headquarters." Each of the three admirals has a 4-month term of duty, known as the guard duty, where they remain stationed in Marineford. Typically, it is Kizaru who idles away at headquarters. Roya, however, has never experienced such a lull, as he finds it difficult to remain inactive. Upon hearing Roya's suggestion, Sengoku nodded in agreement. In that case, Akiji, you may withdraw and take the opportunity to rest and enhance your skills. Yes, Admiral, Akiji replied, sharing the sentiment. Having employed his Ice Age technique over 20 times, he was utterly exhausted, a state that motivated him to strive for greater strength. Thus, with Roya's supportive friendship, Akiji was inspired to train diligently, reminiscent of Akainu's previous determination. At this juncture, both Akiji and Akainu had experienced significant growth in their abilities compared to their counterparts in the original narrative. Meanwhile, Sengoku commenced the arrangement of tasks. Chapter 73. Infiltration and Identity Transformation within Sengoku's office. Roya and Kizaru sat before Sengoku, attentively listening to his arrangements. At that moment, Roya addressed Sengoku, saying, "Esteemed Sengoku, you are undoubtedly aware of my capabilities. I wish to enter openly and seamlessly blend into the crowd attending the tea party. This way, whether it be to launch an offensive or to execute a strategic retreat, I shall be able to perform with greater efficacy." Concluding his statement, Roya added, "If you could procure an invitation for me, it would render the task even more effortless." Although it may seem that Roya merely mentioned it casually, it was, in fact, a deliberate act. For Roya is well aware that one of the leaders of the dark world of pirates, the Queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy, is, in truth, a member of CP0. Roya seeks to confront Zhangguo, intending to bring Stussy into the light before him. Clearly influenced by Roya's subtle hints, Zhangguo contemplates the matter concerning Stussy. After a period of deep reflection, Zhangguo addresses Roya. "This poses no issue. I shall send you a confidential document shortly. Additionally, I will procure the invitation for you. My esteemed Marshal, I shall proceed alone this time. Kizaru and the others may remain on standby at a distance, awaiting my update." Roya's thoughts closely mirror those of the recently contemplative Zhangguo. Zhangguo retrieved the golden telephone insect from his drawer and handed it to Roya. This golden telephone insect, also known as the Demon Slayer Command Insect, is a powerful artifact. However, Roya, should you truly decide to activate the Demon Slayer Command this time, it is imperative that you ensure its success. Failure is not an option for the Demon Slayer Command. Roya was acutely aware of the implications of Sengoku's words. owing to his other identity as a mysterious figure. This connection had rendered the Navy's extermination orders persistently unsuccessful, placing immense pressure upon them. Although Ryūjin Jakka's presence later restored some of the Navy's dignity, Sengoku remained exceedingly cautious regarding the issuance of such orders, fearful of further failures that could bring shame upon the Navy. After receiving the golden transponder snail from Sengoku, Ryūjin and Kizaru confirmed the operational details before departing from Sengoku's office. Today was a day of rest, for Ryūjin would embark on his journey tomorrow. Thus, he returned to his quarters, only to discover Stella and Ain in the kitchen, diligently collaborating to prepare a sumptuous feast for him. "Master, you're back. The meal will be ready shortly." Prior to this, Ryūjin had mentioned to Stella that she could simply call her Ryūjin. However, Stella persistently insisted on addressing her otherwise. Consequently, Ryūjin chose not to elaborate further on the matter. Luo Ya sat in his seat, addressing the two women, Ain and Stella. "Tomorrow, I shall embark on a mission. You two must remain here and diligently train your bodies." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Ain approached his side and implored, "My lord Luo Ya, I wish to accompany you on your mission." "No, this task is perilous. Be obedient. You shall not join me this time. Focus on your training here," Luo Ya replied firmly. After saying this, he turned to Stella and said, "Stella, you too must train earnestly, even if it is merely to build your stamina. For this mission, I shall endeavor to procure better fruit for you." Stella's eyes widened in disbelief at Luo Ya's words. She looked at him incredulously, saying, "Master, there is no need for such kindness. I was merely a slave before." Before Stella could finish her sentence, Luo Ya reached out, gently tousling her hair. "I have told you. You are no longer a slave. You are my friend, my companion, helping one's partner to grow stronger, enabling her to realize greater dreams upon this vast sea. Is that not a noble pursuit?" A tremor coursed through Stella's heart. Tears, seemingly uncontrollable, slipped from the corners of her eyes. She gazed at Luo Ya's figure, as if wishing to imprint his silhouette upon her very soul. With a voice tinged with emotion, she said, "Master, my dream is to always stand behind you, to wash your clothes and prepare your meals." Ain, standing nearby, felt a peculiar sensation upon hearing Stella's declaration. For some reason, it struck her as a confession of sorts. Yet, she could not quite articulate this feeling, for she sensed something utterly unique about Luo Ya compared to others. It was as if he held countless secrets, waiting to be uncovered. Coupled with Luo Ya's gentle smile, Ain found it impossible to divert her gaze from him. "My lord Luo Ya, whatever the mission may be, please ensure your safety." "Rest assured I shall. I never embark on a task unprepared." Before long, the dawn of the following day arrived. Upon receiving the invitation from the warlord, Ryūjin embarked on a lavish vessel, setting sail towards Cake Island. This invitation, it was evident, had been extended by Stussy, utilizing her own identity. However, prior to his departure, the warlord had emphatically stressed the utmost importance of maintaining the secrecy of their identities. It is imperative to understand the immense effort that CP0 invested in cultivating Stussy into a formidable figure within the underworld, signifying a considerable allocation of both material and financial resources. Reclining on a sun lounger, Ryūjin Ya basked in the afternoon sunlight, relishing a unique sense of comfort as the rays enveloped him. His current persona was that of an arms magnate, characterized by extravagant displays of wealth. The vessel beneath him was a testament to his financial prowess. Just as Ryūjin felt himself drifting into slumber, his phone began to ring. Given that he was undertaking this mission solo, the snail phone was naturally kept close at hand. Brubber brubber brub. Robin. Upon witnessing the appearance of the snail phone, Ryūjin ascended directly to the mast of the ship. Standing at the pinnacle, he allowed the sea breeze to tousle his hair before answering Robin's call. As soon as the connection was established, Robin's voice emanated from the snail phone. "Ryūjin Ya, dear brother, the Big Mom Pirates just delivered an invitation to us, inviting you to attend the inaugural tea party." Who was the messenger? Ryūjin Ya found himself somewhat perplexed by Big Mom's gesture. It was a silver-haired sister with long legs, carrying a large sword on her back. Upon hearing Robin's words, Ryūjin Ya deduced the identity of the messenger who had brought the invitation to O'Hara. If he was not mistaken, it must be one of Big Mom's subordinates, the sweet commander, Smoothie. Chapter 74. Identity Deception, Provocation of the Commanders. "Ryūjin Ya, dear brother, do you truly need this invitation? Should we send it to you?" Robin's voice emanated from the telephone receiver. Luo Ya promptly replied, "No need, I shall go in person." Upon hearing his words, Robin's face lit up with joy. "Really? Brother Luo Ya, you are coming personally?" "Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last visited you." As Luo Ya finished speaking, an ethereal duplicate, identical to him, materialized beside him. Meanwhile, the original, employing a spell, soared into the sky unnoticed by the others. Although the exertion would increase with distance, it posed no issue for merely an apparition. Roya harnessed the power of the talisman to its fullest extent. At last, as dusk descended, he arrived at Ohara. With the aid of the Horo Horo no Mi, Roya had cloaked himself in a mantle. Robin and Olivia, upon receiving news of Roya, arrived at the shores of Ohara, eagerly awaiting her arrival. "Brother Roya, I miss you dearly," Robin expressed. Robin felt as though his body was no longer under his control as it lunged towards Roya, with the delicate Robin cradled in his arms. Roya glanced at Olivia beside him. At that moment, Olivia extended the invitation letter she held towards Roya. Freeing a hand, Roya accepted the letter. Subsequently, he crouched down to meet Robin's gaze and inquired, "Robin, have you been diligently practicing your fruit abilities lately?" Robin nodded vigorously and said, "I sense that very soon I shall reach the awakening of the fruit." Upon hearing Robin's words, Roya paused momentarily, instinctively inquiring, "Is that true?" "Indeed, it is true. I would never deceive my dear brother Roya," Robin replied. With that, she stepped away from Roya's embrace, crossing her arms over her chest, and her demeanor shifted dramatically. The hand of the enormous tree in a myriad of colors. The ground erupted with countless hands, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal hand took form. This immense hand was raised high before crashing down upon the surface of the sea. In an instant, the ocean was stirred into tumultuous waves, the deafening roar resonating across the waters. As Luo Ya beheld the scene before him, he could not help but marvel at Robin's extraordinary genius. It was evident that Robin's innate talent was remarkable. Due to his own existence, Robin's journey had diverged from the original narrative, compelling her to strive relentlessly for survival. Furthermore, neither Olivia nor Robin had overly fixated on the pursuit of history. Thus, the surplus time had been wholly dedicated by Robin to honing her abilities with her devil fruit. At this point, it could be surmised that Robin's strength was nearing the level depicted 2 years later in the original story. Witnessing Robin's diligent efforts filled Luo Ya with a sense of satisfaction. "Robin, you must persevere." "Yes, brother Luo Ya, I shall certainly strive with all my might." Robin nodded vigorously at Roya. After engaging in conversation with Robin and Olivia for a while, Roya unleashed the Ark Noah, setting sail towards Cake Island. Upon returning, Smoogie approached Big Mom. "Mama, the invitation has been delivered, but I did not see him. Instead, I encountered another figure cloaked in a cape, who appeared rather robust. This indicates they indeed possess organization. In that case, we shall proceed with our previous plan. We should seek to recruit anyone we can. If such formidable beings were to join our pirate crew, I would be one step closer to realizing my dream of a world united." "Yes, Mama," Smoogie declared before Big Mom. "However, the security measures for the tea party must be flawless. Especially those naval mutts must not be allowed entry. Conduct thorough inspections. Any trespassers should be executed on the spot." At that moment, the eyes of the sea were drawn to Big Mom's actions. As one of the 4 emperors, this was her first time orchestrating such a vast undertaking. Anyone could sense the underlying unrest. To ensure the smooth execution of the inaugural tea party, Big Mom summoned all her children back to her side. As time passed, various prominent figures from the dark world began to arrive at Cake Island. At this moment, Roya utilized the powers of the hologram fruit to alter his appearance, transforming into a figure reminiscent of an arrogant and ostentatious tycoon, cradling a rotund belly as he made his way to Cake Island. Just as Roya set foot on the island, Katakuri, one of the suite commanders, intercepted him, demanding to see his invitation. Upon hearing this, Roya feigned a furrowed brow, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this, Big Mom? You invite me here, and then present such an obstacle? Do you not know who I am? I am the arms magnate Howard East. If you have not heard of me, produce your invitation at once, or I shall not hesitate to take drastic measures." Katakuri stood momentarily taken aback by the sight of this portly man. At that moment, Queen Stussy of the Pleasure District approached gracefully from the harbor. "I say, East, why not simply present your invitation to avoid all this trouble?" Stussy remarked, as she handed her own invitation to Katakuri. After verifying Stussy's invitation, Katakuri respectfully addressed her, "Welcome, Lady Stussy." Disguised as Howard E.S., Roya clutched his abdomen, his expression decidedly unfriendly as he emitted a disdainful snort. "You are merely a doorkeeper," he declared. "Here, an invitation. Take a good look at the illustrious name of Howard E.S." With that, Roya flung the invitation at Katakuri's face, only for it to be effortlessly caught by him. The surrounding elites of the dark world observed this exchange, sensing that ES might possess considerable power. Although they had scarcely heard the name Howard ES before, his acquaintance with Stussy suggested a status that undoubtedly surpassed theirs, perhaps even placing him above them in hierarchy. This sentiment was shared not only by the onlookers but also by Katakuri himself. To be so brazen and yet acquainted with Stussy implied that he was indeed a formidable figure, one whose ire should be avoided. Suppressing his inner resentment, Katakuri, after perusing Roya's invitation, addressed him with a measured tone. Howard ES, welcome to the tea party. Chapter 75. Roya arrives on the island. 8 gates of Ryūjin, the disguised Roya, Howard is, trailed closely behind Stussy as they ventured deeper into Cake Island. Stussy appraised Roya from head to toe, stifling a chuckle as she remarked, "Pigeon, I've heard your demeanor is not quite like this. You merely wish to toy with Katakuri, don't you? However, your devil fruit ability is indeed remarkably useful. If you were to join CP0, you would undoubtedly become its most formidable member. Yet, I believe being an admiral suits you quite well." Luo Ya cradled his own, that artificially crafted, rotund belly, and smiled faintly. Stussy ceased her conversation with Luo Ya, for she had spotted the newspaper magnate, Morgans, in the distance. Unperturbed, Luo Ya began to saunter leisurely around Cake Island, taking the opportunity to survey the terrain and the distribution of personnel. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Luo Ya's true form resides upon the Ark of Noah, cloaked and surrounded by fierce, howling winds. A chime resounds, announcing a new task, Cake Island, with the reward of the flawless 8 gates of Ryūjin formation. Time frame, 3 days. Upon hearing the electronic voice echo in his mind, a subtle smile graces Luo Ya's lips. At last, it has arrived. I am truly looking forward to the impeccable 8 gates of Ryūjin formation. Roya's lips curled into a subtle smile, followed by a rare stretch. For the exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger simply through power was truly delightful. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The tea party was now officially underway. Although Big Mom had yet to emerge from the palace, her subordinates had already filled the surroundings. Even the 3 stars had made their appearance before the crowd. I had heard that Big Mom had invited that enigmatic figure, yet his presence was conspicuously absent. Could it be that he was too intimidated to show up? Who could say? Perhaps he simply deemed it beneath him to participate. My curiosity was piqued. What could he possibly look like? As the discussions among the crowd ensued, Roya leisurely approached the waters near Cake Island. With each passing moment, as the distance to the illusion drew closer, his exertion diminished. Additionally, during his 3 days on Cake Island, he had thoroughly acquainted himself with the terrain and the distribution of personnel. The shadow of the Ark Noah cast itself from the heavens. All on Cake Island looked skyward. The once brilliant sunlight had vanished, replaced by the silhouette of a colossal vessel. Upon witnessing this scene, the eyes of the island's inhabitants widened in shock, their expressions betraying their utter bewilderment at the situation. Whose ship could this be? They had never heard of such a vessel. Was the flying ship that of the Golden Lion? Had they forgotten? The Golden Lion had been defeated by that mysterious individual. I had heard that this enigmatic figure possessed powers akin to those of the Golden Lion. Was it not said to be the Inferno of Torrents? And swordsmanship? Given this, the thought of this mysterious figure was indeed terrifying. Had Big Mom truly invited him as well? To their astonishment, he had actually arrived. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each person eager to unveil the visage of the mysterious figure. Yet, more than that, they were intensely curious about the true extent of his formidable strength. The Ark Noah, under Roya's command, began its gradual descent from the sky. As it touched down upon the sea, it stirred up a tumult of waves. Roya, cloaked in a mantle, descended directly from the Ark of Noah, harnessing the power of talismans. This spectacle was witnessed by numerous formidable figures from the dark world. Stussy stood at a distance, seemingly speaking to himself, yet perhaps addressing Morgans beside him. I can't shake the feeling that his arrival bodes ill. It may very well incite chaos. Morgans, upon hearing this, shook his head and replied, "But this is the stronghold of the 4 emperors, surrounded by Big Mom's subordinates. No matter how powerful he may be, he cannot withstand a war of attrition. Shall we place a wager?" Stussy inquired with a smile directed at Morgans. "What do you propose?" Morgans responded, rubbing his 2 wings together like arms, giving off a rather cunning impression. After all, Morgan's appearance was akin to an oversized newsbird. "Let us wager 5 devil fruits on whether this mysterious individual will incite turmoil on Cake Island. Do you dare?" Stussy challenged Morgans. After a moment of contemplation, Morgans envisaged himself in the scenario. Even with tremendous power, he would refrain from reckless actions on Cake Island due to the considerable risks involved. With this in mind, Morgans nodded. 5 devil fruits, then? I accept. Hearing Morgan's agreement, Stussy's smile broadened, becoming even more enchanting. At the moment Luo Ya touched down on Cake Island, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the perfect 8 gates of Duinjia formation. The 8 gates of Duinjia consist of 8 portals. Each one unlocked grants immense power. When the final gate, the 8th gate, the death gate, is opened, life is not forfeited, making it the most perfect formation of the 8 gates." As the system's electronic voice faded, Luo Ya felt a sudden influx of knowledge regarding the method to unlock the 8 gates of Duinjia. Beneath his cloak, a mysterious smile graced Luo Ya's face. At that moment, Katakuri approached him, demanding, "Please present your invitation." Luo Ya merely turned his head at Katakuri's arrival. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura pressed down upon Katakuri. Faced with a force akin to a ferocious beast, exuding a conqueror's haki far surpassing his own, Katakuri stood frozen in astonishment. It was only when Luo Ya strolled into Cake Island that Katakuri regained his senses, his eyes filled with shock, murmuring, "Incredible, how powerful." Although the terrifying conqueror's haki was directed solely at Katakuri, the onlookers, not to be underestimated, also sensed Luo Ya's overwhelming prowess in that moment. Luo Ya paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd. To the benevolent, he naturally exhibited kindness. Yet here, who among them was not stained by the blood of countless lives? In such circumstances, the more disdain you display, the greater their respect becomes. After all, this is a world governed by the law of the jungle. At that moment, a wave of conquerors' haki emanated from within the palace. Chapter 76, Mysterious Codename. The Alliance of Big Mom. Who dares to be so audacious during my tea party? An unpleasant female voice suddenly echoed through the palace. Accompanying this voice was a terrifying surge of conquerors' haki. However, perhaps due to the nature of the tea party, not many succumbed to faintness. The doors of Cake Island slowly creaked open. Big Mom's colossal figure emerged from within. Thud, thud, thud. With each step she took, the ground beneath her resonated with a mournful cry. Following her were Prometheus, ablaze, and Zeus, crackling with electric energy. As Big Mom fully exited and unleashed her conqueror's haki, Luo Ya remained utterly unfazed. Boom. At that moment, the once azure sky was abruptly cleaved in two. Behind Luo Ya, a furious wind howls, while ominous thunder rumbles behind Big Mom. The sky above them is flawlessly divided, creating a striking dichotomy. The assembled dignitaries, witnessing this extraordinary scene, are filled with astonishment. Is this the manifestation of the mysterious individual's conqueror's haki? Why do I sense that it possesses an even more formidable aura than Big Mom's own? The level of pressure emanating from this encounter is truly terrifying. In light of such circumstances, although the prominent figures are undeniably excited, they remain exceedingly cautious. After all, it is not uncommon for spectators to meet their demise during such fierce confrontations. At this moment, Stussy glances at Morgans beside her and smiles faintly, remarking, "It appears that I have emerged victorious. Yet, this is merely a contest of conquerors' haki. No blows have been exchanged as of yet." Upon hearing Morgan's words, Stussy merely responded with an "oh," as if she had already foreseen the future. She turned to the nearby illusion, known as Howard EES, and inquired, "What is your perspective?" "EES?" Howard EES, cradling his belly, replied, "I am uncertain. This mysterious individual seems incredibly powerful." Stussy then posed a provocative question. "Do you believe you could defeat this enigmatic figure before us?" At her words, Morgan's pupils dilated in shock as he turned to EES, exclaiming, "Stussy, what do you mean? Is this man truly that formidable?" "I was merely jesting," Stussy replied, playfully sticking out her tongue at Morgan's. However, this gesture caught Luo Ya's attention, not for any particular reason, but because he suddenly sensed that Stussy harbored ulterior motives. At this moment, Luo Ya smiled slightly and said, "Indeed, Stussy was merely jesting. Do you truly believe that someone of my stature could vanquish this enigmatic figure?" Ha ha. As the laughter of the phantom is appeared to fade, the true form, concealed beneath the cloak, revealed a subtle upward curve of the lips. Immediately thereafter, the two seemed to share an unspoken understanding as they retracted their conqueror's haki. The echoes of Big Mom's voice resonated across Cake Island. "Mama, are you the fabled mysterious figure of the sea?" "It is I," Luo Ya spoke softly to the matron, who scrutinized him with a nod of approval. Indeed. With such remarkable conqueror's haki, I can only surmise that your true prowess must be even more formidable. Upon finishing her words, she commanded, Katakuri, provide him with a seat. At once, mother, Katakuri replied, momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly composed himself and approached Luo Ya, guiding him to the prime position. Witnessing this scene, all the prominent figures of the underworld perceived that Luo Ya was destined to embark on a significant journey with Big Mom. They even began to ponder whether to invest more capital in her endeavors. It is worth noting that those entrenched in the depths of the underworld are astute individuals, possessing a keen insight into the tides of the sea. Stussy, it seems, would not intervene. Rather, he would likely be drawn into Big Mom's crew, conceding to my supremacy. Oh, how I eagerly anticipate this, Stussy remarked to Morgans. Observing Stussy's demeanor, Morgans merely smirked, offering no further comment as he took his seat. At this moment, Luo Ya was manipulating the illusion to report to the nation, indicating that the tea party had commenced. Big Mom occupied the largest seat, surveying the assembly below. Beside her were the 3 suite commanders, along with Luo Ya, Stussy, Morgans, and 4 other individuals of equal stature. Following them were Big Mom's children, as well as other pirate captains and leaders from the dark underworld. Welcome, everyone, to my inaugural tea party. Please, do enjoy yourselves, Big Mom exclaimed, extending her arms to the crowd. For her, hosting this gathering served a dual purpose: to solidify her power and to rally these formidable figures. Ultimately, it was about Totoland, for only by achieving the first 2 goals could her ultimate dream come to fruition. At present, Big Mom had set her sights on Luo Ya, wishing to bring him into her fold. Mama, would you care to introduce yourself? After all, we remain unaware of your name, Stussy remarked, his eyes brightening as he turned towards the cloaked Luo Ya. Luo Ya had anticipated this inquiry. You may call me Zero. Zero? Is that a code name? Big Mom inquired. Sort of, Luo Ya replied, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. Big Mom pondered whether capturing Luo Ya might also mean indirectly seizing the organization behind him. Surely, those associated with someone called Luo Ya would not be weak. This line of thought was shared by others present, yet only Big Mom had the audacity to voice it, as she was the strongest in attendance aside from Luo Ya. As for her strategy to win over Luo Ya, Big Mom opted for her tried-and-true method, an alliance through marriage. She clapped her hands 4 times, and those who heard her applause rose from their seats. Without exception, the individuals standing were all women. Big Mom turned to Luo Ya and asked, Zero, is there any among those who have stood that you find appealing? After a brief pause, she added, if you have your eye on any of them, do let me know. Regardless of who it is, with just a word from me, she can become your wife, and you will directly become part of our great family. Big Mom held a certain respect for Luo Ya. After all, she truly did not wish to provoke someone possessing such formidable conqueror's haki. Upon hearing the words of the elder, Luo Ya's lips curled into a smile. For a brief moment, he found it difficult to restrain himself, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Big Mom, were you serious just now? The elder replied, of course I am serious, feel free to choose. However, is it not somewhat inappropriate to treat your own children this way? The laughter of Luo Ya abruptly vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. The women who had risen to their feet were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Luo Ya's words. They had not anticipated such a declaration from her. This revelation stirred profound emotions within them, for never before had anyone been willing to advocate on their behalf from their perspective. Among them, the most moved was the 35th woman, Charlotte Bree. Tears had begun to well in her eyes. The smile on the elder's face gradually faded as she absorbed Luo Ya's statement. They are all my daughters. Naturally, they serve as my instruments. If they cannot fulfill even the purpose of an instrument, what use do I have for them? The elder showed no regard for their feelings, voicing her thoughts openly before the crowd. So, is it true that if I were to choose any one of these instruments, you would not feel a pang of sorrow? Of course. Then may I select her? Luo Ya pointed towards a woman not far away. This woman belonged to the Leggy elite, bearing the moniker of the Juice Minister. Indeed, the individual to whom Luo Ya was gesturing was none other than Samuji, one of the 3 dessert generals. Upon realizing that Luo Ya was indicating her, Samuji appeared equally astonished. What have I just witnessed? This man intends to propose to Samuji. It is utterly unbelievable. This is nothing short of blatant provocation. As expected, upon hearing Luo Ya's words, the elder lady furrowed her brow immediately. An imposing aura emanated from her. Are you seeking trouble? You are fully aware that Samuji is one of the 3 dessert generals, yet you wish to marry her. Did you not claim that they are merely tools? I had thought you treated them equally. To my surprise, there are indeed distinctions. The powerful are to be cherished, while the weaker ones, even if they are damaged, do not elicit any sorrow, do they? Luo Ya gazed at the imposing figure of Big Mom with a smile, yet beneath the cloak, his expression remained concealed from view. Upon uttering these words, Law incited an uproar among the audience. For this was undeniably a blatant provocation directed at the pirate crew led by Big Mom, or more precisely, the Charlotte family. Beside Law, Stussy lifted a glass of red wine from the table and remarked to Morgans, "It seems that this time, victory shall be mine." As Stussy's words lingered in the air, a blaze of orange flames erupted in the distance. "Big Mom, I have come to challenge you. Let me witness the true might of one of the 4 emperors of the sea." With this declaration, the flames began to coalesce. A man with black hair, freckles adorning his cheeks, and an ASC tattoo on his left arm, where the S was crossed out, entered with a vibrant orange cowboy hat, which bore 2 badges of both a smile and a frown. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Morgans chuckled and said to Stussy, "It appears I am not yet defeated." As Morgan's words faded, Katakuri sprang from his seat and confronted Ace. "Who are you? How did you get in? What are your intentions?" In response to Katakuri's barrage of questions, Ace erupted into laughter, declaring, "I am Port SD, Ace, the fire fist from the East Blue. As for my intentions, I have come to challenge the illustrious Big Mom." Ace continued, "Ever since I ventured into the seas, I have heard tales of the 4 emperors and mysterious figures. Upon learning that one of the emperors, Big Mom, was to host a tea party, I decided to come and see for myself, while also taking the opportunity to issue a challenge." As Rorea gazed at Ace in the sky, he mused to himself, "Isn't this fellow supposed to be seeking out Whitebeard? What brings him here to confront Big Mom? One must understand that Big Mom shows no mercy. To challenge her, you must first contend with me. Just give me a second, and I could easily bring you down." Ace shouted towards Katakuri. Based on Ace's current deductions, he contemplated the situation. Roya surmised that Ace must have been at sea for quite some time. With the power of the flame fruit at his disposal, he could easily overpower most adversaries, which likely contributed to his arrogance and disregard for others. Contemplating this, Roya decided against provoking Big Mom further, as he was genuinely curious about the extent of Ace's strength. Flames. Ace transformed his arm into a colossal blaze of intense heat, preparing to strike Katakuri with a fiery punch. As Ace's words echoed, a torrent of flames coalesced, manifesting into a massive inferno that surged toward Katakuri with overwhelming force. Yet, before Katakuri could respond, an even more terrifying fire appeared before the onlookers. In comparison to this inferno that engulfed the sky, Ace's fiery fist seemed rather insignificant. Heavenly fire. Big Mom, wielding Prometheus, effortlessly consumed Ace's flames. Ace was struck with shock. But before he could react, the heavenly fire, infused with the powers of Big Mom's soul fruit, enveloped him completely. A pained cry escaped Ace's lips from within the inferno. This was the first tea party. How could one as insignificant as him intrude without consequence? Big Mom could tolerate Roya to a degree due to his strength and achievements. But Ace, a mere novice, was certainly beneath her notice. Did this newcomer from the seas not understand that using fire before her was an invitation to suffering? As Big Mom's words faded, Roya's cold voice reached the ears of the assembly. "I too hail from the seas and wield fire, Big Mom. Your words have provoked me." Stussy, observing Roya's next move, turned to Morgans and remarked, "Be sure to deliver my devil fruit to my pleasure street." Chapter 78. Raising the Stakes. The battle commences upon hearing Stussy's comment. Morgan's lips twitched in annoyance. At their level, there were indeed numerous devil fruits available, yet most were worthless and utterly inferior. While it was true that only people, not fruits, could be deemed worthless, finding individuals with genuine talent was exceedingly challenging. Hence, they regarded such fruits as mere refuse, suitable only for disposal. Nevertheless, Morgans felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. "Stussy, shall we place another wager?" he proposed. "Oh, what shall we wager?" "Still on devil fruits. But this time, 10 of them. Let us bet on whether Zero can defeat Big Mom." Stussy gazed up at the slowly drifting figure of Roa alongside Big Mom, her eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. "Very well, I have made my promise. Thus I shall wager that Zero can indeed defeat Big Mom." "Ah, do you truly have such faith in him?" Morgan inquired, intrigued by Stussy's unwavering confidence. Perhaps it is merely a woman's intuition, Stussy thought, offering Morgan a charming smile. In an instant, she retreated sharply, followed by others who also began to withdraw. For both Roa and Big Mom radiated an unparalleled aura of murderous intent. "Zero. Had I foreseen this outcome, I would not have altered my decision. It would have been wiser to consume your soul as a delightful delicacy. Mama. Yet it is not too late. As the inaugural tea party commenced, Big Mom had anticipated unforeseen circumstances. With Roa, this mysterious individual, she surmised that if she could vanquish him utterly, future tea gatherings would become exceedingly simple. Do you genuinely believe you can conquer me, Big Mom? Mama, unleash your full might. Allow me to witness just how far your strength falls short of mine. I hope you can still muster a smile in due course. As Roa's words faded, the flames of the sky were retracted by Big Mom. Ace's figure came into view, his body marred by burn marks. It appeared that the heavenly fire, empowered by the soul fruit, could seize Ace's corporeal form without the necessity of armament hockey. Ace's body fell helplessly from the sky, struggling against the powerful injuries he had never before endured since setting sail. In that moment of despair, Roa suddenly extended his hand, activating his charm ability. Ace's form gradually ascended into the air. In your condition, it would be unwise to descend. You may find yourself torn to pieces. Instead, observe how I trample the so-called emperor beneath my feet. As Luo Ya's voice faded, he propelled himself into the air, as if the atmosphere were a solid ground beneath him. With an immense force, he soared forth, fully unleashing the power of his haki. The surrounding onlookers were left in stunned silence upon witnessing this audacious act. Did this man truly believe he could compete in hockey with the formidable Big Mom, known as the Steel Balloon? Surely, he was destined for a catastrophic defeat. His audacity was staggering, and one could only anticipate the consequences. Morgan, observing the scene, chuckled and remarked to Stussy, "He hasn't even resorted to his signature infernal flames. He must be excessively arrogant." Turning to Stussy, he added, "It appears that this time, I shall not be the one to falter." Stussy, a member of CP0, possessed considerable strength that surpassed Morgan's. Consequently, she quickly discerned that Luo Ya's haki was of the pinnacle level, akin to that of Admiral Pigeon among the Navy's elite. Reflecting on this, Stussy cast her gaze afar, spotting the silhouette of Phantom Is, who was reporting back to the Navy headquarters. Simultaneously, she issued orders to Kizaru. Preparations for the demon-slaying order must commence. With Luo Ya commanding, he could freely direct Kizaru, who was equally an admiral. This sense of authority was rather gratifying. Indeed, Luo Ya was orchestrating a grand strategy. High above, a subtle smile graced Luo Ya's lips. In the realm of hockey confrontations, he feared no one. Boom. The moment Luo Ya's fist collided with Big Mom's, a powerful gust erupted, shaking the earth violently. The ground beneath Big Mom cracked extensively. Almost immediately, a surge of pain coursed through her arm, reaching her brain, causing her massive form to stagger back a few steps. In disbelief, she gazed at Luo Ya and instinctively exclaimed, "Impossible." Pinnacle hockey. As her words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Morgan's pupils widened considerably, and the confidence that adorned his face vanished without a trace. It appeared that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I had emerged victorious yet again. Stussy, exuding an alluring charm, radiated an unprecedented sense of self-assurance. She cast a glance at Morgan, then at Zero, who gazed defiantly at the sky, her mind racing with thoughts of her own path. Indeed, Stussy harbored her own ambitions. She had no desire to remain a mere pawn of CP0. As her influence grew within the chaotic realm of Joy Street, she became increasingly unwilling to accept a life subservient to the world government, the celestial dragons, or as a lackey of CP0. She yearned for independence, to seize control of her own destiny. With such aspirations ignited, Stussy had been tirelessly seeking individuals who could aid her since the inception of this notion. Yet, it was only today that she truly recognized the possibility of finding someone capable of assisting her. Zero. Today, it all hinges on your ability to vanquish Big Mom. Stussy mused internally, her lips curling into a smile that only she could comprehend. In the vast expanse above, Roya seemed to have activated his sharp tongue. Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, is this truly the extent of your power? Have you ever considered becoming my subordinate? For some reason, it feels as though aligning with me would be far more promising than serving as one of the 4 emperors. To the ears of the onlookers, these words were undeniably audacious. Even more so, they provoked Big Mom to an extreme degree. You, wretch, should perish. The vast ocean has no need for your kind to exist. Chapter 79. Ace's Worship, the door to death opens. Big Mom's voice resonated ominously, sending chills down the spines of countless individuals. Her children, in particular, understood that their mother was genuinely furious. Prometheus, Zeus. As her words fell, the 2 entities, manifestations of the soul fruit, that had been hovering on either side of her transformed instantly, their presence becoming even more formidable. 0. Allow me to savor the exquisite flavor of your soul. From her left hand surged the heavenly fire, and from her right, the thunder. Flames and lightning seemed to consume the very sky, intertwining like dragons of thunder and clouds of fire, evoking an apocalyptic sensation. Amidst these terrifying powers, as they intertwined, Ryūjin Jakka slowly extended his hand and softly declared, "Heaven's chosen." The iron-wrought city walls, the dragon's stride, the lion's roar, the tiger's growl, the wolf's dash, sever the heavens and earth before they collapse. Binding Path 81. Severing Void. Boom. As Roya's words echoed, the heavenly fire and thunder in Big Mom's hand struck directly against the severing void that Roya had conjured. The thunder and flames coursed along the transparent, colossal barrier of defense, yet they could not inflict harm upon Roya. Roya's effortless demeanor left the crowd in utter astonishment. What manner of fruit does this fellow possess? The transformations are simply too numerous. Is there a record of such a formidable fruit in the Devil Fruit Compendium? Could it be that he belongs to a race even rarer than the demons or giants, perhaps possessing a kind of innate racial talent? Opinions varied, yet none could claim to be correct. High above, Ace observed the scene unfolding before him, his eyes glittering like a constellation. He gazed at Roya with profound admiration, realizing for the first time that such formidable beings existed in this world. Unperturbed by the thoughts of those around him, Roya had come merely to stir chaos. He intended to create as much upheaval as possible. Thus, he continued to mock. "Big Mom, with your level of power, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Isn't that a rather fanciful notion?" As the flames and thunder dissipated, Roya dispelled the void and suddenly drew closer to Big Mom, lowering his voice as he addressed her. "By the way, do you wish to know how the nun and your friends met their demise?" Upon hearing Roya's words, Big Mom trembled violently, her rage erupting like a volcano. The Emperor was furious. 0. What do you mean by that? What do you know? Speak quickly. Then come and defeat me. With that, Roya's figure suddenly landed on the ground. He slammed his hands down, declaring softly, "Would release. Birth of the woodland realm." An immense surge of vitality flowed through the soil, awakening the surrounding trees. The ground began to quake, fissures multiplying across the island. Dust rose, and the crowd grew frantic. "What has he done? I have an ominous premonition. I certainly do not wish to perish here." Vines, roots, and branches surged forth wildly, spreading with fervor. In an instant, they engulfed numerous insignificant pirates, forming a magnificent forest. Morgans beheld the spectacle with wild excitement. He turned to Stussy, exclaiming, "Stussy, encountering such monumental news. Even if I lose to you, I am utterly delighted." Ha 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 ha. Stussy wore a subtle smile, well aware of Morgan's nature. For the sake of news, he would disregard all else. Perhaps this very scene was what he had most eagerly anticipated, yet dared not imagine. Damn it, this fellow has directly transformed Whole Cake Island. I must ensure the safety of this guest. Katakuri stood by, feeling as though his head was about to burst. Between Luo Ya and Big Mom, the battle could unfold at will. However, the remaining tasks were theirs to bear. Should this confrontation result in the demise of any esteemed guests, it would be a burden they could never shoulder, as it would spell the utter demise of the second tea party. As Katakuri and others scurried about to provide support and prevent widespread devastation, Big Mom's fury finally erupted. 0. I shall bring about your demise. Her voice, sharp and menacing, echoed with a murderous intent that even those beyond the island could perceive. With a furious bellow, she took a step forward, causing the ground to crack once more. Her bloodshot eyes revealed a woman teetering on the brink of rage. "Napoleon! Prometheus!" she cried out. The blade of Napoleon, perched above her, responded to Big Mom's summons, instantly springing forth with a lethal edge, firmly grasped in her hand. Cloaked in the armor of Haki, it surged downward with a ferocious momentum aimed directly at Luo Ya. The sword's edge was so fierce that even before it descended completely, a tempest arose, swirling with fragments of earth, all hurtling towards Luo Ya. It formed a semicircular arc, crashing into the ground with blinding speed, shattering the roots of trees in its wake. Whoosh! A brilliant, dazzling slash filled the air, leaving onlookers in sheer astonishment, frozen in place with wide, unblinking eyes, transfixed by the spectacle before them. Yet, even in the face of this formidable assault that sent shivers down the spines of countless spectators, Roya remained unfazed. "I said, Is your strength truly limited to this? What then is the purpose of being one of the four emperors? As Ryūjin's voice faded, I heard him declare, the 8 gates of Ryūjin formation, Death Gate, open. Luo Ya exhibited no reservations, immediately approaching the final gate. A crimson steam enveloped her, akin to the essence of flames. Luo Ya felt as if his body had become weightless, while a tremendous warmth coursed through him, creating a grand cycle within. This sensation rendered him utterly unburdened, to the extent that he believed a mere step could propel him dozens of meters forward. This feeling caused Luo Ya's eyes to widen in astonishment. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, and a figure, reminiscent of a specter, materialized before the strike. Luo Ya did not even utilize the armament hockey for encirclement. Instead, he unleashed a flurry of rapid jabs, targeting a singular point with fervent intensity. The air beneath this technique was incessantly compressed, only to burst forth in a grand release. The shape of the air cannon resembled that of a fierce tiger. This was known as the Day Tiger from the 8 gates of Ryūjin. In Chapter 80, the formidable Big Mom clashed with Roya's Day Tiger, resulting in a cataclysmic collision. A thunderous roar reverberated in the ears of all present. Boom! The very ground seemed to tremble and sway under the tremendous force. Rumble! The earth quaked as if it were on the verge of collapse, howling in agony, the piercing sound soaring to the heavens. A tempest swept through the sky, thickening the clouds ominously. Those witnessing this spectacle bore expressions of sheer terror. As the ground continued to quake and the roots of chaos surged forth, Katakuri was engulfed by despair. This individual was undeniably formidable. Yet, inexplicably, he appeared rather dashing. Bruley instinctively voiced this thought, prompting the gazes of her family members to converge upon her. In an instant, Bruley transformed into her dark persona, believing that only by shattering this visage could she bring solace to her mother. Stop chatting and come help. We must ensure the safety of all the esteemed guests, understood? Yes, understood, brother. However, before they could take any action, Luo Ya had already advanced to the front of Big Mom. One could hear his voice, reminiscent of a demon, echoing in her ears. Big Mom, out of pity for your plight, I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of the nun. Beneath the shadows of the cloak, a hint of a smile graced the corners of Luo Ya's lips. Seizing the moment while the elderly woman was still grappling with disbelief, Luo Ya leaned in and whispered in a tone only she could hear. The nun has always been with you. She resides within your very being, having been consumed by you. What? The elderly woman was struck with profound shock. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Luo Ya further remarked, it is not only the nuns, even your former companions have all been devoured by you, one after another. The words of Luo Ya pierced through like the most formidable blade, ruthlessly striking at the most vulnerable point of Big Mom. Impossible. Impossible. You must be deceiving me. At that moment, chaos filled her eyes. She could hardly believe this was the truth, yet her subconscious affirmed that Roya's assertion was utterly accurate. In an instant, Big Mom seemed to be transported back to the day she and her companions were scattered, a hazy recollection revealing her own weaknesses. Known as the iron balloon, Big Mom's defenses would significantly wane in her frenzied state. In Roya's eyes, a single decisive blow could spell her doom. This was precisely the outcome he sought, as he had no desire to engage in a protracted battle with Big Mom that could stretch over 3 grueling days and nights. The physical toll it would exact on him was simply too great, and most importantly, the variables would only multiply with the passage of time. Roya cannot guarantee whether her former lover, Kaido, will rush to her aid upon hearing the news. Alternatively, Shanks may wish to maintain equilibrium upon the seas, ensuring the presence of the 4 emperors, and thus come to her assistance. The arrival of either individual would not bode well for Roya. Therefore, she must seize the opportunity while Big Mom reveals her fatal weaknesses. Roya murmured softly, all things under heaven are but ashes, the blade of flame. As his words echoed, a magnificent inferno engulfed the spectator's gaze. The flames surged upward like a mighty river, illuminating the sky in an instant, akin to a flash of lightning. The dark clouds vanished. Thunder and rain dissipated, leaving only the fierce flames that spread across the expanse of the heavens. Ace, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astounded. Though he too dabbled in fire, the intensity of this blaze evoked an unprecedented thrill within him. It was unlike the heavenly flames wielded by Big Mom. It felt more akin to confronting an exalted fire. It bore a resemblance to the suppression found among the devil fruits. Remarkable. This was extraordinarily formidable. Ace's eyes sparkled like stars as he gazed at Roya, filled with an indescribable reverence, a reverence for the powerful. The ability to manipulate flames with such artistry elicited profound admiration from Ace. The flames were once again consumed by the blade of fire in Ryūjin Jakka's hand, enveloping him in a chilling aura that sent shivers through the onlookers, as if they had plunged into a frozen abyss. A bone-chilling dread, akin to a void, took root in their hearts. At that moment, Stussy turned to Morgans, a playful smile gracing her lips. It appears that once again, victory is mine. Stussy's eyes, much like Ace's, shimmered with an understanding unique to them, as if to validate her assertion. Suddenly, Ryūjin in the sky sprang into action. Activating the 8 gates, he gripped the blade of fire and descended sharply. A streak of fire materialized in the air, seemingly imprinted upon the atmosphere. When they glanced back at Ryūjin, he had already positioned himself behind Big Mom. Beginning to sheath his blade, he whispered in a tone only he could perceive, "Now we can commence the next phase of the plan." In the distance, the phantasmal is, retrieving a golden transponder snail from his attire, unhesitatingly pressed its button. The Demon Slayer order was activated. Simultaneously, Ryūjin's strike unleashed its true might. A dazzling sword light erupted, spewing forth flames that flooded the vision of all present. Big Mom's arm, even her abdomen, fell in a diagonal line, blood erupting forth. This sight left many of the Charlotte family's offspring collapsed on the ground in disbelief. How could this be? This is absolutely impossible. Mother, how could she be defeated? This cannot be true. I refuse to believe it. This strike is truly terrifying, utterly horrifying. It seems that from this day forth, Big Mom's reputation will diminish, while Zero will rise to prominence across the seas. Anyone who attended this tea party could feel the sheer terror of this blow, its extraordinary power, unparalleled speed, and exceptional control, all of which are nothing short of supreme. Yet, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a barrage of cannon fire echoed in their ears. What is happening? What is the source of this cannonade? Report to Lord Katakuri. Yes, it's the Navy. The Navy has arrived. When Katakuri heard his subordinate's report, he momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure. Bruley, brother, I'm here. Open the mirror world. We must retreat immediately. Chapter 81. Digging one's own grave, the birth of an organization. The anguished cries of Big Mom resonated in everyone's ears, followed by her collapsing due to her severe injuries. At this moment, Katakuri naturally assumed the role of acting captain, commanding Bruley to activate the mirror world and facilitate their escape. The mirror world is a unique technique possessed by Bruley, who consumed the mirror fruit. No one can enter this realm without her permission. The esteemed guests present were utterly shocked to witness the Big Mom pirates making their hasty retreat. Are they truly planning to withdraw like this? How infuriating. It was they who invited us here, yet now they abandon us. It is likely that the position of the Yonko has already been usurped by that fellow, Zero. Once defeated, their survival instinct naturally takes precedence. Who would have thought that the inaugural tea party would lead Big Mom to dig her own grave? Never mind, let us refrain from such discussions and flee at once. Undoubtedly, this island is doomed. Ace, under the control of Roa, began to descend slowly from the sky. Subsequently, Roa ignored Ace, directing his attention towards his Noah's Arkansas. He could now exit the scene. The remaining matter concerned the identity of the white dove. Just then, Ace caught up from behind, enduring the pain coursing through him, and called out to Roa, wait, Zero. Roa disregarded Ace and continued his journey towards the Ark of Noah. Zero, grant me entry into your organization. I seek to refine my skills within your ranks and become a mightier individual. I wish to demonstrate to those who scorn the four seas the true extent of our power. Ace declared passionately, his fists clenched in indignation as he faced Roya. No, came the curt reply, your strength is insufficient. Ace possessed remarkable talent, being the son of the Pirate King. Yet he harbored deep-seated insecurities that prevented him from wielding his conqueror's haki. He believed this ability was a legacy inherited from Gold Roger. Thus, apart from saving Luffy once in his youth, he had never utilized it again. Moreover, he had developed a significant reliance on his devil fruit powers. In summary, he held immense potential that remained largely untapped. Upon hearing Roya's words, Ace felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His hands tightened into fists, an inexplicable sense of suffocation filling his heart. Initially, he had embarked on his journey from East Blue's Windmill Village, sailing towards the Grand Line. Along the way, he encountered numerous pirates who proved no match for him, leading him to believe that his strength surpassed that of many. Thus, he ventured into the New World, hoping to validate his prowess by defeating Big Mom. Yet, reality struck him hard, revealing that his prior success was largely attributable to sheer luck. as he had faced only weaker foes and never encountered anyone stronger than himself. Consequently, after his defeat at the hands of Big Mom and subsequent rescue by Luo Ya, a seed of determination was planted within Ace. He yearned to grow stronger. Please, allow me to join you. I aspire to become more formidable and to roam freely across these vast seas. At that moment, the surroundings were deserted. The crowd had dispersed in a panic. The inhabitants of the island appeared utterly frantic, leaving only Luo Ya and Ace behind. Luo Ya's footsteps came to a halt. He turned to face Ace, who felt a flicker of unease within him. He could not discern the gaze concealed beneath Luo Ya's cloak. Anxious and tense, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. You possess great potential, Luo Ya remarked, igniting a surge of elation in Ace's heart. However, just as he opened his mouth to respond, Luo Ya continued, "Yet, I do not sense the determination within you to grow stronger." Pausing momentarily, Luo Ya lowered his voice to a whisper that only Ace could hear. "You have been resisting the power of inheritance, have you not? The son of Gold, Roger." Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Amidst the towering roots of Cake Island, Ace's heart quaked, and he instinctively questioned Luo Ya. "How do you know this?" "I know more than you can imagine. Luffy and Sabo, they are both your brothers, are they not?" With every word that Luo Ya uttered, Ace felt his heart grow colder. He was entirely unfamiliar with the individual before him. However, this person seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the affairs concerning the three brothers. Could it be that this was the intelligence network of the organization? How formidable it must be. "If you wish to avoid future regrets, embrace this power," Luo Ya declared. The power of guardianship. Having said this, he ceased to engage with Ace. Whether Ace could comprehend his words was of no concern to Luo Ya. After all, his absence would not be missed. Yet, just as Luo Ya turned away, a formidable haki surged forth from his back. In that instant, Ace took a step forward, extending his fist towards Luo Ya, and implored, "Please allow me to join you. I yearn to grow stronger, to wield my own power to protect those I wish to safeguard." "Your understanding appears commendable. Since you have unraveled your inner turmoil, I congratulate you on joining us. However, let me forewarn you, our training is exceptionally arduous. No matter how challenging it may be, I fear not, as long as I can become stronger." As the incantation activated, Ace felt his body involuntarily lift into the air. Alongside him ascended the Ark of Noah, from which Luo Ya and Ace swiftly departed into the skies. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Ace's eyes as he exclaimed, "Sailing through the heavens, how magnificent this is! By the way, Zero, what is the name of our organization?" Upon hearing Ace's words, Luo Ya's lips curled slightly in a smirk. "The name of the organization is known as the Morning and Evening Bird." Morning and Evening Bird, Ace echoed. Yet he failed to grasp the significance. Thus, Luo Ya took a moment to elucidate. The term morning and evening refers to the raven. Countless individuals harbor disdain and fear towards ravens, perceiving them as harbingers of death. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that ravens are among the most filial and disciplined of all avian species. Indeed, the raven symbolizes the bird of peace. The bird of peace. In an instant, a brighter light ignited in Ace's eyes. At that moment, he suddenly perceived the vast expanse of a cerulean sky before him, in every conceivable sense. Chapter 82. Ace joins the pirate endeavor on the open sea. Dozens of warships, under the command of Kizaru, advanced towards Cake Island. Continuous cannon fire erupted, raining down countless shells upon the island. Explosions erupted from the roots and earth, creating small nests. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over them. Kizaru gazed skyward, where the Ark of Noah ascended steadily. Without hesitation, he produced a transponder snail from his pocket and reported to the Vice Admiral, Vice Admiral Pigeon. "It appears that is the vessel of the mysterious individual above. Should we intercept it?" "No need. Our sole objective this time is to annihilate the big MOM pirates." "Understood." Kizaru, his eyes gleaming with determination, replied, "Then I shall exert my full strength this time. I will accept threefold your remuneration." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Kizaru's eyes lit up. "Oh la la. Then I must express my gratitude to you, Vice Admiral Pigeon." As Kizaru's voice faded, he transformed into a beam of light, swiftly racing towards Cake Island. Meanwhile, Luo Ya utilized the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, adjusting his identity to that of Vice Admiral Pigeon. He extended his hand and snapped his fingers in the air. The disguise enveloping Luo Ya shattered, revealing his gentle smile. In the next moment, he clasped his hands together, and a white aura began to emanate from him incessantly. Susanoo, the white dove. The pinnacle of armament haki enveloped him. The white of Susanoo intertwined with the black of armament haki, merging like the harmonious balance of yin and yang. Chafe, Luo Ya unleashed the peak of the Navy's 6 styles, relentlessly reaping the lives of those pirates, gradually diminishing the strength of the Big Mom pirates. Most of the direct family members had already entered BRLE's mirror world. Katakuri observed the Navy gradually ascending the island, his hands clenched tightly, a myriad of emotions etched across his face. Without lingering any longer, Katakuri was the last to venture into the mirror world. The mirror world sealed itself. The Big Mom pirates vanished entirely from Cake Island. However, this did not imply that the island was devoid of life. On the contrary, numerous factions still remained under the banner of the Big Mom pirates. These factions were precisely the targets the Navy aimed to suppress during this operation. Many attendees of the Tea Party had not brought weapons, as they were primarily stored on their ships. Consequently, most individuals were unable to exert their full strength. Under the relentless onslaught of the White Dove, Luo Ya, many were defeated. Upon hearing Luo Ya's promise of triple pay, Admiral Kazuru shifted into full combat mode. A barrage of light bullets rained down from the sky. At this moment, the might of Admiral Kazuru was indelibly etched into the minds of the assembled Navy. No one had anticipated the true extent of his power. I had always thought Admiral Kazara had risen through the ranks effortlessly, yet he proved to be immensely formidable. It was utterly astonishing. Admiral Kazara was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Who, then, was the stronger between Admiral Kazuru and Admiral Luo Ya? Rather than pondering such matters, wouldn't it be wiser to focus on accumulating military merit and striving for advancement? Luo Ya, unbeknownst to him, suddenly found himself beside the naval soldiers, addressing them with a commanding presence. General White Dove. The startled sailors immediately rendered a salute to Luo Ya. Luo Ya, indifferent, waved his hand and softly remarked, I have been quite fatigued these past few days. The majority of the island has been thoroughly cleared. You may proceed with the search while I take a brief respite. Understood, General White Dove. Upon receiving Luo Ya's command, the naval soldiers hastened to Cake Island, embarking on a frenzied sweep, determined to scour every inch for treasure. Many, driven by insatiable greed, even contemplated seizing opportunities here. However, despite their exhaustive efforts to rummage through the entire island, they found not a single belly. Damn it, what is going on? Has someone beaten us to it? No. It must have been the Big Mom pirates who took everything. Their disbelief festered, igniting their determination. They could not accept that there would be no treasure on Cake Island, the very stronghold of Big Mom. Surely, their search had been insufficiently thorough. Thus, they sought out Kazuru and, with an abundance of riches as bait, persuaded him to obliterate the Big Mom's palace on Cake Island. Yet, still, not a solitary belly could be uncovered. Behind Luo Ya, draped in a robe of justice, he gazed upon the unfolding scenes before him, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Truly, the barbarity exhibited here surpasses that of pirates. After uttering these words, Luo Ya slowly returned to his cabin aboard the warship. At this juncture, Morgans, the epitome of super-efficiency, had tirelessly worked to print the newspapers. He then dispatched them across the sea via the newsbirds. The enigmatic organization, Zero, has commenced with the annihilation of the Big Mom pirates. Faced with the demon-slaying edict from whole Cake Island, the audacious schemes of the Navy, countless captivating headlines adorned the front page, capturing the attention of all. The names of Admiral Pigeon and Zero spread wildly across the ocean. Regardless of the island, the majority of its inhabitants had already heard whispers of these two figures. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard reclined in a massive chair, listening to Marco as he reported the latest happenings across the seas. Marco had just returned from the newsbird, having spent 200 berries on a newspaper. The moment he opened it, he was rendered speechless. His expression caught the attention of the other crew members. Marco, your expression seems rather peculiar. What transpired upon the ocean? Speak up, don't dawdle. Are you not a man? One crew member urged him. Snapping back to reality, Marco announced to the crew, Big Mom has been defeated by that mysterious figure, who goes by the name of Zero, and is backed by an organization. In mere moments, the entire crew was left in utter shock. The ship was enveloped in a profound silence. Whitebeard, with his medicine bottles hanging, also wore a grave expression. He had not anticipated that Big Mom's tea party would end in outright failure. This sea is destined to grow even more chaotic. Whitebeard's words echoed throughout the ship. At that moment, a crew member approached Whitebeard, holding a fruit in hand. Old man, do not dwell on such disheartening matters. I have just salvaged this fruit from the sea. Hearing these words, Blackbeard turned to the captain, his grip tightening around the fruit, his pupils narrowing sharply. In his heart, Blackbeard mused, the dark fruit, a mysterious organization. Chapter 83. To indulge in sake and select the fruit. The contents of the newspaper continued to ferment upon the vast ocean. Upon laying eyes on this particular newspaper, Kaido tore it to shreds with fervor, casting the fragments aside. "Big Mom," he lamented. "It seems you have not prioritized the enhancement of your own strength during this time. All this talk of the world, merely the ramblings of a dreamer. The only true path is the elevation of one's own power." Kaido spoke earnestly to himself, yet Big Mom remained oblivious. As she and her allies recuperated within Broly's mirror realm, a sanctuary for her. Simultaneously, Kaido etched the name of Zero into his memory. The red-haired emperor, too, had caught sight of the newspaper. Big Mom has been defeated, he sighed, contemplating the ensuing chaos upon the seas. He tucked the newspaper away, gazing across the ocean, lost in thought. Since Luo Ya's victory over Big Mom, the inhabitants of the sea had begun to reverently refer to him as one of the four emperors, even drawing comparisons to Whitebeard himself. However, Luo Ya paid no heed to such empty titles, focusing instead on bringing Ace to an island conducive to his training. He stowed away the Ark Noah and dispelled the illusion. Meanwhile, Luo Ya and his companions returned to Marineford. Upon their return to Marineford, both Roa and Kizaru promptly made their way to the office of Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, already aware of the news, understood that this extermination decree had culminated in a resounding victory. However, there were no spoils to be found. "Do enlighten me. What transpired?" Sengoku inquired, his arms crossed as he regarded Kizaru and Roa. Kizaru shrugged, casting a sidelong glance at Roa, his mood somewhat disheartened. After all, the salary increase Roa had mentioned was contingent upon the rewards from this mission. Yet now, he found no trace of even a single belly among the spoils. He feared that his hopes for a tripling of his salary might evaporate. "Reporting to you, Admiral, after dispatching those minions, I returned to the warship, and all collection tasks were executed under Kizaru's leadership." The implication of Luo Ya's words was that it had nothing to do with him whatsoever. Kizaru nodded in acknowledgement, aware that Luo Ya had been expending considerable effort to maintain his illusion, which had been quite exhausting. After dealing with the minor foes, he returned to the warship, entrusting the collection task to Kizaru. Hence, this report should be delivered by him. Reporting to the esteemed Admiral, "We have scoured every corner of Cake Island, yet we have not uncovered even a single belly. Therefore, I surmise that the Big Mom pirates must have long since relocated all their wealth to the mirror world." Sengoku nodded thoughtfully. Regardless of the circumstances, the Navy's reputation had been firmly established this time. After a deep sigh, he addressed Luo Ya and Kizaru, saying, "You have both worked hard this time. Do take the time to rest well." Luo Ya and the Yellow Ape exited the office of the Warring States. Roya turned to Admiral Kizaru and said, "Admiral Kizaru, I am aware of a delightful barbecue restaurant in the Sabaody archipelago. Shall we go and indulge in its offerings?" "Oh, is that so?" "Absolutely." Kizaru's eyes sparkled at the mention of the barbecue. His greatest pleasures were indeed barbecued delicacies and sake. Finally, Kizaru remarked to Roya, "In that case, allow me to take care of the bill." "Of course, that is perfectly fine. Let us be on our way." Roya addressed Kizaru and then activated his peak shave, causing his speed to soar remarkably. Kizaru, not to be outdone, transformed into a beam of light, swiftly heading towards the Sabaody archipelago as well. Within approximately a minute, they both arrived at the archipelago. Their arrival times were nearly identical. Upon seeing Roya, who had also reached the Sabaody archipelago at the same moment, Kizaru remarked, "Vice Admiral, I never anticipated your speed would be so extraordinary. Truly, it has taken me by surprise." "It's merely a small matter," Roya replied. "Let us proceed to indulge in the delectable cuisine that establishment offers." With that, Roya led Kizaru to Shikuyaku's bar. Upon noticing Roya and Kizaru, Shikuyaki momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure. "Welcome. What can I get for you two?" "2 cups of sake and 10 skewers of yakitori, please." "Certainly." Luo Ya glanced around before addressing Aunt Xiao. "And Xiao, where is that skilled craftsman who applied the coating? I have yet to express my gratitude to him. His craftsmanship is truly exceptional. I have never encountered such a remarkable artisan before." Aunt Xiao smiled gently at Luo Ya and then led him aside. She inquired, "Luo Ya, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? How could you bring the Yellow Ape here? Are you not concerned that he might discover this place?" Luo Ya replied reassuringly, "Rest assured, even if he were to find out, Given the yellow ape's nature, he would not take any action, as there is no benefit for him. It would only be a thankless endeavor. As Roo Ya spoke, he cast a glance at Kizaru, a smile gracing his lips. Shortly thereafter, the two emerged after having finished their meal, courtesy of Aunt Xiao's extortion. No sooner had they stepped outside than Roo Ya spotted an individual draped in pink feathers approaching them. "Long time no see, pigeon," he exclaimed. "Oh, is that not Don Quixote Doflamingo? Has he been released?" Chuckling, he added, "Thanks to you. I've had the chance to experience what prison feels like. No need for gratitude. Should you desire another taste, do let me know. I can assist you." Roo Ya had long anticipated Doflamingo's release. After all, he was once a celestial dragon. Upon returning to his residence, Roo Ya encountered Stella and Ain. Luo Ya beckoned to Stella and said, "Stella, come here for a moment. I have a few devil fruits for you to choose from." These devil fruits, of course, were taken from Big Mom's Cake Island. Roo Ya not only seized the devil fruits, but spared nothing, placing everything into the confines of the system space. This explains why they could not locate the devil fruits, nor even Bailey. Upon hearing Roo Ya's words, Stella paused, taken aback. She never anticipated that Roo Ya would genuinely bring her the devil fruits. Standing before him, her heart swelled with an unprecedented excitement, a profound sense of significance washing over her. Chapter 84. The mythical Zoan fruit, mysterious and powerful. Sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room with a warm glow. Stella gazed at the several fruits laid upon the table by Roo Ya, her eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears. It was an indescribable feeling. Once, she had been a mere slave, resigned to a life shrouded in darkness. Yet, fate had bestowed upon her the encounter with Roo Ya, the man who would rescue her from her abyss. With unwavering resolve, Stella looked at Roo Ya and, without hesitation, bent her knees to kneel before him. "Thank you, my master. My life belongs to you. No matter what transpires henceforth, I shall never betray you." Roo Ya swiftly helped Stella to her feet and said to her, "Did I not mention before? We are partners, not master and servant. Do you understand?" Stella nodded vigorously, yet in her heart, she still regarded Roo Ya as her irreplaceable master for a lifetime. Roo Ya was well aware of Stella's thoughts, so she refrained from saying much. Instead, she gestured toward the table and said, "All right, Stella, now choose the fruit you desire." Upon hearing Roo Ya's words, Stella turned her gaze to the table where 5 fruits lay. These fruits had been meticulously selected by Roo Ya from the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, allowing Stella to choose from only the finest options. Thus, no matter which fruit Stella selected based on her instincts, it would undoubtedly be a remarkably powerful one. Stella examined the 5 fruits before her and subsequently chose the one on the far right. "Are you certain?" Roo Ya inquired. Stella nodded in affirmation, confirming her choice. "In that case, go ahead and take a bite. Just a small one will suffice and won't affect the fruit's abilities." "Understood," Stella replied obediently, having heard tales of how dreadful the taste of devil fruits could be. Therefore, when she picked up the fruit from the table, she merely took a slight bite to signify consumption. Nevertheless, her expression soon revealed a hint of discomfort. "How awful." Nearby, Ing couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing Stella's reaction, as it reminded her of her own experience with devil fruits. Back then, she had been unaware that only a single bite was necessary. She had devoured the entire fruit. The memory of that taste was something Ain would prefer to forget. "Do you feel any changes in your body?" Upon hearing Roo Ya's words, Stella closed her eyes and began to meticulously sense the transformations occurring within her body. At that moment, a pitch-black aura began to manifest within the room, emanating from Stella herself. Her form gradually underwent a remarkable metamorphosis as strange patterns emerged across her skin. Her slender arms transformed into 2 razor-sharp blades, and her elongated legs similarly morphed into lethal edges. Her limbs radiated mysterious and exquisite designs, and Stella's entire presence resembled that of a fearsome demoness emerging from the depths of an abyss. Her hair became a deep crimson hue, and even the color of her pupils shifted at that instant. Ain, observing this astonishing spectacle, was utterly taken aback. It was undeniable that Stella's transformation was profoundly significant, starkly contrasting with her appearance when she first consumed the fruit. She had spent considerable time researching its purpose after ingestion, yet Stella was able to invoke such a direct change in her physique. This was beyond Ain's imagination. In contrast, Roo Ya nodded approvingly from the side. "Indeed. Why not take a few steps to see if you experience any discomfort?" Upon hearing Roo Ya's suggestion, Stella attempted to walk a few paces. Her transformed feet, now resembling blades, were exceedingly sharp, leaving shallow scratches on the ground with each step. It could be said that Stella had become a living weapon, an embodiment of unparalleled sharpness. The sensation of walking was not particularly troublesome, though it felt rather peculiar. Stella communicated this observation to Luo Ya. Luo Ya nodded thoughtfully beside her. It was entirely natural to feel peculiar, especially considering that you had only just consumed the fruit. With time, you would adapt well enough. At that moment, Stella turned her gaze towards a nearby mirror. In its reflection, she beheld her own visage. Just as Stella slightly furrowed her brow, Luo Ya approached Stella from behind, enveloping her in a warm embrace. As he caressed her flowing locks, he spoke softly, "Stella, you appear remarkably commanding, exuding an aura of enigmatic beauty." Enigmatic beauty? Stella instinctively echoed, her heart sinking slightly as she caught sight of her own reflection. Indeed, her appearance was rather fierce. Her limbs had transformed into lethal blades, resembling a thorny rose, captivating yet perilous, steeped in darkness. She even felt a twinge of regret for having chosen this particular fruit. However, Luo Ya's words lifted her from her momentary melancholy. After all, this was a gift bestowed upon her by her master, Luo Ya. How could she harbor any disdain? With this thought, Stella gazed at Luo Ya, whose lips curled into a warm smile, and declared, "Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations, nor will I squander this devil fruit. I am determined to unearth my potential and grow ever stronger." Upon hearing Stella's resolve, Luo Ya's smile widened with joy. He had sensed a flicker of inner turmoil within her, but thankfully, she had emerged from it. At that moment, Ain turned to Luo Ya and inquired, "My lord Luo Ya, do you know what type of devil fruit this is? It possesses such a commanding presence. This fruit is known as the Zoan type, human fruit, mythical beast form, Rakshasi." After Luo Ya spoke, he added that it was a type of mythical beast akin to the devil fruit of Sengoku. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Ain was momentarily taken aback. Having grown up in the Navy, she was well aware of the formidable power possessed by Sengoku. It is worth noting that during his time as an admiral, Sengoku wielded this fruit to devastating effect. However, beyond the fruit's capabilities, it was Sengoku's intellect that was truly formidable. At that moment, Ain turned to Stella and encouraged her, saying, "Stella, judging by your outward demeanor, your offensive prowess should surpass that of Admiral Sengoku's fruit. You must give it your all." Stella glanced at Luo Ya, a smile gracing her lips. With her hands, sharp as blades, crossed defiantly over her chest, she proclaimed with great confidence, "Indeed." Chapter 85, The Scheming Kizaru. Best of 3. After experimenting with a few abilities of the fruit, Stella reverted from her transformed state. As night had fallen, she needed to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Luo Ya. Observing the two young women in the room, assisting one another in the culinary endeavor, was a sight to behold. Luo Ya relished the present moment, for the pursuit of strength is ultimately to live more comfortably. It is essential to recognize that in this vast ocean, the law of the jungle prevails. Before long, the dawn of the second day arrived. Luo Ya awoke from her slumber, stretched languidly, and made her way to the living room. Ain had retreated to his own chamber, leaving only Stella, who was clad in an apron, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Upon noticing Luo Ya, Stella addressed her, saying, "My lady, the Supreme Commander of the Warring States just called via the telephone bug, requesting that you visit him after you finish your breakfast." "Very well, I understand," Luo Ya replied. Luo Ya nodded thoughtfully and subsequently took a seat, awaiting the commencement of the meal. "How well has the fruit adapted? It is now capable of transforming freely." "That is splendid. Let us engage in diligent training. At the very least, the fruit must awaken. Do you understand?" "Understood, master." For Luo Ya, to navigate the vast seas without restraint, reaching the stage of awakening is imperative. With such a state, even if one cannot prevail in battle, the chances of escape would significantly increase. Therefore, Luo Ya holds those around him to the same standard. After finishing breakfast, Luo Ya proceeded to the office of Sengoku. Upon arrival, he noticed that Kizaru was also present. "Admiral, have you summoned me for a specific matter?" Luo Ya casually settled onto the sofa before Sengoku. Sengoku uttered little, merely extending 2 documents from his desk towards Luo Ya and Kizaru. "This time, the demon extermination order has been executed exceptionally well. This is a reward bestowed upon you by the esteemed 5 elders." Sengoku paused briefly before adding, "However, there is but one reward, and it necessitates a decision from both of you." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Luo Ya contemplatively opened the document. What met his gaze was the grand title, Reform and Allocation of the Scientific Corps. Upon encountering the word scientific core, Roya's pupils dilated in shock. It is noteworthy that within the present Navy, all naval vessels, weaponry, and even technology far surpassing the current era are products of the Special Operations Scientific Corps. This unit is extraordinarily unique, and once under one's command, it wields significant influence. In the original narrative, it was Kizaru who seized control of the Scientific Corps. However, this time, Roya is present and will not relinquish it easily. At this moment, Kizaru, with his notoriously infuriating tone, remarked, "Oh la la. I did not expect the reward to be the Scientific Corps." Kizaru closed the file, reclining on the couch with his legs crossed, lost in contemplation. Sengoku, observing the two before him, expressed his thoughts. Due to the exceptional nature of this reward, the ultimate ownership must be determined by yourselves. However, the remaining individual will receive tenfold the Navy's salary. Tenfold the salary. In comparison to the Scientific Corps, this pales significantly. Anyone with a modicum of sense would know how to make the choice. Kizaru then turned to Roya and stated, "General Pigeon, your strength has become remarkably formidable. If you are willing to cede the Scientific Corps to me, I promise that any research achievements will be at your disposal immediately." Kizaru added, "Of course. You will not need to spend a single penny." Upon hearing Kizaru's words, a slight smile graced Roya's lips, revealing a demeanor that appeared exceedingly gentle to outsiders. "General Kizaru, I have long been aware of the incredible prowess of the Scientific Corps and have yearned for such a unit. I wonder, would you be willing to fulfill this modest wish of mine?" Sengoku gazed helplessly at the two, sensing the palpable tension in the air. After learning of this situation, he had voiced his concerns, yet they were dismissed by the Gorosei. Frustrated with their approach, Sengoku understood that the Gorosei aimed to diminish the Pigeon faction's dominance within the Navy, thus opting to bolster either Roya or Kizaru in Akiji's absence. Even if Kizaru, representing the Salty Fish faction, were to acquire the Scientific Corps, Sengoku would not find it particularly alarming. After all, he knows Kizaru well enough to understand that he harbors little ambition and possesses a rather ambiguous sense of justice. Conversely, placing the Scientific Corps in Roya's hands would be a different matter. Sengoku holds great respect for Roya's capabilities, especially in light of his growing influence on the seas. Roya can undoubtedly be regarded as the star general of the Navy. In terms of both strength and prestige, he surpasses the other two by a considerable margin. However, once the scientific unit is entrusted to Roya, it will undoubtedly augment his influence significantly, thereby giving rise to a new faction within the Navy, a prospect that Sengoku, as the leader of the Dove faction, would certainly prefer to avoid. Yet, paradoxically, it is also a scenario that Sengoku, in his capacity as commander, yearns to witness. This is due to Roya's remarkable capabilities, which far exceed those of his contemporaries. Were he to assume command, it is conceivable that the seas would become more tranquil, restoring peace upon the waters. Thus, Sengoku finds himself in a quandary, struggling to make a choice. Consequently, his decision is to abstain from making one. Let Roya and Kizaru vie for dominance. Whoever secures the leadership of the scientific unit shall possess it. General Kizaru, I trust you were satisfied with yesterday's sake and yakitori? Upon hearing Roya's words, Kizaru couldn't help but twitch his mouth. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. After all, he had indulged in a complimentary meal the previous day. Nevertheless, Kizaru, possessing a thick skin, rose from his seat, turned to Roya, and said, "General White Dove, in that case, shall we engage in a fair competition? Oh, what shall we compete in?" Roya gazed gently at Kizaru, yet the brilliance in his eyes revealed his intentions. It was straightforward, to engage in a contest, best 2 out of 3. Best 2 out of 3. Indeed, it would not be a contest between us, but rather a duel between our subordinates. What do you think? Kizaru inquired. He was acutely aware that the Dove possessed peak Busashoka haki, along with the formidable synergy of the Moku no Mi, complemented by the pinnacle of the Rokushiki techniques. In terms of speed and strength, he realized he could not gain the upper hand. Thus, Kizaru proposed this arrangement. Chapter 86. As you wish, subordinates clash. Roya cast a glance at Kizaru, a smile gracing his lips, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. It was unclear how long had passed when Roya finally spoke to Kizaru, saying, "Very well, as you wish. Roya, you must think this through. This is a contest between subordinates." Sengoku sought to caution him. In response, Roya simply remarked, "I never engage in endeavors without preparation." Upon hearing this, Kizaru felt a weight settle deeper within him. Just as he was about to initiate the competition, Roya turned to him and said, General Kizaru, if that is the case, shall we convene for our contest in a month's time? I trust that poses no issue. The latter part of his statement was directed towards Sengoku, who nodded in agreement, affirming that a month's time was indeed manageable. Kizaru opened his mouth to voice a reply, but, meeting Roya's gaze, he instead stated, Oh la la, since General Pigeon has spoken, then we shall meet in a month. With that, Kizaru's figure swiftly vanished from Sengoku's office. Sengoku regarded Roya, questioning, Are you truly certain this is advisable? Consider it a training opportunity for them. However, your resources are limited. Is it not solely on you can rely upon? Perhaps you might also include Khalifa, though she is currently engaged in secret training on an isolated island and cannot be withdrawn from that. In truth, you have but one ally available. Sengoku earnestly cautioned. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, I never embark on an endeavor unprepared, Roya replied confidently. After Luo Ya concluded his remarks, he exited the office of Sengoku. Observing Luo Ya's unwavering confidence, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. He pondered that when it came to Luo Ya's prowess, he believed that Kizaru might not be a match for him. However, in the context of a skirmish among subordinates, Sengoku was uncertain about Luo Ya's intentions. Truly, it was perplexing. Sengoku lightly tapped his head, dismissing further contemplation, and redirected his focus to the processing of other documents. As for the matter between Luo Ya and Kizaru, he decided to let them resolve it on their own. This news spread rapidly. Before long, the entirety of Marineford was abuzz with the revelation that Luo Ya and Kizaru were set to engage in a contest. Roya returned to his chamber. Upon entering, he immediately caught sight of Ein and Stella. Ein, have you completed your training for today? Indeed, Lord Roya. I have heard about this matter and was just about to discuss it with you. Loya sat in the chair, addressing the two women. You both must have heard about my duel with Huang Yuan. I nodded vigorously and saluted Loya, exclaiming, Lord Loya, we shall undoubtedly give our utmost effort. Loya replied, I am aware, for you two are indeed my most trusted confidants. Loya pondered aloud, contemplating whether to apply some pressure on them to hasten their growth. This time, her intentions were purely for the benefit of the two individuals, as she felt their recent training had been rather lax. Moreover, considering that Stella had just consumed the fruit, it seemed an opportune moment for advancement. Thus, Loya resolved to engage them in rigorous practice. However, Laya remarked, I heard this time it's a 3-on-3, but with only Stella and myself, we are short one participant. What shall we do about that? Just as Laya finished speaking, a knock echoed from the door. Loya snapped her fingers, and an apparition materialized before the entrance. Upon opening the door, it vanished into thin air. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a woman with flowing pale pink hair, stepping inside. Lord Loya, may I suggest Tina as our third member? Tina approached Loya, her resolve unwavering. Upon hearing the discussion, she had promptly made her decision, confident that her current abilities would surely catch Loya's attention. With this thought, Tina brimmed with self-assurance. Laya and Stella exchanged glances, uncertain of what to make of Tina's boldness. Upon hearing Tina's proposition, Loya rose from her seat. Tina, I appreciate your intentions, but I have already selected a third participant. At Loya's words, Tina's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Lord Loya, please pretend I never came. With that, she bolted towards the exit, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Had she just introduced herself only to be turned down? Wait, Tina, dinner is about to be served. Would you like to stay and eat first? As a young woman, she had taken the initiative to present herself. Regardless of the circumstances, Roya insisted on treating everyone to a meal. After some contemplation, Tina acquiesced, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity to draw closer to Roya. At the dining table, Tina inquired, Lord Roya, may I ask whom you intend to invite? A woman of remarkable prowess and swordsmanship, Roya replied, taking a bite of sashimi. It must be noted that in the realm of pirates, fish is an abundant resource. Upon hearing Roya's words, the three women fell into a pensive silence. Yet, as they rummaged through their memories, they could not recall who among the Navy was particularly skilled in swordsmanship. Before long, afternoon had arrived, and most of the Navy personnel were enjoying their break. Meanwhile, Roya made his way to another residential area of the Navy, the quarters designated for the commanders. By all accounts, the accommodations were rather commendable. Knock, knock, knock. Loya arrived at the entrance and gently knocked on the door. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a striking figure reminiscent of a commanding woman. The esteemed General White Dove. Indeed a rare visitor. In truth, I have long desired to pay you a visit. However, I have been exceedingly busy lately, and time has not permitted it. So I hope you will not take offense. Is it the recent competition that has prompted General White Dove to seek me out? Tao Tu inquired of Luo Ya. That is indeed one of the reasons. I sincerely apologize, General White Dove. Tao Tu looked at the figure before her and added, I shall not accept any invitations from either side. I kindly ask you to return the way you came. Tao Tu spoke to Luo Ya with unyielding firmness. Yet, at that moment, a faint smile graced Luo Ya's lips, a gentle expression as if he were effortlessly navigating the situation before him. Tao Tu, as a supplementary general, do you truly intend to decline my invitation? Luo Ya emphatically re-articulated the words acting as a substitute for the general, which instantly captivated the attention of Peach Rabbit. Chapter 87. Inviting Peach Rabbit to commence specialized training. Peach Rabbit furrowed her delicate brows and turned to face Luo Ya. What do you mean by that, General White Dove? She inquired coldly, her gaze fixed on Luo Ya as if seeking to uncover some hidden truth within his eyes. Will you not invite me in for a seat? Luo Ya smiled faintly at Peach Bunny. At that moment, Peach Bunny was utterly perplexed by Luo Ya's intentions. Without uttering much, she retreated into her room, turning her back to Luo Ya, and instructed, remember to close the door. Upon entering Peach Bunny's chamber, Luo Ya surveyed the surroundings. He was taken aback. For while Peach Bunny presented herself as a composed and mature figure, her room revealed a heart akin to that of a young girl. The space was adorned in a delightful array of pink decorations, with even the chair being a soft shade of pink, exuding a charming allure. Peach Bunny, sensing Luo Ya's gaze, emanated an icy demeanor that starkly contrasted with the cheerful decor, imparting a distinctly different atmosphere. Speak plainly, what is it that you desire? She inquired. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my faction. Your faction? Are you not aware that I am a member of the Doves? Peach Bunny shared a close bond with Crane, often referring to her as a sister. Although there was a noticeable age difference, it only served to highlight the depth of their relationship. Indeed, I am aware. It is precisely because I know that I feel an even deeper concern for you. Concern for me? I do not require your pity. Peach Bunny rose from her seat and approached the window, gazing out at the training grounds of Marin Vondo. It was evident that her heart was tumultuous, mirroring Luo Ya's assumptions. Peach Bunny, you are a reserve general, yet have you pondered why they do not support you? Even the resources you receive are filtered through a rigorous selection process before reaching you. With every word uttered by Luo Ya, Tao Tu's delicate fingers tightened further. This sensation was undeniably unpleasant. Throughout her journey, she had steadfastly aimed to become a general, tirelessly striving for excellence. Whether in martial arts or swordsmanship, she had attained a level far beyond that of the average woman. In fact, her swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of an aspiring supreme swordsman, poised to ascend to the intermediate realm of the unparalleled sword master at any moment. Yet, despite these accomplishments, she remained merely Tao Tu, the supplementary general. Thus, upon hearing Luo Ya's remark about being a supplementary general, her reaction was wholly understandable. It would be utterly implausible to claim that Tao Tu harbored no resentment in her heart. What can you offer me? Turning to face Luo Ya, her once formidable aura diminished considerably, no longer as frigid and unapproachable. Upon hearing her words, a subtle smile graced Luo Ya's lips. What do you desire? I shall grant you your wish. When Luo Ya uttered these words, he exuded an unparalleled confidence, a testament to his formidable strength. So, if I declare my desire for the position of general, how will you grant it to me? He inquired. It's quite simple. Should I ascend to the rank of marshal, you shall attain the title of general. When Luo Ya uttered these words, he did so with remarkable composure. Subsequently, he prepared a pot of fragrant tea, from which wisps of steam gracefully floated. Tao Tu gazed at the curling vapors, lost in thought. Clearly, she had not anticipated such a response from Luo Ya. She fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Should she align herself with Luo Ya's faction, she would inevitably be branded a traitor by the Dove faction. Although the warring states would remain silent, the already scarce resources would dwindle even further, a reality that Tao Tu could not accept. Nevertheless, given Luo Ya's current standing, becoming a marshal was not out of the realm of possibility. However, the only unpredictable element remained the warring states. If they made no blunders, it was uncertain how long the marshal's position could be maintained. Alternatively, it could be that Luo Ya harbored other, undisclosed schemes. Just as Tao Tu was about to inquire further, she snapped back to reality, noticing that the sun had already begun its descent beyond the horizon. A solitary sheet of white paper lay quietly on the table. At this moment, Luo Ya had returned to his residence. He summoned Stella and Ain to the training ground, intending to subject them to rigorous training designed to elevate their abilities by at least 3 tiers. On the training field, Luo Ya employed the 5 transformations of illusion. Each of the 5 phantoms possessed a fraction of Luo Ya's strength, making them perfect sparring partners for Stella and Ain. However, Stella hesitated when confronted by the 5 illusions. Master, I have only undergone physical training and have never engaged in combat training. I don't know how to fight at all. To this, Luo Ya replied succinctly, Stella, you must remember that as the embodiment of the Zoan type, mythical beast fruit, in the form of a Rakshasi, all you need to do is launch relentless attacks. The best defense is a frenzied offense. Strike at their weaknesses, forcing them to defend themselves. Do you understand? Yes, master. The words of Luo Ya, to Stella's ears, are akin to a divine decree. Luo Ya's commands to Stella are met with unwavering compliance. However, at that moment, Tina entered from outside. Luo Ya, following your instructions, I have procured the medicinal herbs, totaling 90 million berries. Here is the remaining 10 million berries. Tina, your efforts today have been commendable. Consider this 10 million berries as your reward for running errands. 10 million berries. Is it truly that much? Tina exclaimed, her delight evident. She had not anticipated such generosity from Luo Ya. This realization only deepened her desire to join Luo Ya's faction, which she found far more appealing than the Pigeon faction. It is worth noting that while the Pigeon faction is the largest within the Navy, its vast numbers lead to a disproportionate allocation of resources. This imbalance is precisely why Peach Rabbit harbors discontent. The term resources encompasses far more than mere berries. It includes warships, officers, attendants, weaponry, artillery, logistics, and particularly training. Upon reaching the rank of Rear Admiral, one can recruit criminals from the underwater prison for training, competitions, and executions, though the latter is an exception. After all, why would the Navy expend considerable funds to maintain a prison for pirates? Luo Ya transported the medicinal herbs into the room and addressed the assembly. Regarding the matter of training, you need not worry. Regardless of the nature of your injuries, I possess the ability to heal them, ensuring that no hidden afflictions remain upon you. All you need to do is to fight with confidence and boldness. Finally, Luo Ya turned to Tina and inquired, Tina, will you join us as well? Chapter 88. The competition begins. The maid steps into battle. A month has swiftly elapsed. During this month, Luo Ya primarily focused on training Ain's swordsmanship, elevating Ain to the intermediate level of a grand swordsman, which aligns with the swordsmanship standards of most vice admirals. In contrast, regarding Stella, Luo Ya emphasized physical strength and the development of her fruit abilities. However, what Luo Ya did not anticipate was Stella's extraordinary talent. Her proficiency in utilizing her fruit powers far surpassed his expectations. As for Tina, her strength had multiplied several times over compared to before. Nevertheless, since Tina was not the third participant, regardless of her prowess, Luo Ya did not intend to have her compete. The training ground was now teeming with a multitude of naval soldiers, all eager to witness this competition. Such opportunities were exceedingly rare in their everyday lives, and they were curious to see whether Luo Ya would secure victory or if Kizuru would emerge triumphant. I believe Pigeon is likely to lose, one soldier remarked. I share the same sentiment. After all, Pigeon's team consists entirely of women. Another chimed in. Hey, why do you say that? I envy Pigeon's charm with women even more. A third soldier interjected. But surely he cannot possibly defeat someone like Kizaru, can he? Sigh, Pigeon has been rather overconfident this time. Although these soldiers whispered among themselves with their heads bowed, their conversation was still overheard by Ain and the others. Ain turned to Luo Ya and inquired, Lord Luo Ya, could you enlighten me as to who our third participant is? Luo Ya chuckled, saying, well, it ultimately depends on her. If she does not agree, it would be as if there is no third party involved. Luo Ya remarked, however, isn't this a best-of-3 format? As long as the two of you can secure victory, it shouldn't matter if the third person is absent. After speaking, Luo Ya turned to gaze at Ain and Stella. The two women, filled with unwavering confidence, assured Luo Ya, rest assured. My lord, I shall not let you down. Indeed, my lord, Stella will also ensure your expectations are met. Luo Ya nodded slightly, yet she still stated, however, it is crucial to act within one's capabilities. If it truly becomes impossible to prevail, one should retreat. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words of concern, the two women felt a warmth blossom in their hearts. As time progressed, the clock struck 9 in the morning, marking the official commencement of the competition. Roa and Kizaru stood in the training ground, locking eyes with one another. The scorching sun beat down relentlessly, the air thick with a sweltering heat. "Admiral Pigeon, you appear to be quite confident," remarked Roa. "Indeed, I never embark on endeavors without thorough preparation," Kizaru replied. Roya gazed at the yellow ape before him and spoke with an air of indifference. The yellow ape, witnessing Roya's nonchalance, curled his lips slightly and remarked, "Oh dear. How truly terrifying. So, which of your subordinates do you intend to send forth first, General Pigeon?" "Stella." As Roya's words resonated through the air, a wave of murmurs erupted from the surrounding crowd. "Stella? Is she not merely the maid of General Pigeon? What prowess can a mere maid possess?" The sentiment echoed that General Pigeon had grown exceedingly arrogant, perhaps due to a string of recent victories. Stella, clearly aware of the whispered doubts surrounding her, maintained her silence. Strength was the most compelling argument. Adorned in her maid's attire, she stepped into the center of the training ground, all eyes fixed upon her. The yellow ape, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow in confusion. What was General Pigeon attempting? To exclude a maid in such a crucial contest seemed a blatant disregard for his capabilities. "Major Lakoval, I entrust the first match to you." "Certainly." Suddenly, a sound akin to rolling thunder reverberated across the training ground. A giant, who had been seated on the ground, rose slowly to his feet. He was a member of the giant race, towering at 10 meters, surpassing even the height of Whitebeard 2 by 2 meters, wielding a massive, unsharpened sword. By mere stature, it was evident that Stella stood no chance against Major Lakoval. Fortunately, the training ground was expansive enough to accommodate the giant's onslaught. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Major Lakoval took to the field. It was clear, a maid could never hope to defeat a giant like Lakoval. Indeed, why not keep such a beautiful vase by one's side? Why venture forth to meet her demise? General Pigeon surely exhibited an overwhelming arrogance. From his lofty vantage, Major Lakoval regarded Stella, his voice booming, "Little girl, you are no match for me. It would be wise to concede. Should you be injured, it would not bode well." Stella, unfazed, maintained her stoic gaze upon him, awaiting the commencement of battle. Resolute, Major Lakoval declared, "Be cautious. I do not hold back." At that moment, the announcer proclaimed the official start of the contest. "Prepare to receive my blow." The giant's heavy strike. General Lakoval raised his formidable fist high, propelling it swiftly towards Stella. The force of his punch was palpable, slicing through the air with a chilling intensity. The sleeves of Lakoval's uniform whistled ominously as they cut through the atmosphere. "Hey, move aside quickly. Are you blind? It's over." A flower is about to wither away. Just as the tension heightened and anxiety gripped the onlookers, Stella's eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce brilliance. "Rosa's form," she murmured. And instantly, an aura of profound darkness enveloped her. This essence cloaked Stella, transforming her slender arms and elongated legs into sharp blades. Clad in a maid's attire, she now exuded a mysterious and eerie presence that sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld her. With peculiar patterns shimmering across her form, Stella bent her knees and leaped off the ground, leaving behind 2 deep gashes in the earth. Her arms, now like lethal weapons, propelled her into a graceful spin. Before anyone could comprehend the spectacle, Stella had circled around General Lakoval's arm. Subsequently, she reverted to her original guise, revealing her seemingly harmless demeanor once more. With a courteous maid-esque bow directed at Roya, the scene shifted dramatically. In the next moment, a series of concentric, spring-like wounds erupted from Lakoval, unleashing a torrent of blood. His nerves and tendons lay severed, rendering his arm utterly incapacitated. Witnessing this, Yellow Ape rushed to Stella's side. "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to slay a comrade?" Simultaneously, the thunderous cries of General Lakoval echoed in the ears of the crowd. "It hurts. My hand. My hand. You've ruined it. Was this your intention all along?" At that moment, Roya approached Yellow Ape, the tension between the two admirals palpable. "Stella's actions were driven by my command," he declared. Hearing this, Sengoku furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that, Roya? I cannot simply disregard your words." "Admiral, have you forgotten my medical expertise? It's merely severed nerves and tendons. It's not beyond repair. Wouldn't you agree, General Lakoval?" General Lakoval clutched his left hand, a sudden tremor coursing through him, as if he were being scrutinized by an immensely powerful beast. Instinctively, General Lakoval submitted, saying, "Yes, General White Dove. As long as the treatment is effective, it matters not." Upon hearing Lakoval's words, Wangwa chose to refrain from further comments. Indeed, from a certain perspective, The medical skills of Roya could render this competition a touch more equitable. At this moment, Roya summoned a phantasm to commence the healing of Rear Admiral Rakoval. With remarkable swiftness, Roya staunched the bleeding from Rakoval's arm and, employing a specialized surgical technique, restored the limb. Those who witnessed this scene were left utterly astounded. Good heavens! Such medical prowess was simply extraordinary. It had long been rumored that General White Dove's medical skills surpassed even those of the head of the Navy's medical department. This ability was akin to an art of immortality. If one could join the ranks of General White Dove, there would be no fear of injury in the future. How had I not considered this before? The prospect of aligning with White Dove's faction was truly enticing. The surrounding Navy personnel engaged in hushed whispers, and it was evident that Sengoku had overheard a considerable amount of similar sentiments. He cast a glance at Roya, his pupils narrowing sharply, his heart sinking further. Could this be part of your scheme, Roya? By showcasing such extraordinary medical expertise, you aim to enhance your reputation and draw more followers to your cause, ultimately establishing your own faction and securing greater resources within Marineford. Carp noticed Sengoku's deepening contemplation and quickly feigned a cough, nudging Sengoku and quietly suggesting, Sengoku, it might be time to announce the next match. Roused from his thoughts, Sengoku turned his gaze to the training ground. Rear Admiral Rakoval had exited, leaving only Stella, a maid, standing there with an expression as cold as ice. At that moment, the surrounding Navy soldiers no longer dared to regard Stella as merely an ordinary maid. She was no mere servant. She resembled a demon emerging from the abyss. Her terrifying and enigmatic presence suggested that anyone who fell into her embrace would likely meet a grim fate. The second match will now commence. Please, Admiral Kazuru, send forth your second contender. Kazuru, unusually displaying a look of discomfort, had anticipated that by avoiding a direct confrontation with White Dove, he stood a considerable chance of victory. However, it had become evident that even White Dove's subordinates were formidable adversaries. Kazara cast a deep gaze at Stella and addressed the man standing beside him. In a best-of-3 format, we still lack a true understanding of this maid's capabilities. To err on the side of caution, I must have you step into the arena, though I initially intended for you to be the grand finale. Not to worry, Admiral Kazuru. Just remember the agreement you made with me. As he spoke, a figure emerged from the crowd. A cigarette hung loosely from his lips, and his appearance bore an air of rustic simplicity, clad in straw-yellow attire and wooden clogs adorning his feet. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he strolled slowly into the training ground. The moment he set foot on the field, a profound silence enveloped the soldiers, who gazed at this man in disbelief. Many of them felt their lips quivering. It was General Chahu, the very man. Could it truly be the same General Chahu who had professed his love to General Taudu 100 times, only to be met with failure on every occasion? This was disastrous. The maid was surely in for a rough time. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, he was a deputy general, possessing strength that could at the very least be equated to that of a prospective general. Roya naturally recognized the individual before him. Stella, step back for now. Before Roya could finish his sentence, Stella turned to him and said, Master, I wish to give it a try. Upon hearing her soft, melodious address, the surrounding soldiers felt their resolve weaken. Only Roya gazed at Stella with clarity and tenderness, slowly nodding his head. Since you wish to fight, then fight boldly. I shall always be your support. With Roya's affirmation, Stella immediately turned her attention to the tea-pig before her. Are you ready? Before Stella could receive an answer, the tea-pig, without hesitation, declared to Roya, Then I shall make my move. With that, it charged toward Stella. The soldiers, witnessing this audacious act, were utterly astounded by the tea-pig's brazen demeanor. How shameless could it be to attack, without waiting for confirmation? Although they had heard tales of Vice Admiral tea-pig's audacity, this was beyond anything they had anticipated. In response to the tea-pig's advance, Stella shifted her form once more, simultaneously activating her basic observation haki. The initial stage of armament haki enveloped her hands like sharp blades. Blood Song. With a whisper of incantation, she surged forward like a whirlwind. Chapter 90, Blood Song, the Rakshasa, and the Pig King Tea-Pig. As Stella propelled herself with fierce, sword winds towards him, the tea-pig remained unfazed. Iron block. Instantly, a metallic sheen enveloped the tea-pig's body. Clang. Stella's blades ruthlessly sliced into the tea-pig's form, yet aside from the resounding echoes in the training ground, not a single wound marred the tea-pig's hide. Impressive strength. But alas, you have encountered me. As the words fell, The muscles in the T-pig's arms bulged, veins prominently visible. Stella, sensing the impending danger, did not retreat. Instead, she unleashed a powerful kick, her blades cutting through the air as she aimed for the T-pig's vulnerable underbelly. In her eyes, there was only the pursuit of attack and the search for weaknesses. Indeed, the T-pig furrowed its brow, refraining from immediate retaliation and instead employing the Marine 6 style's technique, paper drawing. Its body became as light as parchment, gracefully evading Stella's strike. One could not deny the cunning nature of Stella's assault. It was undeniably effective. This maid, so formidable, had actually forced Vice Admiral T-Pig to retreat. It was simply astonishing. This is indeed a formidable general's substitute. How could it be so simple as to be defeated by a mere maid? The soldier's words, however, failed to sway Stella. Upon witnessing the retreat of the T-Pig, Stella hesitates not for a moment. Like an arrow released from a bow, she charges once more towards the T-Pig. Her arms, sharp as blades, exude a rich crimson hue. It resembles the shock waves of the Warring States period, a unique attack method of her Rakshasa form. The blood-red aura entwines around Stella's arms, emanating a visceral scent under the sunlight. She appears as a Rakshasa emerging from the bloody depths of hell. With her arms raised high in an X formation, she slashes toward the T-Pig. The dense aura of blood intertwines, evoking a chilling sensation. The retreating T-Pig, upon witnessing this scene, furrows his brow in disbelief. Could this creature truly be mad? What is this fighting style? He pauses, and a glimmer of murderous intent flashes in his eyes. However, you have successfully ignited my wrath. With this thought, the T-Pig's demeanor shifts dramatically. His form begins to swell, and two extraordinarily exaggerated fangs gradually emerge from his mouth, each measuring a terrifying 2 meters in length and appearing remarkably robust. Could it be? The fruit-based powers of the T-Pig are truly manifesting. This appearance is utterly terrifying. Many soldiers witnessing the T-Pig's abilities for the first time find themselves frozen in place. Among the crowd, Peach Rabbit, having approached Luo Ya at some point, remarks, "The T-Pig's devil fruit is an ancient Zoan type, pig fruit, giant tusked poison spiked boar. Both its vitality and defensive capabilities are extraordinarily exaggerated. Just being near it is quite troublesome. It seems your little maid is in peril." Luo Ya's lips curved into a gentle smile, exuding an aura of warmth. Numerous female soldiers who had been observing her now regarded her with newfound appreciation, including Tina. At this moment, Tina gazed at Luo Ya with an infatuated expression. But when she noticed the presence of the rabbit girl standing beside Luo Ya, a thought suddenly flickered in her mind. Could it be that the rabbit girl had already joined Luo Ya's ranks? This individual truly moves with remarkable swiftness. I must make my intentions known soon. I cannot afford to lag behind this woman. Unbeknownst to her, the rabbit girl was oblivious to Tina's thoughts. Instead, she turned to Luo Ya and inquired, "Aren't you concerned that your little maid might get hurt?" Upon hearing her words, Luo Ya chuckled and replied, "Hurt? Not at all. Before she is ever harmed, I shall ensure her safety." Luo Ya possesses the pinnacle of observation haki, thus he remains utterly unconcerned. Upon hearing Luo Ya's nonchalant words, Peach Rabbit also surmises that he may possess other confident abilities. He maintains a low profile, exhibiting humility and kindness towards his subordinates, while his formidable strength is complemented by strategy and ambition. At this moment, Peach Rabbit has made her decision. In the training ground, Stella gazes impassively at the T-Pig, which has transformed into a giant toothed thorny boar. Externally, this creature is adorned with barbs protruding from its back, oozing a purplish-black venom that seems to secrete from its very being. Its enormous tusks signify a terrifying penetration capability. Had an ordinary person encountered the T-Pig in such a state, they would likely have fled in terror. However, Stella will not retreat. She embodies Luo Ya's reputation. Even if she faces defeat, she intends to fight with elegance. With this thought in mind, Stella takes a deep breath. The mysterious patterns adorning her body begin to radiate a more intense crimson hue. This sanguine essence rises and coalesces into 3 heads and 6 arms. Each arm transforms into a blade, entwined with a blood-red aura. At that moment, a tempest erupts. Stella's figure vanishes from sight, and abruptly, her shadow appears above the T-Pig. She seems to merge with the wind, becoming a whirlwind that unleashes a flurry of slashes in midair. Bloodsong, Rakshasa. A barrage of sharp sword energies pierces through the air, significantly more potent than her previous strikes, at least 3-fold. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 crimson slashes carve perfect arcs in the sky, mercilessly descending upon the T-pig. The giant toothed thorny boar envelopes its tusks in armament haki and leaps back with a powerful stomp, causing the ground to fracture. The immense recoil propels the T-pig skyward like a mountain of flesh, as the blood-red, murderous, and ruthless slashes descend upon it like a colossal wave. Boom! A thunderous sound resonates as the T-pig absorbs all the strikes without apparent injury, charging towards Stella with unstoppable momentum. Such defensive power is extraordinary. If struck even once, she might perish instantly. Is this the strength of an admiral's reinforcement? This mate is in grave peril. In the air, evasion proves to be quite troublesome, especially considering the T-pig's full-force assault. Indeed, the T-pig has resolved to kill. Although the killing intent was faint, Ryūjin below was still able to perceive it. With his mastery of Kinbunshika haki at its pinnacle, he foresaw that if he did not intervene, Stella would meet her demise at the fangs of the T-boar. In the air, Stella felt as though she were shrouded in death itself. The silhouette of the T-boar loomed larger in her vision. She attempted to evade in midair, but it was futile. There was no escape. It seemed that her end was nigh. As she came to terms with the imminent approach of death, she slowly closed her eyes, reflecting on her life like a kaleidoscope. Yet, the moments of pure joy remained those spent with her master. "Master, perhaps I am truly destined to die," she whispered. Just then, Roya's voice resonated in her ears. Upon hearing him, Stella's eyes flew open in astonishment, and there before her was her master, standing resolutely. The soldiers witnessing this scene gaped in disbelief. How had the white dove ascended? It had only been the blink of an eye, and yet another person had appeared. This was a full-force strike from a vice-admiral. Was it truly wise for the white dove to be so reckless? In the air, Roya stood nonchalantly before Stella, his palm devoid of even a hint of haki. He simply extended a finger. In an instant, the fangs met the tip of Roya's finger, and the ferocious assault was effortlessly blocked. The resulting tempest surged behind him, causing his justice cloak to billow in the wind. Along with his blood-red hair in the form of the Rakshasa, what should have pierced through walls and shattered the earth could not breach Roya's skin. How was this possible? The T-boar stared in disbelief at the scene before him, an overwhelming tide of shock swelling within. The white dove had managed to stop the attack with but a single finger. This was absolutely impossible. Not only was the T-boar astonished, but Sengoku too found it inconceivable. If the T-boar's assault had been blocked in such a cavalier manner through the pinnacle of armament haki, Sengoku would not have been overly surprised. However, Roya had not employed it, nor had he exhibited any apparent change. Wait, there was a change. With his keen senses, Sengoku detected a subtle aura emanating from Roya, though he could not discern its nature. At that moment, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and appeared beside Roya, questioning him. "White Dove, what are you planning? Do you intend to intervene personally? How could I possibly take matters into my own hands? I was merely safeguarding my subordinates, and we are willing to accept the consequences of our wager." As Roya's words resonated, Stella shed her demonic form, reverting to her exquisite and charming self. The soldiers witnessing this scene felt an increased admiration for Roya. After all, his actions underscored his role as an exceptionally protective general. They understood the implications well. Many soldiers contemplated that if Roya were to emerge victorious this time, they would align themselves with his faction. Unbeknownst to them, Roya's stature grew even greater in the hearts of the soldiers. Zhangguo, too, sensed the soldiers' sentiments, yet he could only sigh helplessly within. "Pigeon, are you planning to build momentum now? Do you intend to establish another faction to contest for resources?" Although Zhangguo was acutely aware of the situation, he felt powerless. The tide was unmistakably in Roya's favor, unstoppable. Upon hearing Roya's remarks, Huang Yuan felt a sense of relief. The group descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Huang Yuan displayed a somewhat lecherous smile and addressed Roya, saying, "Pigeon, we have each one around. Whom will you dispatch next?" At that moment, Cha Tun let out a triumphant laugh, flashing a more lascivious grin as he spoke to Roya. "General Pigeon, I must say, none among your subordinates can rival me." Cha Tun seemed to have regained his confidence at that instant. Yet, upon hearing their words, Roya's expression remained calm, devoid of any alarm. He regarded Huang Yuan and Cha Tun with a gentle smile, seemingly musing to himself. "Indeed, who should I send out?" Hein, observing from the side, glanced at Roya and then at the distant Tao Tu, already formulating his speculations. As seconds ticked by, Zhangguo, acting as the referee, interjected, "Pigeon, if you do not announce your choice soon, it will be deemed a forfeit." With Zhangguo's declaration, the soldiers began to murmur among themselves. It was evident that although General Pigeon possessed unparalleled combat prowess, his foundation was still lacking. It seemed that this time, the scientific combat unit would fall into Huang Yuan's grasp. Perhaps we should consider siding with the neutral faction. The resources led by General Huang Yuan are quite promising. Before Ryūjin Jakka could finish his thoughts, a figure emerged from the crowd. This figure was strikingly tall, and on her long, shapely legs was a tattoo of a spider. This detail did not diminish her beauty in the slightest. Rather, it augmented her allure, making her aura all the more captivating. For this trial, I shall be your opponent. T-Pig gazed at the newcomer, his pupils narrowing in shock. Peach Rabbit, how is it that you stand alongside General White Dove? You are not. T-Pig directed his attention to the stage, where Sengoku's countenance had, predictably, turned quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Kizaru felt a pang of anxiety in his heart and instinctively blurted out, "What is happening? Why has Peach Rabbit made her appearance?" Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Peach Rabbit seemed to speak to herself. "It's primarily because I've found you rather displeasing for quite some time, Vice Admiral T-Pig." The final words were emphasized. For this lecherous man before her had professed his feelings 100 times, all of which she had ruthlessly rejected. Yet, she found him utterly repugnant, which is precisely why she had come to confront T-Pig. However, is this truly the whole truth? Roya's lips curved into a smile, brimming with confidence. He understood that with the appearance of Peach Bunny, victory in this contest was all but assured. In the training ground, the soldiers erupted with an unprecedented fervor, their enthusiasm far surpassing that for T-Pig. Peach Bunny, Peach Bunny, Peach Bunny. The chant echoed as the soldiers fervently called out her name. Witnessing this, Sengoku's expression turned awkward as he raised his hands to calm the ruckus, his voice low yet firm. Now, the contest begins. Chapter 92, Roya's Victory. Continued attendance as Sengoku's words faded. T-Pig transformed into a massive, spiked creature, muscles rippling as its 5-meter frame expanded even further. It charged toward Peach Bunny with relentless force. Kizaru, observing this, felt a slight relief. From his understanding, the strengths of T-Pig and Peach Bunny were comparable, at best. It would result in a stalemate. If need be, they could explore other options. Peach Bunny gazed imperiously at the approaching T-Pig, her delicate hand resting upon the hilt of her Kenpira's sword. T-Pig, should you be defeated today, you shall no longer harass me, she declared boldly before the Navy soldiers and high-ranking officials. T-Pig responded with a grin, albeit one that appeared rather comical given its current swine-like visage. I can agree to that, but should you lose, you must accept my pursuit. Disgusted, Peach Bunny refrained from replying to T-Pig's proposition, merely voicing her inner thoughts. T-Pig, unfazed by her disdain, remained confident. He believed their abilities were nearly equal, with a stalemate being the most likely outcome. However, Peach Bunny held a different perspective. She had grown significantly stronger than before. The envelope left by Roya upon his initial visit contained invaluable techniques for advancing her mastery of hockey. With an unwavering desire to enhance her strength, Peach Bunny eagerly accepted Roya's gift and joined his ranks. The value of the advanced hockey techniques far outweighed the resources the Pigeon faction had invested in her from the beginning until now. Draw sword. The sharp sound of the blade echoed in the ears of the onlookers as the advanced hockey coiled around her weapon, intensifying the aura of her Kenpira sword manifold. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a chilling gleam. With a flicker of cold light and an air of foreboding, she declared, "Draw and slash." Following her command, Peach Bunny unleashed a downward strike. The strike, infused with the essence of an unparalleled sword master, accompanied by advanced armament color and the resonant sound of the blade, pierced through the hearts of onlookers. In the fleeting moment the strike manifested before the crowd, Chabot sensed its ominous significance. His observation hockey rang like a warning bell, alerting him to the peril of this attack. How could this be? Such a fierce slash. This fellow, Taro, had somehow grown stronger in such a brief span. A heavy weight settled in Chabot's heart. With this thought, he let out a piercing scream that echoed in the ears of all present. The poisonous quills on his back stood erect, their venom instilling a chilling dread. Chabot curled into a ball, spinning towards Taro with a fierce charge. The King of Boar's charge had emerged, a skill that balanced both attack and defense. In an instant, the two forces collided. Boom! The deafening sound sent tremors through the hearts of onlookers. The ground of the training field shattered, fracturing and extending outward. Sengoku, standing beside Akiji, swiftly utilized Saru to reach the edge of the training ground, emanating a chilling aura that froze the fragmented earth outside, safeguarding the soldiers who were spectating the duel. The sword energy howled, dust swirling in the air. Chabut clenched his teeth, enveloping his back with armament haki, striving to minimize the damage he would sustain. However, the disparity in their haki was insurmountable. The sword energy incessantly eroded Chabut's flesh, gradually slicing through him. Initially, blood seeped forth slowly, but soon the wounds widened, gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. Taro, with a frosty demeanor reminiscent of an icy beauty, sheathed his golden sword, Kinkaku, just as the sword energy erupted. Chabut's body was propelled backward. All onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the scene before them. They could hardly believe Taro's formidable prowess, though both were vice admirals. Taro's strength had reached unprecedented heights, a reality they had not anticipated. As the dust settled, Chabut's figure was revealed. Despite having been injured moments ago, he regained his composure in mere seconds. Yet, he appeared somewhat disheveled. Chabut's expression darkened. His mind swirled with countless thoughts in a fleeting moment. After weighing his options, he approached the crowd with a stoic face, extending a hand and gesturing towards Taro, declaring, "You have won. I no longer wish to fight." Upon hearing the words of the T-Pig, the expression on the yellow ape's face abruptly shifted. Even one as accustomed to the waters as he was could not suppress his frustration at this moment. "That scoundrel, the T-Pig," the yellow ape muttered through clenched teeth, before vanishing amidst the throngs of people. Meanwhile, a beguiling smile graced the lips of the peach rabbit. She slowly turned and approached Luo Ya, whispering, "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Indeed, Luo Ya nodded, acknowledging Tao Tu's presence. At that moment, the warring states announced the final outcome. The victors of this contest were Luo Ya and his subordinates. As the words of the warring states echoed, the soldiers erupted in jubilation. "General White Dove! General 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 White Dove!" The soldiers fervently chanted Luo Ya's name, akin to fervent admirers. The title of General White Dove was once more etched into the hearts of all. Many wished to join Luo Ya's ranks at this juncture. Luo Ya, fully aware of their intentions, turned Ein beside him and said, "Ein, we shall only accept the strong. We have no need for those of lesser caliber, as the sea holds peril too great for them." Indeed, Lord Luo Ya. With the conclusion of the contest, the soldiers dispersed. At this moment, Luo Ya arrived at Sengoku's office. Upon entering, he noticed Sengoku seemingly engaged in signing some documents. As Luo Ya stepped in, Sengoku handed him the file. It was the affiliation document for the scientific division. With this file in hand, he could proceed, as they were currently conducting research in Punk Hazard. Ding! A mission to sign in at Punk Hazard has been released. Reward: Spirit Communication Technique. Duration: 3 days. Upon hearing the system's notification, Luo Ya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he took the document from Sengoku and said, "Admiral, I shall report now." As Luo Ya departed, Sengoku's expression darkened. He could sense Luo Ya's ambition. If Akiji did not put in more effort, there would truly be no opportunity left. With a sigh, Sengoku resumed his other duties. Meanwhile, Luo Ya boarded a Vice Admiral-class warship and set sail alone towards Punk Hazard. Holding the document in his hand, he stood on the deck, feeling quite elated. In truth, the combat effectiveness of the scientific division was not as formidable as one might think. Luo Ya was particularly intrigued by a certain researcher named Vegapunk. Vegapunk was hailed as a genius scientist, possessing intellect that transcended human understanding by 5 centuries, a testament to his formidable research capabilities. As Luo Ya navigated the vast ocean, he beheld a shadowy island slowly approaching his vessel. With his extraordinary vision, he discerned a flag waving atop the island, emblazoned with the image of a fire-haired figure and a skull adorned with flaming bat wings. The entrance appeared to resemble a gaping maw, leading Luo Ya to surmise that it was designed to ensnare passing ships. This must be the infamous 3-masted pirate ship, reputed to be the largest of its kind. Luo Ya murmured softly, yet in comparison to his own Ark of Noah, this island seemed somewhat diminutive. It appears that Moria, that rascal, must have failed in his challenge against the Yonko Kaido. Nevertheless, to dare obstruct my path demonstrates considerable audacity. Luo Ya revealed a hint of a smile, an enigmatic sparkle flashing in her eyes. The terrifying 3-masted ship loomed over the palace at the island's heart. Utilizing her ghost fruit powers, Perona detached herself from her corporeal form and floated whimsically through the island. Captain, this place is truly magnificent. I have never encountered such beauty. Perona exclaimed excitedly, addressing Moria, who stood before her. Moria gazed at Perona, his signature laughter escaping him as he replied, Perona, how I wish I had met you sooner. With your fruit abilities, you could have rendered countless pirates under Kaido's command utterly powerless. He sighed, lamenting the unfortunate outcome of the recent battle, where he had not even glimpsed Kaido's visage, having been bested by his subordinates, all the while wasting so many zombies. What an infuriating turn of events. Upon finishing his thoughts, Moria turned his attention back to Perona, only to discover that she was not listening to him at all. Instead, she was captivated by the surrounding decor, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Your preferences are truly perplexing. You seem so adorable, yet have a penchant for such dark things. Dark? Where is it dark? It's undeniably cute. You simply fail to appreciate it. Perona countered. As her words faded, she suddenly realized something, her expression shifting to one of shock as she noticed an unfamiliar figure floating beside her. The words just spoken had evidently come from this unexpected individual. Moria, slow to catch on, stared in disbelief at the figure of Roya hovering in the air, his heart racing. The Navy? How did you get in here? Moria's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Roya. Once he discerned her true identity, he would unleash an assault, allowing this intruder to experience the true nature of power. As for Roya's identity, Moria had no inkling. Due to the presence of the terrifying three-masted ship, no messenger birds dared approach this place. Moreover, Moria had been preoccupied with preparations for an impending clash with Kaido, rendering him oblivious to the fact that the Navy had undergone a transformation. The admirals he once knew had ascended to the rank of fleet admiral. Luo Ya, harnessing the power of incantations, floated gracefully in the air with arms crossed. An ethereal aura radiated from him, palpable yet elusive. Do you not recognize me? Roya was somewhat taken aback. Logically speaking, given his attire, the majority of people at sea should recognize him. Yet these two individuals displayed no signs of familiarity. Could it be that they are truly unsophisticated country folk? At that moment, Perona turned to Roya and said, Hey, you must be pondering something rather unpleasant, aren't you? You've noticed that, huh? Then how about I offer you a reward? The corners of Moria's mouth curled upward, enticing you to join my ranks. Do you accept? Arrogance. Utterly audacious. In the face of this sudden appearance of the Navy, Moria's patience had reached its limit. Regardless of your status within the Navy, if you dare to confront me, do not expect to return alive. Moria, humiliated and enraged by his defeat at the hands of Kaido, found an opportunity to vent his frustrations on this unwelcome visitor. Should the denizens of the sea become aware of Moria's current sentiments, they would undoubtedly raise their thumbs in approval, exclaiming, Well done indeed. Roya cast a fleeting glance at Moria, and the spiritual pressure emanating from his being surged towards Moria like a fearsome beast. In an instant, Moria felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, his body rendered immobile by the icy grip of terror. Merely a disdainful gaze from Roya drained Moria of all strength, instilling in him an overwhelming reluctance to retaliate. The oppressive aura compelled Moria to kneel before Roya, surrendering to the weight of his own dread. As Moria's massive form descended to the ground, it produced a resounding thud, echoing through the air. Perona, utterly astonished, beheld the scene before her, her lips parted in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. What transpired? Captain, why did you kneel? The words fell upon Moria's ears. Yet he found himself unable to resist or even utter a sound, overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure that threatened to displace his very insides. The sheer magnitude of this force rendered him voiceless, instilling an instinctual urge for survival that drove Moria to prostrate himself before Roya. Thud! Moria's forehead struck the ground with a force that fractured the earth, a hint of blood seeping forth. This was undoubtedly the first time Roya witnessed such genuine submission. Consequently, Roya relaxed his grip just slightly, and Moria felt the oppressive weight of the conqueror's hockey lift, granting him a moment of respite. Without a hint of hesitation, Moria addressed Roya, Though I know not who you are, your target must be Perona. Take her and spare my life. Chapter 94, The Imperial Scroll of Life and Death. One cannot deny Moria's remarkable audacity and his fierce will to survive. Luo Ya gazed at Perona and said to her, Perona, you must have heard it as well. Your captain no longer desires your presence. Why not accompany me instead? Roya has indeed taken a keen interest in Perona, particularly her extraordinary abilities. The powers of the ghost fruit are nothing short of remarkable. It is conceivable that, aside from Usopp, a man inherently inclined towards pessimism, others would be influenced to varying degrees by her abilities. Imagine, in a battle against opponents of equal standing, if Perona were to employ her ghost fruit for a surprise attack, even a mere momentary delay could significantly sway the outcome of the conflict. The potency of her fruit's abilities is truly formidable. Perona herself clearly did not anticipate Moriya's audacity, which ignited a spark of indignation within her. She declared, "Enough is enough. I shall not endure this any longer." With this thought in mind, Perona turned to Ryūjin and said, "Very well, I agree to your terms. But let us first retrieve my body." Ryūjin gazed at the point indicated by Perona and unleashed a formidable finger gun. At its pinnacle, the power of the finger gun manifested impressively. The so-called wall, under the force of Ryūjin's finger gun, crumbled like mere tofu, effortlessly pierced through. Perona's pupils dilated in shock, and she instinctively cried out, "Be careful with my body. Fear not, for I possess unwavering confidence in my control." Ryūjin replied as he floated through the breach in the wall, soaring towards Perona's location. Perona's chamber resembled that of a princess, yet it was peculiarly distinct from other royal quarters. Eccentric decorations adorned the room's periphery, accompanied by an array of bizarre dolls that would surely lead an ordinary person to believe they had stumbled into a haunted house. "You truly have an affinity for these decorations. Do you delight in such dark things?" Ryūjin inquired. "What do you mean by dark things?" "I'll tell you this. While I may permit you to leave, you must subsequently arrange my room in a similar fashion," Perona retorted playfully. "Not to worry. My worship is quite spacious, and your belongings can be packed and taken with ease." As he spoke, Ryūjin extended his hand and waved it nonchalantly, activating his talismanic abilities. The peculiar decorations levitated under his command. Even Perona's very essence came under his influence. "Wow, you are truly remarkable. I am increasingly curious about your identity," she exclaimed. "Me? I am merely a humble captain within the Navy," he replied with modesty. "A humble captain?" Perona was taken aback, while Moriya perked up his ears, eager to discern the identity of the individual before him. Such knowledge could grant him the opportunity for revenge. "I am currently one of the 3 admirals in the Navy, known as White Dove." As Luo Ya uttered these words, it was as though he were merely stating an ordinary fact, imparting an air of nonchalance. Yet, this very sentiment stirred a tempest within the hearts of Perona and Moriya. "A vice admiral? Have I truly entered the stronghold directly?" Perona felt a chill of apprehension. "Fear not, for you have only just boarded the ship. Even your bounty has yet to be established, so it cannot be deemed a misstep. The Navy shall not apprehend you," Ryūjin remarked. "Moreover, I am rather protective of those close to me. Should anything truly occur, I will undoubtedly stand up for you. Now, let us not squander any more time. I have other matters to attend to." With that, Ryūjin seized an object and soared towards the ominous 3-masted ship, while Perona floated alongside him in her ethereal form. As he watched Ryūjin's retreating silhouette, Moriya etched the image of Ryūjin into his memory. "Kaido, a white dove. Just you wait. I shall have my revenge." Moriya's thoughts did not concern Ryūjin in the slightest. After placing the items aboard the warship, Ryūjin extended his hand once more, activating his talismanic powers. This time, he emulated the offensive style of the Golden Lion, channeling the strength of his spell into the sky and the sea. Heavenly Scroll of Command. Under Ryūjin's control, the clouds above appeared to be yanked down by an invisible hand, while the sea surged upwards. The clouds and waters intertwined, forming the visage of a colossal dragon's head, remarkably lifelike. Even the formidable presence of the dragon's body was splendidly manifested through the talismanic abilities. Perona stood in awe, speechless at the breathtaking spectacle before her. Ryūjin nonchalantly waved his hand, and the dragon's head fell under his command, hurtling toward the fearsome 3-masted ship. At that moment, Moriya had just emerged from the palace. He beheld the colossal dragon's head, formed by clouds and sea, descending from the heavens. "Life and death are fated, Perona. We must go," he declared. "Huh? Oh." Perona had yet to recover from the spectacle before her. She never anticipated that the man she had followed out of spite possessed such formidable power. The dragon's head, conjured by the heavenly spiral, seemed to bite directly into the center of the terrifying 3-masted vessel. This ship, reputed to be the largest in the world, was cleaved in 2. She wondered if her old captain would survive this onslaught. Regardless, she resolved in her heart to cling tightly to Ryūjin, her newfound ally. Meanwhile, Ryūjin was in high spirits, having stumbled upon an intriguing woman. Her fruit abilities were exceptionally potent. If harnessed correctly, she could become a devastating weapon. However, her loyalty still required a bit of tempering. With this thought, Ryūjin Jakka cast a deep gaze at Perona. Under his scrutiny, she felt as though all her secrets were laid bare. Instinctively, she sought to change the subject. "Captain, where are we headed now?" "Punk Hazard." Luo Ya briefly addressed Perona's inquiry before once again employing the technique of 100 turns mirage, commanding the warship to swiftly sail towards Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard, a laboratory shrouded in secrecy and fortified by layers of personnel. Caesar Clown, with an eerie grin, gazed at the vial of reagent in his hand. "At last, my unparalleled masterpiece is complete," he exclaimed. "With this, I shall surpass Vegapunk and ascend as the most brilliant scientist." Just as Caesar's words echoed, a voice resonated from behind him. Chapter 95, Poison Gas Bomb. "Ascend to the altar, what are you researching?" Vegapunk's voice suddenly pierced the air behind Caesar. Startled, Caesar swiftly turned, placing his hands behind his back in an attempt to conceal his reagent. I'm not researching anything. It's just," Caesar's eyes darted, his mind racing to concoct a plausible explanation that would convince Vegapunk. However, as a genius scientist transcending the current human era by 5 centuries, Vegapunk effortlessly discerned the hidden motives within Caesar's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegapunk declared, "From this moment forth, you are dismissed. Pack your belongings and leave this island." With that, Vegapunk turned and departed, as if he had never regarded Caesar at all. It was Vegapunk's disdain that ignited the flames of fury within Caesar. The pent-up rage that had simmered in Caesar's heart for years finally erupted. "Vegapunk, you must be afraid of being surpassed by me. That's why you seek to undermine me and expel me from the research team." In the laboratory, Caesar's expression twisted with madness, his body hunched, and crimson veins coursed through his eyes. "Just wait. Before I leave, I will deliver a monumental gift, not just to you, but to the entire research division." Caesar's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the confines of his minuscule laboratory. He began feverishly producing in bulk, following the method outlined in the reagent. His ambition was to create a colossal poison gas bomb capable of obliterating the entirety of Punk Hazard. As he worked, he muttered to himself, "I heard that the Navy will dispatch Admiral Pigeon today to take control of the scientific division. If my poison gas bomb can eliminate Pigeon, then I shall surely captivate the attention of every pirate on the Grand Line with my scientific prowess. They will flock to acquire my poison gas bombs, and I shall be exalted to the altar." Ryūjin Jakka remained oblivious to these matters, with 2 days still at his disposal, ample time indeed. Thus, he reclined on a sunbed, basking in the warm sunlight. With his eyes closed, he addressed Perona, urging her to diligently hone her fruit abilities, for their enhancement would serve as a significant boon to him. "Humph." Perona floated beside Ryūjin Jakka, pouting with an expression of deep grievance. With a flick of her gaze, she directed her negative ghost at him. Such an ability held no utility for him. Possessing the pinnacle of observation haki, Ryūjin Jakka had already anticipated Perona's movements 5 minutes prior, effortlessly evading her attack. After administering a thorough lesson with both a stern reprimand and a gentle reminder, Perona finally acquiesced. The warship sped across the vast ocean, and in the blink of an eye, Ryūjin Jakka arrived in the waters of Punk Hazard. At that moment, Caesar had already departed from the scientific division, leaving behind a grand gift as he exited. However, the time to detonate these gifts had yet to arrive. He wished to witness the arrival of the white dove upon the island, and then personally bring about its obliteration. The mere thought filled Caesar with exhilaration. His raucous laughter echoed once more across the island, sending chills down the spines of the local populace. Their gazes towards Caesar seemed to convey a collective sentiment. Surely, he must be a fool. Unfazed by the people's stares, Caesar regarded them as though they were already deceased. Upon reaching the port, he chanced upon a military vessel slowly entering the harbor. Luo Ya leapt from the warship. In that fleeting moment of descent, his acute senses discerned the presence of Caesar. After all, such a searing gaze was nearly impossible for Luo Ya to overlook. Mere seconds passed. Ryūjin Jakka deduced what had transpired on the island. If his assumptions were correct, Caesar had indeed been expelled by Vegapunk. He was now preparing to detonate the gas bombs, enveloping the island in toxic fumes. With this thought, Ryūjin Jakka narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is something the matter, Captain?" "Nothing at all. I've merely stumbled upon something intriguing." Ever since being soundly reprimanded by Ryūjin Jakka, Perona had become remarkably obedient, even addressing him as Captain. At that moment, an electronic notification echoed in Ryūjin Jakka's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the reward, Spirit Contracting. This ability allows you to form a contract with any creature, Once bound, the contracted entity will appear by your side wherever you are, unconditionally obeying your commands. Upon hearing the system's electronic announcement, a smile crept across Ryūjin's lips. With this power, he could send a clone to Fishman Island to secure a contract with the Sea Dragon. In times of urgency, it would prove invaluable. Let us depart, Perona. Yes, Captain. However, is it all right if my real self remains in the battleship's cabin? Rest assured, I have left an illusion aboard. Hearing Roy's reassurance, Perona felt considerably more at ease. She cast a fleeting glance at Caesar, who was discreetly observing from a distance, before making her way towards the laboratory of the scientific team. At that moment, Caesar wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. For reasons unknown, he felt as though Luo Ya had noticed him. Yet, his inherent arrogance continuously assured him that such a possibility was utterly unlikely. Thus, he dismissed the thought. Once Luo Ya entered, he would detonate all the gas bombs, obliterating everything on the island. In that moment, he would undoubtedly emerge as the smartest person in the world. Luo Ya paid no heed to Caesar. Accompanied by Perona, he entered the laboratory. The scientific battalion within had already formed ranks, eagerly awaiting Luo Ya's arrival. At the forefront stood the captain of the Navy Headquarters Scientific Unit, the formidable Frankie, who also served as Vegapunk's bodyguard. Upon witnessing Luo Ya's entrance, Frankie promptly issued the command, "Salute." As his words echoed, the movements of the assembled personnel synchronized flawlessly. At that moment, Luo Ya turned to Frankie and inquired, Chapter 96, Vegapunk, the most brilliant mind. Frankie, where's Vegapunk? Luo Ya spoke to Jean Taowan in a calm manner. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Jean Taowan gestured in a certain direction. However, at present, Lord Vegapunk is engrossed in research, which has reached a critical juncture, and thus has not emerged to welcome Lord Pigeon. Luo Ya casually waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Let him continue. You may guide us around at your leisure." "Yes, Master White Dove," replied Jean Tamaru, who walked ahead, introducing everything about the laboratory to Luo Ya and Perona. Perona, lacking interest, floated beside Luo Ya, appearing somewhat melancholic. "Captain, this laboratory is utterly boring. Why not let me wander around freely?" "Well, feel free to explore," he replied. Luo Ya felt no concern for Perona, who was currently in a ghostly state. However, Jean Tamaru seemed hesitant, as if he had something to say. "Is something troubling you?" Jean Tamaru, "Master White Dove, perhaps it is best not to wander too freely, as some experiments can be rather perilous, such as the fusion experiment involving sea prism stone and one of the 12 supreme great blades, or other research on the effects of sea prism stone. This laboratory houses a considerable amount of sea prism stone." Upon hearing Jean Tamaru's words, Perona quickly shook her head. "I despise sea prism stone. I would rather stay by your side." With that, Perona's mood darkened slightly. The Gothic umbrella in her hand twirled continuously, seemingly expressing her inner feelings. Nevertheless, when Luo Ya heard the mention of one of the 12 supreme great blades, he felt a pang of concern. He resolved to secure that weapon when the time came, all while ensuring the safety of others. After all, there was no time to search for the location of the gas bomb. He had already witnessed the impending explosion. Boom! As if to validate Luo Ya's thoughts, the gas bomb detonated at that moment. The ruthless Caesar had placed these bombs in the most fragile and vulnerable areas. In an instant, smoke filled the air, and explosions erupted in succession. The terrifying toxic gas began to seep into the laboratory. Outside the laboratory, Caesar reveled in the deafening sounds of the explosions and the tremors of the ground beneath him, his expression one of unprecedented ecstasy. "Die, die, all of you perish," he shouted. "In this world, I alone am the most intelligent." Caesar could no longer contain his expression. Laughing maniacally, filled with excitement, he made his way toward the ship he had prepared, intending to leave the island. As for what would transpire on this island, he planned to return in a few days to see the aftermath. Inside the laboratory, Jean Tamaru watched as a cloud of dust cascaded from the ceiling, and his heart sank. This was bad. The laboratory was at risk of collapsing at any moment. He had to prioritize protecting Mr. Vegapunk. In a flurry of concern, Jean Tamaru resolved to rush forward. "Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Without donning a full protective suit, rushing in like that seems to be a reckless disregard for one's own life. Luo Ya extended her hand, positioning Jean Taowan behind her. "However, Mr. Vegapunk remains in the laboratory. Given his character, entrust him to me. You should begin evacuating the personnel within the lab." In a succinct utterance, Luo Ya decisively resolved the matter at hand. Yet, it was this very statement that bestowed a sense of tranquility upon countless hearts. previously engulfed in panic, now finding solace. Jean Tamara cast a grateful glance towards Luo Ya, bowing deeply, convinced that if it were Lord White Dove, everything would surely be fine. Now, everyone, promptly organize an evacuation. Don your full protective gear. Observing Jean Tamaru and the others as they began to disperse towards the laboratory's exit, Perona floated gracefully in the sky, regarding Luo Ya with a playful demeanor. And what about me? What shall I do? After all, you are a ghost now. You can do as you please. Oh, by the way, there are still many islands, and the residents here are unaware of whether the toxic gas will spread. Subsequently, Luo Ya's figure vanished from Perona's sight. What on earth? You merely wish for me to go inform them. With that, Perona disregarded the walls before her and floated towards the laboratory's exterior to notify the villagers on the island. The figure of Luo Ya flickered swiftly within the expansive laboratory. The brilliance exhibited by Luo Ya could be described as reaching its zenith. He held no concerns regarding Jean Tamaru and others. After all, although Jean Tamaru's strength was not formidable, it certainly surpassed that of the majority of the generals. Soon, after scouring 18 laboratories, Luo Ya discovered the Supreme Great Sword, one of the 12 creations that had been mentioned by Jean Tamaru, which attempted to merge with Sea Prism Stone. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Ya stored it within the confines of his system space. Subsequently, he darted towards Vegapunk like a fleeting specter. However, just as Luo Ya opened the door to Vegapunk's laboratory, in Luo Ya's mind, the electronic voice of the system resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have checked in at the laboratory of Vegapunk. Reward: wisdom that surpasses the world in scientific research by a millennium. An extraordinary scientific capability, rendering even the renowned Vegapunk, who is said to have advanced beyond 5 centuries, utterly insignificant before the host. The laboratory of Vegapunk is vast, filled with an array of experimental apparatus. Vegapunk, with his back turned to Luo Ya, was engrossed in manipulating the machinery before him. The values on the display fluctuated incessantly, as if the experiment had reached a moment of paramount significance. Remarkably, Luo Ya seemed to grasp these values effortlessly, as if by instinct. Luo Ya softly approached, arriving behind Vegapunk. This must be the original blueprint of life that you devised. Vegapunk remained silent. Luo Ya, seemingly lost in contemplation, remarked, the blueprint of life holds immense significance not only for humanity but also for clones and the devil fruits. It poses a considerable threat to the world government, which subsequently seeks to control and monitor it. When I reflect on this, it truly evokes a sense of pity. As Luo Ya's words resonated in the air, Vegapunk turned, his expression devoid of any emotion, and gazed at Luo Ya. What do you wish to convey? He inquired. Nothing much. You must have reached a pivotal stage in your research by now. Once you have completed your work, I shall escort you away. You must have noticed the explosion sounds earlier. As previously mentioned, Luo Ya remained utterly unconcerned about Caesar's gas bombs, observing Vegapunk as if he were ensnared in a bottleneck of his own making. What Luo Ya subsequently articulated left Vegapunk utterly astounded. Chapter 97, The Most Potent Crystal. The Collapse of the Base. I suggested, why not endeavor to isolate the ground state properties of all multi-particle systems? Then introduce artificial particles or those derived from the devil fruit, or perhaps a synthesis of both. Following this, you could employ the Eismo formula for calibration. Of course, it is imperative to adjust the initial figures accordingly. This should elevate your life design to a more formidable echelon, wouldn't it? Luo Ya's words floated lightly into Vegapunk's ears, accompanied by a gesture that indicated a number. Vegapunk's hand came to a halt. He slowly turned his body around. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Luo Ya. In that moment, his awareness was ignited. He had never anticipated that this newly arrived admiral, the White Dove, would not only comprehend his actions but also provide a solution that far exceeded his own thoughts. You understand my life's blueprint? Are you also a researcher? Indeed. I possess knowledge, yet I hold no interest in research. I merely came to receive the scientific unit. Who could have foreseen such an occurrence? Yes. Luo Ya harbors a certain aversion towards scientific research, in contrast to the rigors of academia. He finds greater fulfillment in exerting his own influence to effect change within this merciless world. After all, those devoid of power are often relegated to the realm of research. Are they not? Upon hearing Luo Ya's sentiments, Vegapunk began to scrutinize him from head to toe. He then remarked, if you find the time, let us sit together. Perhaps I might draw further inspiration from you. After all, should your idea come to fruition, it could potentially advance human intellect by at least a millennium. Without further ado, Vegapunk turned away, immersing himself in the task of separating multiple example systems and infusing them with the particle sequences of the devil fruit, as per Roya's earlier instructions. These sequences were infused into the blueprint of life. In the rear of the room, an array of machines commenced their operation. A newborn began to grow at an astonishing rate, rapidly transforming into a young girl, curled within the nutrient solution. However, her back was turned to them, and the obscuring liquid rendered her form nearly indistinguishable, revealing only a vague outline. Were it not for the normal readings displayed on the machines, they might have surmised a failure. It has succeeded. Remarkably, your method has truly worked, exclaimed Vegapunk, his voice brimming with disbelief. A human who can traverse the ocean while possessing the powers of a devil fruit has emerged. Turning to Roya, he continued, I owe you my gratitude for awakening me. Otherwise, it would have taken me an inordinate amount of time to complete this technology. Yet, I never anticipated there could exist someone more formidable than myself in this world. Truly, there are greater heights beyond our own. In truth, I have never endorsed the technology of cloning. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to minimize its application. Humility fosters progress. Thus, Roya has always embraced a humble and unassuming demeanor. With that, he removed his cloak and levitated using the power of his talisman. Suddenly, the nutrient tank shattered, and the solution gushed forth. Roya cautiously released the artificial being, enveloping it in a cloak with remarkable swiftness, ensuring that no one laid eyes upon its form. This was merely a specimen. Why should she save it? Shouldn't the objective be to gather data and depart? Vegapunk inquired, perplexed by Roya's actions. To this, Roya simply replied, This is precisely why I abhor human experimentation. Even a newly birthed entity, be it an artificial one, possesses the right to open its eyes and behold this vast ocean. Her succinct statement resonated deeply within Vegapunk's ears, a sentiment he had never encountered before. As Vegapunk's voice faded, his body began to levitate under Roya's control. With his mind racing, he addressed Roya once more, Destroy the experimental data. I shall consider this a failure on my part. As you wish, she responded. Roya spoke softly, yet before departing, he took a moment to survey the laboratory. All the data and materials were utterly obliterated. Unless Vegapunk were to undertake a reinvestigation, this information would never again grace the world. He cradled the girl, cloaked in righteousness. In his arms, under Roya's command, Vegapunk floated behind him as they gradually made their way outside. Vegapunk, I have a question for you. What proportion of your life blueprint is comprised of genetic factors? 1/4, came the reply. Thus, the traitor has absconded with 1/4 of your hard work? It appears you have delved into considerable research, even recognizing that traitor. However, I remain indifferent. If he has not undergone iteration, he is merely a relic in my eyes, especially since the pinnacle of crystallization has already been achieved. Would you not agree? Vegapunk added. A gem of wisdom that has outstripped its era by at least a millennium, a unique masterpiece. At Vegapunk's words, Roya's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at the girl in his embrace, her eyes firmly shut. He mused inwardly, a millennium of crystallization, is it? Let me witness what sets you apart. By the way, what kind of devil fruit have you utilized? The devil fruit became obsolete after I extracted its sequence. It can no longer be employed, as its powers now reside within this girl. Hence, I inquired about her abilities. Roya found himself at a loss for words. Engaging in conversation with someone as self-assured as Vegapunk could indeed be quite exhausting. No wonder this fellow was so irksome. The ability is of the Zoan type, the bird fruit, mythical beast form, Qingluan, an exceptional fruit. Roya was undoubtedly aware that this was an extraordinary fruit. It must be said that Vegapunk's resources were truly remarkable, as he could conduct experiments with such a premier devil fruit. If the people at sea were to discover this, they would surely be envious. The collapse continued, and the toxic gas wreaked havoc. Yet, regardless of the poisonous fumes or the crumbling debris, Roya repelled them with his talisman abilities, maintaining a distance of 3 meters around him, rendering it impossible for anything to approach him even slightly. Thus, the two gradually made their way outward. However, those outside were oblivious to the predicament of Roya and Vegapunk. Under the exceptional leadership of Sabaody, most of the researchers within the laboratory managed to escape. Outside, they anxiously watched as the facility continued to crumble. Yet, Roya remained inside for an extended period, his heart racing uncontrollably. Surely, Admiral Pigeon was unharmed? Sabaody turned to glance at Perona, who hovered nearby. Perona, however, was in a foul mood. her cherry lips pouting in evident anger. With a huff, she exclaimed, "That guy is definitely not dead." Although Sabayati was perplexed by Perona's ire, he wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. After all, he was Admiral Pigeon. Chapter 98. The creation of a maiden, contracting the fire dragon just as tension gripped everyone's hearts. A fire dragon soared in from the distance. Sabayati furrowed his brow and instinctively remarked, "This is bad." The massive fire dragon created by Mr. Vegapunk seems to have gone berserk. This colossal creature, a product of Vegapunk's ingenuity designed to protect the island, was capable of adapting to any environment. However, the toxic gas had evidently sent it into a frenzy. In other words, the dragon's already limited intellect had been further diminished in this chaotic moment. Its thoughts consumed by destruction. The fire dragon flapped its wings, roaring relentlessly in the sky. The deafening roar echoed in everyone's ears. That sound is just too grating. Perona, already furious from the earlier events, found herself even more incensed by the dragon's appearance. A furious girl can be quite terrifying. With a pointed finger, Perona directed a ghost with a sausage-like mouth towards the fire dragon. Such an attack, seemingly devoid of any offensive power, was utterly incapable of breaching the dragon's defenses. This creature's tough exterior required an attack with tremendous penetrating power to be effective. Surely, this would only serve to further provoke the fire dragon. Jean Tamaru and the surrounding researchers gazed anxiously at the unfolding events. They were not combatants of a scientific battalion, but genuine scholars, devoid of any combat prowess. If the fire dragon were to charge toward them, they would have to rely entirely on others for protection. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Perona rolled her eyes and floated languidly in the air, dismissing the fire dragon entirely. In a remarkable display of ease, the negativity spirit effortlessly penetrated the chest of the fire dragon, passing through it as if it were but a mere illusion. Jean Tamaru's lips twitched involuntarily. His grip tightened around his massive axe due to the tension that engulfed him. The thought that Perona's actions might draw the fire dragon's attention filled him with dread. For he harbored no confidence in his ability to vanquish this creature birthed by Vegapunk. However, they were unprepared for the moment the negativity spirit traversed the fire dragon. In an instant, the dragon's crimson eyes dulled to a ghastly gray, its entire form sinking into a profound despondency. It descended to the ground, its head drooping, and its once majestic red wings dragging helplessly behind, as if engulfed in despair. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape. Was this truly the power of the Vice Admiral's aide? It was utterly terrifying. It seemed that even an aide surpassed Jean Tamaru in strength. How remarkable indeed. The researchers exchanged murmurs, seemingly oblivious to Jean Tamaru's presence beside them. In the laboratory, Luo Ya harnessed the power of talismans to clear the massive stones obstructing his path. Just as he was about to exit, he gently lowered Vegapunk from the air. Vegapunk observed Luo Ya's retreating figure, unable to fathom the man before him, whose aura exuded an air of profound mystery. The ability to levitate, coupled with an extraordinary intellect and remarkable scientific prowess, left Vegapunk in awe. These abilities, if possessed by anyone else, would surely carve out a name for them upon these seas. Not to mention, based on Vegapunk's understanding, Luo Ya possessed further capabilities. This man was truly formidable. As Vegapunk pondered this in his heart, Luo Ya stepped out of the laboratory and beheld the fire dragon nearby, which seemed to have lost all vitality. Contemplating the rewards of this encounter, Luo Ya cradled the girl in his arms and approached the fire dragon. As he drew near, Roya's ability to communicate with all beings allowed her to hear the murmurs of the fire dragon. "I am worthless. I am worthless. I do not deserve to live. I do not deserve to live." Upon hearing these words, without a moment's hesitation, Roya knew who was responsible. She cradled the girl in her arms with one hand. Loya extended his right hand, the pinnacle sword intent of a great swordsman coalescing within his grasp. No blade style slash. Roya, with an unyielding demeanor, inflicted a gash upon the fiery dragon. However, this wound, in comparison to the grandeur of the dragon, was akin to a mere mosquito bite on a human. The invocation of the summoning art necessitated blood. It was imperative to use blood as a medium. Subsequently, Roya harnessed the power of incantations to cause the blood to levitate in the air. He then approached the dragon, placing a hand upon its head, and initiated the summoning. Tiny characters, akin to the markings of a fly, materialized upon the dragon's form, coalescing into a contract slightly larger than a palm. The dragon's own blood dripped down, mingling with Roya's blood, culminating in the completion of the blood pact. The essence of the summoning process hinges on the necessity of blood. Since the entity summoned enters into a blood contract, it is essential to utilize blood as a medium to signify the identity of the summoner. Thus, the summoner must shed blood prior to the invocation, serving as a conduit to call forth the entity. Indeed, it was only after acquiring the summoning art that Ryūjin realized its similarities to the wood release in the 8 gates, all originating from the world of Naruto. Upon the completion of the contract, Ryūjin permitted the dragon to depart, no longer concerning himself with it. Standing beside him was Vegapunk, who remained utterly perplexed by the significance of Ryūjin's recent actions, as if an enigmatic mist enveloped Ryūjin, rendering him inscrutable. At that moment, Sabo also caught sight of Ryūjin and Vegapunk. A wave of relief washed over him upon their appearance. Splendidly, both Lord White Dove and Mr. Vegapunk were unharmed. Sabo approached Ryūjin and saluted him with military precision. Lord White Dove, all personnel in the laboratory have been evacuated and are currently aboard the naval vessels at the harbor. Ryūjin nodded and then turned to Perona, inquiring about the evacuation of the ordinary citizens. Upon hearing Ryūjin mention the common folk, a wave of indignation surged within Perona. She floated over to Ryūjin's side, pouting her cherry lips in a pitiful manner, and said, "Captain, those unruly villagers are calling them ghosts, and they fled faster than anyone else." At Perona's words, several researchers nearby could not help but stifle their laughter. Observing this, Perona bestowed upon each of them a negative spirit, which passed through their bodies. In an instant, their hands pressed against the ground, revealing an unprecedented despondency. At that moment, Tatsamaru addressed Ryūjin, stating, "Admiral White Dove, the majority of the island's inhabitants have been evacuated. Should we proceed with our own departure? Indeed, let us retreat back to Marineford." Ryūjin affirmed. "Understood, Admiral White Dove." Tatsamaru saluted and then began issuing commands. At this juncture, Perona approached Ryūjin and asked, "Captain, how did this girl in your arms come to be here?" "She was found," Ryūjin replied. Ryūjin disregarded Perona and directly leaped onto his warship. With an eye roll, Perona followed suit and returned to the vessel. However, upon arriving, she immediately spotted Caesar. "Captain, this fellow is the instigator of the recent explosion. Once we return to Marineford, we shall leave him to Admiral Sengoku." Given Caesar's overwhelming jealousy, Ryūjin had no desire to engage in further discourse. Aboard the warship, they swiftly made their way back to Marineford, yet this time, Ryūjin dispatched a shadow clone to report on the events that transpired. His true self, cradling the young girl, brought Perona to his quarters. Inside, Stella had just finished preparing dinner. Upon noticing Ryūjin's return, she hurried to greet him, saying, "Master, welcome back. How was your training? Did you indulge in the medicinal baths?" "Master, we partake in the baths daily." "Ah, that's splendid. After training, it is essential to soak. Otherwise, one risks sustaining hidden injuries." Perona, now embodying Ryūjin's true self, felt as though she had arrived home, beginning to select her own room. "Master, this is..." Stella hesitated, "Our future companion." Ryūjin glanced at the girl in his arms, a smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, "Family, indeed. Rest assured, Master, I will take good care of her." Just as Stella finished her sentence, a moment hung in the air. The young girl cradled in Ryūjin's arms slowly opened her eyes. Upon her awakening, she beheld the visage of Ryūjin. The silhouette of Ryūjin lingered in the girl's vision as she softly murmured, "Daddy." Her voice, though faint, resonated in the extraordinary tranquility of the room. Even the softest sound effortlessly reached the ears of those present. Stella's lips instinctively twitched in disbelief as she turned to Ryūjin, exclaiming, "Master, could she possibly be your daughter?" Upon witnessing Stella's expression, Ryūjin realized she had misunderstood. To clarify, he recounted the words he had previously used to placate Perona, found. Could it truly be so? Regardless, Stella understood that this girl was undoubtedly the happiest in the world. The girl blinked her eyes, and suddenly, azure flames erupted from her form. The flames transformed into wings, reminiscent of a mythical phoenix. An overwhelming aura soared skyward. Those who had attained a certain level of power could sense this formidable presence. It was directed towards General White Dove. What had happened to General White Dove? Why had such a terrifying aura erupted? Had something unfortunate occurred? In the highest office of Marineford, Sengoku stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing in Ryūjin's direction. What could that fellow be intending to unleash such an aura so casually? Who knows, perhaps he has stumbled upon the secret to advancing his fruit abilities. Indeed, this sensation undeniably resembled the awakening of a devil fruit. Sengoku and Garp engaged in a discussion, completely unaware of the astonishment that gripped Luo Ya at that moment. In the room, Luo Ya observed the girl, adorned in her cloak of justice, soaring before him. Even he could not conceal his shock. Were it not for the familiarity of their surroundings, Luo Ya might have considered silencing her. After all, a girl who had just been born, not yet a day old, had awakened her powers immediately upon regaining consciousness. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar across the seas, and Luo Ya could find himself the target of widespread ire. After a brief flight around the room, the girl, perhaps fatigued, dove into Luo Ya's embrace, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy, I'm hungry." With the purest gaze, she looked up at Luo Ya before glancing at the meal laid out on the table. Luo Ya inquired, "Do you wish to eat? Then, go ahead and indulge." The young girl nodded vigorously, a smile illuminating her face. From her back sprouted a pair of azure wings, and she swiftly approached the table, where she commenced her feast with fervor. If the previous events were astonishing, what followed was even more remarkable. As the girl continued to consume the food, her body began to develop at an astonishing rate, ceasing only when she appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Even her cloak could not conceal her exquisite figure. Stella gasped in disbelief, murmuring, "Does she have a name? Where on earth did you find her?" In response, Luo Ya could only shake his head in resignation. He had not anticipated that this girl would be so formidable. With but a blink, she awakened her powers. With a mere meal, her body flourished. It was simply extraordinary. Upon reflecting on this, Luo Ya deemed it necessary to erase all memories pertaining to this girl from Vegapunk's mind. In this world, it sufficed that he alone knew the origins of this remarkable girl. Resolute in his decision, Luo Ya utilized his phantasm to locate Vegapunk. And employing the illusionary abilities of the Mara Mara fruit, he implanted a fabricated memory into Vegapunk's mind. As for whether this would inflict damage upon Vegapunk's brain, Luo Ya was unconcerned. After all, his current scientific prowess surpassed that of Vegapunk, rendering him more than capable. Luo Ya has begun to regard the significance of Vegapunk with diminishing interest. After resolving Vegapunk's memories and assigning him several tasks, Luo Ya disbanded the phantom. In the room, he gazed at the girl before him as if she were a precious treasure. He resolved to take immediate leave, embarking on a journey with the ladies for training. However, this so-called training was merely a pretext for leisure. Chapter 100. The arrival of Koya, a delightful misunderstanding. As night fell, even Marineford succumbed to an unprecedented silence. Luo Ya adorned the young girl in Stella's attire. There was no alternative, as Stella's garments were the most fitting for her. In contrast, Perona's clothing felt rather constricting. This left Perona disheartened, prompting her to retreat to her chamber, where she remained secluded. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the room. Luo Ya embraced the young girl before him and said, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Lolan. What do you think?" The girl nodded gently and replied, "All right. Father, from this day onward, I shall be called Lolan." Upon hearing Lolan's response, Luo Ya affectionately ran his fingers through her azure locks. It remained uncertain whether it was due to the fruit's influence, but after the awakening, Lolan's hair had transformed entirely into a vibrant shade of blue. Nevertheless, this change did not diminish her beauty in the slightest. Moreover, within this brief span of time, Luo Ya has discovered that Roland's capacity for learning is nothing short of extraordinary. Merely through conversation and various everyday activities, she requires only a single listening to draw inferences and engage in rapid learning. This has led Luo Ya to perceive Roland as a veritable genius. Moreover, and perhaps most significantly, Luo Ya has noted that Roland's physical prowess is remarkably impressive. It seems that after her development, her stamina has surged exponentially, and her physical resilience is exceptionally robust. With a recovery speed that is unprecedented, this stands in stark contrast to the genetic enhancements pursued by the Vinsmoke family. Luo Lan can be said to utterly surpass them by at least 1,000-fold. I conversed with Luo Lan for an entire night. Throughout this evening, Luo Yu continuously enlightened me about everything pertaining to this world, establishing a profound understanding of values within Luo Lan. The following morning, Luo Yu made his way to the office of the Warring States. As he traversed Marineford, everyone who laid eyes upon him saluted respectfully, addressing him as General White Dove. At this moment, he stands as the sole popular general within Marineford. Coupled with the recent acquisition of the Scientific Battalion, Luo Ya's influence in Marineford has undeniably grown stronger, evoking a subtle sensation of the emergence of a fourth faction. However, Luo Ya has not accepted the fealty of many. Rather, he maintains an elite-driven ideology. After all, in this world, the victor claims the throne. In the face of the formidable, no matter how numerous the cannon fodder, they hold no value. Upon arriving at the office of the Warring States, he was greeted with a wave from the ladder. "White Dove, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to seek you out. You were looking for me, Commander? I must clarify that I have come to request a leave of absence." The Warring States was taken aback. According to his understanding, this was an opportune moment for Luo Ya to stabilize his faction. Why would he come to request a leave? "How long do you intend to be absent?" the Warring States inquired. "Not long, just 4 months," Luo Ya replied. 4 months, precisely the duration of a general's rotation. 4 months? What are your intentions? The Warring States instinctively questioned Luo Ya. "Aside from capturing some pirates, I aim to train the prowess of my subordinates." Roya did not conceal anything and directly addressed Sengoku. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku, without any hesitation, agreed to grant Roya the requested leave. He then informed Roya, "Roya, someone is looking for you. They are currently waiting for you in Crane's office." "Someone is looking for me?" Luo Ya was momentarily taken aback. However, it was of no consequence. He could simply visit when the opportunity arose. After obtaining approval for his leave from the Warring States, Roya descended directly downstairs and arrived at General Crane's office. Upon entering, he immediately caught sight of a graceful figure dashing towards him. A familiar visage came into view. "Kaya, what brings you here on your own?" Roya was somewhat astonished. Wasn't it said that she would be contacted and someone would come to fetch her? Of course. It was all intended to surprise you. Kia chuckled, her gaze fixed on Roya. Yet, as the laughter lingered, Kia's eyes began to redden, subtly revealing the glimmer of unshed tears within her orbs. "How splendid it is to finally see you, Roya." Kia embraced her tightly, a testament to the profound yearning she had harbored for Roya during their time apart. "General," he shook his head upon witnessing the reunion. "Since you two are acquainted, why not step outside to converse, rather than flaunting your affection in an old man's office?" He regarded Roya with a hint of disapproval, for her association with Taodawa had left him with a considerable aversion towards her. Nevertheless, despite his words, Roya felt compelled to express her gratitude to General He before leading Kia towards her quarters. As they traversed the corridor, the naval soldiers cast envious glances at Roya and Kia, their eyes brimming with jealousy and admiration. "The esteemed General Beige is truly remarkable." "Indeed. The beauty by his side is simply astounding. If only I could possess such a stunning companion." To which another retorted, "You should refrain from dreaming beyond your means. Perhaps when you attain General Beige stature, you may entertain such fantasies." Ignoring the idle chatter of the surrounding soldiers, they continued on their way. Roya turned to Koya and said, "Koya, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to lead a training session. As for the medical matters, I shall impart that knowledge to you once we embark." Koya nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "It matters not to me. As long as I can remain by your side, I am more than willing to learn at any time." They arrived at the residence designated for the general. Upon opening the door, Roland rushed towards Roya. "Father, welcome back." In the embrace of Luo Ya, Luo Lan lifted her exquisitely delicate face, resembling that of a swan, and softly spoke to him. However, upon hearing Luo Lan's words, Kuya was instantly petrified, her entire being frozen in place. At that moment, Pei Luana also emerged from the room, holding an umbrella, and addressed Luo Ya, inquiring, "When shall we depart?" Witnessing this scene, Kuya pointed at Luo Lan and then at Pei Luana, turning to Luo Ya and asking, "Luo Ya, have you already fathered a child with her?" Kuya felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her charming face was unprecedentedly flushed and heated, resembling that of someone with a fever. Roya was evidently aware of the thoughts swirling in Koya's mind. "You are overthinking," he said. "Once we board the warship, I shall elucidate these matters to you." At that moment, Perona's face also flushed with color as she instinctively nodded, explaining to Koya, "You have misunderstood, Captain, and I do not share the kind of relationship you might envision." Chapter 101, Roya's deployment, Cavendish this time. The number of individuals accompanying Roya was considerably greater than before. Luo Lan, Stella, Ain, Kuya, along with Luo Ya himself, comprised a total of 5 individuals. However, this number was rather scant on a flagship of the general rank. On board the vessel, Luo Ya took the opportunity to elucidate the background of Luo Lan to the women, albeit without disclosing her true identity. In this contemporary world, apart from Luo Ya, no one else was privy to this secret. Recently, you have all exerted considerable effort in your training. Thus, this outing serves as a well-deserved respite for everyone. Luo Ya remarked, Of course, if there are pirates. You may also hone your skills and assess your true strength. Yes, Lord Luo Ya, they all replied in unison. Certainly, Master. Understood, Luo Ya. Yes, I comprehend, Father. A grand fleet of admiral-grade warships navigated the vast ocean. During moments of tranquility, Luo Ya dedicated his time to instructing Koya in the art of healing and the development of the abilities granted by the Roland fruit. Although the powers of the Roland fruit had awakened from the outset, various corresponding skills were lacking. In other words, possessing a robust physique does not equate to proficiency in combat. Hence, Luo Ya assisted Roland in cultivating the necessary skills. Thus, 10 days swiftly elapsed. Luo Ya and his companions, while traversing the vast ocean, stumbled upon their inaugural pirate ship. Adorning this vessel was a pirate flag depicting a western sword, complemented by a cowboy hat and a quintessential skull. Luo Lan leaned over the edge of the ship, a look of joy illuminating her face as she excitedly exclaimed to Luo Ya, Father, Father, I have spotted a pirate ship. I yearn to engage in battle. With her extraordinary vision, Luo Lan instantly spotted the pirate ship in the distance. Observing Luo Lan's excitement, Luo Ya felt a sense of indulgence and said, All right. This time it's your turn. It will be your inaugural battle. Yes, yes, Father, I shall not disappoint you. Lolan raised her fair fist, gesturing slightly towards Luo Ya. At that moment, Kaya turned to Luo Ya and inquired, Do you think it's too early for Lolan to engage in battle? Upon hearing Kaya's words, Luo Ya gently tousled Kaya's hair and replied nonchalantly, Rest assured, as long as no one suggests abandoning her, her spirit is remarkably resilient. Before long, the light in Lolan's beautiful eyes began to fade. Once she entered combat mode, she exhibited an absolute calmness, just as Luo Ya had indicated. Apart from Luo Ya, she was indifferent to everything else. With the wings of the Qinghuan unfurling from her back, Lolan soared into the sky, stirring up fierce winds that crashed heavily against the sea, causing the waves to churn violently. On a pirate ship, fresh from the shores of the Rommel Kingdom and already gaining considerable notoriety and bounties, Cavendish held a mirror, admiring his exquisite visage and reveling in his beauty. Indeed, my face is astonishingly beautiful. It deserves to be the center of the world. As Cavendish indulged in his own allure, his crew began to panic. Captain, look at the sky. Quickly, look at the sky. Hearing the frantic shouts of his crew, Cavendish lifted his gaze. He beheld a woman as if she had wings, swiftly approaching them. The kind do not come. Those who come are not kind. Everyone, prepare for battle. Cavendish mused, gazing into the heavens. I never imagined my unparalleled beauty would incite such hatred. It seems that being excessively handsome invites jealousy. His crew exchanged glances, finding his reflections rather absurd. They were well aware of their captain's narcissism. He was a man who thrived on being the focal point of attention, willing to go to great lengths to astonish others and capture the limelight. Yet, if anyone dared to overlook his presence or overshadow him, he would become exceedingly irate. Now, let us commence firing to accentuate my beauty. Though Cavendish's words were rather distasteful, his crew still held great faith in him. After all, his prowess was not to be underestimated in the Grand Line. Indeed, when he truly focused, many formidable opponents would find themselves bested by Cavendish's blade. With a stoic expression, Luo Lan unfurled her azure wings, and in an instant, the cerulean vapor enveloped her form. Animal type, bird fruit, mythical beast, blue phoenix form. Awakening. As Luo Lan's words resonated, a piercing cry ascended to the heavens. Cavendish gazed at Luo Lan above, entranced by her exquisite beauty. Even he, notoriously self-absorbed, instinctively uttered the words, so beautiful. Yet, as those words escaped his lips, an unprecedented fury surged within him. He could not abide the thought of anyone surpassing his own allure. If such a being existed, they must be eliminated, despite Cavendish's intense murderous intent. He paid it no heed, urging his companions to hasten their fire. Meanwhile, he slowly drew his rapier from his waist. As Luo Lan gazed at the bullets hurtling towards her, she remained utterly unfazed. The resplendent azure tail of her attire swayed gently, reminiscent of countless stars cascading from the heavens. The celestial phoenix, starry radiance. The scattered points of light expanded in the air, each resembling a meteor, gracefully descending upon the pirate ship of Cavendish while devouring all the bullets in their path. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Cavendish realized that his crew stood no chance against the young maiden. Thus, he raised his rapier and leapt with determination. Exquisite blade azure. Cavendish soared into the air, thrusting his weapon, Durandal, skyward. A wave of azure sword energy materialized from his strike, possessing formidable penetrative power that managed to repel the shimmering azure meteors. Yet, a few stray remnants landed on the deck, creating a significant crater. In the blink of an eye, Cavendish's ship appeared battered and unsightly. Seeing this, Cavendish was utterly enraged. "You wretch, I shall see you dead." With those words, he charged towards Luo Lan, wielding Durandal with fervor. He leapt into the air, executing a 360 spin as he slashed at her, the weapon carving a circular arc in its wake. The winds around him were consumed and compressed, culminating in a spiraling sword energy that surged toward Luo Lan, stirring the very clouds above. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were enveloped in a sense of panic. Kaya, trembling, clasped her delicate hands and turned to Roya, expressing her concern. "Roya, do you think Luo Lan will be all right?" Just as Kaya's words echoed in the air, an even more extravagant radiance erupted from Luo Lan. It was evident that the true strength of a Zoan-type devil fruit awakened lay in its physical prowess. Coupled with Luo Lan's embodiment of a millennium's worth of essence, her physique was incomparably superior, far exceeding that of ordinary beings. Even without the use of haki, her physical strength was astonishing. In a display of sheer might, Luo Lan's slender fingers converged, grasping Cavendish's sword energy effortlessly. With a resounding crack, the sword energy shattered beneath her bare hands, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon her. In the distance, Roya observed the scene before her with immense delight. It is indeed fitting to say that she is a prodigy, awakening the mythical beast fruit at the mere opening of her eyes. Cavendish, witnessing this spectacle, felt his pupils constrict sharply. He could scarcely fathom that his most formidable strike could be effortlessly shattered by a seemingly delicate young girl. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was that this feat was accomplished solely through raw physical prowess, without the infusion of Conqueror's haki. How could this be possible? I slash. Cavendish bellowed, gripping his sword tightly. The blade's speed increased, and the afterimages multiplied, as the air seemed to be cleaved by Cavendish's sword. Countless sword energies surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, directed towards Roya. It resembled an immense web of sword energy, impenetrable and devoid of any escape route. The crew members, witnessing this unfolding drama, breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, even if her physical form was formidable, she could not possibly withstand the captain's onslaught. It must be noted that our captain is the rising star of these seas. Just as these crew members felt a sense of reassurance, Luo Lan executed a move that drove them into a frenzy. Behold, the resplendent azure wings behind Luo Lan enveloped his form, propelling him through the air like a bullet. Descending upon the battered vessel of Cavendish, any sword aura that struck Luo Lan was effortlessly deflected, splattering into the sea and stirring countless waves. The relentless tide surged into the already riddled ship of Cavendish. Just as the hull was on the brink of collapse, Luo Lan arrived before Cavendish. "Allow me to escort you on your journey." With an expressionless face, Roland softly addressed Cavendish. A cerulean shockwave coalesced in his hand. Then he unleashed it with a swift motion towards Cavendish's abdomen. The strike was as swift as lightning. Boom. A terrifying force enveloped the ship and the vast expanse of the ocean surrounding it. The air was filled with anguish cries echoing across the sea. Cavendish and the crew aboard the vessel stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with fear. The shockwave pierced through their bodies, causing rapid fissures to form, with blood spurting forth, leading to their utter annihilation. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as though Roland had carved a vast chasm into the ocean. Even the battered ship could not withstand the might of Roland's fist, and at that moment, Cavendish plummeted into the depths of the sea. It was only then that the colossal pit in the ocean seemed to regain its senses, relentlessly striving to fill itself, even triggering a massive whirlpool. This immense whirlpool posed a formidable challenge for even the mightiest of warships to escape. "Master, what should we do now? It won't be long before we are consumed by the whirlpool." They could hardly fathom the sheer magnitude of Roland's power. It was simply unfathomable. Stella and Ian, standing behind Roya, were left utterly astounded by this spectacle. Luo Lan flapped her wings and descended from the sky, soaring towards Luo Ya. "Father, how do you find my performance? Am I not remarkable?" Luo Lan gazed at Luo Ya with eager anticipation, a look of expectation radiating from her face. Luo Ya tenderly stroked Luo Lan's silky hair, cradling her in his embrace as they gazed into the distance at the colossal whirlpool that devoured the ships. "Well done. But for the next assault, it would be prudent to consolidate our efforts further. Focus is paramount. Do you understand, Luo Lan?" "Yes, indeed. I shall be more attentive next time," Luo Lan remarked. "Shall I destroy this whirlpool in the sea?" "No need," came the reply. "Just leave the rest to me." Luo Ya spoke as he placed Luo Lan onto the deck, and then leaped from the deck in a single bound. The sixth style of Ryūjin has already reached its pinnacle. With a mere flicker of the moonlit step, he ascended to the heavens. However, before Ryūjin could stabilize his figure, a colossal jet of water erupted from the center of the swirling sea, soaring skyward and aimed directly at him. Watch out, father. Be careful. Master, beware. Captain, Lord Ryūjin. The enchanting women aboard the vessel, far from being feeble, sensed the shift in the waters the moment it occurred. As Luo Lan was about to ascend to the heavens to assist Luo Ya, he observed Luo Ya slowly extending a single finger, gently prodding the air. Finger gun, giant cannon. Roya's observation hockey had already reached its zenith. The reason for not allowing Lauren to handle the vortex was precisely this. In the air, a powerful wave reminiscent of a colossal cannon suddenly materialized. The wave erupted directly within the water column, scattering countless droplets of seawater from the sky. These droplets were drawn in by clouds, and soon a tempest of wind and torrential rain manifested before the onlookers. The weather of the Grand Line is inherently capricious, and with this added human influence, enormous raindrops began to fall. Each droplet was remarkably exaggerated in size, ranging from dozens to hundreds of meters. Upon splashing into the ocean, they created even greater surges. Yet, Roya's gaze remained fixed ahead, upon the ethereal figure gradually emerging from the water column. Without a doubt, this apparition was Cavendish. However, compared to his former self, he seemed subtly transformed. His expression was ferocious, and his hollow, merciless eyes were filled with madness and a profound intent to kill. A relentless stream of sword energy emanated from him, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings. In comparison to his previous strength, it was as if it had multiplied by at least 100-fold. The sword energy that radiated from him could effortlessly shatter the colossal raindrops. Luo Lan's delicate fingers rested upon the rumored battleship of the Grand General, her gaze transfixed by the scene before her. She found herself murmuring instinctively, "How can this be? I have already defeated her, haven't I?" Yet her aura feels significantly more formidable now. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. This was Cavendish, the Cavendish endowed with a second persona. In Ain's mind, thoughts raced as she attempted to discern the identity of the figure before her. At last, a memory surfaced. She recalled a chapter she had perused in the Maritime Gazette, which had devoted an entire section to the enigmatic individual, detailing the existence of his second personality. Chapter 103, The Second Persona, A Single Finger's Triumph. Cavendish hailed from the kingdom of Perjoya. His immense popularity had rendered young women across the nation reluctant to marry, prompting the kingdom to impose upon him a sentence of exile. Ain's tone faltered here. Yet this was merely the superficial narrative. The crux of the matter lay in the revelation to the king that Cavendish, upon fainting or falling into a deep slumber, would awaken a violent and bloodthirsty second persona. This understanding led to the fateful decision. Upon the awakening of this second persona, Cavendish, already recognized as a prodigy in swordsmanship, would undergo a transformative surge in power, culminating in a night of unparalleled carnage in the kingdom of Rommel, where he was said to have slain 1,000 men in the blink of an eye. Ain's words stirred the hearts of the gathered women, who turned their gazes skyward, their hearts laden with trepidation. Upon learning of Cavendish's terror, Luo Lan felt an unsettling turmoil within her. I must go and offer my assistance. Just as Luo Lan was preparing to enter her awakened state once more to aid Ryūjin, she witnessed him raising his arm yet again. At that precise moment, Cavendish moved as well. No, more accurately, it was the second personality, Rommel, that had emerged. With Durandal in hand, Cavendish surged forward, his form erupting with power. In an instant, he stood before Ryūjin, the blade enveloped in hockey, the pinnacle of swordsmanship intertwining with it. A fierce slash materialized from thin air, the mournful wail of the air resonating in Ryūjin's ears. With a swift motion, Cavendish struck. However, the blade traced a flawless arc through the air, failing to make contact with Ryūjin's body, who effortlessly evaded the attack using his peak observation hockey. At that moment, Ryūjin extended a single finger. In response, Cavendish launched a more ferocious close-range assault. The sword energy and blade converged, the chilling gleam of the sword reflecting upon Ryūjin. The sword energy, akin to a tempest, intensified at least tenfold compared to before. Even a sprinkle of flour in the air would be reduced to finer dust by Cavendish's current sword energy. Yet, under such an exaggerated and concentrated onslaught, Ryūjin managed to evade with ease. Their movements appeared almost frozen due to their incredible speed. However, keen observers could see Ryūjin's finger gradually inching closer to Cavendish. Despite Cavendish's relentless assault intensifying, he could not impede it in the slightest. Luo Ya, who was just about to rush to Roya's aid, felt her pupils constrict sharply upon witnessing this scene. An instinctive thought crossed her mind. How powerful, truly formidable. Such rapid attacks, and even I could not evade them all. Is this the true extent of Roya's strength? In Luo Lan's eyes, a brilliance sparkled akin to the radiance of stars. Previously, Luo Lan had always believed that it was her duty to protect Luo Ya. However, now she felt that, by this alone, Luo Ya was not someone she could conquer. Within Luo Lan's heart, a more intense passion erupted. She was determined to keep pace with Roya. This sentiment was shared by the others aboard the ship, each of them ignited by the sight of Roya's formidable power. The more they witnessed her strength, the more fervent their enthusiasm became. They were relentlessly striving forward, with Roya as their guiding star. Suddenly, Roya's fingers effortlessly pierced through Cavendish, who had transformed into his second persona. The sword in Cavendish's hand came to a sudden halt, as if the pain had short-circuited his brain. In disbelief, he gazed at his abdomen, where blood flowed freely. Roya's whisper echoed in Cavendish's ears. Finger gun, cannon. In that fleeting moment, Cavendish felt as though a bomb had detonated within him. The overwhelming pain caused him to lose consciousness. This time, there were no third or fourth personas. An unprecedented darkness enveloped Cavendish's mind, rendering him unable to open his eyes for an extended period. Like a defeated hound, Cavendish was held in Roya's grasp. Gradually, she brought him to the deck and cast him down upon the ground. The earlier whirlpool had vanished, dissipated by the force of the water column. Bind him up, and then scout for the nearest Navy outpost. Such a talent should not be wasted on death. It would be far better to confine him as a training dummy. Roya commanded. Upon receiving her orders, Ein promptly retrieved a nautical chart and began examining it. Master Roya, Ein said, there lies an island named Aska, approximately 1,200 nautical miles ahead. It houses a Navy outpost and a training camp with decent facilities. Shall we establish contact with them? We can also take the opportunity to enjoy the scenery and experience the local culture. Indeed, Master Roya, Ein replied, stowing away the chart. He activated the transponder snail to reach out to Aska Island and initiate the necessary arrangements. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated in Roya's mind, announcing, ding. Sign-in task issued, Aska Island. Reward, soul returning sword. Time limit, 3 days. Roya stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. He had not anticipated that the system would issue a check-in task regarding the Aska Islands. Aska. In a continuous whisper, Luo Ya murmured the name of the island, capturing the attention of Roland. Father, is there anything sinister about this island? Upon hearing the phrase sinister, a sudden spark of realization flashed through Luo Ya's mind. He recalled why the name Aska sounded so familiar. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Luo Ya instinctively drew Roland into his embrace and remarked, perhaps this journey to the island will yield unexpected treasures. In Luo Lan's embrace, her bright, sparkling eyes gazed at Luo Ya's finely chiseled visage, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on Aska Island, Sokka, the instructor at the naval training ground, felt a surge of anxiety upon learning of General White Dove's impending arrival on the island. The blood moon was soon to descend. At this moment, the seven-star sword would unleash its full potential, striving for greater strength. I shall not permit anyone to impede the blood moon ritual, not even a general. If you truly interfere with my plans, I will ensure you regret setting foot on this island, by any means necessary. Chapter 104, Aska Island, the Cursed Holy Sword. Fortunately, the island was not far away, and with ample time at hand, Luo Ya remained unhurried. As night fell, the cunning moonlight hung in the sky, casting its brilliance upon the vast expanse of the sea, illuminating the boundless waters. On the deck, Roya and the women savored the freshly slain Sea King's meat. It must be noted that the flesh of the Sea King possesses an exquisite chewiness. Once roasted and sprinkled with a touch of salt, it transforms into a culinary delight. Particularly, the nutritional value within is remarkably abundant, capable of invigorating one's vitality and enhancing physical prowess. At this moment, Cavendish had also regained consciousness from his stupor. Gazing at the aromatic roasted meat before him, he felt as though he were in the depths of hell. His body was in a weakened state, desperately in need of the Sea King's nourishment. Yet, the malevolent Roya paid him no heed. Instead, through an illusion, he was lifted to another position. To add insult to injury, a generous portion of roasted meat was placed tantalizingly before him. However, Bound as he was, he could not reach it. Meanwhile, Luo Ya, observing the women before him, deftly sliced a piece of meat and offered it to Roland's lips. Luo Lan, feeling quite dependent, nestled beside Luo Ya, basking in the gentle caress of the cool night breeze, appearing utterly at ease. Have you heard the legend of the seven-star sword? Luo Lan sat up and looked at Luo Ya, repeating, the seven-star sword? What is that? Is it delicious? Luo Ya replied, oh, that is certainly not something to be consumed. Not everything should be pondered upon in terms of its edibility. Oh, Luo Lan responded. Luo Lan responded with an acknowledgement. Yet her gaze was swiftly ensnared once more by the alluring Sea King meat before her. The enticing aroma compelled her to indulge heartily, gently caressing Luo Lan's hair. Luo Ya observed the other women shaking their heads in confusion and proceeded to elucidate. Several millennia ago, there existed a malevolent sword that wreaked havoc upon the world. This blade absorbed the resentment and blood of countless souls, unleashing unprecedented carnage and destruction. It does not belong to the renowned blade series. Rather, it is an extraordinary weapon that transcends the realm of demonic swords, verging instead into the territory of cursed blades. Anyone who falls under its control becomes ensnared in madness. For while this wicked sword bestows immense power, the wielder's inherent capabilities are insufficient to master such a malevolent force. Thus, each time this cursed sword emerges, it heralds a torrent of bloodshed and chaos. Particularly during the blood moon, the seven-star sword reaches the zenith of its power, at which point it fuses completely with its bearer. It is said that with a mere gesture, one can cleave the heavens and split the earth, commanding all with a mere glance. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, the women were left utterly astounded. If that is the case, the seven-star sword is indeed formidable. Though it may assimilate its wielder, for those lacking innate talent, yet yearning for power, it is akin to a miraculous elixir. Should one succeed in taming the seven-star sword, it would undoubtedly complement its user. Among the women, only Ain possessed a deeper understanding of renowned swords. However, even she had never heard of the illustrious seven-star sword. Master Luo Ya, what became of the seven-star sword thereafter? As Luo Ya heard Ain's inquiry, she took a delicate sip of sake, gazing at the moon in the sky, and softly remarked, later. It was said that during the war ignited by the seven-star sword, the emergence of a witch dispelled the blood and hatred absorbed by the sword, even sacrificing her own life in the process. Furthermore, this cursed blade was sealed away on a distant island by 3 precious jewels belonging to the witch. As Luo Ya's words echoed in the air, the other beautiful women, except for the gluttonous Lilan, were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated the existence of such a formidable entity as the seven-star sword in this world. Ain glanced at the sword at her waist, her fair hand gripping it tightly, feeling the solid reassurance emanating from the hilt. Ain declared, my lord Luo Ya, on the path ahead, I shall not lose sight of my true self. I aspire to become the sharp blade in your hand. Upon hearing Ain's declaration, Kaya immediately added, Luo Ya, I will always remain by your side, learning from you for a lifetime. No matter how much medical knowledge I acquire, my skills will always be devoted to my own people. Perona, floating gracefully in the air, chimed in, regardless, I have been led here by Captain, in whatever may transpire. I am steadfast in my loyalty to the Captain. Stella, a blush of indeterminate origin gracing her cheeks, proclaimed, I too shall dedicate my life to serving my master. Luo Lan, momentarily roused from her indulgence by her sister's words, turned her gaze towards Luo Ya and simply declared, in my heart, there exists only you. In Luo Lan's heart, there exists only Luo Ya. From the moment she opened her eyes, this was destined to be. She remains unaware of how she arrived here. Though she manifested in the form of a young girl upon her awakening, the memories of her past elude her. Only Luo Ya constitutes her entirety. Luo Ya gazed at the multitude of women before him, a smile gracing his lips. He reached for a napkin nearby, extending his hand to gently wipe the corner of Luo Lan's mouth. I humbly seek your guidance from this day forth, Luo Ya declared. I assure you, as long as you remain loyal to me, regardless of what transpires, you may always turn to me for resolution. Indeed, Luo Ya was a fiercely protective individual. As his words resonated, the atmosphere aboard the warship reached an exhilarating crescendo. 2 days swiftly passed. On this particular day, the weather was exceptionally fine, with a cerulean sky occasionally graced by the flight of seagulls. Luo Ya procured a newspaper from the delivery bird. As she unfolded the paper, Roland nestled directly into Luo Ya's embrace. Her soft form leaned against Luo Ya, and together they perused the contents of the newspaper. Recently, she had been endeavoring to learn to read, and she could be heard struggling to articulate. Duoji Kamingo will hold an auction in the Bora Islands. Due to Roland's exuberant nature, her time dedicated to studying was limited to mere minutes each day. Nevertheless, her pace of learning was commendable, albeit not without its share of errors. Upon closer examination, the intended meaning of the sentence was, Doflamingo will host an auction in the Chambord Islands. It promised the auctioning of natural-type devil fruits, an event that could not be missed. With that, Ryūjin finished reading the front-page headline of the newspaper. In Luo Ya's heart, a thought suddenly took shape. Glancing at the date, he realized it was still the promotional period, with ample time remaining before the auction commenced. With this in mind, Luo Ya felt no urgency. After perusing the other contents of the newspaper, he closed it, for he had already glimpsed the silhouette of Asuka Island in the distance. Prepare yourselves, everyone. We are about to set foot on the island. Chapter 105. A duel among swordsmen on Asuka Island. Sokka received a notification from a major. Sokka, expedite your actions. General White Dove is about to arrive on the island. We must hurry to welcome him. Upon hearing the major's words, a glimmer of bloodlust flickered in Sokka's eyes. Understood, I shall proceed at once. He hung up the communicator, casting a glance at the 7 stars sword resting nearby, his brow furrowing with concern. General White Dove, I hope you depart swiftly, for the blood moon approaches. With a sigh, Sokka sheathed the 7 stars sword upon his back and made his way toward the port. Along the way, many people nodded and called out to him, Instructor. Indeed, Sokka was the instructor at this naval training ground, renowned for teaching swordsmanship to the Navy, thus earning considerable esteem on Asuka Island. However, when compared to Luo Ya, the difference was akin to that between a bright moon and a mere firefly. The Admiral-class warship gradually approached the island's periphery. Yet, due to the depth of the water, it was evident that the Admiral-class vessel could not anchor too close to the shore. With no alternative, Luo Ya hoisted Cavendish with one hand and, accompanied by several women, flew directly from the ship. As for Koya, she was cradled in Luo Lan's arms and brought to the island. The moment Luo Ya set foot on Asuka Island, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Reward received, Soul Rebirth Sword. The Soul Rebirth Sword can capture wandering souls and bestow them with vitality. It is a one-time use item. Please use it wisely. In other words, this Soul Rebirth Sword serves as a resurrection tool, contingent upon the presence of a wandering soul. If too much time has elapsed since death, it is likely that the sword cannot revive the individual. In summary, it is a rather overpowered one-time use item. Indeed, the rewards for the system sign-in tasks are remarkably favorable. Welcome, General White Dove, to Asuka Island. We are fully prepared for the transfer of the pirate criminals. Ryūjin nodded, then tossed it to the rear admiral before him. Without hesitation, the admiral immediately dispatched someone to bind Cavendish's arms and ankles with sea stone. The durability of sea stone was indeed formidable. After incarcerating Cavendish in the naval branch's prison, the admiral turned to Ryūjin and said, General White Dove, our Asuka Island boasts a history spanning over a millennium. Our annual bonfire festival is approaching. Might you consider extending your stay a few more days? Sokka, who stood beside the admiral, could not suppress a flicker of murderous intent upon hearing these words. This loquacious fellow truly seemed intent on silencing him. However, the murderous aura vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, unnoticed even by the admiral. Yet for Ryūjin, that fleeting malice was perceptible enough. Silently glancing at Sokka, a faint smile graced Ryūjin's lips as he replied to the admiral, We have embarked on this journey to broaden our horizons. As your island's annual bonfire festival is imminent, we would be honored to partake. Really? I shall inform the villagers of Asuka Island at once. They will surely be delighted to know that General White Dove, a figure of renown, will grace us with his presence. Renown? It is merely rumor. I am but an ordinary person with a modicum of strength, Ryūjin remarked, prompting a roll of the eyes from Perona, who stood nearby. If his strength were merely that of an ordinary person slightly enhanced, then surely there would be no formidable individuals upon these seas. After conversing with the admiral for a while longer, he personally escorted Ryūjin to their quarters. This was the finest room within the naval branch, resembling a quaint villa, perfectly accommodating Ryūjin and his companions. In truth, the hearts of the women were solely occupied by Ryūjin, rendering any other arrangements inconsequential. Once the room was prepared, the admiral and his associates prepared to take their leave. At this moment, Ryūjin turned to Sokka beside him and remarked, I can sense the sharpness of the sword at your back. You must be a master swordsman as well. Fortuitously, my aide, Ein, is also a swordsman. When time permits, would you both care to engage in a friendly duel? Upon hearing Roya's words, Sokka's face broke into a smile. Without a hint of hesitation, he replied, absolutely. The exchange of skills between swordsmen is an essential path to rapid growth. However, unbeknownst to Sokka, his smile now bore a subtle hint of distortion. Once the Major General and Sokka had withdrawn, Kaya turned to Roya and said, Roya, I find the person beside that Major General quite intimidating. Luo Lan nodded slightly, remarking, the aura he emanates is quite repulsive. Ein then turned to Lord Luo Ya, inquiring, is there anything particularly special about him? Must I truly engage in a contest with him? Go ahead and challenge him without holding back. Perhaps something extraordinary will transpire. Came the response. The corners of Roya's mouth were adorned with a gentle smile, albeit one that was only tender towards her own. To others, it merely represented a harbinger of terror. The women held an unwavering faith in Roya, thus they accepted her arrangements without a hint of hesitation. Observing the women, her expression bore a hint of seriousness. Roya clapped her hands and addressed the group of women, saying, all right. Remember that our purpose for this outing is not solely for training, but also for enjoyment. Let us fully immerse ourselves in the local customs and culture of Asuka Island. As her words resonated, the atmosphere within the villa became lively. The first thing the women did was to choose their preferred rooms. Meanwhile, Stella ventured to the kitchen to check for ingredients. If they were lacking, she planned to procure some from the Navy's mess hall. After all, the women only savored the meals crafted by Stella herself. What could one do? Stella's culinary skills were simply exquisite, captivating them to the point where they became utterly enamored with her cooking. On another note, the Major General departed the villa with Sokka. He sensed that Sokka's mood was rather dismal. Sokka, is something troubling you? You seem a bit off, he remarked. In response, a flicker of mischief danced in Sokka's eyes. At that moment, the 7-star sword at Sokka's back glimmered with an eerie green light. Chapter 106, Slaying the Major General. The evening descends. Sokka and the Major General strolled through the forest, intending to inform the villagers that General White Dove would be attending the upcoming bonfire party, thus opting for a shortcut. This path was seldom traversed, resulting in a somewhat stagnant and eerie atmosphere. The Major General felt a chill creeping in, tightening against his skin. This was decidedly unusual, for Asuka Island boasted a consistently temperate climate, where sudden drops in temperature were unheard of. Unease settled in his heart. Sokka, respond quickly. Let us engage in some conversation. For some reason, I feel an oddness in the atmosphere around us. Is that so? Then, Major General, do you know what the cause might be? Sokka replied, slowly extending her hand toward the hilt of her sword behind her. Her palm appeared poised to draw the blade at any moment. The ghostly green light continued to rise and emanate from the sword. Upon closer inspection, one could even see the ethereal glow intertwining around Sokka's arm. I am uncertain as well. This temperature is indeed peculiar. We should hasten our pace. After all, the participation of General White Dove is at stake, and just thinking about it fills me with excitement. In the eyes of the Major General, a glimmer of light sparkled. He held a profound admiration for General White Dove, even once considering him a paragon of his ambitions. However, due to the constraints of his own innate talent, the Major General ultimately relinquished this aspiration. Unbeknownst to him, his words ignited an uncontrollable fury within Sokka. In Sokka's gaze lingered an unprecedented malevolence, one that insidiously eroded his resolve. Suddenly, a cold flash flickered through the forest. The sound of a sword resonated, and a sharp blade sliced through the Major General with ferocity. Blood surged forth, splattering upon Sokka's visage. With a sinister smile, Sokka gazed at the fallen Major General, now cleaved in two and sprawled on the ground. Sokka murmured, let that be a lesson to you for your loquacity. How dare you bring such upheaval upon me? Cursed be you. You shall meet your demise. Ha ha ha. As the Major General breathed his last, blood flowed freely from his body. The eerie glow on Sokka's sword began to envelop and consume the Major General's essence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the 7-star sword appeared to have finished its feast. The ominous light receded, and Sokka's eyes returned to a semblance of normalcy. He coldly regarded the corpse at his feet and remarked, who compelled you to speak so freely? Had you remained silent, you would have lived. With that, Sokka forcefully stomped down upon the Major General's lifeless form. Thud. The impact reduced the body to dust. Anyone whose essence was consumed by the 7-star sword would meet such a fate. Sheathing the sword, Sokka turned and made his way back to his training grounds. As for alerting the villagers, he had no intention of doing so. He would delay, for as long as the blood moon ritual could be completed. When the time came, the seven-star sword would unleash its full power, and he would become the mightiest being in the world. Even General White Dove would stand no chance against him. Envisioning a future where he could utterly dominate the world, Sokka's heart brimmed with unquenchable fervor. As for the guilt of slaying the Major, Sokka felt not a trace of remorse. In fact, his mind had already devised strategies for the blood moon ritual, contemplating how he might delay Roya's arrival should she attempt to obstruct him. A bloodthirsty, twisted smile adorned Sokka's face. Sunlight filtered through the forest gaps, casting a distorted shadow that mirrored his own malevolence. In a fleeting moment, Roya had spent 3 days on the island. Throughout this time, no one had sought them out. Had it not been for Stella's visit to the Naval Branch's cafeteria today, they would have remained oblivious to the island's changes. "Stella, what did you say? Is today the bonfire night?" Stella nodded, affirming, "Yes, today should indeed be the bonfire night that the Major mentioned to us, though I wonder why he hasn't informed us. Could it be that he was too preoccupied with the preparations to remember?" Ain remarked to the group. Roya shook her head gently, taking a sip of the clear sake, and remarked softly, "No, the situation is likely not as simple as we envision." Rising from her chair, she gazed out at the vast sea beyond the window and continued, "If all goes as expected, the Major General may have met an untimely demise." "What? The Major General is dead?" Upon hearing Roya's words, disbelief swept over the group. How could the Major General, seemingly in good health, have perished? Could it be an assassination? As this thought crossed his mind, Ian was instantly reminded of the words Roya had spoken to Sokka 3 days prior. Turning to Roya, he inquired, "Is this related to Sokka, my lady?" At that moment, Stella interjected, "If he is involved, it does raise some suspicion. Every time I go to the cafeteria to gather ingredients, I always see him. He approaches me each time, seemingly eager to learn what we are doing." Stella added, "However, I have consistently ignored him, as I find his aura exceedingly peculiar." Luo Lan paid no heed to the Major General or Sokka. Instead, she turned to Luo Ya and inquired, "Father, is the bonfire party enjoyable? Will there be delicious food?" The little foodie, Luo Lan, has set her sights on the bonfire party. Upon hearing her words, the previously stagnant atmosphere instantly brightened. "Well then, as long as I am here, you all should enjoy yourselves today." However, as Luo Ya's words echoed in the air, Ain turned to him and declared, "Lord Luo Ya, I wish to challenge Sokka. Indeed, a duel between swordsmen is an excellent way to gain experience. If you wish to issue a challenge, then let it be tonight. Prepare your challenge letter." Roya gazed at Ain, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his eyes narrowed slightly, as if everything lay within his grasp. Indeed, the reality was such. Before long, nightfall enveloped the land, and the island's inhabitants gathered around a bonfire that flickered to life in the center. At this moment, Roya and others also arrived at the scene. Upon seeing them, Sokka's anger ignited instantaneously. He would absolutely not allow Roya to disrupt his blood moon ceremony. Chapter 107. The Bonfire Festival, Flickering Shadows. The blood moon ceremony and the bonfire festival occur on the same day, intrinsically linked. The bonfire festival celebrates the complete sealing of the seven-star sword, a tradition that has been passed down through generations. Conversely, the blood moon ceremony is a phenomenon that arises only after the emergence of the seven-star sword. At this moment, the moon in the sky faintly bore a hint of crimson. An elderly villager, upon perceiving this scene, shuddered visibly, a foreboding thought surfacing in her mind. Unlike the old woman, Sokka, standing at the periphery, felt his body become remarkably lighter upon witnessing the blood moon. The sensation of power surging within him filled Sokka with an unprecedented obsession. With the blood moon ceremony now in full swing, he had no reason to linger here. He would ascend to the highest peak of Asko Island, for only there could he attain even greater power. However, just as Sokka turned to leave, Ain called out to him, "Sokka, today is your most important bonfire festival. Why not seize this moment to compete and enliven the festivities?" Ain's voice echoed in Sokka's ears. In an instant, Sokka's hands clenched tightly. With his back to them, a terrifying expression crossed his face, his brows furrowed, and his eyes radiated a deep murderous intent. Yet, within the blink of an eye, these expressions vanished. Sokka turned around with a smile and said to Ain, "Lord Ain, you jest. As the deputy of General White Dove, your strength is well acknowledged. I am merely a humble instructor and hardly a match for you. On the path of the sword, one either progresses or regresses. Are you perhaps afraid?" Ain offered no mercy, employing a provoking strategy. Coincidentally, Ain's words struck a nerve within Sokka, or more accurately, within the seven-star sword that resided behind him. Sokka's hand slowly reached towards the sword's hilt. Yet the remnants of rationality restrained him from revealing the sword's power before Luo Ya. The malevolent thoughts of the seven-star sword clashed with Sokka's own reason. A celestial struggle ensued. Though it appeared prolonged, it transpired within mere moments. Sokka and the seven-star sword seemed to have reached a delicate equilibrium, returning to a state of calm. Then, I humbly await your guidance, Lord Ain. With that, Sokka unsheathed the seven-star sword from his back, the dark aura within him erupting fiercely at that moment. The seven-star sword erupted with its formidable power before the eyes of the gathered crowd. As the blood moon continued to manifest, Sokka's aura grew increasingly intense and potent. He nonchalantly tore open his garments, revealing a physique brimming with robust muscles. With one hand grasping the sword, he carelessly tousled his white hair with the other, his malevolent energy amplifying. Come forth. It was evident that in the celestial clash between Sokka and the seven-star sword, the victor was the sword itself. Ain, sensing the transformation within Sokka, could no longer contain the question swirling in his mind and addressed Sokka directly. Sokka, you were the one who killed the major, weren't you? Sokka replied indifferently, he has already been consumed by me. Who was he to speak out, attempting to keep you all here for a bonfire gathering? Sokka continued, nevertheless, it matters little. As the blood moon ritual progresses, I shall merge entirely with the seven-star sword, becoming the most powerful being upon this vast sea. His audacious words surged into the ears of the onlookers. At that moment, everyone realized that Sokka wielded the seven-star sword. For the first time in millennia, they beheld its true form. It became clear that Sokka had long since obtained the seven-star sword, and thus, the blood moon had appeared at this juncture. The old woman thought to herself, young one, be cautious. This is the seven-star sword. You must not allow it to harm you, for it could siphon the life force from your very being. She shouted from a distance, her voice strained. Upon hearing her warning, Ain cast a glance at Luo Ya before turning to Sokka, declaring, justice shall not falter. Sokka retorted, only the victor embodies justice. As the words of Ain and Sokka resonated, both figures sprang into action. Shadows of blades flickered, appearing even more bewitching against the backdrop of the blood moon, in stark contrast to the tension felt among the villagers. The atmosphere here in Luo Ya exudes a sense of tranquility. Who do you believe will emerge victorious, Sokka or Ain? Luo Ya gnawed on the meat before him, casting a glance at the battle ahead, and remarked, I believe Sister Ain will emerge victorious. At that moment, Stella chimed in, indeed, it must be Ain, after all. She has already reached the intermediate level of the Greatsword Master, undoubtedly far more formidable than Sokka. However, Kaya and Perona remained silent, as they were not well versed in the path of the sword. Indeed, if it were in the past, Ain would have been significantly stronger than Sokka. But now the blood moon has begun to rise. As the blood moon thickens, one can only surmise that Sokka's power will ascend correspondingly. Let us observe here and witness just how formidable he will become. Luo Ya added, do not forget that our true purpose for coming out this time, besides training for battle, is to have fun. As Luo Ya spoke, he cast his gaze upon the moonlight in the sky. Luo Ya's expression bore no hint of tension. Rather, it seemed imbued with an eager anticipation for the extent of Sokka's potential strength. Perona floated gracefully in the air, observing Luo Ya below, and softly remarked, Captain, I never anticipated your wicked sense of humor. If Sokka were to discover your thoughts, I wonder if he would be struck with such profound melancholy that it might lead to his demise. Yet, before Perona could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the distant sound of clashing swords. At this moment, Ain radiated a sharp brilliance, gripping the formidable blade, one of the 21 masterpieces, Jebelru, and forcefully struck against Sokka's seven-star sword. In an instant, two entirely different sword energies erupted, stirring the winds and swirling the forest leaves. The flames danced with the wind's might, causing the nearby campfire to blaze more intensely, creating a theatrical ambience for what was to be a duel. No, more aptly described as a battle. The fire cast shadows of the two combatants, their silhouettes entwining in a relentless dance of attack. The sound of blades clashing resonated throughout the island. Sokka, feeling the potent sword intent emanating from Ain, tightened his grip on the seven-star sword, which now surged with newfound power. With a sinister grin, Sokka declared, no one can defeat me. I shall be the mightiest in these seas. As his proclamation echoed, a torrent of sword energy soared skyward. The ethereal glow of the seven-star sword transformed into a ground-splitting strike aimed at Ain. This unleashed Sokka's prowess, elevating him to the mid-tier of great swordsmen, and his strength continued to ascend. Nevertheless, Ain remained unperturbed. Her combat experience was honed through rigorous training with Luo Ya, using the mysterious fruit. Each encounter had her face off against 2 or 3 phantasms, each significantly stronger than herself, granting her an experience that far surpassed Sokka's. Thus, even as Sokka's swordsmanship evolved, as long as his enhancements were not overwhelmingly substantial, Ain could adeptly keep pace and continually refine her technique. Then came the breakthrough. Ain's sword fell, rapidly dispersing much of her intense sword intent, which she concentrated upon the blade. A cold glimmer flickered in her eyes as she gripped the sword with both hands, inhaling deeply. Under the blood-red moonlight, she charged towards Sokka. The blade, under Ain's deft control, sliced horizontally, intertwining her sword intent with the strike. Luo Ya's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Instinctively, he exclaimed, Ain's mastery of the sword has astonishingly reached the advanced level of a grand swordsman. It appears that advancing through battle truly is the most effective means of growth. As he felt the sharpness of Ain's strike, Sokka gazed incredulously at the scene before him. Impossible. This cannot be. To achieve the advanced level of a grand swordsman at such a young age, this I cannot accept. What is there not to believe? My innate talent has always been lacking. It is only through relentless effort that I can grow stronger. Moreover, I would never resort to underhanded methods to achieve advancement. For as Lord Luo Ya puts it, that is beneath contempt. With Ain's heartfelt declaration echoing in the air, the sword's blade, slicing horizontally towards Sokka, had now reached his very presence. Cold sweat trickled down Sokka's forehead, and he realized, almost involuntarily, that his back was already drenched. He could not afford to delay any longer. Seven-star sword. Grant me greater power. As Sokka murmured this incantation, an even more bizarre and potent force began to surge into his being. The veins on Sokka's body bulged, and his physique appeared to swell at least by a factor of 2, reaching over 4 meters in height. He now towered over Ain, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The seven-star sword hovered in midair as Sokka bent his legs slightly, absorbing Ain's strike with remarkable resilience. His muscles quivered incessantly, yet the seven-star sword continued to supply him with a steady flow of energy, enabling him to withstand Ain's onslaught. Once Sokka successfully repelled the attack, his aura surged, mirroring Ain's advanced status as a grand swordsman. However, observing the predatory gazes of those around him, Sokka felt a surge of uncertainty. He could not afford to linger any longer. A wicked smile spread across his face as he addressed the onlookers. Dove, I have prepared a grand gift for you. I hope you will appreciate it. With that, Sokka produced a communication snail from his robe and pressed the button with urgency. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted from the distant naval base, precisely targeting the prison of the naval branch. Within it were the pirates Sokka had been capturing over the past few days, all orchestrated to incite chaos at this very moment. Furthermore, Sokka had transmitted the energy of the seven-star sword to Cavendish, anticipating that his power would become even more ferocious, allowing him to stall Dove and the others for a while longer. Luo Ya evidently perceived Sokka's intentions, watching as Sokka swiftly vanished from his sight. The corners of Luo Ya's mouth curled slightly upwards. The situation had become increasingly intriguing. However, should it affect innocent civilians, it would be quite regrettable. Lolan, Stella, Ain, I leave those pirates to you. Ensure they do not harm the innocent, Luo Ya instructed. As her words fell, the 3 women nodded and dashed towards the prison. An elderly woman from Aska Island approached Luo Ya, addressing her, General White Dove, I am aware of your prowess. You must prevent Sokka from fully awakening the seven-star sword. Otherwise, countless lives will be lost, and the entire sea will fall under Sokka's dominion. Upon hearing the woman's words, Luo Ya nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will handle Sokka and defeat him without fail. Of course, Luo Ya's assurance was merely to ease the woman's concerns. In truth, she held little regard for the seven-star sword. If it were truly as formidable as legend suggests, it would not have been sealed away. After all, even at its zenith, the seven-star sword was merely capable of carving out an island, nothing of great significance. Just as the elderly woman finished speaking, an eerie white figure suddenly materialized beside Luo Ya and the old woman. The newcomer was Cavendish, who had passively succumbed to the bizarre powers of the seven-star sword. At this moment, he grasped his sword, his second personality now in control, augmented by the intoxicating influence of the seven-star sword, granting him a slight boost in power. A maddening aura enveloped the surroundings, pressing down upon Luo Ya and the old woman. The elderly woman struggled to steady her cane, clearly unsettled by the overwhelming presence before her. Must you behave in such a manner in front of the elderly? It is quite frightening, Luo Ya remarked. As her words resonated, she extended her finger, enveloped in the pinnacle of armament hockey. In a movement too swift for Cavendish to react, she flicked his forehead. With a resounding crash that echoed across the island, Cavendish was propelled away at a speed even greater than when he had arrived. He collided with over 10 trees, each capable of being embraced by 2 individuals, before finally coming to a halt. The threats of the rampaging 7-star sword and the second personality were rendered utterly meaningless in the face of Luo Ya's overwhelming power. The position where Cavendish fell was precisely where Sokka stood. Upon arriving at this spot, Sokka was startled by the sudden approach of Cavendish. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Luo Ya. For a moment, Sokka hesitated, pondering whether the fully unleashed 7-star sword could indeed vanquish Luo Ya. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the 7-star sword unexpectedly resonated with Sokka, granting him an unprecedented surge of power. This undoubtedly instilled a significant sense of confidence within him. Without further contemplation, Sokka hastily propelled himself forward, relying on the strength of his own body, swiftly making his way to the highest point of Asker Island. The closer he drew to the Blood Moon, the more rapidly he could harness power from the 7-star sword. The old woman had yet to recover from the terror of Luo Ya's might. Luo Ya, with a light-hearted demeanor, assured her, "Rest easy, I shall take care of the remaining matters." With that, he proceeded in the direction Sokka had taken. Chapter 109. The Might of a Finger. Ines Shyness. Indeed, he walked on, for Luo Ya held no regard for Sokka. In his estimation, Sokka's strength paled in comparison to that of Cavendish. Following closely behind Sokka, Luo Ya ascended to the pinnacle of Asker Island, gazing at Sokka, who stood before him with arms wide open. Luo Ya leaned against a large boulder, addressing Sokka, "Pray tell, how much longer until you can fully unleash the power of the 7-star sword?" Sokka gazed at Luo Ya, feeling an unprecedented sense of elation rise within him, his heart swelling with pride. "White Dove, if you are indeed a true man, await my complete mastery of the 7-star sword's power, and then we shall engage in a proper contest." Upon hearing Sokka's declaration, Luo Ya nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. All right, but do hasten your words. If you take too long, I fear I might inadvertently flick one of my fingers and accidentally bring about your demise." With that, Luo Ya leaned back against the stone, gazing up at the blood moon, murmuring to himself, "I must admit, this is the first time I have beheld a blood-red moon. Compared to the moons of yore, it possesses a unique allure. However, I suspect that too much of it may become tiresome." Sokka, upon hearing Luo Ya's words, felt a surge of anger boiling within him. "Just you wait. Once I have fully liberated the power of the 7-star sword, you will come to realize just how foolish your current behavior truly is." Time trickled by, and after approximately half an hour, as Luo Ya's patience neared its limit, a tremendous force erupted from Sokka not far away. A fierce wind howled, and the sea surged violently. Centered around Sokka, an immense power radiated forth. The ground beneath him began to crack, unable to bear the weight of Sokka's colossal strength without him even needing to move. At that moment, the light of the blood moon vanished entirely, as though it had been absorbed into Sokka's very being. The 7-star sword melded completely with Sokka, its intricate patterns materializing upon his form. A small emblem resembling the 7-star sword appeared on his chest, reminiscent of a tattoo, albeit one that glowed with an otherworldly luminescence. One could not help but remark that his current appearance was, indeed, quite repulsive. Luo Ya rose from the stone, stretched languidly, and addressed Sokka. The words of Luo Ya drifted lightly into Sokka's ears, undoubtedly igniting a fierce blaze of fury within him. "Pigeon," he declared, "while outsiders speak of your immense strength, I perceive nothing but your profound arrogance. It is now time for you to face the consequences of your hubris." As Sokka's words resonated, he extended his arm, his fingers slicing gently upward. A surge of sword energy erupted from within Sokka, racing along the ground towards Luo Ya. The earth fractured beneath it, dust swirling in the air. The murderous intent of the sword energy surged forth from the ground, drawing ever closer to Luo Ya. The pinnacle of Luo Ya's armed color hockey entwined around his feet as he took a step forward. The sword aura emanating from the ground was effortlessly extinguished beneath his foot. "Do not tell me that after such a long wait, you have ultimately revealed this level of prowess? Is not the mid-tier of the supreme great swordsman meant to wield the power to dominate the world? Are you certain you are not jesting?" Although he had long harbored suspicions, witnessing the scene before him truly left Luo Ya in a state of disbelief. After all, this was simply too feeble. In his estimation, one should at least attain the pinnacle of the supreme great swordsman, or even advance further to reach the state of perfection within that realm. It can only be said that Luo Ya's expectations were excessively elevated. Meanwhile, Sokka lacked a clear understanding of his current abilities. He merely perceived that Luo Ya was envious of him. This was due to his limited exposure and insufficient experience, a common affliction among many at sea. Arrogance often blinds one to the reality of their own limitations. Luo Ya had grown weary of explanations. He slowly approached Sokka, who, having been corrupted by the seven-star sword, had entirely lost all semblance of humanity. Thus, descend into hell. Luo Ya proclaimed, "Who do you think you are? Witness how I shall torment and annihilate you." The once mighty Sokka, now inflated with arrogance, swung his arms wildly. Waves of ethereal green sword energy dispersed towards Luo Ya, each streak shrieking through the air. The atmosphere grew increasingly desolate, heavy with oppressive malevolence. The aura of slaughter rose, coiling menacingly around Luo Ya. The jarring sounds pierced the air, echoing in Luo Ya's ears, an incessant clamor. With a cold snort, Luo Ya unleashed a formidable aura that erupted from him. A force at least 100-fold, if not 1,000-fold, more powerful than Sokka's own. This sheer intensity shattered Sokka's arrogance, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. An unprecedented weight of dread and panic, akin to that of a demon, took root within Sokka's heart. The mental and physical dominance exerted by the seven-star sword paled in comparison to the terror now burgeoning within him. With a mere finger, Luo Ya pointed forward. The wind ceased, the sea stilled, and ash fell as though time itself had been suspended. It was unclear how long this stillness lasted, perhaps a minute, perhaps half an hour, or merely a fleeting moment. Then, everything returned to normal. The wind resumed its wild dance, the sea crashed fervently, and ash swept through the heavens. Yet, Sokka stood before Luo Ya, utterly obliterated, as if he had never existed at all. With but a single finger, the mid-tier swordsman of unparalleled prowess, Sokka, was reduced to naught but dust by Luo Ya's might. Luo Ya turned slowly, as if speaking to himself. Indeed, although he had ascended to the intermediate realm of the supreme sword master through external means, his body could not adapt to such a transformation in a brief span of time. Even with the support of the seven-star sword, there remained a certain softness in his strikes. Luo Ya cast a glance at his fingers before shifting his gaze to Ain, who was not far away. "I've taken care of things here. Have the pirates been secured?" Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Ain nodded vigorously, stating that none of the pirates posed a threat and that they had all been returned to prison. Ain continued, "I came to check on you, Lord Luo Ya, as I was somewhat concerned." The moment he explained, Ain's shyness intensified, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe red apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. At that moment, a green ethereal light surged towards Ain with great speed. This glowing apparition was none other than the fabled magical sword, the seven-star sword, from Aska Island. The sword traced a graceful arc through the air, heading directly for Ain. However, compared to its former brilliance, the seven-star sword now appeared as a flickering candle in the wind, its ethereal glow significantly diminished. Ain's reaction was not unfounded. After all, she had been continuously evolving in the heat of battle. With her arm enveloped in the armor of Haki, she aimed to intercept the seven-star sword. Yet, upon making contact, Ain felt an unfamiliar voice resonate within her mind. "Do you wish to acquire immense power? If so, accept me, and I shall grant you the strength to rule the world." The voice of the seven-star sword echoed persistently in Ain's consciousness, as if attempting to hypnotize and entice her. However, she was a master swordswoman. A true swordsman forges their path with the blade in hand, eschewing any notion of shortcuts. Just then, a familiar and overwhelming pressure surged into Ain's mind, snapping her out of her daze. As she slowly opened her eyes, she found herself cradled in Luo Ya's embrace. While the seven-star sword had shattered into fragments scattered across the ground, the so-called magical sword and its promise of world domination could do nothing but succumb to the passage of time, transforming into mere dust. Holding Ain in his arms, Luo Ya said to her, "Ain, you are remarkable. You successfully resisted the allure of the seven-star sword, and I believe your resolve in the way of the sword has only grown stronger." Luo Ya gazed into Ain's eyes, then gently patted his fragrant shoulder, saying, "I have faith in you. On the path of swordsmanship, you shall undoubtedly journey further." Ain, enveloped in Luo Ya's embrace, nodded vigorously, declaring, my lord Luo Ya. In this life and the next, I shall become the sharpest sword in your hand." His eyes sparkled with admiration. At that moment, beneath the full moon atop the mountain, beside the vast sea, Ein spoke to Luo Ya. After sharing a heartfelt embrace, they returned to the village. Upon their arrival, numerous villagers were gathered around the flickering campfire, their hearts heavy with apprehension. The legend of the seven-star sword had been whispered among the islanders for millennia, its formidable power steeped in myth. If the seven-star sword were to rampage, their island would bear the brunt of its wrath. "Grandma Long, do you think General White Dove can seal the seven-star sword?" they inquired. "I do not know," she replied. "Will General White Dove protect us?" they asked again. "I do not know," she reiterated. Before the surrounding children could finish their queries, Grandma Long rose abruptly from the ground, leaning on her cane, her disbelief evident as she gazed ahead. Even her wrinkled visage betrayed a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes. Is that White Dove?" As her words fell, a chain reaction ensued, and the villagers of the island stood in unison, their eyes wide with incredulity as they beheld White Dove, draped in a mantle of righteousness, trembling in their presence. White Dove, this is..." Grandma Long's lips quivered as she shakily approached Luo Ya. Had it not been for a nearby child supporting her, she might have stumbled to the ground. "White Dove, what of Sokka?" she inquired. "Sokka has been slain. For I had to vanquish him after he killed the Major General," Luo Ya responded. "And the seven-star sword?" "The energy of the seven-star sword has been utterly depleted, shattered into fragments, which I casually reduced to ash and scattered upon the sea." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, the villagers collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, they soon realized the implication of his statement. "You were able to defeat the seven-star sword." They gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the might of General White Dove? How terrifying it is to have shattered a legend. They had envisioned White Dove besting Sokka, who had been controlled by the seven-star sword, but they had never fathomed the vast chasm between their strengths. White Dove had indeed triumphed over the legendary seven-star sword and even reduced it to mere dust. In contrast to the astonishment of the villagers, the women who had been closely accompanying Luo Ya were entirely unfazed. In their hearts, Luo Ya was an invincible force, a shared pillar of strength. Well then, today was meant to be a day of joy. Let us regard this incident as a mere interlude and immerse ourselves once more in the merriment of the bonfire gathering. The festivities continued until dawn, ultimately drawing to a close. The villagers on the island seemed to have come to terms with everything. Nothing could be more joyous than emerging from the realm of legendary nightmares. Meanwhile, Luo Ya and her companions departed the island aboard a grand battleship. The sun shone warmly, and the gentle sea breeze enveloped them. Compared to the treacherous weather of the Great Sea route, the climate of the Four Seas was much more pleasant and agreeable. They had been at sea for 2 months, and during this time, Luo Ya has truly elevated leisure to an art form. Apart from the occasional glimpse of a small pirate vessel, there is hardly anything else to occupy his time. With a fishing rod in hand, Luo Ya finds himself angling on a sailing warship. To his side sits Ya, who turns to him and inquires, "Luo Ya, do you genuinely believe this method will yield any fish?" "What I am doing is akin to a voluntary offering to the hook. Perhaps a fish, in a moment of folly, might just swim into my line." Luo Ya, adorned with sunglasses, reclined on a sun lounger, addressing the nearby Kuya with an air of utmost relaxation. "Luo Ya, do we not have any particular aim?" she inquired. "Indeed," he replied, "we are merely wandering about, taking a break from our duties while simultaneously honing our skills. Is there something amiss, Kuya? Would it be possible for us to visit Zilabu village? I find myself yearning for home." Luo Ya understood the meaning of Koya's concerns. It seemed that Koya was worried about her parents. Although she had mentioned that by the time she left, the wounds on her parents' chests had nearly healed, the anxiety of being away from home lingered. Reflecting on this, Luo Ya did not hesitate and said to Koya, "In that case, let us head to Zilabu village." As Luo Ya's words resonated, the 100 phantoms aboard the warship began to operate as if they were one. The vessel shifted its course, steering towards Zilabu village located in the East Sea. Meanwhile, in the depths of the East Sea, a ship was sailing across the waves, adorned with a flag bearing the scars of 3 knife wounds on its left side. Chapter 111. Returning in glory. "You are too weak, Captain. I wish to return to Zilabu village for a visit," Jususpa said to the red-haired companion beside him. "Jususpa, did you not say you had no intention of returning?" the red-haired individual replied. Jususpa sighed. "Indeed, I had not planned to go back. My yearning for the sea led me to abandon my wife and children, which garnered much criticism from many. Yet, they remain in my heart. so this time I intend to sneak back quietly. Hearing his crew's sentiments, the red-haired companion nodded. Then let us proceed to Zilabu village. However, should we not hold a banquet before we go? Yes, a banquet, Jisusbu exclaimed. I shall prepare the refreshments right away. On the ship of the red-haired captain, the atmosphere was steadily rising. After all, it was difficult not to feel uplifted with a captain who relished throwing celebrations. At that moment, Luo Ya was unaware that the red-haired captain had also resolved to return to Zilabu village. Thanks to the flagship's capabilities, Luo Ya and the others sailed across the sea at remarkable speed, reaching Zilabu village in just a few days. As Koya set foot on her homeland once more, she was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of familiarity. Taking a deep breath, she turned to her companions and said, "Come, let me take you to my home. I shall prepare a feast of delicious dishes for you." After all, she was born on this island and naturally belonged to its people. Thus, it was perfectly normal to host her friends. Really? I want to eat a lot of delicious food. Upon hearing the mention of food, Luo Lan's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. She was already contemplating how much she should indulge this time. Witnessing Luo Lan's exuberance, Luo Ya smiled, wrapping her in a warm embrace. Subsequently, the group made their way towards the heart of the island. Indeed, as one returns home in splendid attire, Koya did not attempt to conceal her identity, standing proudly alongside her companions. Clad in the justice cloaks of the Navy, they exuded an undeniable aura, with the gentle breeze caressing their forms. Look, is that Koya? It truly is Koya." The whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated that Koya had indeed risen to become a member of the Navy. What an impressive achievement. Word spread like wildfire across the small island of Zilabu. In mere moments, news of Koya's return had reached every corner. Neighbors gathered around her home, curious and eager. Initially, they had doubted the rumor of Koya seeking mentorship from Admiral Pigeon, for to them, Zilabu was merely a quaint village. Although Koya's family was among the wealthiest on the island, they could scarcely believe she would board a ship belonging to an admiral. Yet, they were left astounded by her undeniable success. Among the throng, a figure with a sniper's windbreaker, a light brown scarf, and a long nose observed the scene before him. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his cheeks, his body trembling slightly. Though he appeared somewhat forlorn, the light in his eyes shone brilliantly. "Koya, you truly succeeded. This is wonderful." Usopp murmured to himself, genuinely wishing for Koya's success in joining Admiral Pigeon's ship, for it symbolized a future brimming with infinite possibilities. As Usopp pondered this, he clenched his fists tightly. While Koya had set sail towards her dreams, he felt stagnant, having made no progress since their childhood days of playing pirate games together. This cannot continue. The gap between us is widening. Usopp thought, suddenly struck by a resolute idea. He scanned the crowd and gradually withdrew, bidding farewell to the islanders. Once Koya and her companions arrived at her home, her parents, now in good spirits, greeted her with joy upon seeing her return with Luo Ya and the others. "Koya, why didn't you inform us of your return? By the way, we are immensely grateful to Admiral Pigeon for all he has done for us. Without his assistance, we can't fathom what would have become of our family. We must ensure we host you all splendidly." The parents of Kaya are undeniably warm-hearted. For them, Luo Ya not only saved their lives, but also considered the well-being of their daughter, Kaya. It is important to note that their daughter has now joined the ranks of the illustrious Admiral of the White Dove, which symbolizes the utmost honor. Simultaneously, this signifies a secure environment. In their eyes, a naval admiral represents the pinnacle of power. Moreover, with the White Dove currently flourishing, they are confident that their daughter will be well protected. With this thought in mind, Kaya's parents became even more industrious, pulling her along to the kitchen to prepare delectable dishes for everyone. Delicious, delightful, and delectable. Luo Lan, incessantly murmuring beside me, is rather endearing. All right, fret not. I assure you, you shall not be overlooked. Luo Ya turned to the side and addressed Roland. At that moment, Ian chimed in, expressing, Kaya and her parents are truly so warm-hearted. Indeed, Stella remarked to the group, I am genuinely looking forward to tasting the dishes they prepare. After all, it is usually Stella who takes charge of the cooking. Thus, experiencing the culinary skills of others serves as a means to enhance her own cooking techniques, unlocking the secrets to creating even more delectable dishes. Just as everyone was relishing this ordinary yet precious moment, a knock resonated from outside. Just as Stella was about to rise to answer the door, Luo Ya had already swiftly approached the entrance. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a familiar face. Are you here to see Kaya? She is currently in the midst of preparing a meal. Roya gazed at Usopp, standing before him. Usopp's eyes were fixed on the white dove, instinctively swallowing hard. This was the renowned Admiral White Dove. If only he could, like Koya, board the ship of White Dove. How splendid that would be. With Roya's guidance, he was certain he would grow immensely stronger. Determined not to allow the distance between himself and Koya to widen excessively, Usopp resolved to take Roya as his mentor. White Dove Admiral, I did not come to seek Koya. I came to seek you. Usopp's courage, in some respects, was indeed quite diminutive. Even speaking normally in Roya's presence felt like an insurmountable challenge. You seek me? What is it you wish to discuss? Usopp took a deep breath. Chapter 112, Maritime Heroes. The faith of the flag. At that moment, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air, creating an exceedingly pleasant atmosphere. However, Usopp's face had contorted into a state of distress, akin to that of a monkey's backside. I ask you, what is it that you wish to convey? You have been inhaling deeply for a full 5 minutes. Roya looked at Usopp before him with a sense of helplessness. If it weren't for the fact that this fellow was a character from the original story, he would not be wasting so much time here. As he was rather curious about what they would eventually become. Suddenly, it seemed that Roya had a fleeting realization. He cast a glance towards the distant mountains, where the trees stood tall and dense, presenting a perfect respite from the heat. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As Roya's smile emerged, Usopp felt a slight easing of the tension in his heart. General White Dove, I wish to become your disciple. I aspire to brave the seas and become a hero of the ocean. With these words, he deeply bowed to Roya. In the distance, beneath a tree that could be embraced by 3 people, Jesus Berg held a telescope, observing the scene before him. Hey, Usopp, you are my son. Why are you bowing to the Navy? Jesus Berg gritted his teeth as he spoke from beneath the tree. It must be said that this feeling was indeed quite uncomfortable. However, Jesus Berg would not dare to rush out. After all, he was facing General White Dove. He had merely returned to sneak a glance at his wife and child, not wishing to stir up trouble. Is someone looking for me? Kaya emerged from the kitchen and approached Roya. Observing Usopp, she found herself perplexed about what he truly desired. At that moment, Roya explained, he wishes to become my apprentice. Kaya was taken aback by Usopp's words. To her, it seemed Usopp lacked the courage to sail the seas. In a certain sense, that was true. Had it not been for the constant encouragement of his companions from the original story, Usopp would have likely already retreated, rather than becoming the sniper king in dire circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, Roya addressed Usopp. I'm afraid you might not be suitable for us. Why? Usopp suddenly lifted his head, gazing intently at Roya. What have I done wrong? If I'm lacking, I can change. I can endure hardship, I can work hard. Even learn swordsmanship, whatever it takes. I only ask that you allow me to board the ship. As Usopp finished speaking, tears streamed down his face. Were it not for the knowledge of Usopp's character, others might think they were bullying the villagers on the island. You do not truly understand the path you wish to take. In other words, you do not know what you want, and thus, I must refuse. Moreover, you are far too weak. You are far too weak. When Roya uttered those words, Usopp immediately disregarded everything that had been said prior. Instinctively, he questioned Roya. Then why was Kaya allowed on the ship? This is unfair. Absolutely unfair. Usopp was indignant, observing the obstinate yet somewhat naive Usopp before her. Roya sighed and remarked, this is precisely why I say you lack your own path. You do not know what you truly desire. Kaya aspires to become a doctor and diligently strives towards that goal. What about you? You possess nothing. After delivering this statement, Roya ceased to engage with Usopp and returned to her previous position. Usopp sniffled, feeling a deep sense of resentment, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. He could only gaze at Kaya and say, Kaya, I merely wish to be with you. Is there truly no possibility? Kaya, upon looking at him, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Without any hesitation, she responded to Usopp, you should stop dreaming. When Roya saved me, I vowed in my heart that he is my Prince Charming, and that belief remains unaltered. My heart has long been entrusted to Roya. You should abandon this hope. With that, Kaya promptly closed the door. However, she abruptly realized that all eyes in the room were fixed upon her. Instantly, a blush of shyness graced her delicate features. I only said that to dissuade Usopp. There's no need for explanations. Both I and your father understand. Kaya's parents exchanged glances filled with unspoken thoughts. Kaya recognized that her parents had misunderstood, and it wasn't just them. She had inadvertently revealed her true feelings. Just as Kaya felt the atmosphere shifting awkwardly, Lon suddenly exclaimed, "Daddy, it smells so good. I'm so hungry. When can we eat?" Kaya's parents were momentarily taken aback by Lan's words. They had not anticipated that General Pigeon already had a child. It's all right, even if Kaya is still young. Before her parents could finish their thoughts, Kaya interrupted, "What are you talking about, Mom and Dad? My relationship with Luo Ya is not what you think. Nor is the bond between Lon and Luo Ya as you imagine." Kaya felt utterly exhausted. Listening to the jovial banter around her, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Roha erupted into laughter, raising the sake in his hand and addressing the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, to a brighter future, cheers. Cheers." The atmosphere within the room steadily crescendoed. As they listened to Kaya reminisce about her childhood, everyone felt the exquisite beauty of time. However, after departing from Kaya's door, Usopp was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of despondency. If Usopp was once a man accompanied by despair, he had now honed that despair to its zenith. Yet, upon returning home, he was startled to discover a familiar silhouette within his abode. "Who are you?" Usopp queried tentatively at the man before him. Turning around, Usopp's face was awash with tears and snot, mirroring Usopp's own current state. Clutching a photograph, Usopp inquired, "When was this taken?" Coming to his senses, Usopp responded to Usopp, "It was shortly after you left. She fell ill." Snatching the photo of his mother from Usopp's grasp, Usopp carelessly remarked, "Is that so?" Usopp fell silent, taken aback by the unforeseen consequences of his momentary folly. "You must be very disappointed in me, huh?" Usopp approached Usopp. Usopp shook his head. "I am deeply disappointed in myself." "Did the dove say something?" "I said I was too weak and that I had no aspirations." "Is that so?" "Then let us wager the Jolly Roger and embark on an intense training regimen. I shall impart everything I know to you. From this day forth, no one shall dare to call you weak upon the seas. Have you lost your mind after going out? Weren't you once following a mere pirate? How formidable could that possibly be? Have you even ventured into the Grand Line?" As Usopp spoke, Usopp furrowed his brow, contemplating that Usopp needed to witness certain truths through his own eyes for genuine growth. "Hey, what are you saying? Get up. Now. Immediately. Go train. First, run 10 laps around the island. Otherwise, you shall have no dinner today." Usopp's aura of intimidation suddenly dissipated, causing Usopp to dart outside in fright. Observing his son commencing his training, Usopp felt a flicker of solace in his heart. Is there enough time? Unbeknownst to him, red-haired Shanks had arrived behind Usopp. After all, this was the child of his crewmate. Enough. Within 3 days, I shall train Usopp to a remarkable level. Though he lacks confidence, he carries my bloodline. 100% accuracy is merely a foundation for him. Hearing you say that brings me relief. Though it is hard to imagine that the white dove would utter such words to him, I must admit, I hold him in a certain esteem. Ha ha. I believe there is no one, other than you, Captain, who I do not admire. Upon hearing the words of Jesus, the red-haired one burst into hearty laughter, fully aware of the implications behind Jesus' statement. Just then, a figure robed in righteousness approached them steadily. The vibrant laughter of the red-haired man gradually faded. Jesus instinctively placed his hand on his weapon. To my surprise, the aura I had sensed earlier belonged to Jesus, the sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates. Upon hearing the words of Roa, Jesus felt a weight settle in his heart. Have you been aware of my presence from the very beginning? Jesus found it hard to believe. It should be noted that the distance between the mountain and the elegant mansion is quite considerable. The fact that Roa could perceive his existence from such a distance is a testament to extraordinary sensory acuity. Pray tell, General White Dove, what brings you here? The red-haired captain rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, addressing the white dove before him. It is nothing significant. I merely wish to meet the illustrious red-haired, for I have heard your name resound like thunder. General White Dove jested, though it is a sentiment that should be expressed by us. The red-haired captain responded with a similar mirth. Just the composure exhibited in the presence of a marine admiral surpasses that of most individuals upon the seas. I have long heard of your profound mastery in the way of the sword, and thus, I seek your guidance. Is this truly your ulterior motive? Jesus, observing keenly, wore an expression of vigilance towards Roa. Yet the red-haired captain, with great magnanimity, replied, "Very well, shall we proceed now?" As the words left his lips, a powerful aura began to emanate from him. Seeing this, a smile graced Roa's lips. At an unknown moment, one of the 12 supreme blades, the unmatched Great Blade, manifested in Roa's hand. This was the very blade he had taken from the laboratory, serving as a substitute for the flowing blade of fire under this identity. Hey, let us not be too dramatic. This is my hometown, and it may not be wise for you to engage in battle here. As the words fell from Jesus Boo's lips, Roland soared through the air. Upon witnessing Roland's arrival, both the red-haired and Jesus Boo's pupils constricted sharply. Standing atop the pyramid of the pirate crew upon the vast ocean, they instantly recognized that Roland's fruit had awakened, and it was undoubtedly a formidable power. They had not anticipated that not only was Roya's strength formidable, but that his subordinates were equally terrifying. Father. Just now an old man named Sengoku contacted us via the Den Mushi, informing us that traces of the revolutionary army have been discovered near Shimaziki village. And he urged us to investigate immediately. With Roland's words echoing, an electronic voice resonated in Roya's mind. Ding, mission activated. Sign in at Shimaziki village. Reward. Pinnacle of the Supreme Great Swordmaster. Time limit, 3 days. The red-haired cast a surprised glance at Roya, exclaiming, "Ha! It's my first time hearing someone refer to Sengoku as an old man. By the way, is she your daughter?" "Indeed, though our relationship is somewhat complex. So I shall spare you the details." Luo Ya and Hong Fa simultaneously retracted their imposing presence. I understand. It is evident that you have misunderstood something. Let us defer this competition to a later occasion. After speaking to the red-haired man, Roya waved him goodbye. As he vanished from sight, the red-haired man found himself increasingly eager for their future encounters. "I can't shake the feeling that you two are like long-lost friends," remarked Jesus Berg, stroking his chin as he addressed the red-haired man. "Perhaps," was the reply, "but the White Dove is clearly unlike most of the Navy. He knows precisely what he desires." In their brief meeting, the red-haired man had already bestowed high praise upon Roya. He continued, "By the way, this island isn't particularly large. Your son must have completed a lap by now, but why is there no sign of him?" Upon hearing his captain's words, Jesus Berg felt a surge of frustration. That rascal must be slacking off somewhere. Just wait until I teach him a lesson. With that thought, he hurried off in pursuit of Usopp. If Usopp were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be astonished by his father's remarkable physique. Meanwhile, Roya departed from Koya's home, accompanied by the ladies, making their way toward the village of Shimaziki. Upon sighting the village, Roya was instantly reminded of the one-mind dojo on the island, as well as a girl named Kuna. Perhaps this time, something even more intriguing would unfold. Chapter 114. Investigation concluded. Heading to the graveyard. Zilabu village is situated in close proximity to Shimaziki village. Thanks to the swift navigation of a fleet admiral's ship, the group arrived on the island within a single day. For Roya, this was the most effortless sign-in reward yet. Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Pinnacle of the Supreme Swordmaster. This is the realm pursued by countless swordmasters throughout their lives. Sensing the changes within himself, Roya felt no shock whatsoever. With an expression of calm, he set foot on the island's soil and addressed the ladies. Since Sengoku mentioned that there are traces of the revolutionary army in this vicinity, let us conduct a thorough search. We shall split up and regroup here later. The ladies nodded in agreement at Roya's words. Stella and Koya formed one group, while the others divided into their respective pairs to search the island. However, the so-called search was merely a pretense. Luo Ya was acutely aware of his aspirations. With this thought in mind, he made his way toward the One Heart Dojo situated at the center of the island. Even before approaching the dojo, he could hear the fervent shouts and the sound of wooden swords slicing through the air. Sitting on the wooden floor was Gung Shiro, his thick glasses making his eyes nearly squint into mere slits. He had sensed Luo Ya's presence as soon as he neared the vicinity of Guin. Clapping his hands, Gung Shiro addressed the multitude of disciples. "All right, everyone, today's training concludes here. You may disperse." "Yes, Teacher Gung Shiro," the apprentices of the One Heart Dojo responded in unison. Upon finishing, they neatly arranged their wooden swords at the back of the dojo before exiting. Gung Shiro's gaze then shifted toward Luo Ya, who wore a slight smile, his eyes also narrowing ever so slightly. In terms of expression, Luo Ya and Gung Shiro bore a striking resemblance. However, while Gung Shiro exuded a somewhat cunning aura, Luo Ya emanated a gentler demeanor, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. Ding! Congratulations, host, for checking into the One Heart Dojo. Reward: one of the 12 supreme great blades. The Spirit of Budu. This sword, a single-edged straight blade, boasts a length of 7 feet and 4 inches. An extraordinary long sword akin to the black blade of Eagle Eye, Knight, which no ordinary person could possibly wield. Indeed, the One Heart Dojo was capable of such check-ins. From the very beginning, Luo Ya had intended to check into the One Heart Dojo, hoping to obtain something valuable. The reality proved him right, as he had indeed received something remarkable, one of the supreme great blades. With this, Luo Ya now possessed 2 of these formidable swords. I wonder what brings Admiral Dove from the Navy to my humble dojo? Gung Shiro inquired, observing Luo Ya before him. Oh, you know of me? Luo Ya responded. Of course. The might of Admiral Dove is frequently spoken of. It is a fortune for us to have such a renowned general among us. I trust the seas will become ever more stable. Gung Shiro, with a neutral expression, squinted his eyes and replied, I wish for the seas to be tranquil, for the people to no longer suffer from plunder, and for all to live in peace. Yet, as you are aware, there are far too many lurking powers in these waters. With a sigh, Luo Ya addressed Gung Shiro. Just a day prior, I received orders from Marshal Sengoku, indicating that there are suspected revolutionary forces emerging on this island, and I have been instructed to investigate. Upon reaching this point, the smile on Luo Ya's face vanished instantaneously. Addressing Gung Siling before him, he inquired, I wonder, do you, the master of the hall, have any knowledge of this? The revolutionary army, perhaps? I am not well informed on the matter. Recently, apart from the local villagers, I have not encountered any unfamiliar faces. Oh, is that so? Luo Ya nodded thoughtfully. Then continued, Master of the pavilion, there is something that piques my curiosity. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Gung Siling felt a heaviness in his heart, as if the sunlight had been obscured by dark clouds. A chill breeze swept through, and fine raindrops fell from the heavens. Gung Siling realized that Luo Ya was indeed directing his inquiry towards him. Despite this realization, he maintained his cheerful demeanor, smiling as he addressed Luo Ya. If I can assist you, esteemed one, I shall speak freely and without reservation. As for Shimajiji village, its size pales in comparison to other islands. The habitable areas are quite scarce. Thus, I am intrigued as to why such a diminutive island attracts so many apprentices seeking knowledge. Is it perhaps a breeding ground for a particular faction? The smile upon Luo Ya's face radiated a gentle warmth. Yet, beneath this veneer of tenderness, Gung Siling sensed a palpable malice. This fellow, he had undoubtedly set his sights on him. For reasons unknown, this thought swiftly flickered through Gung Siling's mind. As time inexorably passed, he remained unaware of his own distress. Beads of cold sweat already adorning his brow. Master of the establishment, are you truly oblivious to the cause? Luo Ya further remarked. Is it not because the parents from the surrounding islands wish for their children to possess greater survival skills that they